If Ryan Staub is the starter going forward, I feel much better about my prediction of 8 wins. They don't win 8 games if Caden Salter's their quarterback. Based on what we've seen over the first 2 games, they can win 8 games with Ryan Staub as their quarterback.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Samantha Flanagan here. Been in a car accident? At Flanagan Law, you're not just a case number. We're a female-owned firm that puts your health and healing first. Flanagan Law, where you're heard, helped, and never alone. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
The new and emerging industries apprenticeship tax credit can save you money and boost your workforce. Take the first step to develop skilled apprentices in IT, healthcare, and more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Today alone, 5,370 people in the United States will be diagnosed with cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer funds and develops the newest and most promising cancer treatments. Stand Up to Cancer wants to provide you with every opportunity to join in this mission. By donating your home, land, or commercial property, you can help Stand Up to Cancer fund innovative cancer research. Stand Up to Cancer makes the process easy, and it may be tax deductible. Visit standuptocancer.org/giveproperty to learn more.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Nonverbal communication.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Hump day.
Unbreakable bonds.
Look at us three. The three musketeers.
Genius.
Yeah.
Genius, and genius.
And personal hygiene.
Holy Moses. You guys excited about showering.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Come on. All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to it. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday. It's all downhill from here to the weekend. Great 6 a.m. listeners. Love having you here to kick off the day. Love having Brandon Stokley here. Good morning, Stoke.
Good morning, Mike. How you doing?
I'm good. I want to know, how was the party yesterday, last night? Did it go late into the night?
Party? What party? I don't know anything about a party.
The giant party in Castle Rock celebrating the fact that the stadium's not being built in Lone Tree.
Oh, that party.
That party.
Big party.
Big party.
Huge party in the Lone Tree and Castle Rock area. Yep. We definitely partied last night.
And there was much rejoicing.
That's right.
Your potential 5-year nightmare.
Yep.
Is not going to happen because the stadium's going to be built. We kind of all suspected that. Lone Tree was being used. Lone Tree was being used as leverage because they wanted to ultimately build it there over by I-25 and 8th Ave. So that's the announcement that came out yesterday. The preferred site, 2031 season.
Okay.
So how are we feeling about that?
Feel great about it. Yeah, we talked a lot about this, and you could say it was being used for leverage, but at the same time, if you messed around and you screwed it up downtown, then they could have easily gone to Lone Tree. I drove by there a few times, and I'm looking over there because I never really paid attention to that area. It is a lot of space.
It is.
It is a lot of space, and they were rolling out the red carpet. So glad they got the deal done to keep it downtown. I think that's awesome. Looking forward to seeing what that new stadium looks like. And you said 2031?
Yep.
Season?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Super Bowl here probably by 2032.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, absolutely.
Even if it's open air?
No, it's a retractable roof.
It is. It's
Yep.
retractable. Okay.
Yep.
All right. I didn't see the renderings of it.
Renderings?
Yeah.
Whoa. Look at you. No, properly used.
Oh, thank you. I didn't see them. The blueprint.
The blueprint, the rendering.
I
Nicely done.
I didn't see the pictures.
There you go.
Better?
Better.
Okay.
No, I like renderings. That's very good. Yeah, I'm pumped. This is everything I wanted. I want a state-of-the-art stadium. I want a bustling entertainment complex around it that people can enjoy all year long. I want a stadium that's multi-purpose, that can bring in the kind of big events that Denver should be hosting. And it looks like it's going to happen. And it's going to be all privately financed. I mean, I know how much you love to take your shots at politicians for getting involved in stuff, but if this thing's going to be almost 100% privately financed, yeah, the city will kick in some infrastructure type stuff. But, you know, the Walton Penner Group, they're building it and privately financed. It's really the way that's the way it should be. I mean, enough of the, handouts demanded by sports owners to build these shiny new cribs that they're the ones that are going to benefit primarily from it. You want it so much, you go build it. And these guys are, which is good. Great. Good for them.
No, I love it. I love the fact that they're doing a new one, and it's right around the corner. So you definitely think Super Bowl, though, has to come here.
Oh, yeah, it will.
I think that's, that would be great.
2032, 2033.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Ways off, but
yeah.
Final Four will be here.
Final Four?
Yep.
That would be great.
Yep.
What else? Go ahead. What else are we going to get?
I whatever major sporting events that go to big arenas, we're going to get.
Can we get one of those big conference championship games?
What do you mean conference championship?
Like
games?
Big 12.
Oh, I was just going to say that. Yeah, I could see like a Big 12 championship game here easily.
Something like that.
Oh yeah, easily.
I love it. It's going to be great.
And the thing about the retractable roof too. I know that some of the old heads out there, some of the real die-in-the-wool Coloradans out there are like, hey, we got to be playing our games in open air, and that's what it's all about.
I was young once, too.
I mean, I personally think that's vastly overrated, just sitting in the snow and cold to watch a football game. But, here's the thing about a retractable roof. If it's snowing out, you're not like required by law to close the roof. If you want to have the roof open for a snow game, they can do it.
They're never going to do that. Never.
Probably not, but they could.
Of course they could if they wanted to, but who's going to want to do that?
I mean, let's say you're hosting
high-powered offense.
Let's say you're hosting the Miami Dolphins in a playoff game, and it's going to snow. Leave the roof open. Why not?
Huh? Yeah, that's an interesting
you haven't thought
one.
about it that way.
No. But when do you decide to do you ask your coach?
Right.
When do you decide, okay, hey, everyone, we know you thought you were going to be nice and warm and comfortable, but guess what? We're leaving it open.
For strategic reasons.
Right.
I bet the fans would get behind that.
Yeah.
For a playoff game, sure. But if you're talking about, I've sat through a snow game. I've been to a snow game. I went to that snow game, the one where C.J. Anderson ripped off the overtime touchdown run.
Against the Patriots?
I was at that game with my son. Sat through the entire thing, and I was miserable. I mean, it was a fun game, but my poor kid was freezing. when the game was all said and done, did I walk out of there going, wow, man, I earned my red badge of courage right there tonight. Oh, man. I helped the Broncos win today. I mean, no, I want to sit in comfort, man.
You ran to your car and turned the heat on.
Couldn't wait to get into my car and said, never again, never again. Not doing that again.
How much better would it have been if it was just nice and warm in the stadium?
Would have been lovely.
Oh, when I saw it yesterday and heard about it, this is great news. I'm glad that it seems like it's going to get done, and we finally kind of know where it's going to be and the direction this thing is heading. And like you said, it's right around the corner, and in 5 years you're going to have a new stadium down there. And they don't mess around. I mean, we saw it with their practice facility. I mean, that thing went up quick.
This thing may be the fastest built stadium ever.
They're not going to mess around.
Nope.
I think it's awesome. I'm fired up.
I am too.
New stadium. That's great.
Let us know what you think. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. It's been a big couple of days of reaction to the Broncos game. Some college football stuff to get to, as Deion Sanders was on his game yesterday with his press conference, dancing around the questions of who's going to be his starting quarterback this Friday in Houston. We'll hear from Deion next.
It's Sean Payton overcomplicating things on offense.
It's too much. There's too much out there. There's too much in the game plan. There's too much on the play sheet. There's too much on Bo's shoulders. There's too much on everybody's shoulders when it comes to the overall operation of this offense, and it needs to be simplified more.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Todd Whalen and Advanced Tax Solutions will be hosting a free workshop coming up tomorrow, Thursday, September 11th. This is a great opportunity for all your tax, payroll, and IRS questions. If the IRS has a bullseye painted on your back and penalties and interest are just hammering you, talk with the professionals at Advanced Tax Solutions. They'll answer your questions for free. Some examples. How has the IRS filed returns for you? Do you know that you can protest those? Did you know that under the Fresh Start programs, you can settle with the IRS for less than you owe? Or learn more about uncollectible status, where the IRS has no choice but to leave you alone. Do you know the difference between an IRS levy and an IRS lien? These questions just scratch the surface. The good news is Todd Whalen loves going to battle for his clients, and he's been doing it for over 30 years now. Free advice and help can be yours. Advanced Tax Solutions free workshop coming up tomorrow, Thursday, September 11th at 5:30 p.m. To sign up, simply call Advanced Tax Solutions at 303-753-6040, and they'll send a link to you to sign up. 303-753-6040 for Advanced Tax Solutions.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
There's a photo my wife took of me, sitting crisscross on the floor playing Legos with my boys. Might not sound like much, but back in 2020, I couldn't get down there without pain, let alone enjoy it. After 16 weeks on soda and 82 pounds gone, that picture means everything. It's proof that I'm not just present in my kid's life, but I'm active, engaged, and I'm healthy. Soda didn't just give me a plan. It gave me a partner, a personal nutritionist who helped me every step. Through grocery store trips, family vacations, late night cravings, you name it. If you're a parent who wants to be there, not just someday, but right now, go to sodaweightloss.com. Click the Request a Nutritionist callback. That's sodaweightloss.com. SOTA stands for state of the art. sodaweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
At Tallgrass, we're proud to support the Rockies, the mountains, and the team. Learn more about affordable energy for all at tallgrass.com. And go Rockies.
Hey, it's Zach. Winter's coming. Don't wait. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the snow flies. 15-year low-interest financing with no prepayment penalty. Call now for your free quote and see how low your payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
This is Hall of Famer Terrell Davis here to tell you about my friends at Colorado Credit Union. Great plays start with a solid game plan, and the same goes for home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, refinancing, or tapping into your home's equity, Colorado Credit Union has the mortgage and home equity options to fit your needs. Ready to make your next big move? Visit ccu.org to learn how Colorado Credit Union can help. Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity, and the other day I'm over at a friend's place. He's pumped to watch football, but his setup, total mess. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find a game. He claimed to be a big fan, but I feel like I was being fan-fished. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you gotta have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, well, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in my living room, plus Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K, so clear it feels like I'm in the stadium. Sometimes I've got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications, live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every single time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K cable TV box.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Listener appreciation.
Our RamosLaw.com texters always answer the bell.
Mentorship.
You can't be that guy. Don't be that guy.
Yeah. And words of wisdom.
Don't let my confidence offend your insecurity.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, next to a exhausted Brandon Stokley, who partied late into the night with all his other Castle Rock neighbors. The big news that it's not going to Lone Tree, the new stadium, and there was much rejoicing. You were never really worried, were you?
Of course I was.
Were you?
Yeah, because, you know, if it did happen, like you said, you're dealing with 5 years of headaches. And then everything after that. So, yeah, I mean, that's a big deal. So, things happen, and sometimes things can go sideways quickly. And, of course, Lone Tree seemed like they really wanted it.
They did. They did. But they were being used.
Yeah. But that's that's what happens in business. And you can go from being used to being the spot really quickly.
Yeah. Well, we'll get your reaction to the stadium news. What do you think about it? RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. College football. Didn't get to talk much about what happened over the weekend with all the Broncos stuff the last couple of days, but the big development with the CU Buffs is Deion Sanders suddenly has himself 3 quarterbacks. He played 3 quarterbacks the other day, and there was a report yesterday that they're going to go with Ryan Staub as their quarterback Friday against Houston. Deion would not confirm that.
I'm not confirming nothing to y'all. Y'all know that. We ain't like that. We good. We have capable guys. Staub has been doing a phenomenal job doing and getting the majority of the reps, but I haven't made that assessment and decision yet.
Pete Thamel, who is the senior college football writer for ESPN, he put out a report yesterday, right near the end of our show, that Staub would be the starter. Deion said not so fast.
In today's media, we don't care about being correct anymore. We just want to be first. And there's no subjection to you when you're wrong. Nobody says nothing. You just go with it. I'm not saying that's the case, but that's where we are in media. Nobody gives a darn about being correct and being right. Everybody just want to be first. That don't make no sense to me. I would love the integrity that we once had with media. I would love that.
Well, okay, but what if Staub ends up being the starter? And
right.
If you listen to the rest of the press conference, as I did, and I'll play some more from Deion, it became increasingly clear that Staub is going to be the guy. So
he's right.
He's right.
But it sounded like Deion was just kind of going out of his way because, this has bugged him. That guys always want to be first, and when they do make mistakes, you just kind of move on, and no one takes accountability for it, and it's bugged him, so he was just looking for an excuse to talk about it. Because if the guy is right, why even bring it up?
Well, maybe he's
just... What's the problem when I say what you think?
Maybe it's more just he's just trying to play the gamesmanship game and let Houston wonder who's going to be the starting quarterback and have to prepare for 3 guys. Which I can understand. But if he ends up naming Staub the guy, well, then the report was right, and it wasn't simply just about getting it out there first. He got it right. But when it comes to Staub, well, Coach Prime says everybody loves Ryan Staub.
Staub is a lovable dude, man. Like everybody who's played here previously have reached out to him and congratulated him or some way or another tweeted him or done something to let them know how proud they are, because he's always been the stand-up guy. No matter who's starting, he's always been there in support. He's not going to be one of those guys who, somebody else is starting, he's sitting on the bench mad, sulking. He's not built like that. He's going to be there in support and make sure you're prepared, make sure the scout team is prepared. He's going to give you everything he has whenever he gets the opportunity to practice, or even if I think he was giving signals last week. Going from giving signals and getting in the game, come on, man, that don't happen. That don't happen. This is a real-life story that's happening right before your eyes. So hats off to him because he's the ultimate teammate.
No, that doesn't sound like a guy who's going to start at all. No. Nothing to see here. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, I mean, you think about...
We got Juju.
Foolishness.
What a great story it is. I mean, you go from being the 3rd guy, and no one talked about you all offseason at all. No one. It wasn't, you weren't even in consideration. And it was about the freshman coming in. It was about the transfer. And all of a sudden, in game 2, you get an opportunity, kind of out of nowhere, like Deion said, and you look great. And now you could be the guy. Great story, Mike.
The funniest clip from yesterday was Deion when asked if he wants to settle on just one quarterback instead of playing 2 or 3.
That's the goal. I don't want to play musical chairs to quarterbacks. Why would I want to come to the game and do that? I'm like spinning the darn wheel and it lands on, I mean, I wasn't good at roulette. Although I would put everything on 21 black any day. You better believe that.
That was good. I like that one.
Yeah, I mean,
he was chomping on ice too there.
Yeah. No, I mean, no one wants to do use multiple quarterbacks. I mean, that's not ideal, obviously. And last week they used 3, so hopefully they got their guy. You know, but it's a different world. It's a different world when you're the starter, when you're the guy, rather than coming off the bench. There's a different pressure there. There's different expectations now. Some people can handle it, some people can't. So let's see what Staub's got, and it looks like he's going to get a great opportunity this week.
I do like the fact that Deion does walk the walk when it comes to the idea of a true meritocracy, that he doesn't care about 5 stars, 4 stars, how much you were paid in the portal. This is a guy who, remember, basically buried Cormani McClain, who was a 5-star recruit, couldn't get out on the field, couldn't earn her job. And, you got plenty of colleges now, plenty of coaches who are like, man, we invested so much, or we got this guy as a big recruit. We got to play him because, well, that's what you do. And the fact that Deion's willing to say, yeah, nah, the 5-star guy, the guy we paid for in the portal, this other guy's better. He's going to play.
I inherited some bull junk, and I'm going to fix it.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it should be. But like you said, Mike, I mean, that's not the way it usually is. So, you're going to give the guys that you put an investment in more of an opportunity. And so you got to love Deion's approach. And they might have their guy for the rest of the year. I mean, that's exciting. So I think it kind of changes your outlook, especially after watching that first game and how bad they looked offensively. Now, obviously, when you play, who was it, Delaware?
Yeah.
It's a little bit different than playing – some of these teams that will be playing in the Big 12. But, you might have just found your quarterback for the rest of the year.
Game players. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan here to help you by giving you a chance to win a PS5 bundle. All you have to do to enter to win is download the Denver Sports app. Click on the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5, Madden 26, and College Football 26, as well as a 70-inch TV. Again, just download the Denver Sports app. Click on the contest banner on the homepage. Up next, over the weekend, Carmelo Anthony went into the Hall of Fame. Got to ask the question, Nugget fans, you all good with Melo? You forgiving the way he left? Should he be honored? And if so, how? All that coming up next.
Does Sean Payton need to make changes to his game plan after week 1?
He put his agenda and his offense and his quarterback, who he proclaimed to be trending towards being a top 4, top 5, and when that man struggles throughout the afternoon, it's almost like daddy ball. And I'm telling you, it's unacceptable and it's inexcusable.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Got to hang out with the two dudes from Copperhead Plumbing last week, Brian and Taylor, father and son, a dynamic duo who have built a plumbing company they are very proud of, and, well, they should be. Been reliably serving Colorado since 2007, commercial or residential, emergency services or routine maintenance. They're local, they're licensed, and focused on quality work done right the first time. Taylor was telling me about a recent repiping job Copperhead Plumbing did. Older houses, older buildings, something you may want to keep an eye on, possibly get checked out. Copperhead Plumbing here for all your plumbing needs, like reliable hot water. Affects our lives in so many ways. They are water heater specialists, from consulting to recommending and installing the right water heater for your home based on size, water usage, and, of course, cost. Water heaters, repiping, leaky faucets, clogged drains, outdoor water features, sprinklers, water softeners, main sewer lines, sump pumps, and so much more. Copperhead Plumbing has you covered. Avoid the fall scheduling crunch and call today, 303-552-3491, and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Wow, Leslie, your fireplace really sucks.
I beg your pardon?
Well, what I mean is your fireplace is literally sucking all the air out of your house and right up the chimney every time you burn it.
Well, what can I do about it?
Well, you could get a high-efficiency gas insert from Mendota. It keeps all the air you already paid the utility company to heat, and it returns up to 86% of the fire's heat back into your house.
I'd use my fireplace every chance I get if I could do that. Maybe my furnace wouldn't need to run so much.
Well, that's the whole point. Hi, this is Keith Lair with Lair Fireplace and Patio, along with my niece, Leslie, to tell you how a gas gas insert from Mendota will give you the incentive to use your fireplace again. Mendota gas fireplaces and inserts are made to crank out the heat with beauty and style.
Lair's is Denver's oldest, most trusted name in fireplaces. Family owned and operated since 1954.
We'll even give you a free in-home quote, including expert installation by our own certified in-house installers.
Find us on the web at lairfireplacepatio.com.
For top quality Mendota fireplaces and inserts, it's Lair Fireplace and Patio, Denver's fireplace experts.
Do you want the lowest rate for life? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed. APR is 5.89.
Did you say 4.75% fixed for 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, I want that, but what if rates fall?
Our lowest rate for life program takes over. If rates fall even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee and no limits to the number of times used. Only at U.S. Mortgages. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
A Tacori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From every sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Tacori weaves those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Tacori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Tacori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Shayna.
And I'm Dylan Williams. And here at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, you'll shop from the largest selection of Tacori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, your official Tacori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at williamsdiamonds.com. Where Colorado shines.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Is water damaging your home? Contact Groundworks, the basement concrete foundation experts. Get your free inspection today. Learn more at groundworks.com. Licensed in all states where work is performed.
Sharp criticism.
Mark Schlereth a pansy.
Cries for help.
Dude, wake up.
No.
I need better from you.
And a little bit of tough love.
If the truth gives you a wedgie, then you know what? Buy better underpants.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it over the weekend, the Basketball Hall of Fame. Can't even call it the, it's the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But in this case, it's the Basketball Hall of Fame because it's pro, it's college. People go into the Hall of Fame while they're still coaching. They seem to kind of make up the rules as they go along when it comes to who gets into the Basketball Hall of Fame. But Carmelo Anthony got in. And during his Hall of Fame acceptance speech, he had this to say about his time in Denver.
I know everybody waiting on this next one. To the Denver Nuggets. In the city of Denver, you believed in me first. You gave me the keys as a 19-year-old kid. You let me grow, fall, fly, and become the man standing here today. Denver was where I learned the weight of the league, when I learned the value of sacrifice and the beauty of team. To every fan who filled the Pepsi Center, thank you. To the Mile High City, you'll always be a part of my foundation.
So, Nugget fans, I got to ask the question. We good now with Melo? Forgive the way he left?
Nope.
How about you, Stoke?
I'm kind of in the camp of I don't even really care. Doesn't even matter. Like, oh, okay, cool, whatever. I want to go watch the Jokic play. Right? I mean, it doesn't even really matter anymore because it is so good right now that, you know, if it was bad basketball that we were continuing to watch after he left and they never got it fixed, and but this great run that they've been on and being able to watch Jokic and having one of the best players in the world on your team, it doesn't even matter, right? Like, no, we're good. I'm cool, whatever.
But that's with the benefit of hindsight. As we were going through it, and as somebody who was sitting right in this chair when it was all going down, there was a lot of bitter feelings out there. This is a guy who we welcomed with open arms as really kind of the guy that was going to be the savior here. He was going to come. He was fresh off winning the national championship with the Cuse. He was going to come here, and remember, there had been a lot of really bad Nugget basketball before that, and he came and immediately pumped life, optimism, delivered on the goods right away. The team became a contender. Team went to the playoffs, and then all of a sudden, after all those years of just good, positive feelings, he says, I don't want to be here anymore. I've outgrown Denver. There's someplace else I'd rather be. And there was a lot of hurt. There was a lot of hurt. A lot of people felt like, hey, man, we welcomed you into our home, and this is the way you're going to treat us on the way out. A lot of bitterness. So I think it's a fair question to ask if those feelings have.
How do you feel?
I'm a tough guy to ask because I'm a Syracuse grad.
Oh,
and so
you're biased.
The guy, I do have a certain amount of bias, but I'll tell you how I honestly feel. I don't think Carmelo Anthony's a Hall of Famer. I really don't. I always thought Carmelo Anthony's NBA career was a disappointment for me. I expected more. In just the 1 year I watched him play at the Cuse, I saw an unbelievable basketball player. Then he got to the NBA, became a shooter, a gunner, black hole, just wanted to accumulate stats, points, go to all-star games, and he put up an amazing amount of stats, but never never really led a team to a championship. He put up great numbers, but for me, if you're going to be in the Hall of Fame, I think it should mean a little bit more. So I don't think he's a Hall of Famer. I wouldn't retire his number here.
Well, they can't do that.
Well, they could, and
they're not.
And that's a separate conversation. But the whole idea that
they can't do it now. What do you mean they could? No,
why
can't
you?
What are you going to do?
Why can't you?
.0.
Seriously, let's not overthink this. Why can't if you are dead set on the idea that Carmelo Anthony should have his number 15 retired, why can't you have two 15s hanging up in the rafters? One with Anthony's name on it and one with Jokic's name on it. Why? Anybody who would look up there and see those two numbers would understand, wow, that's pretty cool. This franchise had two Hall of Fame number retiring worthy 15s. That's pretty wild.
Who cares?
No,
So if you want to retire his number, retire it. I would have no problem with that.
Nope.
I don't think you should.
I wouldn't retire his number for the reasons I just gave you, but I wouldn't not retire his number because Jokic also wears 15. That's silly.
Well, I think it's twofold. The way that he left, if you force your way out and you put your team in a bad situation, you put the organization in a bad situation, and you're too good for that organization at that moment, well, guess what? 5, 10, 15 years later, you don't get rewarded for that. You just don't.
No. And it's not like in that time since he's left that he went out of his way to, mend those feelings with Nuggets fans. He really didn't. That was a a nice gesture in his Hall of Fame speech, but that doesn't excuse the fact that he really didn't make much. It was kind of like, leave Denver, see ya, peace out, and never really look back.
Right. And then you can't all of a sudden come back around and get rewarded for that. So, no, I just think there's going to be 115, and it's going to be Jokic, and that's it. End of story. Sorry.
Would you, if you believe he should be honored by the franchise, how would you do it?
That's tough. I mean, I guess you do it like you said. I mean, you put it up there, and then you put Jokic next to him, I guess.
What's wrong with having 215s?
No, you can't.
What's wrong with having 215s? I think it's cool.
I know what you're saying.
I think we're making too big of a deal of the sanctity of the retired number. I mean, come on. I mean, you see it all the time, especially in football, because there's so many players and, only so many numbers to go around. You got scrubs wearing the numbers of guys who were great players. Don't get too caught up on the idea that only Nikola Jokic's 15 should be retired. I mean, if you feel, now I don't feel that Melo's number should be retired, but if you do, then you shouldn't be hung up on the idea that you can't have 2 15s up there.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of you are making sense.
Thank you.
Which is unusual.
I know it is,
especially this early in the
it
morning.
has you a little bit stunned.
It does. Now. I'm a little bit of shock
You're
right
reeling
now.
a little bit.
I am. So I'm with you. I don't think it should be, and it doesn't seem like they are. Right? I mean, it doesn't seem like they're going to go down that road.
And by the way, I don't think the Nuggets should bend over backwards to accommodate Melo because, as I said, over the subsequent years that Melo was gone, it's not like he made great effort to patch things up. So why should the Nuggets all of a sudden be rolling out the red carpet for him?
Exactly.
Yeah, because screw them.
So I hope they don't. Too many times now organizations go out of the way to, try to do something for players that did nothing for them or that left them in a bad spot, just so they look good, just so the organization looks, oh, look at the Nuggets honoring Carmelo Anthony. Oh, great job. No, don't do that.
Yeah. You can maintain a little bitterness.
That's right.
Yeah, there's
and
nothing
you
wrong with
should.
it. Yeah.
So I hope they do.
In case you missed it, Stokley's bringing us all breakfast on Friday.
Oh, my goodness.
Why? And
I
the
forgot.
guy that we have to thank of for all that.
I'm going out of town.
We'll hear from next.
Do the Broncos need to do a better job of showcasing their skill players?
I want to see Sutton. I want to see Franklin and Pat Bryant. Let's run 3 or 4 plays with the same personnel grouping. We get a little bit of a rhythm. This isn't equal opportunities for everyone. Stop it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
When I first heard from Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic that men wait on average over a year to do something about their erectile dysfunction, I was surprised. But the more I learned about it, the more I understood. Taking that first step is not always easy. A lot of unknowns, anxiety, some embarrassment. It's all to be expected. This is why I recommend Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They are incredibly compassionate about what guys are going through. They create an environment of trust as they visit with you to find out what your goals are and customizing a treatment plan just for you. Can't argue with the results. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has a success rate well over 90%. You decide when you want to be able to perform and for how long. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. An hour? Don't you have football to watch? Schedule a consult, just $99. Take a simple blood test along with a T and PSA test. And if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose does not work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations to better serve you, including Fort Collins, Colorado Springs, and a new and improved office in Castle Rock. Call 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you've been living on credit cards just to cover groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest rates are brutal. Why keep paying 20% or more to the banks when you could call my friends at American Financing? They have mortgage rates in the 5s, and they are showing people every day how to keep more of your hard-earned money in your pocket. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of $800 a month by using their equity to wipe out high-interest debt with no upfront fees, no obligation, and just a 10-minute call to a salary-based mortgage consultant. And here's the kicker. If you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, putting even more cash in your hands right away. Don't wait. Call American Financing now at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5s start at 6.327% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
No parades, no confetti, just quiet wins that changed everything.
Real people, real results. Soda weight loss works. Just ask Ramon.
Tying my shoes without grunting, taking stairs without gasping, running around with my kids without needing a break. That's what Soda gave me. In 16 weeks, I dropped 82 pounds.
Let that sink in. He lost 82 pounds. That's amazing.
Think about all that weight lifted off your bones. I owe my life to Soda. That's not hyperbole. With Soda, you don't feel alone. You get your own nutritionist guiding you every step along the way.
What are you waiting for? Just imagine your friends and family's reactions when you show up at holiday parties 30, 40, 50 pounds lighter. Get started now for the best season of your life with our partner program. Because when you join now, your partner joins for free.
Go to SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA stands for state of the art. SodaWeightLoss.com. SodaWeightLoss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're tired of spending your weekends maintaining your lawn instead of enjoying it, you need to check out Pro Green for a beautiful lawn that's hassle-free, saves you money in watering, and saves you hundreds and maybe thousands of hours maintaining the perfect lawn. Hey, Brandon Stokley here. When you're making an investment in artificial turf, you want something that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. Plus, Pro Green Cool Turf System uses proprietary infill that will keep turf temperatures cool even on the hottest days to feel more like real grass. You can't get that just anywhere. The best part is that Pro Green Turf is 100% American made. Whether you're switching your lawn to spend more time enjoying life, a safe area for your kids to play, doing it for your pets, or want a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I recommend. Call Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees. It should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee, included with every tire purchase with paid installation. You'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the limited lifetime tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Tune in to Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh, my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
I did microwave some fish yesterday at home, though. You can do that at home. I had some of that tasty halibut that Mark brought back from Alaska.
Oh, you did?
Oh, my goodness, it was good.
Well, you just put it in the microwave?
Well, the leftovers, yeah. We had it, fresh off the grill.
Oh, okay.
A few days ago, but we had some. I mean, there was so much he brought, and it was so good. It was not expired. That fish was not expired. So I had a little bit left over yesterday. So I did heat it up in the microwave.
Yeah, that's
just
fine.
not the same. Just not the same.
No.
My house did smell a little fishy for a little while, but better do it at home than here at the office. Do not do it. Do not do it in your office.
You can't do that.
Do not.
Well, that's good. That but it turned out really well. You put it on the grill.
Oh, so good.
Wow. Okay.
Might have been the best halibut I've ever had.
Really?
And I am a.
Did you do any seasoning on it, or
just light seasoning? Nothing great. Yeah, I'm not one that likes to go crazy when it comes to marinating and seasonings. I mean, there's a reason why you get a good steak, or you like pork chops, or you like fish. Don't go crazy in adding stuff, because I want to enjoy the. I want to enjoy the fish. I want to enjoy the steak. It's like with wings, It's like if I'm getting wings, I want to enjoy the wings. I don't want to just bury them all the time in, ranch or something.
Well, sometimes that makes it a little bit better.
Sometimes. Not all the time.
Yeah, it depends on – I'm with you on steaks and certain things, but, adding a little flavor, it's not always a bad thing.
I know, but just don't go crazy.
Like flavor.
Don't go crazy. All right, I've got Ty, I've got Johnny here. Johnny especially I wanted to bring on because Friday, guys, we have breakfast coming because I won the bet against Brandon Stokley, who would be the Broncos' nickel corner. It was Jaquan McMillan and not Jahdae Barron.
Yep.
So Stoke is bringing breakfast for the whole crew. And Ty, I know you're very excited. We got to pack some more weight on you. You're very small fella, okay?
You sound like my mother.
I know. Well, we got to beef you up a little bit. Johnny Fever, I know you treat your body like a temple, but I'm telling you, dude, you got to make an allowance on Friday.
He's not going to eat McDonald's.
If you
I'm telling you,
I may have to hold you down and just shove a sausage McMuffin with egg sandwich down your gullet.
I'm absolutely not eating McDonald's.
I told you that. He's so.
I haven't eaten in like 2.5 years.
You're such a food snob.
I'm terrified.
You're such a snob.
I'll spontaneously combust.
You will not. You will be. You know what you're afraid of?
Getting sick?
No, you're afraid that you've denied yourself pleasure for so long that you're gonna eat it and you're gonna be like, oh.
And then you won't be able to stop.
Exactly, and you're gonna be like regretting all of your life's choices the last 2 years. That's why you won't do it. Stop being afraid.
No, I'm good. I'm not gonna eat McDonald's.
All right.
Well, it's gonna be a little bit later. We're gonna have to put Richie on the case.
Yeah, because you don't like to eat it too early.
Yeah, right. So I don't like to get it at 5:30.
Yeah.
I'd rather have it around 8:39. That's when it's just that's the perfect time to get it. So we'll put Richie on the case.
Oh, in which case, if Richie's come in, we can get some of those big old breakfast burritos he brings in.
No, that's McDonald's.
That's Cecil. Cecil brings in the breakfast burritos, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he brought in breakfast burritos that one time when he filled in for Cecil. We could do that.
Yeah, no.
It's McDonald's.
It's Mickey D's.
Yeah.
I want the.
Get Evans a nice glazed donut.
Ugh.
Yeah, that was bad. That was just a plain glazed donut.
No.
No.
If you're gonna get donuts, go all out.
We're going sausage egg McMuffins, hash browns, and big Cokes.
Oh, can't wait. Well, thanks to my guy Jaquan McMillan. We appreciate it, Jaquan. We all do here, and he talked yesterday about why he maybe put himself in a position to be the third corner.
Showing them what I've always done since I stepped foot in the building. Just been that guy that's going to get the dirty work done. Make sure everybody's in place, be the quarterback of the defense. Communicating, just playing my game, fast, physical, and playing smart.
Hey, good for Jaquan, right? But is there a part of you that's like, man, did we kind of waste our first round pick if Jahdae Barron isn't good enough to get out and start as a first round pick? Did we kind of waste it?
Yeah, of course. I'm worried about that. Yeah. But at the same time, you just have to realize this is year one for Barron. This is game one. Let's see how this thing plays out. Give him some time here, and you got to take the long view here, and look at it. We'll look back in a couple years and see. But right now, yeah, of course, if your first round pick can't get out on the field right away, you're hoping right away he's an impact starter. I mean, that's what we're hoping. So when he's not out there, of course you become a little bit concerned. But again, take a step back, deep breath. Let's let this thing play out before we start saying, it wasn't a good pick. How do you feel about it? Any concern from you?
No, because
none. Really?
Who is the best general manager in football right now? It's a guy in Philly, Howie Roseman. And his philosophy is never be shy about adding to a position of strength in the draft. Never be shy. And so the fact that they already had a really good secondary and they brought in a guy that they feel can be here for the next decade and will just keep this secondary at a high level as some of these other guys age out.
Yes.
That's what you do. So if it's good enough, and then
you're not concerned though.
No, not at all.
That he can't get on the field. I mean, not that he can't get on the field, but that he can't be a starter as your third cornerback as a first-round pick.
I think a lot of rookies in the NFL get a chance to start and they're not ready. And I don't think there's anything wrong with getting a bit of not a full red shirt, but maybe a little bit of a gray shirt type year. Where you're brought along a little slower.
All right.
I don't think it's an indictment against Barron at all. If anything, I think it's a testimony to guys like McMillan, who just said, nope, I'm not giving up my job. And he didn't. And he went out and played really well in the first game. Up next, the big news of the day. The Broncos gain a new stadium. Good news all around, right? Well, maybe not if you're a season ticket holder. We'll explain next.
Has a new challenger emerged in the Buffs quarterback room?
If Ryan Staub is the starter going forward, I feel much better about my prediction of 8 wins. They don't win 8 games if Caden Salter's their quarterback. Based on what we've seen over the first 2 games, they can win 8 games with Ryan Staub as their quarterback.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what's happening? Stoke here for family-owned Embers Living, a retail company based right here in Denver. Guess what? Football season is underway, and if you want to win the tailgate this year, just be the king of your block. Embers Living has you covered with their top-of-the-line Yoder pellet smokers. And fellas, you can't get this just anywhere. My friends at Embers Living, though, they have them in stock right now. Forget your neighbor's burnt burgers. You're bringing the flavor this season. Head to Embers Living today and gear up with the best, whether you're rooting for your favorite college team or watching the pros on Sunday, they've got the perfect smoker to match your grilling game. From standalone grills to built-in setups, pizza ovens, and so much more. Embers Living is your one-stop shop for the ultimate outdoor cooking experience. And oh, by the way, winter is right around the corner. If you need to upgrade that fireplace, they got you covered too. They got the marquee brand. My guys over at Embers Living, they can get you taken care of. Whether you're looking for indoor and outdoor, they've got you covered. So go dominate that tailgate and be the envy of your neighborhood. All you got to do is go visit embersliving.com. That's embersliving.com. Embers Living, where your perfect tailgate begins.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Labor Day is all about celebrating hard work. At our Denver Clearance Center, the savings are working overtime. Save up to 70% on floor models, closeouts, and one-of-a-kinds from brands like Whirlpool, Bosch, GE, and more. High-performing, dependable appliances at unbeatable prices. The best selection, the best prices, and the best service. That's Mountain High Appliance. Stop in and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Guys, this sports season, it's game on. It's Synergenics and Low T Center, the MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. Ready to tackle low energy and achieve your health goals like a pro? We've got a winning game plan with personalized TRT. Book a free consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia or tickets to major sporting events. Female patients also eligible. For more information, visit TRTMVP.com. That's TRTMVP.com.
A careless driver caused your crash. Medical bills are piling up, and you might not be able to work. Life just got a lot more expensive, and you don't know what to do. At Berg Simpson, your consultation is absolutely free. We'll explain your legal options at no cost to you. Help starts with a phone call to us.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
It's back! Football is back, Broncos country, which means summer is almost over, and that means it's time for game days. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you got to get there in style and on time. So let my friends at Hermes Worldwide handle the traffic and parking, and you handle the rest, which means have as much fun as possible and make as many memories as you can. So let Hermes Worldwide get you to and from the game safe. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Out here, days are getting a little cooler, and mornings are starting with a few more layers. It's the season for more time at the grill, more feed for your animals. Heaters burn late into the night, and the woods start calling your name. We appreciate hard-working hands, shared moments, and love for our land. That's why season after season, we're here for your life out here. Tractor Supply.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
When you hear that a small Blizzard treat is just 85 cents with $1 purchase in the DQ app, it's a dream come true. Get your small Blizzard treat for just 85 cents with $1 purchase when you sign up for DQ Rewards. Participating locations only.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
takes.
I would put my fajitas up against any Mexican restaurant.
Active listening.
You weren't listening to a word I just said.
Plus, a little number crunching.
What's 12 minus 1? I mean, 12 minus 11.
1.
This is why math confuses me.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, on this Wednesday hump day, Mark will be along in an hour. An exhausted Brandon Stokley next to me as the people of Castle Rock partied late into the night, and Lone Tree. Was it a dual party? Like, did you guys all meet on the town line to celebrate the fact that the stadium is not going to be built in Lone Tree?
Big party.
Big party?
Huge party. Yes. Great news.
Great news.
Yeah, that fired me up yesterday when I heard the news that stadium is going to stay downtown.
When I heard the news, I was fired up because everything I want in a new stadium, it looks like I'm going to get. I like the idea of it being downtown. I like the idea of it being the crown jewel, the centerpiece of a big, sprawling entertainment district that can be used all year round. I love 1,000 times over the idea that it's going to have a retractable roof. I'm proud of this city. I'm proud of Denver, Colorado. I'm proud of what we can show to the country, show to the world here, and I think this should be a showcase for some of the biggest sporting events that exist. And with the way they're going to build the stadium and a retractable roof, there'll be a Super Bowl here. I would say no later than 2033. We'll have Final Fours. We'll have WrestleManias. We'll have everything.
Oh, that makes Zach happy.
That does make Zach happy. By the way, if you watch us at DenverSports.com or on our YouTube channel, you will see that we have Zach with us over our shoulders.
We do.
We have
it caught me off guard. I saw it yesterday. The cardboard cutout of him that we were having at golf courses. And so I saw it yesterday. I was like, wow, okay. And then today it got moved into our studio. And that, when I walked in, really caught me off guard.
You got me yelling now.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
I know. I kind of was like, whoa.
Soft.
But there he is.
He needs to work on his golf gear a little bit better.
What are you critiquing there?
Well, the shoes are terrible.
The shoes are terrible. Look at
terrible.
those laces. Look at those laces.
And you put your pants over the tongue, over the top of it, right? I mean, so
sloppy.
He's
Very
got
sloppy.
it tucked inside.
I want to pound his ass.
Sloppy.
Yeah. Sorry, Zach, but you got to step up your wardrobe game on the golf course.
Take a cue from Stoke, who is the most impeccably dressed golfer I've ever seen.
Yep. He can't be that guy.
I mean, I am.
So everything about the stadium,
it's impossible.
Everything about the stadium idea, I love. I love that it's going to be privately financed. That's the way it should be.
So again, how fortunate are the Denver Broncos? How fortunate is Broncos country that, you know what? How fortunate is the city of Denver to have Greg Penner, Carey, Walton Penner as the owners? Because if not, guess what? You know it's a disaster down there. You know what would happen. They would either screw it up or it would be a big, long, drawn-out fight to try to get money, taxes, all these things to finance the stadium. You don't even have to do that anymore. So, again, what a win for the state, for the city, for downtown, that you got the right owners in place, and they're just like, all right, we're going to go ahead and take care of this and do it.
Amen.
W.
There's only one downside to all this, and that's if you're a season ticket holder. And I'd love to hear from the season ticket holders this morning. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043, because not all the news is great. Because if you're a season ticket holder, you know what's coming?
PSLs?
Personal seat license. And if you're not familiar what a PSL is, it basically is this. You pay a huge amount of money for the honor of being able to spend more money on your season ticket. That's basically what it is. You basically fork over, I'm just kind of throwing out some numbers here, but basically you throw out between $10,000 and $15,000 for the honor and the privilege of then ponying up more money to buy your season ticket which will probably go up as well. So I'm kind of curious how season ticket holders feel about that.
Well, I mean, who's going to feel good about forking over 10 to 15 grand? Is it that much? Are you sure you just made that up?
No, that's based on past PSL's numbers I've seen. I mean, if
from where?
From other stadiums that have had PSLs.
Okay,
this is not. This is not a novel concept.
Not a drill.
PSLs have been around for a long time.
I understand that, but I'm talking about the number that you threw
All right,
out.
Johnny, can you?
Like to me you just made that up.
No, I didn't know.
Okay,
but Johnny, can you look that up?
Look at the Bills. The Bills. The Bills are going through that right now.
PSLs, recent stadium season ticket holder PSL chargers. What do they tend to be?
Is that per seat? What if you have 2?
I think it's per seat.
Oh, that's a big number, Mike.
Yeah.
So no one's going to be happy about that.
No, but I'm just kind of curious if, as a season ticket holder, what does this mean for you?
You're going to have a lot of people drop out. But if it's supply and demand.
Right.
So if people pay for PSLs, then guess what? If you have a wait list, guess what?
They got 100,000 people on the wait list.
They can charge you for it then.
Exactly.
And this is what organizations do when they build new stadiums. I mean, I go back to, hearing about PSLs when I was in Baltimore, when I was in Indy. So, yeah, it's not anything new, but now it's going to hit the season ticket holders.
Yeah.
That's just the price of going to sporting events now, I guess, right? Getting new stadiums.
Whoever came up with the idea of a PSL, that is next level.
I want to pound his ass.
Just being ballsy. Like wow. That takes some major.
How did that start? I'd like to.
Right?
You're right.
I mean,
how did that start?
Who comes up with the idea? Like, all right, hey, listen, I got an idea. All right, our tickets are in demand, and we have season ticket holders, and we're going to charge them even more for their season ticket holders. But I got an idea. Let's charge them an additional amount on top of that, just for them to secure the right to then spend more on their season ticket.
Shenanigans.
And that when it was first proposed, somebody, around the table, they were probably like, that sounds weird. But I love it. And here you go. What? That takes some major onions, double order to
Kids got balls, man.
To say, look, not only do we charge you a lot for your season tickets, we're going to charge you more for your season tickets, but now we're going to throw an extra cost in there where you have to pay just for the right to be able to buy your season tickets for more money.
Jabroni! You're right. I mean, who even thinks of that?
Right.
That people are going to go for that.
Right.
Now it's just...
That's next level greed right there.
It is.
That's next level.
Now it's just second nature.
Right.
Oh, okay. Hey, PSLs.
Yep.
PSLs.
Shame.
When did that first happen?
I don't know. But, for the texter who says, if you do this, if you go down this road, you run the risk of alienating your fans. No, you don't. No, they don't. They know. They know that for every one of you who, and it's very much your choice. If you just say, sorry, I can't do that. I can't afford it, or it's just against my principle. They'll say, well, thank you very much for your past support. And now we'll go to number 1 on the 100,000 person wait list. You're up next. Would you like the tickets? You would? Okay. And
All right, Bozo, thank you.
And they're happy.
That's the way it works.
That's the way it works. Now, would you be doing a personal seat license if you only had 5 people on your waiting list?
Nope.
Maybe not. But when you got 100,000, you can get away with it. And I know as a season ticket holder, you may be like, well, that's not being very loyal to us. Does that surprise you? Do you think they really care? All right, love to get your reaction. RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. We'll get to some college football stuff as well from the weekend that was, including what Deion Sanders had to say about naming a new starting quarterback or settling on a starting quarterback. And got to talk about what happened up at CSU over the weekend. And what was most curious to me, the reaction of CSU fans. That's next.
It's Sean Payton overcomplicating things on offense.
It's too much. There's too much out there. There's too much in the game plan. There's too much on the play sheet. There's too much on Bo's shoulders. There's too much on everybody's shoulders when it comes to the overall operation of this offense, and it needs to be simplified more.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what's happening? Stoke here from my friends at Embers Golf. If you're like me, you know fall golf is hands down the best golf Colorado has to offer. The weather is so perfect, the air is crisp, the courses are pure, and it's the perfect time to fine-tune your game before the season ends. And the best place to do that? Embers Golf in Westminster. This place isn't your big box golf store. Nope. Embers Golf is boutique style, family owned, and built for true golf enthusiasts. They're not just selling clubs, they're crafting a full journey personalized to you. They got 2 private hitting bays, all the major brands, and they specialize in custom upgraded shafts that take your game to the next level. You can get a full bag fitting and actually feel the difference. Seriously, there's nothing else like it around. So before the snow hits, get yourself dialed in just like I did. I got fitted for all my clubs, driver, 3-wood, all my irons, and I absolutely love it. So if you're looking to take that next step in your golf game just like I did this year, go visit my friends at Embers Golf. You can book the fitting online just like I did at embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com, where your golf journey begins.
Raise your glass. Oktoberfest is here at Twin Peaks. Join them every Friday in September at 6 p.m. for their legendary Stein hoisting competition. Show off your strength, win weekly prizes, and score Sam Adams swag. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
I do. Everyone does, but it's only U.S. Mortgages. Lock in a low rate today, and if rates fall in the future, we will redo your loan and lower your rate without any lender fees, including the appraisal. There's no limit to the number of times you can do this. Always have the lowest rate for life. Get our 475 5-year fixed rate, 5.89 APR. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Summer's here. If you're in an accident, call Postman Law. Over $3 billion recovered. We fight for what you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Is your office cleaning letting you down? Pike Janitorial beats your current cleaning price by 10% and delivers spotless results every time. Environmentally friendly, thorough, and reliable. Visit denver-janitorial.com for your free quote today. Pike Janitorial. Clean you can count on.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. Self-appointed nicknames.
Obviously, I am the hockey guy at this station.
Grammar lessons.
High five, Fama Jamma.
And Oscar-worthy impressions.
My version was, get off my plane. Okay. Yours was, get off my plane.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, on this Wednesday hump day, Stink will be along here at 8 o'clock. 4 Down Territory coming up here in about a half hour. Getting a lot of reaction to the Broncos' new stadium proposal, including those personal seat licenses that you season ticket holders are probably going to have to spend for the honor of continuing to own season tickets. We'll get to some of that. Some college football over the weekend. By the way, did you see what happened during the CSU Northern Colorado game?
Yeah, I did.
I couldn't believe that.
That's unbelievable.
So I was watching that game, and I was really pumped for my son's a freshman, and they had the largest ever student turnout for a game. They had like over 15,000 students at the game, which was awesome.
Yeah.
And it made that game so important because when you have that kind of a record crowd, you want to give them a reason to come back, right?
That's right.
And for most of the night, they did not. They were getting beat by a team that they were favored by, I think, 34 points, going into that game. And it looked like they had the game with a touchdown late, but then UNC, real gutsy performance by UNC, really had to respect that. They came back, and it looked like they had scored with 8 seconds left. And they went to the replay, and they overturned it. And even CSU fans were like, man, we got lucky. UNC got robbed. And, I mean, you saw the highlight. Did you see anything that would indicate that should have been overturned?
No.
Nothing?
No. Very odd ruling, right? Especially when it's ruled a touchdown. It's hard to – you got to have clear evidence of it being incomplete to rule it incomplete, not a touchdown. So, no, I mean, if you're a Northern Colorado fan, yeah, you're very upset about how that went down. You feel like you got robbed. So Colorado State caught a good break there, obviously, because that's hard to overturn. I mean, have we seen any kind of did I don't know, did we get some kind of after the game, hey, this is what we saw.
No.
This is why we overturned it. Any kind of clarification of why and how they overturned that?
Like there was one angle where, if you really squinted, you could maybe see a little bit of a ball movement. But, hey, I think we've all been raised on the idea of instant replay with the idea that whatever the call was, it needs to be just obvious evidence to the contrary to overturn it. Like in the Bronco game the other day, when Tennessee challenged a spot, I think it was on a Cortland Sutton catch.
Yes.
And they initially gave him the first down, and then they overturned it. Again, at that point, I'm thinking, well, wait a minute. You're telling me that there's incontrovertible proof that he ended up coming up short. Because it seems now we've entered a new phase of instant replay where now they are saying, well, we're not exactly sure, but
Kind of looks like it.
Kind of looks like it, so yeah, we're going to overturn it.
Let's hurry up and make the ruling and let's go.
Right.
We don't want to spend too much time on this.
Right.
No, I think you're right. It's changed a little bit, and you used to have to be conclusive.
Right.
But now it's, I think so. It kind of looks like it. Yeah, so let's overturn it. But in that situation, if you haven't seen the play, you got to watch it. It very odd, and to overturn, especially in that situation at the end of the game, with that much time left. You got to know for sure that it was incomplete.
Yeah.
And I didn't see it.
I didn't either. But what I found fascinating was the reaction of so many CSU fans on social media that night, where they were like almost apologizing and admitting they got lucky. Most fan bases would be like, no, they got it right. And how can you not see that the ball was moving? No. It's the right. And what it told me was, boy, I think a lot of CSU fans, there's so little belief in head coach Jay Norvell that they almost wanted to lose to UNC because the loss would have been so earth-shattering that it might have sped up the departure of Jay Norvell.
You never want to lose to an in-state rival.
I'm telling you.
A team that you consider a lesser program.
Well,
you never, ever want to do that.
You can't tell me that all the reaction that I was seeing from CSU fan was just them being, really mature and magnanimous. It had to be fueled by something else.
Mike, when it's that obvious that, oh my gosh, this guy caught the football, it shouldn't have been overturned. It's hard to argue against that one. That lets you know how bad that call ended up being. When your own fan base that gets the benefit of that terrible overturning that call, they admit it. That lets you know how bad that was.
I disagree. I think most fan bases would not want it because then it cheapens their victory. It tarnishes their victory, and I think most fan bases wouldn't want to do that. No, I think this had more to do with how the fans there feel about their head coach. I don't know.
Why? I mean, what was the record last year? They won, 9 games? 9 games? So why, if you're a CSU fan, how you not like Jay Norvell?
Well, I'm just telling you.
You never want to lose to a program.
Now that my son's going there,
program.
I've always been following CSU, but I'm much more immersed in CSU, and that seemed to be the vibe I got. All right, I'll tell you what. I'll ask the CSU fans out there listening. Tell me if I'm right. Tell me if I'm wrong. RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043.
Yeah, I think you're off on this one.
Well,
in-state rival?
We're fixing to find. It's not an in-state rival. Okay. They're not rivals.
Okay. So that makes it even worse to lose to that team. You a lesser program, in-state lesser program.
Correct.
And you lose to them.
Right. It would have been shockingly embarrassing.
Right.
The kind of loss that gets coaches fired.
But you don't want to get no. I can't. If you're a true fan, you never want to lose to another in-state team. Never.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
Let me know. RamosLaw.com text line. Yesterday, Deion Sanders talking and does not want to come out and admit that Ryan Staub's going to be his quarterback on Friday against Houston.
I'm not confirming nothing to y'all. Y'all know that. We ain't like that. We good. We have capable guys. Staub has been doing a phenomenal job doing and getting the majority of the reps, but I haven't made that assessment and decision yet.
So that's what he said at the beginning.
If he's getting the majority of the reps.
And right after the game the other day, he said, I know who my starting quarterback is. But then he said it's not necessarily Staub. But then if you go back, and anybody can watch it, I went back and I watched the entire press conference, and then as the entire press conference went on, it became painfully obvious that Staub's going to be the guy.
Staub did what we expected him to do. You all are surprised. We weren't. We're thankful and appreciative and just happy for him and elated for him that he seized the darn moment. We talk about the moment all the time in our meetings. We talk about taking advantage of opportunities not only on the football field but in life. And he did that.
He did.
Yeah,
Great young man.
He's going to be the starter. But I get why Deion, he's trying to keep it close to the vest, maybe put a little doubt in Houston's mind. Do we have to prepare for 3 quarterbacks, all that? But I think the smart money here is on Staub.
Yeah. I mean, that looks like the direction that they're heading, and I'm excited for him. I mean, really, a great story. Great story. I mean, no one talked about you.
Mm-mm.
this offseason? It was
nobody.
It was a freshman. It was a transfer guy. And that was it.
I bet you most CU fans, when Staub came in the game, they were like, who the heck is this? What's he doing?
Right. Dion wanted to get the freshman some playing time. But no one ever said anything about the third-string guy. Stop. Nothing. And then he goes in there and plays that well. Got a chance to be a great story. If he could take over and end up being a good quarterback for him, how awesome would that be?
Do you believe?
Football fans, we're taking care of you for your game playing this fall. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan giving away a PS5 bundle. All you have to do to enter is download the Denver Sports app. Click on the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5, Madden 26, and College Football 26, as well as a 70-inch TV. Good luck. 4 Down Territory coming up next.
Does Sean Payton need to make changes to his game plan after week 1?
He put his agenda and his offense and his quarterback, who he proclaimed to be trending towards being a top 4, top 5, and when that man struggles throughout the afternoon, it's almost like daddy ball. And I'm telling you, it's unacceptable and it's inexcusable.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here for my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. And they got some great auctions that are ending today. That's right, today you still have time. RollerAuction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free, it's easy, it's open to the public. Got a construction and contracting equipment auction with over 1,000 items in it. Ending today at 9 o'clock in the morning. All kind of big ticket construction and contracting items in that one. Also, we got a City of Loveland vehicle auction that will be ending with 10 items in it at 2 o'clock this afternoon. At 3 o'clock, one of my favorites, the Big Boy Toy auction, will be ending. This has got some unbelievable items, like 1969 Pontiac GTO, 1947 Lincoln Continental, fifth wheel campers, UTV snowmobiles, some really cool items in this auction that will be ending at 3 o'clock. This is what I love about Roller Auction, is always updating and adding new auctions every single week. Go see it all. You get yourself a great deal. RollerAuction.com. That's RollerAuction.com.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
It's next man up in Boulder as Coach Prime and the new look Buffs return to action at Folsom Field. Tickets are on sale now, so get loud and cheer on CU as the Buffs battle for a Big 12 title. Tickets are still available for the Buffalo's home matchups against BYU, Iowa State, Arizona State, and more. Lock in your seats by visiting CUBuffs.com/tickets or by calling 303-492-8282. Join the action of another exciting season at Folsom Field with your Colorado Buffaloes.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes. Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life. The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Relive relentless mind games.
Are you trying to get me in an O'Reilly right now?
Total accountability.
You're always throwing your teammates under the bus. That's just what you do.
And a sprinkle of advanced analytics.
The Boo rating, BOO, which is balls over opponent.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Busy show coming up. We'll have 4 Down Territory in about 10 minutes. Stink will join us at 8. Joel Klatt at 8:15 for his weekly visit. Dan Orlovsky coming along for his weekly visit at 9:15. So a busy show. Take some time right now to react to some of the things we've been talking about. All the CSU fans who were quick to come out and admit that they got lucky with the call that went their way, with the overturned touchdown against UNC late in their game. The social media I was reading made it very clear that there were plenty of fans who were upset that they won because they want to see a change in the head coach. This one on the RamosLaw.com text line, you're just looking for a storyline, Mike. You're basically saying the CSU fans don't have enough common sense to admit when they caught a lucky play. No, what I'm saying is that most fan bases, when you win a game like that, you actually stay quiet. You stay silent. You don't come out and admit that you got lucky because in your mind that cheapens or tarnishes the win, and you don't want to put that out there.
Maybe Mike Evans isn't that nice of a guy.
But I also have some people backing me up on it. Evans, you're right. We were all looking up the buyout for Jay Norvell after the game ended. CSU grad, they should have lost, and coach should still be fired or get a new quarterback in there because a 3-year starter should never be in that position with a lesser program. So, there you go.
Okay. Yeah, I if I was a fan and I would never want to, well, I went back to my school and we played a lesser program, in-state program. Never would want them to lose. If you play a close game, like they did, and you find a way to barely win the game, well, you can find a way if you want to use that as an excuse to fire your coach. But the guy won 8 or 9 games last year. I think that's pretty good, especially at CSU.
I never realized there was that much of a segment of the fan base that was anti-Norvell. But it sure became pretty evident Saturday night. So
I guess on your social media. Well, you're Rambassador Junior.
I was just following. I didn't go into it with any preconceived notions. I just was like fired up for CSU. I was fired up for my son. I was fired up that there was a huge student turnout and Ag Day, sellout crowd, a lot of excitement. Here we go. And then to see the game play out like that, I was like, ooh, boy, I was expecting a little bit more. But then the reaction afterwards kind of caught me off guard. That's all I'm saying. I'm just sharing it.
No excuses, no explanations.
Just
do your
sharing
job.
it. Okay. Just sharing it. Let's see. What else? We're getting a lot of reaction to the Broncos' new stadium, specifically the idea of personal seat licenses, which means you pay an extra fee on top of what you're going to be paying for your season ticket, basically paying a fee just for the honor of being able to buy your season ticket. And hearing from a lot of people who are saying, yep, this is it. I'm moving on. I'm not going to pay. Somebody brought up that a point that Zach made yesterday, a good one, that instead of everyone paying through a tax, like the last time for the stadium, only those who want to go there will have the extra cost. I guess maybe in theory that's the way it should be, but ask the good people of Buffalo. I mean, everyone's getting screwed on this. So if you believe in the idea that only the people who go to the game should be paying for, the stadium and the extra cost and all that kind of stuff, in Buffalo, not only are those fans going to have to deal with PSLs, but $850 million in state and local money went into that stadium.
That's the way it works. If you got leverage, you can use it. And
which makes what's going on here that much more remarkable and cool that there is no public money going into this.
Exactly. Very fortunate to have the right people in charge here. the owners of the Broncos. So in a really good situation to where you don't have to worry about it. And it's going to get done. It's going to get done the right way. And no one has to chip in for it. So, I mean, the only people now is, like you said, is the season ticket holders with the PSLs.
Can I say something that's not going to be popular for a lot of people?
Yeah, I'd love for you to piss off people.
Part of the reason why I'm so excited about a new stadium, I never felt it with this current one.
No?
Nope. Never felt it. Just never felt special. Never felt unique. I felt like, and, you know, I was spoiled because only for a short time I was here, I got to experience Old Mile High, and, I mean, that was unbelievable. And the moment that
What made that unbelievable?
I don't know, there was just, and you're also talking to somebody who grew up going to the old Boston Garden and Fenway Park. I could just, as somebody who grew up going to sports venues that felt like I knew exactly when I walked in that I was in someplace unique, too many times since then I would go into arenas, stadiums, and I'm like, you could blindfold me, totally deprive me, sensory deprivation, and then just put me into an arena or a stadium these days or a ballpark, and I would have no idea. I couldn't tell you where I was because they all look the same. And the moment I walked into the new Broncos stadium, I just was like, meh. You know, it just never felt special. And it's been here, 24 years? And it just never felt unique. And so the fact that they're moving on from it, I'm honestly not going to miss it at all.
Okay.
And you played in it.
Yeah. I always liked playing in it as a visitor. Locker rooms were great, spacious. Yeah, I thought it was a really good stadium for both home and as a visitor. But there's no real true history when you've only been around for how many years? What year was it built?
24 years. The first night was September 10th, 2001.
Okay.
Which, you know, with what tomorrow means and what that day represents tomorrow, that was the day it opened, the night it opened.
Yeah,
and McCaffrey broke his leg.
That, yeah, I mean, when it's built that recent, it doesn't have a true storied history.
Right.
I mean, obviously a lot of big moments in that stadium.
Oh,
I mean,
of course.
Some great moments.
Of course.
But you don't have that storied history of being around for 40, 50 years. All right.
And it was always going to be a tough act to follow, right? Because you were leaving a place as iconic as Mile High. And it's kind of like being the person that has to follow the legend. You know, you never want to be the player to follow the legend.
Yeah.
You'd rather be the player to follow the player that follow the legend. So maybe this stadium will be much better received because it's not the one following Mile High. It's the one following this one that I just never felt like, you know, it resonated with Broncos country. I might be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time, but you tell me. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Will you really be sad to see this current stadium go? Is my question to you.
Do we know how much Buffalo charged for PSLs? What the going rate is for PSLs?
I know Johnny's kind of working on that and some other things. So,
really, and some other things. What are the other things?
I'm hoping that's the case.
Right.
I'm hoping that's the case.
Okay.
He's not. Johnny, can you ask Johnny to find out what the going rate for PSLs is in Buffalo, or what they're rumored to be. If you missed Telestrator Tuesday yesterday, powered by Colorado Credit Union, make sure to go check out our podcast in the 7 and 8 a.m. hours. Colorado Credit Union, love where you live, love where you bank. If you could summarize in about 45 seconds what you covered in Telestrator Tuesday yesterday.
Well, Why do I only have 45 seconds?
Well, you go as long as you'd like.
Oh, thank you,
Stokley.
Mike. Thanks, buddy. We got a lot of time here.
Yeah.
Well, first we went through all the personnel groupings and how much and how many times they just change their groups, change their personnel, and it's a lot. So we went through that, and then I broke down the play of the interception of Bo Nix, and that was interesting because when you watched it live, you said, "Well, gosh, how did you not see that secondary member? How did you not see that cornerback over there?" But then when you go back and watch it again, you see why he made that mistake. And you see that Marvin Mims, who's running a high corner, throttled down a little bit and wasn't running full speed. And so the safety on that side of the field, who is responsible for that half of the field, and if he goes fast, he's going to have to run with them. But once you start slowing down, that guy's eyes are going to turn back to the quarterback. And that's what happened. And so he dropped Marvin Mims, and he saw Cortland Sutton, and he saw the ball coming, and then he was able to make a play on the ball, and he made an interception. So the interception, when you look at the stats and you say, oh, 2 interceptions, that was, not ideal. I mean, that one wasn't on Bo Nix at all. That play should have been a big completion, a huge completion. But one guy doesn't do his job, is just coasting a little bit, and the next thing you know, it's a turnover. So,
that would be your ass.
And that for me was that's just want to, and knowing your job. Your job sometimes is not to catch the ball, but to help your teammate out. And Mims ended up costing his team and costing Bo Nix an interception and costing Cortland Sutton a reception in a big play. All because he didn't go full speed. And that's the easiest thing to do. He didn't drop a pass. It was just effort. But you know what? I'm kind of covered. He's not going to throw me the ball. And you slow down. But you have to understand the whole concept of the play. It's not always about you. Sometimes it's about the other guy.
Well, you call them the for the love of the game routes.
That's right.
And it's with the idea that you go all out for the love of the game and for the understanding that you may not be the one to get rewarded, but somebody else on your team might because of the effort you put out.
Exactly.
And that's what it's all about.
And
Mims didn't give it.
And that's the consequences of not just going full speed.
So you were already immediately, even before you got into the film, you were very much, hey, don't panic, everybody. It's the first game. There's a lot of things to get ironed out. When you looked at the film, did you find yourself feeling even better about what you watched on Sunday and the prospects for what is coming up here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the defense was great. And offensively, I'm excited to continue to watch the evolution of this run game and what that looks like moving forward with Harvey and J.K. Dobbins. Because there were some good things late that I really did like. And this passing game is still a work in progress, but there's some positives there, certainly, that they can build off of. You get caught up in the game, and you, like I said, you look up and both 2 interceptions and one fumble, and it's like, man, we really wanted Bo to play better in that first game so we could just feel great about him after that great year he had last year. And so you're a little bit down on that. But when you take a step back and say, okay, all right, they got the win, and it's the first game of the year. So hopefully, like it did last year, it just gets better and better as we move forward.
Time for 4 Down Territory.
It's time for 4 Down Territory, where Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth react to the latest action both on and off the gridiron. Kicking things off with First Down.
Well, with the news of the Broncos' new stadium being well received pretty much unanimously, except for those who are season ticket holders and are probably facing the possibility of having to pay a personal seat license on top of whatever they're going to be paying for their season tickets. And we were kind of curious as to what recent stadiums that have been built that have included PSLs, what the going rate is. Our Johnny Fever has been hard at work on that. Johnny, what has your research delivered?
So for the Bills' new stadium, it looks like there are some seats in the 400 section, and the back where your back's against the cement would be 2,000, and then as high as VIP 50,000.
Wow.
And then other seats that aren't VIP, the highest is 20,000. Comparatively to SoFi, it was anywhere from 1,500 to 80,000.
Damn. Wow. 80,000?
Now, that's the high rent district, of course. But, even for your nosebleed seats, you're still paying one.
Right. Ooh. Yeah, I guess that's supply demand.
Right.
If they'll pay it, why not make them pay it?
And that's on top of, but you gotta almost be in awe of the unmitigated greed and gall. Take Buffalo, for example. You've already, if you're the owners, you've already been given almost $1 billion of government money, state and local. And then on top of that, you gouge your fans even more. Woo! But you're right. Supply and demand, man. You can get away with it. But at least here, they're still going to do it, and it's going to be a hefty price tag. But at least the cost is just being handed down to the people who will actually be buying the tickets and not people who just happen to live in the neighborhood or live in the state.
That's good.
And are still going to have to, pay a price for it.
Yeah, you got the benefit certainly here of not having to use tax money to fund the stadium, fund any of the stadium. So that's obviously great news. And I can't wait to see it, man. 2031.
Yep.
Retractable roof.
Yep.
Which has you fired up.
Fired up.
We talked a lot about the roof a couple weeks ago with Kliss. And we were kind of going back and forth on what it would look like and will it be a fully retractable and all these different things. And so now we know it will be retractable, which is great.
Yeah.
Because now you can use it year round and hopefully, to your point, you get a Super Bowl here at some point, Final Fours, football, conference championships, bowl game, all those types of different things that you can host now year-round. I can't wait to see what it looks like.
And I know there's some folks out there we don't want the extra crowds and the extra people and all this. Hey, look, folks, genie's out of the bottle, okay? Denver, Colorado has exploded, and it's only going to continue to explode, okay? It's not slowing down anytime soon, all right? So it is what it is, and so we might as well fully embrace the big-time nature of this city, of this region, and put out a, come visit us for big-time sporting events. And when I having been able to go and be lucky enough to go to a lot of Super Bowls and Final Fours over the course of my career, if a place like Indianapolis can host a Super Bowl, then damn well Denver, Colorado should host a Super Bowl. If some of these places that have hosted Final Fours, like San Antonio and Charlotte and places like that, can host a Final Four, then Denver, Colorado damn well should be able to host a Final Four. And so if this stadium gives us the chance to be out on that big national and worldwide stage, then sign me up. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I think that's fun. I mean, how great would that be to host a Super Bowl? That would be fun.
That'd be awesome.
It would be. A Final Four where you just drive right down the road and go to the Final Four if you want to. No, how about I want to host a draft.
Hell yeah!
You don't.
But that's not really. They're not really. The stadiums aren't really used for the drafts. They're big outdoor extravaganzas.
So we're not going to have an entertainment district around it.
I see what you're saying.
I mean, where we can
maybe
put people. I mean,
boy, you got to carve out a lot of space.
Yeah,
it's a lot of space that you could put a condo or a restaurant or.
Okay, I'm just saying. I know we made a push for the draft a few years ago. Didn't get it, but I would love to go down to the draft.
When you see the massive crowds that these drafts get,
It's unbelievable.
I'd love to have a piece of that too.
I mean, hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah.
It's really remarkable what they've done with it. I just think it would be cool to have it here and be able to go to the first round and just hang out and listen to it and be a part of that kind of environment.
Second down.
Broncos, there is the matter of this year's football team and where they're playing and who they're playing. This week, it is the Indianapolis Colts. We officially kick off Colts week today. Alex Singleton with his review of how the defense lived up to its reputation. Did it live up to its reputation in week one?
I think we played how we expected to play. I think we, when we got comfortable and, just everyone has a role to play on this defense. I mean, I just look around every day and I'm like, this is scary. I don't even know why I'm out here. And it's just impressive. So I'm just happy, to have all those guys and everyone just playing their role and, playing good football.
When you look at the way the defense played in week one, was it complete validation for you, or was even coming out of it, was there an element of, okay, but it was the Titans. It was a rookie quarterback. It was Calvin Ridley with, alligator arms that, dropped a couple of passes that, most receivers catch. So did you come away feeling really good about this defense, or do you still have questions?
No, I mean, I feel really good, but there's still a lot of work to be done. There was high expectations here for this defense this year from pretty much everyone. Nationally, locally. And so it was nice to see it validated, but you make some good points there. Obviously, the Titans, they don't have many weapons offensively that scare you, and it was at home. So, yeah, no, I'm still evaluating. I'm not crowning this defense a great defense by any means. They got to go out there and do it, and they got to do it against good offenses. I want to see them do it against Mahomes and some of these good offenses that they'll be playing. So, not just against the Titans. So it was validation that, okay, I liked what I saw, but still a lot of work to be done.
Third down.
Ears.
Seriously.
Ears.
I
mean, it's just I can't.
I'm going to have
ringing.
It'll be fixed by tomorrow.
I'm going to have
Thank you, John.
I'll go and fix it right now.
Is it tinnitus? Okay. Is it tinnitus? What is it? But I'm going to
It just stings and it lingers.
Stink has it, right? Aren't his ears always ringing? We're going to be entering stink territory here. Deion Sanders.
Vertigo.
Deion Sanders insisting he has not named a starting quarterback yet, but then spent most of his press conference yesterday extolling the virtues of one Ryan Staub.
Staub is a lovable dude, man. Like everybody who's played here previously have reached out to him and congratulated him, or some way or another tweeted him or done something to let them know how proud they are, because he's always been the stand-up guy. No matter who's starting, he's always been there in support. He's not going to be one of those guys who, somebody else is starting, he's sitting on the bench mad, sulking. He's not built like that. He's going to be there in support and make sure you're prepared, make sure the scout team is prepared. He's going to give you everything he has whenever he gets the opportunity to practice, or even if I think he was giving signals last week. Going from giving signals and getting in the game, come on, man, that don't happen. That don't happen. This is a real life story that's happening right before your eyes. So hats off to him, because he's the ultimate teammate.
Even though Deion blasted the idea that there was a report out there saying that Staub would be the starter, percentage in your mind that Staub is the starter on Friday night?
90.
Just 90?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going 99.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I thought 90 was pretty high.
90 is pretty high. Okay.
Good for you, bud.
All right. But we'll be shocked if he's not the guy.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Finally,
1, 2, 3. Fourth down.
The NFL has decided that there'll be no further punishment for Jalen Carter after his spitting incident with Dak Prescott. They said that the fact that he was tossed so early in the game and ejected, that basically covers a possible suspension. Does that seem a little?
That's fine. Whatever. He got kicked out. He didn't play one snap of that game.
You don't think it was because maybe there could have been some mitigating circumstances there, because Dak Prescott kind of spit in Carter's direction first?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe the NFL's taking that into account, softening what would have been the punishment?
No, I mean,
No,
he
that's
pretty much did serve a 1-game suspension. He's getting fined. All right, all good. Not a big deal.
Okay.
Move on.
That'll do it for 4 Down Territory, our tour around the NFL. Mark joins us coming up next.
Do the Broncos need to do a better job of showcasing their skilled players?
I want to see Sutton. I want to see Franklin and Pat Bryant. Let's run 3 or 4 plays with the same personnel grouping. We get a little bit of a rhythm. This isn't equal opportunities for everyone. Stop it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what is happening? Stoke here from my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Hopefully your Wednesday is off to a great start. I know mine is. But if you're dealing with low testosterone, you're probably not having such a great day. It can cause so many problems. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and so much more. But many men just attribute these symptoms to aging, and they don't consider that they're medical treatments that can give them back their life, make you start feeling good again, give you that energy, get those gains that you used to see in the gym. So if you're feeling like this, it's time for you to treat the low T. My friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, Jeff and his team, they can get you taken care of. They're the absolute best. Fellas, did you know early to your mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year, and it happens gradually. And before you know it, you just don't feel like that same person you did in the 20s. Most men wait a year or longer to get help. Fellas, no need to wait. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock. Oh, by the way, you got to go check out that new place in Castle Rock. It is awesome. In Colorado Springs, call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or you can find them online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
I do. Of course you all do. Who wouldn't want this? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Because even with the lowest rate today, it may not be in 6, 12 months or more. And if rates do fall in the future, now what? Go through the expense again? No. Maximize your savings with U.S. mortgages and our lowest rate for life program. It allows you to lock in today, and if the market does improve, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fee and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Awarded the smartest loan in the country. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you you know you can donate real estate too?
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Ace Hardware at Mississippi and Havana in Aurora. Store closure sale. All inventory 30 to 40% off, including a full line of Steel, Milwaukee, DeWalt Power Tools, Big Green Egg, Traeger and Weber grills. Great selection of Ego, Toro, Ariens and Craftsman lawnmowers, snowplows, and so much more. Open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Double crossing, you little punk.
Can't believe you did that.
Unbreakable trust.
See, I'm not like you. You just let me drown. You just let me drown. You do nothing.
And of course, emotional maturity.
Maybe a little bit angry.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Let's go. Don't wait. This night's almost over. Honest. Let's make this night last forever.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hump day, all downhill from here to another big football weekend. Mark Schlereth is here, and Joel Klatt will be along in just a few minutes. Can't wait. But I got to wonder, I got to ask, were you, along with Stoke, did you guys have a good time last night on the Lone Tree Castle Rock town line, partying late into the night over the news that your very tranquil lives would not be disrupted by a new stadium being built in Lone Tree?
I got to be honest. I was very relieved yesterday. It was very, people are like, oh, retractable roof and what's it going to bring and PSLs and all that. I was just like, thank goodness it's not being built in Lone Tree. And I saw Mike Kliss yesterday say, hey, Lone Tree made a big push, big effort. But luckily, Stoke and I were on the opposite of that, going, well, let's pump the brakes, Lone Tree. Let's slow down a little bit. You know how you get to the Rock? You got to go through Lone Tree. That's how you get to the Rock. And so cooler heads prevailed. Congratulations, Butterfield or wherever the hell it's going. Congratulations to you guys down there at Butterfield. We don't have to have it.
No, really, that'd be Burnham. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
same thing. Burnham, Butterfield, whatever it was.
Keep it downtown. That's great. It's gonna be awesome. I mean, retractable roof. All the amenities that come with a new stadium.
Did he just say amenities?
No.
Did you say amenities?
No.
What did you say?
Amenities.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
I thought you said amenities.
Hey. Stay in your lane, Mark Schlereth. Earlier today, Stokes talked about renderings.
Yeah.
Renderings.
And I was like, whoa.
Yeah. All right. I thought he just said,
whoa.
All right. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. Keep going.
Okay.
You're on a roll.
Artist renderings.
That's right. No, I can't wait for it. I think it's going to be awesome.
Me too.
Super
Downtown.
Bowl?
Where it
Super
should
Bowl?
be. Right downtown, you see the skyline. That's exactly where that building needs to be. I'm all in.
As somebody who travels around the NFL like you do to different stadiums, when you then walk into the Broncos' current stadium, do you get a feeling of meh?
Oh, no.
With this one?
No.
Broncos
No.
Stadium?
Meh?
Yeah, kind of.
No.
I mean, look, it's you got the skyline, you got the mountains, it's all beautiful, but the actual stadium itself and all the amenities, I don't know.
No.
Compared
it's
to
still,
like SoFi and some of these other places.
Well, I mean, sure, some of the brand new ones. I I always look at the broadcast booth. You have a dumper inside the booth. So if you have a dumper inside the booth, then you're like next level. And the new booths are huge, like Detroit and all those, like giant. So you got all kinds of room to lay your stuff out.
Uh-huh.
Like you're a little cramped in this one. Yeah, I mean, if you want,
you're going to consult on the broadcast booth for the new place.
As long as you got a dumper inside the national broadcast booth, we're going to be fine.
That's all you care about.
That's all I care about.
Well, that is the big news there. And if you missed Telestrator Tuesday yesterday, powered by Colorado Credit Union, make sure to check out our podcast in the 7 and 8 a.m. hours. Colorado Credit Union, love where you live, love where you bank. And I want both of you, before Joel comes on, because the reaction to both of your Telestrator Tuesdays after you had a chance to break down the film, and I want you to both answer this charge. Stoke, you first, was the idea that you guys were being too soft on Sean Payton and the play calling, and you were putting too much criticism, fault, blame, whatever you want to call it, on the players. That you were going soft on Sean.
Well, I mean, when we broke things down, you look at the mistakes and the execution, and there was plays to be made. My Telestrator Tuesday, one of them was the interception by Bo. Well, if Marvin Mims just does a job, it's a big play. Just runs full speed. That's all he had to do. It's a huge play. And so you look at things like that, and I have been critical of Sean when it comes to the personnel groupings, but I think ultimately, I like their design offensively and how they call plays. I think it needs to be quicker and the order of operations need to be smoother, but I like their offensive staff and how they design plays and how they game plan plays. And I thought you saw plays that were they were out there to be made, but they were just a little bit off execution wise.
I think the thing that both Stoke and I said was, like, Stoke was critical of how many formations they use. I was critical of how large the menu is. I don't mind the formations. I don't mind the motions. I don't like formations and motions are awesome. They're awesome because they do give you an advantage. They do capture an extra 8 inches of real estate if you use them the correct way, which is the difference between a 4-yard run and a 14-yard breakout, okay? So it is really important, but you have to be able to execute. There is this keep it simple, stupid standard that I think you have to have as a player so that you can play fast. So with that said, we were critical there, but it was the execution of things that really cost them because there were a lot of plays to be made. And I go back to all the zone read stuff with Bo, where I thought in the first three opportunities on zone read, I thought he made mistakes on all 3 of them. Handed the ball off twice, should have kept it on those 2. Then he decided to pull it because I'm sure he heard about it on the sideline, got his ass chewed for it, and then he pulled it on the next one where he shouldn't have pulled it. So but those things are going to be correctable. And I went through and watched every play of every game over the last 2 days, and last 2 days, and like the execution on offense on the offensive side of the ball was pathetic across the league. So it just wasn't here in Denver.
You mentioned Cincinnati.
Cincinnati had 7 total yards with that quarterback and those wide receivers. 7 total yards in the second half. 7. It's like Ferris was absent 9 times. 7 yards. Couldn't block their way out of a wet paper sack. Embarrassing. But you know what? Let's sign a bunch of receivers.
What's that? What's that?
What did I say? Did I say something?
Did you say something out loud there?
I didn't.
Was that under your breath?
No.
What was that? Something about receivers?
Is Joel Platt here?
Yeah.
Let's get Joel on that. That's a good question.
That's a good lead-in because talk about loving wide receivers.
Yeah.
We welcome in the one and only Joel Klatt, lead college football analyst on Fox, and our buddy, he joins us now.
Presented by Groove Toyota.
Ooh.
Good morning, Joel.
Good morning. What are we ripping on wide receivers? I'm in. Wind me up. Let's go.
No, 7 total yards, and you sign these receivers. I mean, how can that even be, Joel? If you've got two of the best you've got the best receiving tandem in football. How can you only get 7 yards in the second half against Cleveland?
Because wide receivers are like children. They're dependents that you check off on a tax form. Like, they are. Like, everything. There has to be so much that goes right for a wide receiver to make the impact that his skills suggest he can make. Now, that doesn't mean that he can't create advantages, and I wouldn't rather have a quality receiver than an average receiver. All of that is true, and it's obvious. But it's also obvious that it takes a lot in order to get to the point where a wide receiver can really impact the game. So here's what I would say is, if your offensive line can't block, one, you don't have time to throw it to him anyways. That's number one. Number two, if they can't block what I would consider to be a light run box, meaning that there's two safeties back, which means that you can block everybody in the run front. It doesn't matter what form of open coverage, open middle of the field coverage is being played. If it's open middle of the field, then just by the math, you can block everybody in the run front. If you cannot gain yards doing that, then it's harder for the wide receivers to do anything because they get played over the top of. They can be bracketed. You can take away those wide receivers so long as the offensive line isn't great. As soon as the offensive line can just block one-on-one, meaning you have 7 guys there, we have 7 guys here in order to run the football. If we can be successful in that equation, now the wide receiver makes a bigger impact. I mean, there's just been so few and far between guys that you can just say it doesn't matter what the coverage is. It doesn't matter if my offensive line blocks well. I can throw it to him and he can own the game. There have been so few number of those guys, and that's why receivers are a dependent factor in an offensive game plan.
Joel, any concern here with Bo Nix? I mean, they threw it 40 times. He had 2 interceptions. Why are you Mark's laughing at me?
Because we're just moving on.
Yeah, moving on. I mean, I wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah.
I know what y'all are going to do. I'm not even paying attention. I was just ready for the rant to be over.
Okay, you're actually going to start the interview.
Yes.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, welcome in Joel Klatt.
Presented by Groove Toyota.
Right, lead college football analyst for Fox. Go ahead, Stoke. You get the first question.
Stoke, I would love to have played with you. Like, it doesn't mean that they don't matter at all. They're just dependent. Like, for instance, like Michigan's wide receivers were really poor against Oklahoma on Saturday night, so it just made life difficult. I don't think Denver's wide receivers played all that well on Sunday, and so there's not a lot of separation. I still need the wide receivers to execute their details. There's no doubt, but it is a dependent position. Now, you're about to just flip the script and ask me about Bo.
Yes.
Well, I didn't think that Denver played well offensively at all. At all. They played, frankly, terrible on the offensive side. I continued to be a little bit more worried about their offensive line than some. Everyone telling me, their offensive line is going to be fine. They still need to run the football, I think, in the top half of the league. And maybe they will. Hopefully that they will, because Bo Nix is not Drew Brees yet. I know that's what Sean sees in him, but he's not Drew yet. And, I think that because of the way that New Orleans had success and Sean had success for so many years, he thinks that when he gets into that moment where he's like, okay, I'm just going to throw it and I'm going to out-scheme them and we're going to throw it 40 times and win. I don't think Denver is there yet. And maybe it's just that, we're early in the season and no offense is playing great football. Maybe that's the case. I mean, the Chicago-Minnesota game was putrid for 3 quarters from an offensive perspective until J.J. McCarthy started going wild. So, to Mark's point about no offense is playing well, hey, guys, maybe we should actually, practice hard and actually play in the preseason. I know it's a crazy thought, crazy thought, prepare for the regular season, but it doesn't seem like many people do that anymore.
What? Just real quick, Joel, any concern that Bo, I know it's just one game, that he might take a step back this year? The expectations are so high. Do you have any concern right now that it could be a little bit of a step back in year 2 for Bo?
Always a concern. C.J. Stroud had that. That's my concern for Jaden Daniels. I think every young quarterback, because it's like what it's like. I'm about to make a baseball analogy, and it falls on deaf ears in Denver, including the ownership. But it's like a kid that comes up and he's a September call up, and he hits like 500 for the first week. And then all of a sudden, you see a pitch that gets him, maybe it's a, back foot slider, whatever it is. And what happens is, like, the league figures you out. And so you kind of regress to the mean. The same thing happens with quarterbacks, I think, is that now we've had an off season where these defensive coaches can now figure out, all right, how did they use this quarterback? What did the identity and fingerprint of this offense evolve into? And now what are the structures that I'm going to use and the philosophies that I'm going to use to combat that? And so early in the season, I do think it's going to be harder for Bo Nix than we want it to be. There's a good chance that I don't think he plays well through week 5 or 6, maybe even longer than that. So the hope is that the defense is still strong enough, like they were on Sunday, to where you can still be, a team that's in the top half of your division or even your conference. And then at that point, can Bo then adjust and develop and go past what he's already proven to be? That to me is kind of the evolution of what we're about to see.
Yeah, one of the things that bothered me about this, just the game plan in general, and I know Sean Payton, you played for him. Sean loves to use motions and formations and just multiple looks, and he's got a huge run menu every week. And what I saw was operational issues, right? You snap the ball, you're a little late snapping the ball, so the tight end who's crossing the formation is not in the perfect position to actually execute a block as he reaches up and gets to the second level or cuts off the defensive end or whatever the case may be in that blocking scheme. I saw some operational issues with Bo Nix in the zone read game where he handed it off twice where he should have kept it, and then all of a sudden he should have handed it off and he kept it. And there was a lot of those operational issues. How difficult is that as a quarterback, Joel, and how quickly can you clean up some of those snap count issues, some of those entry point issues that they had on Sunday?
Well, you remember Mike Shanahan used to say that a quarterback doesn't really know his offense until deep into year 2, sometimes year 3 of being in the system. Do you remember he used to say that, guys?
Yeah, he said it to me once. It was about 3 games into year 3 is where I think a quarterback really kind of understands everything that he's doing.
Yeah, so there you go. And what he means is everyone just attributes that, I think, Mark, to the passing game and just the reads in the passing game. But that's not what he's talking about. What he's talking about is the operation of the entire offense, which is all the things that you're mentioning. How do I use the snap count to the best of my ability? Do I know every specific snap point for our motions and movement? What are we trying to do with those motions and movement? Rather than just saying, okay, this is what these motions and movement are, do I know how we get into those and then why? Because once you understand the why of the way we're moving around from a structural perspective, now you're going to understand the importance of being in the proper snap point. So if a tight end is going to be in a kick out situation where we're asking him to kick out the end man on the line of scrimmage and we let him get too far in his motion, it becomes a tougher block. If he's already sliding all the way out into C gap, snap point, now it's you're asking him to then dig out the 9 technique or the 7 or whatever you want to do on the end of the line of scrimmage, which is a tougher block, versus getting him snapped in the B block so that he's got the correct angle. Well, how would I know that? Well, only if I really understand every intricacy of the offense. So it's not just about who you read and, we're reading the safety on this play and we're reading the hook curl defender on that play, and this is a progression because it's run action, and in play action I need to re-mic. It's not all just passing game. It's every nuance of snap points, motions, movements, and understanding the why of every single thing that you're doing. And I think Bo is just going through that because Sean's offense is very difficult. There's a lot of words. Sometimes it comes in late. I do think Sean could do him a better service by getting the play in sooner so he has more opportunity to operate at the line of scrimmage and understand what he's looking at, operate the shifts and motions in time so that he can snap them at the right point. But all of that is I think, indicative of watching a guy develop. Bo's a really smart guy. I'm not worried about him long term, but these are the growing pains that he's going to continue to go through in year 2.
Visiting with Joe Klatt, Sean said a couple things after the game when the decision to go for it on 4th and 8 rather than kick the field goal or punt. He said, I had a play that I thought would work. And then when you hear him talk about all the personnel packages, he says, I just feel like there's such an advantage to be gained that I'm going to basically push and insist that my quarterback and my offense catch up to that level because it's worth it in the end. Is it fair to criticize Sean in saying at times he lets his confidence, his arrogance, maybe his ego get in the way of his game plans and play calls?
Well, yeah, but that's also what makes him great, right? Like, you show me any great coach or player in any sport, and I'll show you a massive ego. Because in order to be great and to achieve at that level, you have to, one, be unbalanced. You can't have balance in your life. That's crazy. So that's number one. And then you've got to have a self-confidence and belief in yourself that maybe others don't share. So by definition, of course, Mike, of course. And when that happens, I think the same could be said for Bill Belichick and a lot of different guys. I mean, heck, if anyone's watching America's Team, the documentary on Netflix right now, it was hubris and pride and ego that destroyed the Cowboys, between Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones. So, of course, and to say otherwise, I think you would be lying to yourself. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I think that that's a much-needed thing in order to have a guy that could go and potentially win a Super Bowl. What I think Sean will do that I would say is a fault is that as a play caller, I don't think you can call the game based on Tuesday night. You have to call the game based on the 60 in front of you. And too many times, I think play callers will say, no, I saw this on film, and it was so clean on the board and the film that I have to call it. Meanwhile, your offense just stunk it up in front of you for the 60 minutes in front of you. So it's like, what do I think is good versus what do I think we can execute? And that is the tension that great play callers and decision makers have to wrestle with.
Joel, Ryan Staub looks like he is going to be the starting quarterback, kind of coming out of nowhere. What'd you make of his performance and the prospects that, he might be the starter for the rest of the season?
I just love when I see players at any level take advantage of opportunity. And as we all know, guys, like when you're either undrafted or you're a walk-on or a 3-star guy, if you're not highly touted and you're going to have fewer opportunities than the other people. And that's fine, by the way. Not everything has got to be fair all the time. Not everything has got to be handed to you. Maybe we should be telling people that in society a little bit more, right? But you're going to have few opportunities, and you better be ready. You better be ready. And Staub has been ready when he's been called upon. 2 years ago, he started against Utah and played pretty well. I know they lost the game, but it was 23-17, I believe that game was. He threw for almost 200 yards in that game, a touchdown or two. And then he comes in against Delaware and provides life. If you're in that position, here's the thing. And by the way, this is just like rules for life. If you want to be considered for promotion, a starting role on your team, whatever it is, you need to create value for yourself, meaning that the entity has to be better because you're involved. Does everyone hear that? The entity has to be better because you're involved. The offense was better with Staub in it. So now he's forcing Deion's hand. At some point, it's not the coach's decision because it's so obvious when the entity is better. And I think all of us could learn a little of that in every, walk of our lives. And so if, is your family better because you're in it? Is your business better because you're in it? What if you're just like the low man on the totem pole? And, is your sales team better because you're in it? Are you forcing the people's hands that make decisions above you? Because if you're not taking advantage of opportunity. So when I see a guy like Staub go in there and play the way he did, I get really excited because I think it's a metaphor for all of us and what we're trying to do. And Colorado is better with him in there. I know it wasn't necessarily official yesterday. There were some rumors out there that he's going to play. To me, I think he's got to play. He played far better than Salters did. And I think Julian Lewis is probably just a little too young. I think he's still 17, guys. Yikes. So he needs to continue to develop, which is not a bad thing. And it might be Staub's year.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see him as coming off the bench, to your baseball reference, right? Your September call-up. Coming off the bench is one thing. When they have a week to prepare for you, it'll be interesting to see exactly how you play the game. Joel, man, we appreciate you so much. Mike?
All right, good stuff, Joel. Thank you. Who you got this week?
Oregon at Northwestern. Say a prayer for me.
Ooh. Yeah, that's well, you do get the Dan Lanning show, so that should be entertaining.
I do love me some Dan Lanning, and Oregon is freaking good. I think they might be my national championship pick as of right now.
Ooh, okay. All right, we'll be watching. Thanks, pal.
You got it, Stoke.
Hey, buddy.
Love you.
Love you, buddy. It's not personal. It's just business.
Yeah. All right, there he goes, Joe Klatt.
Presented by Groove Toyota. From tailgates to touchdowns, Groove Toyota has you covered.
All right, your reaction to what Joel had to say, let us know. RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. And for all the talk about this Broncos running game and the offensive line, we're going to play something that, might make Mark Schlereth pass out. That's next.
Has a new challenger emerged in the Buffs quarterback room?
If Ryan Staub is the starter going forward, I feel much better about my prediction of 8 wins. They don't win 8 games if Caden Salter is their quarterback. Based on what we've seen over the first 2 games, they can win 8 games with Ryan Staub as their quarterback.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Mountain High Appliance. Mountain High Appliance Labor Day, it's all about celebrating the hard work, and the sale ends today, guys, at their Denver Clearance Center, and the savings are working overtime. You can save up to 70% on floor models, closeout, and one-of-a-kind brands like Whirlpool, Bosch, GE, and more high-performing, dependable appliances at unbeatable prices. Save up to $4,000 on select GE profile kitchen packages, plus their price match guarantee ensures you'll get the best deal. Now's your chance to score big on all KitchenAid appliances. Plus, they're clearing out KitchenAid floor models to make room for new arrivals, and their prices are crazy with the guaranteed lowest price. Guys, I have shopped them. I've purchased from them. I've had them install. I've had them deliver and install, and I can guarantee you, you don't need to go anywhere else. So stop by Mountain High Appliance today and experience the difference. The best selection, the best prices, the best people. I guarantee it. You're going to find it at Mountain High Appliance. Visit them today in Littleton, Louisville, or their clearance center right there in Denver, Colorado. Visit them online 24/7 at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
What's the biggest mistake you could make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell. And get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Every great game comes down to one thing, the drive. And right now it's time to make yours count at Groove Toyota. Get into a new Toyota, a certified pre-owned Toyota, or shop our huge selection of used vehicles. All priced right and ready to move with limited time offers in Colorado's best lineup of Tacomas, Tundras, SUVs, and more. Don't wait on the sidelines. These deals won't last. Make your move today at Groove Toyota on South Broadway in Inglewood. Or start shopping now at GrooveToyota.com.
Hey, Stoke here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. Over the years, one thing has become crystal clear to me. Independence is everything, especially when it comes to your finances. That's why I really admire what Trajan Wealth stands for. Their CEO, Jeff Jr., is a veteran who knows firsthand the importance of true independence. He built Trajan Wealth as an independent firm, which means their fiduciary advisors aren't tied to pushing you product. They're focused on creating a strategy that fits you, your goals, your needs, your future. Whether you're planning for retirement, rolling over an old 401k, or just want to make sure your investments on track, Trajan Wealth is here to help you out. You can find them in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Hey, Stoke here from
Short-term memory loss.
I don't remember. What was the reason I gave for earlier?
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I don't remember what you said. You think I remember the reason?
Ironclad sources.
One of the biggest haters in my life, my wife. She will even vouch for that story.
And spontaneous karaoke.
New additions like Ronnie, Bobby,
Ricky and Mike.
If I like a girl who can cool it down.
Slow it down.
Watch out, I'm gonna lose control.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, Stoke, I need to apologize. We're going to have to sit this one out. Enjoy your bagel, your butter bagel, which is absolutely beautiful in its simplicity. Well, and the toast on it, by the way, is just like perfectly toasted.
Today was a good toast day.
Yeah. I don't like it. I don't like it too dark, but I don't like it too light. Like it's somewhere in between too dark and too light. And like that's medium darkness. That is really good because you can still see the butter. You know,
what did you say yesterday, by the way, about what did you say yesterday about butter? That
I use bread simply as a vehicle to get more butter into my system. You can't. I don't believe. I've
never heard that, but that is beautiful.
By the way, I will eat a raw pat of butter.
I know you have done that before.
Oh yeah. Like I have to when I'm on the plane. Because. I mean, when I'm buying my ticket, I fly coach. But when somebody else is buying my ticket, I'm up in first class.
Right.
And they hand you those butters that you peel open the top, and it's like in a little tray.
Yeah.
And then I have to sneak, I guess, casually, like I'm dun, 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 and I scrape it all out. And then I just kind of set it, and it's sitting on like a butter knife, the big hunk of butter. And I just wait till I think nobody's looking, then I stick the whole piece of butter in my mouth. Who doesn't do that? It's delicious.
Listen,
you don't eat
diabetes.
You've never tried to just eat straight butter?
Listen, I'll own up to a lot of things that will make the normal person cringe. I won't go there. Just eating pads of butter.
Come on, you ate boogers as a kid.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I draw the line at butter.
Okay. All right.
There you go. Stokes, hit this one out because we all know how Mark loves talking about the run game and the virtues and the glory of the run game. So you're going to love this. Here was Mike McGlinchey talking about the Broncos run game the other day.
I just didn't think we got enough
in enough of a rhythm offensively in the first half to commit to running the football, to be able to, impose our will on that team. We turned the ball over far too much. We didn't allow drives to even get started by not converting first downs, and 4 turnovers is egregious, and that has to stop. And when you turn the ball over 4 times, you don't get the privilege of running the football like that because you're not staying on the field. And so it's a full team effort. We got to be able to be better there. Thank God we have the defense that we do, and we'll get it cleaned up for next week.
Oh, he was just warming up there, Stink, for you.
Yeah, and I think that's the identity you want to have, is being able to wear a team out. You got to. But like I said, you have to earn the privilege to run the football. Like they turn the ball over on our side of the field 2 or 3 times and having a bad turnover in our own in approaching the scoring territory, just can't happen. And we'll get those opportunities as we clean those things up, and we'll do it fast because we can't live like this, because we gotta be better.
So already Stink's eyes are starting to glaze over a little bit. This is the one that's going to put him away. This is Mike McGlinchey's view of that long R.J. Harvey run. You ready, Stink?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
Yeah.
Here you go.
I thought it was a great cut. The 3 technique play out of the gap, and Ben and I Ben was the puller on the play, and we had a combination from the 3 technique to the end, who Ben was supposed to kick out, and so they had 2 in a gap. He saw it, took it, and then his athletic ability took over. It was a great run.
Stoke, you hear that? 3 technique to the bend, to the combo block.
He played out, so and Ben adjusted as he pulled around, and I tell you who was really good on that is what's his head? 77 Miners on the ace. We call that an ace. Getting down on the ace, and bam, it goes away. So he bounces up really quick, picks up the backer who's kind of looping, walls him off, and then did I watch it 17 times? Yes, I did. And then R.J. Harvey jiggles out of there, and I mean, it gotta be jelly, because Jam don't jiggle like that. He jiggles out of there, then he makes somebody miss, and whoo, down the sideline, and I'm hooping and hollering in my kitchen, 6 a.m. Go! It was awesome. It was awesome.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Stoke. That was all for Stink. You can rejoin the show now.
He got to finish his whole bagel during that time.
I just figured you had.
It was perfect.
You had nothing to add there.
Can you count?
That's Nirvana for Mark right there.
Really quick, Fluids. Can you count the number of just give me a count on the number of different drinks you have, Fluids, on the counter right now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7.
Yeah, 7 today. I'd kept one in my backpack because I didn't finish it yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't realize I had it in my backpack. And then I got my 2 coffees with my Starbucks coffee. Yeah, it's a lot today.
Yeah, I'm just like, did you do something to dehydrate yourself yesterday?
No.
It's just natural hydration.
This
going
is
on
every
right
day.
It is every day.
It's every day.
Yeah, I know that.
If you were here more, you might see that.
Well, no, I'm the one. By the way, I come in and instantly see what's going on the first time I'm in studio and nickname him Fluids. Where were you during this whole time? Like you had you're so busy in your own little world as the showrunner that you don't even recognize.
Kind of busy with that,
right?
I am curious because it's not just the amount of drinks you have. I'd like to know, on average, Stoke, how many ounces of fluids do you drink in a 4-hour show? Would you say
it needs to be more water? I'm trying to get my water intake up.
Yeah.
Because I have the Gator Lights. Or a Pedialyte. I got the vitamin water that I like to have in the morning.
You have
and then
coffee, you have water.
Yeah.
How many ounces would you say? I mean, like, are we talking 60 ounces a morning? 80 ounces a morning?
Well, we got 1.5 liters of my my water bottle. That's 50 ounces. So,
holy Moses.
70. Yeah, you're looking at about around 100 ounces.
Oh. Hey, Johnny, can you do me a favor? Put this on my list. Not that Stoke's not on my list, but put this on my list of things, okay? If Stoke, God forbid, happen to pass away, okay?
Oh, wow. That's just turned.
I'm just saying, put this on my notes. If Stoke, God forbid, happened to pass away during the autopsy, I would like to know exactly how big his bladder is. So I would like some type of.
He doesn't go to the bathroom much.
No,
I know.
No, he has got all these fluids in him, and I think he may have the world's largest bladder.
So there are 128 ounces in every gallon. I think you drink more than 120. I think you are more than a gallon per show.
Yeah.
Coffee included?
Everything. Fluids.
Oh.
Just fluids.
Just fluids.
I think you are a gallon. I think you're up around 150 ounces a day.
Those are 20 ounces still.
Those
the
like 150 ounces a day.
The Vente coffee.
20 ounces?
Yeah, 20 ounces in the Vente.
I've never seen anybody not only
It's just
drink as
solid.
much as you do, but the varied different kinds of liquids.
Yeah.
During one show. Anyway, it's very impressive.
Thank you.
And I just want to put a number to it.
Okay.
Speaking of numbers, we all take.
If we divided a pie chart of the liquids that you drink,
yes, that's a great
whose
question.
fault is it?
No. I'd like to know. Divvy up the pie.
What percentage?
How much of his coffee? How much of his water? How much of his Pedialyte? That's divvy up the pie. Because you know how much I like to divvy up the pie. Speaking of numbers, we take retired numbers seriously. What to do about Carmelo Anthony's number? Because you know who also has the same one. That's next.
It's Sean Payton overcomplicating things on offense.
It's too much. There's too much out there. There's too much in the game plan. There's too much on the play sheet. There's too much on Bo's shoulders. There's too much on everybody's shoulders when it comes to the overall operation of this offense, and it needs to be simplified more.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, having lost some of my hair and then getting it back, thanks to Advanced Hair Restoration, I'm pretty qualified when it comes to the advantages. It gives you confidence, gives you a boost, that energy to go out, be ambitious, be active, be healthy. Getting your hair back does change your life. Take it from me, 20 years of proof can't be wrong. Had it done that long ago, and thanks to Advanced Hair Restoration and legendary Dr. Tanya Pauls, my hair grew back and continues to grow 2 decades later. Let's get you in on this. Start with a free consultation with Advanced Hair Restoration. Learn all about their quick and easy one-day hair loss solution that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it's even guaranteed to grow. All you have to do is choose how much hair and where, and Advanced Hair does the rest with the latest technology, Dr. Tanya Pauls, and her all-star team. Bald spot, receding hairline, thinning hair. Right now, for a limited time, get a free consultation, 250 free hair grafts, $200 off, and call 720-459-HAIR or visit advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. In today's economy, every single dollar counts. You know that, especially when it comes to your home. That's why Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is making it easier than ever to invest in lasting quality. And right now, save up to 25% on Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows, American-made and engineered to outlast every other window on the market. They're also offering 20% off James Hardy siding. So you can boost curb appeal and energy efficiency all in one shot. Family owned and operated since 1973 and backed by hundreds of 5-star reviews. That's over 50 years, guys. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton has earned a reputation for premium products and white glove service. They don't cut corners, just first-class work and peace of mind that's done right every single time. And they guarantee, man, they don't subcontract out your work to somebody. They do it right there in-house to make sure it's done right every time, the first time. Flexible financing available, 0 down, no interest options. You can call them at 303-794-0490, 303-794-0490, or visit them at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton. Go ahead, check them out.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you.
Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Hall of Famer. I learned early in my career that winning takes teamwork. And in banking, that means choosing a partner that has your back. That's why I trust Colorado Credit Union, a local financial institution that has spent more than 50 years investing in our community and helping families build a strong financial future. To learn more, visit ccu.org or stop by any branch. Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing opportunity.
Guys, this sports season, it's game on. It's Synergenics and Low T Center, the MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. Ready to tackle low energy and achieve your health goals like a pro? We've got a winning game plan with personalized TRT. Book a free consultation and automatically enter for a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia or tickets to major sporting events. Female patients also eligible. For more information, visit TRTMVP.com. That's TRTMVP.com.
It's next man up in Boulder as Coach Prime and the new look Buffs return to action at Folsom Field. Tickets are on sale now, so get loud and cheer on CU as the Buffs battle for a Big 12 title. Tickets are still available for the Buffaloes home matchups against BYU, Iowa State, Arizona State, and more. Lock in your seats by visiting cubuffs.com/tickets or by calling 303-492-8282. Join the action of another exciting season at Folsom Field with your Colorado Buffaloes.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. I want it all. Relentless mind games.
Are you trying to get me in an O'Reilly right now?
Total accountability.
You're always throwing your teammates under the bus. That's just what you do.
And a sprinkle of advanced analytics.
The Boo rating, BOO, which is balls over opponent.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, in the many years I've been doing this, I haven't come across that many more polarizing sports figures in this town than one Carmelo Anthony was, and maybe even continues to be, especially since he's back on a lot of our radars after he went into the Basketball Hall of Fame last weekend. And remember, the Basketball Hall of Fame is not just simply pro basketball, NBA. It brings into account your college career, your international exploits as well. So I guess the feeling was that his overall basketball package was enough to put him into the Hall of Fame. If you're just talking about his NBA career, I don't think he was a Hall of Famer, but he was, of course, accomplished on the international stage, and he won a national championship. So, and he won it for the Q. So I will always be thankful of him for that. But here's what he had to say about Denver and the Nuggets during his Hall of Fame speech.
I know everybody waiting on this next one. To the Denver Nuggets and the city of Denver, you believed in me first. You gave me the keys as a 19-year-old kid. You let me grow, fall, fly, and become the man standing here today. Denver was where I learned the weight of the league, when I learned the value of sacrifice and the beauty of team. To every fan who filled the Pepsi Center, thank you. To the Mile High City, you'll always be a part of my foundation.
So, Nugget fans, you guys, are you good with Melo? Do you forgive the way he left? Is it all good? Sure.
Now?
Sure. It's all good. We got a championship with Jokic. It's all good. Now, if you're still looking for a championship, probably not. But now that we have one, good for you. Congratulations. You were awesome at Syracuse. That's amazing. Yeah, don't you think? I mean, he did put Denver back on the map basketball-wise, right? Sure. There was that element. They did go to a Western Conference Finals. I mean, he was awesome. He was awesome. And, ultimately, some of the selfishness and some of the lack of team basketball and some of those things and some of the, headbutting with George Karl and all that stuff, you remember that. But now I think, it's almost like the Buffalo Bills. Like when you're going through 4 straight Super Bowls and you lose all 4 of them, you're so angry at the organization. You're so angry with what went down. You're so like, how can we not win one? You guys let us down. And then time gives you perspective. And you look back on that and you go, wow, what an amazing run. Like, that's incredible. And I think that's kind of what you do as a Nugget fan. You're like, an amazing run. It was great. We got a championship. Good. No?
Yeah, I'm good. I think now that you've had so much success over these years with Jokic, it's like, okay, whatever. We got a championship, a lot of success. It's so much fun. Everything has worked out well. We don't need to retire your jersey. We don't need to put your name up in the rafters or anything like that. We have our 15 now, and life is good over here. So we're good. And I kind of like that the organization isn't going out of their way to welcome him back and with, hey, we're going to embrace you. Come on back to Denver. No.
But does that speak to then there's still some residual bitterness there? With
probably
the way he
so.
left? Yeah.
I would think so. If I was running the organization and someone forced their way out, it's like, okay, you want to force your way out? Then, okay, bye.
But you think the fan base...
You're not going to be welcome back.
But you think the fan base, to your point, Stink, and still winning the championship has helped soften and make fans more magnanimous, more
appreciative,
forgiving, and appreciative because we don't have the added tension of not only did you leave, not only did you say, thanks, I'm out of here. Had you not won a championship, had we not gone through the Jokic era, then that bitterness would still be present.
Yeah, if you're floundering around like, you were, then yeah, absolutely.
You blame this guy for being part of the reason why we're still floundering.
Right, exactly. But because they figured it out and they fixed it and they won a championship, all's forgiven. Hey, I'm glad that you went to New York because it gave us a chance to do what we're doing. And so, in a way, you get a little piece of the championship. Not a very small little piece. Very barely. Like you're a footnote.
Okay. All right. So let's say you're right. Then if all's good and all's forgiven and you recognize the things he did, then is it worthy of honoring him in some way?
No.
Why not?
Why?
Why not?
Why not?
I asked you first.
Why? How you gonna?
How are you gonna
honor
him?
the
schoolyard game?
Okay, how
I
you gonna
first?
Yeah, okay. My dad can beat up your dad. How would you like to honor him?
How do you typically honor somebody
I'll give him a video tribute. Video tribute.
Okay, but do you retire a number? Do you retire his number?
Retire his number.
All right, first of all, if his number wasn't 15, or if Jokic didn't have number 15.
No.
If Jokic didn't wear number 15, would you want to retire Carmelo Anthony's number 15?
Did he win a championship here?
Okay.
Did he?
No.
Oh, okay.
You and I, by the way, are on the same. I think we retire numbers way too easily.
Yes.
Okay, so I wouldn't retire his number. Would you retire his number if Nikola Jokic didn't have number 15?
No.
Okay. All right.
It didn't end well. Like, we're good here now. Everything is good.
But
we're fine.
But his quality is. But what he brought as a player and what he brought to a franchise that had been down on its luck and, as you said, Stank, kind of breathed new life into it, is that worthy of having a number retired?
Okay, if you're going to hang a 15 down from the rafters, if you went 15 and then put a little ISH after it, 15-ish, hanging off the rafters, 15-ish, and recognize, no, we're not retiring. No.
Okay.
Well, look, you don't get rewarded when you pack up and leave and you force your way out, you don't end up getting rewarded for that.
So retirement. If you don't have a championship, okay, you didn't win a championship, then it becomes one of those things, longevity. You stayed here from day one till the end. You brought quality basketball. You gave us an opportunity.
You're Todd Helton.
Right. You gave us an opportunity, and it just never worked out as a championship. We honor you.
Right.
When you say, hey, man, I'm leaving to chase a championship, and you go to New York and you don't get anything, like, no, you don't. Now you've foregone that longevity honor of retirement, jersey retirement. How about that?
It's science. Good. All right, your reaction, folks. Let us know. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. With football season here, we're giving you gamers a chance to win an amazing bundle, a PS5 bundle. All you have to do to enter, download the Denver Sports app, click on the contest banner on the home page for your chance to win a PS5, Madden 26, and College Football 26, as well as a 70-inch TV. Good luck.
Does Sean Payton need to make changes to his game plan after week 1?
He put his agenda and his offense and his quarterback, who he proclaimed to be trending towards being a top 4, top 5, and when that man struggles throughout the afternoon, it's almost like daddy ball. And I'm telling you, it's unacceptable and it's inexcusable.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, after a full off-season of football negotiations, we are certainly familiar with the phrase deadline spur action. Well, if you're in the market for an electric vehicle, your deadline is September 30th, and your place to go is Siltahar Motors. See, September 30th is the deadline to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltahar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out Siltahar's current selection of electric vehicles at sthmotors.com. There, you can do all your car shopping. Check out their entire inventory. Hundreds of new and certified pre-owned from Ford, Lincoln, Volvo, and Mazda. Siltahar Motors has been family-owned for over 60 years. They're local and proud to be a community dealership. They've got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in all of Colorado. But that inventory of EVs is shrinking as we get closer to that September 30th deadline. STHmotors.com and conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want from a dealership.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Rich Lawn. My wife said something this morning, Mike. She said to me, your lawn looks like a carpet. I'm telling you what, you want to get a treat, lady? You know how to talk dirty to me. I tell you what, you know what? It's all about toughness and preparation. That goes for your lawn, too. This fall, the important feeding of the year, Rich Lawn Winterizer is the MVP of lawn care. This stuff is built for Colorado lawns. I put some down a couple weeks ago. I'm telling you what, it looks marvelous. It helps protect against winter damage, thickens your turf to choke out those weeds, builds a strong root system while the grass is dormant over the winter, and when spring rolls around, bang! You're going to have the best lawn in the neighborhood just like I did. Gone 11 months, doesn't matter. I came back with my Rich Lawn fertilizer, and my lawn is the best in the neighborhood. Once again, eat your heart out, neighbors. I'm crushing you guys. So, when it comes to overseeding, when it comes to kids and pets on the lawn, it's not going to hurt them either, guys. Check it out. That's Rich Lawn Winterizer. You're going to be glad you did. Rich Lawn Winterizer. Feed your lawn this fall and make sure it comes back thick in the spring. Check them out at richlawn.com.
Your life can go from healthy and happy to hopeless in an instant. When a serious accident hits you with injuries, too many bills, and no way of caring for your family, it's time to strike back. Let Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury lawyers fight to get you the money you need and deserve.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
I'm Dr. Joel Cherdak with Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you're ready to lose weight safely and effectively, we prescribe real GLP-1 medications at standard dosages from licensed U.S. pharmacies, not half-strength drugs from unknown or online sources. Your care is managed by a real medical doctor at a real clinic with telemedicine available. And right now, we're offering a free consultation to help you get started. See real results for under $300 a month. Schedule your free consult today at DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver.
You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark.
Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch, twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling into our 9 o'clock hour. A lot happening today. We've got the new Broncos Stadium news for you to react to. Also, kicking off Colts week. We'll get to that in a second. But we're just talking about the idea of retiring Carmelo Anthony's number. And it got me thinking about something else, guys. Of the current Denver athletes out there, current, who would you say they're right now worthy of having their numbers retired or are on track to have their numbers retired based on the criteria, Stoke, that you feel goes into retiring a number? Current guys.
Well,
Jokic.
Pat Surtain.
Okay, that's interesting. He's tracking.
Yeah.
Tracking. But he's either then, based on your criteria, guys, then he's either going to have to win a Super Bowl to be worthy of having a number retired, or he's going to have to be a Bronco lifer for like 12 years. And if that doesn't include a Super Bowl, just his level of excellence and longevity makes him number retirement worthy. Correct? Yeah, if he goes into another contract, so he's got 8-9 years and he's got 7-8 all pros and all that then absolutely. Be the best at the business for a decade? Absolutely. Ooh, you're kind of pursing your lips a little bit.
I mean,
you're thinking about it.
I'm thinking about, I think if he obviously still got a long ways to go, but he was Defensive Player of the Year last year. Von Miller, Jersey, retired?
Yes. Super Bowl MVP.
Yep.
All-Pro, sack leader, all those things.
Yep.
One of the best ever to do it. Yeah.
By the way, I think some guys from your 2 Super Bowl teams, because they were part of Super Bowl teams, should have numbers retired. Guys like Rod.
Keep going.
Eddie.
Keep going.
Atwater.
Yeah, I already did.
Oh, he already does.
Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
Tommy Nalen.
I agree. Keep going. But Tommy already did.
Zim's
already in. Zim's already in. Keep going.
Yeah, that's enough. I mean, but here's the problem.
I don't want to water it down too much.
No, that's right. I mean, you can't retire.
No, I'm sure there's a guy or two more that you would like to. I mean, dig deep. Think about it.
I'm sure a name or two will come to me a little bit later on. Ray
Romo.
Romo.
Romo for sure.
Yeah,
Big Al.
Yeah, keep going.
You know.
Keep going. More.
Mike Anderson.
Yeah. Hey, did you know I played with that guy?
Did you really?
Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah. We never would have guessed that.
So I would now. Current. Here's where I go. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Nuggets. Jokic. Murray. Yes.
No.
I'm going
No.
there.
No.
Yes.
Mike, no.
Yes.
Based on the
What?
nickname
Yes.
alone, he doesn't get
Yes.
in.
Mike.
No.
Yes.
The blue arrow.
Yes.
Murray for what?
He hasn't even
For
made an
being-
All-Star
for being
game.
an integral part
Mike, he hasn't made
of
an
a
All-Star game.
championship team.
So you don't get just because you played good and you won a championship, that doesn't equal jersey retirement. You know that, right?
Yes, no, actually, for me, if you are an integral part of a championship team, those things are so rare that, yes, I think they are
you get a
retirement
ring.
worthy.
You get a ring. You have to do other things.
Okay, all right. Then I'm
He
gonna
hasn't
keep,
made an
all
All-Star
right, I'm
game.
gonna
So
keep
then,
go-
based
I'm
on
gonna
your
keep going.
wait a minute. Based on your definition, integral part,
Integral
championship
part.
team.
Yep.
Going back to the Broncos, back to back, and the speech, I mean, the speech, Mike. The speech. It's legendary. It's legendary.
I just think I need more proof of the speech. You know, I need to see the speech. I need to.
There's NDAs that were signed. We can't take you that deep into the locker room. I'm not pulling the curtain all the way back. Just know that it happened.
I would retire Jamal Murray's number. I would retire Aaron Gordon's number. You want to fight me on that one too? Aaron Gordon hasn't made an All-Star team.
I do want to fight you on that one.
Really?
Yes.
I would go Aaron Gordon over Jamal.
Oh no, I would not. I would go Jamal over Aaron Gordon, but I put them both in there.
Blue arrow.
So I'd go Jokic, Murray, Gordon, and then I would go
Mike Malone.
Yes, I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that. And Michael Malone. I would go McKinnon, McCarr, Landeskog.
Let's just put everybody in. Let's just retire everybody's jersey, hang everybody in the rafters. It's going to create a fire hazard. You're going to have so many banners.
Got to do Kadri.
Yeah.
He was an integral part of a championship team.
Yeah.
Got to put Kadri in there now. That's your criteria. So he's going up.
I would consider it. Yeah,
Darcy.
I would consider it.
Who's our goalie? Darcy Kemper.
No,
put Darcy in there.
Put Darcy up
No,
there.
Dude, he played tough. He was cross-eyed and blind, and still he went completely cross-eyed and he went blind.
He's the first blind goalie to ever win a Stanley Cup.
He went blind in 2 eyes and still won the Stanley Cup. Got to put him up there.
Well, you know what? When you put it that way, yes. And maybe it speaks to how lucky / spoiled we've been with able to win championships in this town. But when you're able to actually make a claim and put a bunch of people and think that their numbers being retired is worthy because of championships, and then to say, well, no, you can't do that. It's almost like you just assume that there are going to be more championships coming, and therefore you're going to run out of numbers to retire. What a nice problem to have, huh? Because trust me, if every city, every sports city out there had the same criteria we had when it came to retiring numbers, do you realize how many sports cities and sports franchises would never retire a number? We're one of the lucky ones. So since we're one of the lucky ones, I think those players that we can all recognize as being not only great players, great contributors, great stats, longevity, but also being an integral part of a championship team, damn right, put their number up in the rafters. Don't look back.
And
that includes Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon.
No,
Darn straight. Yes.
Mike, that sounds ridiculous.
No, it doesn't sound ridiculous.
Too many. It's too
Right.
many.
It's
He's
not-
rewarding anybody except me. You give it. Everybody gets in. Everybody gets their jersey retired except me.
All right.
That's
Mark,
Johnny. Hey, Johnny, put Mike on my list.
Mark.
Put him on my list.
All right, Mark, you get your number retired.
Okay.
Does that change things now?
For what?
For everybody. If we
No.
put your number up there.
No, because I deserve it. The
The rest of them don't.
No, I'm just kidding.
Did Aaron Gordon deliver a speech?
Yeah. Where was Aaron Gordon? Where was Murray's speech? Right?
And this is not handing...
His speech was, give me another donut.
This is not like handing out participation ribbons, okay? Stop it. We're
Kinda
talking about championships, okay? They are rare. They are extremely rare. And we are extremely lucky that we've had the kind of championship run that we've had around here. So recognize how lucky we've been, and don't be stingy when it comes to retiring numbers.
No, you do. That's for the elite of the elite.
Yeah.
To have your number retired. That's what it is. And so just because you were part of a championship team and had a good, I don't know, maybe 6 weeks or whatever it is, or 4 weeks in the NFL, just because, no, you have to do more than that.
But, like, when it's all said and done, Jokic, Murray, Gordon, I mean, they'll all have done it in a Nugget uniform for a decade or more, plus won a championship. Their numbers, their stats are going to be all over the all-time Nugget records. Same thing when we're talking about these Avalanche players. So I can't think of another criteria you're coming up with.
But no All-Star game.
That would leave these guys. Who cares about an All-Star game?
But you didn't even get selected to be an All-Star.
We mock the NBA and NHL All-Star game every single year, and now you're saying not participating in one is grounds for keeping you out of the
he's saying
rafters?
not being voted into one. It has nothing to do with participation. Are you voted All-Pro? Are you voted, All-NBA? Are you voted those things? Because obviously those guys put merit. It's part of the escalators in the contracts.
So you really want to start having a discussion about the legitimacy of who makes All-Star teams?
No, I think All-Star teams, for the most part, there's a lot of favoritism and a lot of things that go into that. But it's part of the overall equation. You don't weight it as much. You love to put percentages on and make pie charts. I mean, a pie chart, it's in the pie chart. This percentage of the pie chart is not. It's a sliver.
You got to stop with the pie chart, all right? You're in the Hall of Fame, okay? Let's retire your number. Now stop with the pie charts. You're being mean. Coming up next, our pal Zach By, we're running a promo that I got to get your two reactions to that. But first, we're going to talk to Dan Orlovsky. Can't wait for our weekly visit with Dan Orlovsky. What did he see out of a Bronco offense that has been criticized the last couple of days? That's next.
Do the Broncos need to do a better job of showcasing their skill players?
I want to see Sutton. I want to see Franklin and Pat Bryant. Let's run 3 or 4 plays with the same personnel grouping. We get a little bit of a rhythm. This isn't equal opportunities for everyone. Stop it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at the Low T Center, Synergenics as well, and they're the original MVPs of testosterone replacement therapy. They've been changing lives of men across the country for over a decade since starting. A lot of other players have entered the field, but Synergenics and Low T Centers are the pros, providing you with the most medically driven, results-focused, winning approach and restoring the quality of patients' lives through hormone care. And it's not just for guys. Also for the ladies, you can all benefit from testosterone replacement therapy. And guys, I'm telling you, the procedure is so simple. You walk in, you take a simple test, you're going to get results right there on the spot because they've got their labs right there on the spot. And then you can start with your TRT, your hormone replacement therapy, guys. They are going to change your life. So if you're feeling tired, grumpy, you're lacking motivation, you're not making gains in the gyms, you're like, hey, what's wrong? It could be low testosterone or hormones. Go check it out right now, my friends, Synergenics and the Low T Center, guys. They're going to make it easy to book an appointment online. All you have to do is go to trtmvp.com. That's trtmvp.com. You're going to be wishing you did it sooner. That's Low T Center, trtmvp.com. Check them out.
At Ameristar, the best memories don't trend, they last. They're stories we're still telling 20 years later, like winning big at a table with your closest friends, or going all out on a night you hope lasts forever. Like watching your team clinch the playoffs on a giant screen, or stepping away for a weekend you'll never forget. Whatever you do it for the memories, and we'll do everything we can to make them last. Ameristar Blackhawk. Come visit or book your next memories at AmeristarBlackhawk.com. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Winter and the holidays will be here before you know it. Don't wait to upgrade your home. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the Colorado snow flies. Enjoy low-interest financing for 15 years, often better than your bank, with no prepayment penalty. Stay warm, boost your home's value, and pay less each month. Prices go up every year, so lock in your free quote today. Host the next game day party at your house. Call 5280 Exteriors now and see how low your monthly payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Buying an investment property should be straightforward, right? Find a place that cash flows, make your down payment, and start collecting checks, right? Wrong. First, it's time to get a loan, and suddenly you're trying to justify every tax write-off and business expense you've ever taken, explaining to some mouth-breathing paper pusher why it's good that your CPA made you look poor on paper. Traditional banks and lenders seriously don't get you, but we do. At CakeHome.com, we specialize in business purpose DSCR loans. Translated, DSCR means Debt Service Coverage Ratio, which is a fancy way of saying if the rent covers or nearly covers the mortgage, we can probably get you funded. So if you've always dreamed about owning income property or you're building your real estate legacy, call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. 1-800-EAT-CAKE or visit CakeHome.com to find out why life's better with cake.
From fine dining and fitness studios to happy hours and boutique shopping, Bellevue Station has it all. Plan your day, your date, or your weekend at Bellevue Station.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Conspiracy theories.
Well, in this case, AI got it wrong.
Yeah.
So, hey, maybe Skynet's not taking over anytime soon.
Firm beliefs.
I'm very easily swayed. If you keep talking, I might be at 70 here in about 30 seconds.
And a few sucker punches.
It was the complete motivator for me, the failure thing.
Mark, when did that stop? Not letting your teammates down after you finish playing? Because it seems like it. You let us down a lot.
Oh, man. It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Oh, very much looking forward to getting this man's perspective after nonstop debate, critiques, criticism, downright blasting of the Broncos offensive showing on Sunday. He's back with us. He's with us every single week at this time. ESPN's Dan Orlovsky joins us now. Dan, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, Dan. Thanks for joining us, buddy. Hey, Broncos offense, obviously it wasn't very good on Sunday. Found a way to get a win. Any concern with you about Bo Nix going into year two that there might be a little bit of a drop-off from what we saw last year?
No, I mean, going into the season, it was the contrary for me. It was the opposite. I really expected a pretty sizable jump because there's all the pieces that are needed for quarterbacks to play well. I've talked about this. Play calling scheme is great, offensive line, very good, and good perimeter skill players. Not great, but good. And so I really thought we're going to see a really high level of quarterback play. Not the case in week one. Not overly concerned, or I'm not going to, panic because of week one. I think the struggles are very fixable. If you ask me the biggest issue in relation to Bo that game was just wildly frantic. It felt like he had, was amped up on, drink all game type of thing. Like his feet were all over the place and wildly frantic. And so many clips of just calm down, slow down, calm down. And I think the feet led to some of the decision making. Both of those decisions interception wise they're almost carbon copies of each other. They're not seeing a zone corner in the deep third of the field just sitting there. And, if he sees it the right way, which is, I would say, because of the design of the play, should be pretty clear vision. If he sees it the right way, they're actually both potential touchdowns over the top. So uncharacteristic for him to show that, but he was so high-strung. It reminded me a little bit of early Josh Allen in Buffalo, where you start games and be like, hey, we got to calm this guy down. So I think that's going to be the challenge and the focus point week 1 to week 2 for both.
What kind of things can they do to calm a quarterback down? I mean, you've played the position and the frenetic nature of the feet. Like I always say, you have to have foot energy, but you've got to be calm kind of from the feet up, right? Your feet have to be quick, but they can't, kind of a John Wooden thing. They got to be quick, but they can't hurry. So what do you think you have to do to calm your quarterback down and to get better performance out of him going forward in week 2?
Yeah, I think a couple things is the pass plays, and I'm assuming they're doing that, but the pass plays that you're starting games with, that he's got a really clear understanding of what you want to do depending on the defense that you get, and that, maybe there are progressions that are a little bit full field. There are progressions that are maybe a little bit more quicker in your decision-making or developing, so he's not getting to the top of the drop, number one, not there, and then all of a sudden, taking off as a runner or getting to that second or third progression so quickly. I think the second thing is, and this is the case for a lot of specifically highly athletic and younger quarterbacks, is ironically, you want to get him hit. You want to get him into the game, so a designed quarterback run of some sort, an RPO that allows him to be maybe a ball carrier that gets him hit. Just sometimes that initial hit can get those, because these are highly twitched athletes. They get them into the game a little bit more. Obviously, the more you can get some easier completions, the more they settle down. So, but I think it's how quickly they can get him into the game of feeling like he's in the game rather than forcing how he wants to play in the game is a big deal. So, Mark, I'd say probably try to get him a little bit of contact early on so that can settle him down.
Visiting with our NFL insider, ESPN's Dan Orlovsky.
Dan, one of my complaints here is all the personnel groupings. It's like every other play is you're running in different personnel groupings, different guys in and out, and the order of operations is slow sometimes. They get up to the line a little bit slow sometimes, and there was some frustration last game against the Titans where Bo had to burn a timeout. They had a penalty. Am I making too much out of that? As for a young quarterback, is that okay, or do I have a reason to be complaining about it?
No, I understand the frustration because you want to give yourself the chance, right? And so when you're bogged down or not playing with that urgency and that tempo, that obviously derails your opportunity to have success. But that's who Sean Payton is. That's the beauty of Sean, that they're trying to consistently find the matchups, the advantages with their different people and different personnels. I know Sean loves to call and design certain plays for certain guys, and so you want to make sure that they have that. It's week 1. I think that it's such a long season, Stoke, that we're just building. If you're Denver, you don't want to pull in the reins. It's on Bo. It's on Bo to have this urgency of play calling. It's also a reality, and you know this too. Getting first downs matters. Getting first downs and just building, the opportunity to keep calling plays matters. I also fact of sprinkling in some no huddle in certain personnel groupings. Some of the stuff that Philadelphia has done in the past with the Kellen Moore, they would start a drive and a play would hit or something, and you'd see them get to the line of scrimmage immediately and almost run a very similar play. And because there's an advantage to the defense. We would call it Xerox, because you're copying the same stuff. So it's finding that perfect balance. If we're 3 or 4 weeks into the season and it still is an issue that's hurting their team's operation, then it's probably a worthy conversation. But I think with week 1, you want to continue to push the ability to constantly have the necessary people on the field.
Dan, you do a great job breaking everybody down, watching all the film that you watch. So there are a lot of people here that in Denver that are a little bit concerned about the way the offense looked. I'm watching a bunch of games. I mean, Cincinnati had 7 yards total in the second half. So talk people off the ledge a little bit about what the NFL looked like week one and some of the other teams that really struggled with some of the same operational issues that the Broncos did.
Yeah, I mean, listen, in the division, Kansas City's offense struggled. Kansas City's offense against the Chargers now I think that's a little bit schematically and their unwillingness to kind of change who they are. But there was struggles just with Cincinnati and the way that they operated. The best offense in football, one of them last year, Detroit, they were terrible and a shell of themselves at the pass. Now there's a new coordinator, but they were a shell of themselves. I'm not going to say the Giants. Cincinnati was terrible, but I think like Cincinnati, we give the benefit of the doubt, Myles Garrett's ridiculous and that offense is absolutely sensational. So you expect them to pick it up. Arizona even had moments of struggle. Miami's was a mess, and they've been one of the best offenses in football over the past couple of seasons. Carolina was really poor with their operation. Carolina struggled to get shotgun snaps, let alone successful plays. Even though Atlanta and Tampa Bay in that game, the end result was fun and exciting. Both offenses had moments of just stalling out, and quarterbacks got away with. I mean, Baker could have thrown 4 or 5 picks, and I love Baker, but they were just dropped. I think Seattle and San Francisco had moments of up and down play. Houston's got a ton of offensive talent. They scored 9 points. And so we watched Monday Night Football. So I think, here's the great thing if you're Denver, because you can be candid and honest about the performance was poor. Bo played poor. But there's also moments when you sit there and go, Bo, these are 2 simple reads. If you make that simple read, and this isn't you made this decision in a time of panic when there was bodies all around you and whatnot. You just made a poor read with the corner's shoulders. If you see it the right way and you are more than capable of doing it, we got chances for touchdowns here, and then this game isn't down to the final quarter. So, you know how it is. Like I think anytime you win playing, I would imagine that's the worst game of the season for them performance-wise. You win and you play as bad as you can. There's a lot to be learned and benefited off of that.
Dan, real quick, the Broncos get the Colts this week. What you saw with Daniel Jones, was that an aberration or a sign that maybe this guy's starting to figure things out?
I would tell you that Indy did what the Giants did 3 years ago with Daniel, which was if you commit to like trying to help in your protection as much as possible, and Indy put 2 tight ends on the field and they were chipping to the tackles, they really protected, and Miami was bad. Daniel's got a chance to be a good player. And so that's going to be a different world against the Broncos defense. Okay. Like Miami was bad. They were miscommunication, blown coverages, all that. You got to stop Warren. Warren is their move around. Where's Waldo's chess piece? And they try to get him the football a ton. Their offensive line played really high. They got a lot of weapons in Indy. They really do. And so it's an offense that's multiple in the way that they could attack you. But if you can't allow Daniel time, or that gives him a chance to be a good player. If you get after Daniel, I think we see Daniel Jones that we've seen for most of his career.
All right, man. We appreciate you, Dan. We'll talk to you next week. Have a great, great week, my friend.
You too, guys.
All right, Dan Orlowski, part of our outstanding lineup of NFL insiders. Good stuff there. Up next, our guy Zach Bye, firing from the hip when it comes to Sean Payton. I got to get Stinkin' Stokes' reaction to that. That's coming up next.
Has a new challenger emerged in the Buffs quarterback room?
If Ryan Staub is the starter going forward, I feel much better about my prediction of 8 wins. They don't win 8 games if Caden Salter is their quarterback. Based on what we've seen over the first 2 games, they can win 8 games with Ryan Staub as their quarterback.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fun last week. Got to hang out with the two dudes at Copperhead Plumbing last week. Brian and Taylor, father and son, a dynamic duo who have built a plumbing company they are very proud of, as well they should be. Been reliably serving Colorado since 2007. Commercial or residential, emergency services, or routine maintenance. They're local, licensed, and focused on quality work done right the first time. Taylor was telling me about a recent repiping job Copperhead Plumbing did. Hey, older houses, older buildings, it's something you may want to keep an eye on and possibly get checked out. Copperhead Plumbing, here for all your plumbing needs, like reliable hot water. Affects our lives in so many ways. They are water heater specialists, from consulting to recommending and installing the right water heater for your home based on size, water usage, and cost. So water heaters, repiping, leaky faucets, clogged drains, outdoor water features, sprinklers, water softeners, main sewer lines, sump pumps, and more, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered. Avoid the false scheduling crunch and call today, 303-552-3491, and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Do you want the lowest rate for life? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed. APR is 5.89.
Did you say 4.75% fixed for 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, I want that, but what if rates fall?
Our lowest rate for life program takes over. If rates fall even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee and no limits to the number of times used. Only at U.S. Mortgages. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and you know when it comes to yours truly, it's all about toughness and preparation, and that goes for my lawn too. So this fall is the most important feeding time of the year for you, and that's why I use Rich Lawn Winterizer. It's the MVP of lawn care. Walked out of the door this morning with my wife, my beautiful bride, and she said, "Man, your lawn looks like a carpet." I'm like, "Hey, be careful. We're going back inside. You keep talking like that." Hey, this stuff is built for Colorado lawns. It helps protect against winter damage, thickness, turf. It thickens your turf to fight off the weeds, builds a strong root system when your grass is dormant over the winter. And I'm telling you what, I put some Rich Lawn down, the winterizer, just a couple of weeks ago, and my lawn looks tremendous. The best in the neighborhood, you're damn right it is. The best in the neighborhood, and a lot of that is because of Rich Lawn Winterizer. It won't burn. It's safe for kids and pets. And if you're going to overseed this fall like I always do, it's not going to hurt that as well. So don't wait. Feed your lawn with Rich Lawn Winterizer this fall. Let it do its hard work over the winter so your springtime lawn's going to look awesome. Check them out at richlawn.com.
At Tallgrass, we're proud to support the Rockies, the mountains, and the team. Learn more about affordable energy for all at tallgrass.com. And go Rockies!
Samantha Flanagan here. Been in a car accident? At Flanagan Law, you're not just a case number. We're a female-owned firm that puts your health and healing first. Flanagan Law, where you're heard, helped, and never alone. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
Candy shaming. I don't know how anybody can eat that. Black licorice? Ugh. 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 Gross.
Fact checking.
I think we have another candidate for the Mike Evans big board of BS.
No way.
In the spirit of giving.
Mike is getting an almost new but slightly used snowblower.
Oh, is that his compensation, Mark?
No, that's just out of the goodness of my heart, Stoke.
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, somebody told me you had a boyfriend who looked like a girlfriend.
All right, gentlemen, I need to get your reaction to this. Because it's been airing, and we played a snippet of it the other day, but here it is in all of its glory. This is Zach By, our guy Zach, talking about Sean's offense in week one.
He put his agenda and his offense and his quarterback, who he proclaimed to be trending towards being a top 4, top 5. And when that man struggles throughout the afternoon, it's almost like daddy ball. And I'm telling you, it's unacceptable and it's inexcusable.
Your reaction to that, Stoke?
Almost like daddy ball. I don't think so. You know, I mean, obviously you want your quarterback to play well, but I don't think Sean's going out of his way to, try to highlight Bo. I think he's just trying to win a football game. I think, you brought it up. I mean, he said, hey, he had a play. He had a play that he thought would work. And so that's why he called a pass play there. That's why he went for it, not to try to showcase Bo off or not to try to make Bo's day better there at the end of the football game. I think that's way over the top to take it from, what we saw and being aggressive in that situation to kind of saying that, you're trying to prop up his stats so, it looks a little bit better after the game.
That play, by the way, that fourth down play, exactly what Sean, he said, I had a play. We knew what we were going to get. 100%. They got cover zero, man-to-man. They ran a play pass play pass, they call it a Yankee concept, which is a post with a deep over from the other side. It's standard operating procedure in the National Football League. Both of those things came wide open. So you got an 8-man protection, right? A 2-man route, 8-man protection, and you gave pressure right up the middle. And that throw was off. It was errant because of the pressure. So all of a sudden, he hits either the post or the over, and that thing goes for a touchdown. Now is it daddy ball, or is it what a great call against a defense you knew you were going to get? Now, listen, I'm more conservative than that. You know that there's a little Chicken Little in me, right? So I'm going to punt it. That's me. That's not Sean. That's why he is where he is, and that's why I'm sitting on the radio. Because I'm afraid. It's just the way, it's just my nature of being an offensive lineman. But I go back into that game plan right off the bat. There weren't a lot of runs in that game plan early. The runs they did run were outside runs. Why? Because you had two behemoths inside. That's a game planning thing. Hey, let's wear them out. Let's get them going side to side. Let's get them chasing bubble screens and doing all that so we can wear them down so we can break a couple of runs late. Like, that's a game plan thing. And it worked to perfection. You did break one for a touchdown for about 12, 14 yards. You did break one 50 yards later. I just, like, there's a lot of that to sit there and say, well, it was just about propping up your quarterback. I think that's incorrect and a little bit reckless.
Reckless? Well, you can say that to him right here. We've got his cutout right here.
Okay, Zach, I think you're wrong. A little reckless.
Did you notice the same thing about the cutout that
impossible.
That Stoke noticed? Have you?
I haven't really looked at it.
Stoke, why don't you give the critique? This was the cutout that was at all the Aurora golf courses when we were doing and we had to get one of these cutouts in studio, and it's here now. You can see it if you look at DenverSports.com on our YouTube channel. But you had a critique of the way that he's dressed in this.
Bad dress, yeah, bad shoes. And
I haven't even looked at. Hold on, let me
walk
look
over
at
here.
Bad shoes, and then
focus on the shoes and the laces.
Yeah, you got to get your pants over the tongue of your shoe there. So it's a bad look. He needs to step up his dress game, his outfit.
So first off, everything, it's not fit, right? Everything is baggy, Stoke. Yep. It's baggy. There's not a real fit to it. The collar is kind of all over the place, disheveled a little bit. You're right about the shoes not being over. And it looks where his phone is tucked into his front pocket there. You can see that. And there's a stain on his pants.
Yep. That's a bad look, the phone.
I didn't notice the stain.
Yeah, the stain in the phone in the front right
you're
pocket.
Right.
Front right pocket.
Yep.
Real sloppy.
Very sloppy.
It's sloppy. I mean, that's what it is. I mean,
it is sloppy.
You can't keep your phone in your front pocket.
Could you imagine, by the way, if they moved that, the QR code, if they moved it up, I bet you his belt, first off, the pants would have been all buckled because their pants are too big.
Right.
And that belt would have been like this, like all cracked, and the leather was old, and it would have been like the oldest belt you've ever seen. It was like,
wow.
Yeah, it would have been bad.
He might not even have a belt on.
Oh, my gosh. If he didn't have a belt on.
Dare.
Could you imagine?
He wouldn't dare.
Yeah, he had to because they're too baggy.
Yeah, it would have been all the material would have been all bunched up from where he's cinching the belt. And then he'd have probably had about, the belt would have probably hung like 9 inches down. Like the belt would have been, the leather would have been flopping
just keep
around.
Wrapping it around.
Yeah, it's disheveled. The whole thing is disheveled.
Sloppy.
Careful, Mark.
Reckless. He's not going to like this.
Don't worry.
He's not going to like this.
No.
You got me yelling now.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I noticed, I was in here the other day when their show ended. I noticed some tension. There was tension.
I would say this.
You got me yelling now.
In defense of what he said, does Sean have ego? Is Sean, when it comes to his offense and his beliefs and his confidence, does it border on out-and-out arrogance?
Yes!
Yes.
Sure.
But you know what? Name me an offensive-minded head coach who doesn't think that way. You played for Mike Shanahan. Now, it probably didn't come across the same outspoken ways at times that Sean presents itself, but you can't tell me that Mike Shanahan, in preparing for and laying out his game plan and laying out his vision for a game, didn't share some of the same cockiness / arrogance that Sean Payton has shown.
I will I'll tell you just a quick story.
Why? Well, we love story time with Stink. Can we do it after?
Yeah.
All right. Hold
we can do that after.
Hold that.
Okay.
I got one thought.
One thought,
real quick.
Real quick.
We just need to give Zach 4 to 5 more cardboard cutouts, and I tell you what, it's going to look a lot. He'll look a lot better.
Yes. Play that music, Ty. Play that because for some reason it's frozen.
Up.
It's frozen here on my board. So
4 or 5 more fittings, Stoke. If he had 4 or 5 more fittings, with a custom tailor, bam.
4 or 5 more chances to tie your shoes.
Yes.
He'd get it right.
Yes.
It's
4 or 5 more times to get that stain out on your front right pocket.
Oh, man. Oh, thank goodness.
Spray and wash.
Thank goodness he's not coming in right now because
he may be in his car right now.
He might be heading over here right now. Coming in hot. Watch out.
I want to pound your ass.
All right. Story time with Stink coming up next.
It's Sean Payton overcomplicating things on offense.
It's too much. There's too much out there. There's too much in the game plan. There's too much on the play sheet. There's too much on Bo's shoulders. There's too much on everybody's shoulders when it comes to the overall operation of this offense, and it needs to be simplified more.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Mountain High Appliance. Today's the last day, guys, the Labor Day sale. It's all about celebrating hard work at their Denver Clearance Center. The savings are working overtime. You can save up to 70% on floor models, closeouts, and one-of-a-kind brands like Whirlpool, Bosch, GE, and more high-performing, dependable appliances at unbeatable prices. Save up to $4,000 on select GE kitchen profile packages. And plus, their price match guarantee ensures you're going to get the best overall deal. Now's your chance to score big on all KitchenAid appliances. Plus, they're clearing out KitchenAid floor models to make room for the new arrivals, and their prices are crazy with guaranteed low price and Colorado's most experienced sales staff. Why would you go anywhere else? I've shopped them. I've purchased from them. I've had them deliver and install, and I can guarantee you're going to experience the difference at Mountain High Appliance, guys. The best selection, the best prices, and the best people. There is no question about it. So stop on by Mountain High Appliance today in Littleton or Louisville or their clearance center in Denver, Colorado. You can visit them 24/7 online at mountainhighappliance.com. That's mountainhighappliance.com.
Being dependable for your family. We get it. At Corwin Toyota, we've been family-driven for over 100 years. So when you need a ride that fits your whole crew, or even your carpool, rain or shine, we hope to show you how our family can take care of yours. Corwin Toyota, family-driven for over 100 years.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here from my friends at Spine One. Do you live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery? How about taking all those habit-forming medications? Well, here's the good news. You can start your journey toward pain-free today, just like I did years ago, like 9 years ago. Hey, they're a phone call away. They'll see you today, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK. Spine One, they're a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, and treatment options all in one facility, and I'm telling you, they're going to educate you on what's going on. This is what I loved. I sat down with the doctors over there, and they said, hey, man, here's why you're in pain. This is what we're going to do to get you out, to get you back checked into life. And you know what I'm talking about, guys. When you're in pain like that, it'll check you out of life, man. They changed my life. A few short visits into my guys at Spine One, I was doing things I hadn't done in years. Golf, yep, check. Hey, working out in the gym, check. Sleeping through the night again, check. Hey, if you live with pain, you know what I'm talking about. You can't sleep through the night. You manage your whole day based on your back pain. Don't live that way any longer. Call them. Start your journey today. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spineone.com.
It's next man up in Boulder as Coach Prime and the new look Buffs return to action at Folsom Field. Tickets are on sale now, so get loud and cheer on CU as the Buffs battle for a Big 12 title. Tickets are still available for the Buffalo's home matchups against BYU, Iowa State, Arizona State, and more. Lock in your seats by visiting cubuffs.com/tickets or by calling 303-492-8282. Join the action of another exciting season at Folsom Field with your Colorado Buffaloes. Broncos.
Denver, that hot summer hit your AC hard. Get your end of summer deep clean for $39. FixMyHome.com, hometown partner of the Denver Broncos.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go. Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown. What need worry?
I think it's safe to say, guys, that whenever I hear criticism of Sean Payton from Bronco fans, is that there's a level of, well, he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. He's cocky. He's arrogant. And it tends to center around that kind of general theme. My belief is that pretty much every really great offensive mind out there, especially the ones that are head coaches as well as being the primary play caller, there is a level of confidence, swagger, if not outright arrogance. And you played for one of those kind of coaches in Mike Shanahan. And I wonder, maybe it didn't come across the same way, but was there still that same level of swagger, cockiness, arrogance with Mike? 100%. Now, in front of the media, you probably didn't get it. But sitting in the meeting rooms, let me tell you why we're going to beat these guys. Let me tell you what's going to happen. He would lay it out like Sean talked about. I had a play. I knew what we were getting. It was 100%, and he nailed it, 100%. Now, the players didn't execute. But Mike, before Super Bowl 32, Mike Shanahan, we sat in that meeting room and said, hey, man, we're going to get into this formation. We're going to get strong right slot. So Eddie McCaffrey's going to go over and line up by Rod Smith. They're going to give us this defense. That's what they're going to do. And we're going to exchange the responsibilities because the safety's going to roll down, and he's going to try to make tackles. He's going to be in the box. So they're going to exchange responsibilities. Eddie McCaffrey, you take, I think it was, I forget what the linebacker's name was, Brian something or other. But you take the linebacker out of the slot, you're cutting off linebacker. Stink and Zim, when we combo up, instead of chasing the linebacker, you take the safety out. And it goes 100% of the time. We're going to run this. We're going to gut them. Gut them in the running game, I tell you. Gut them. I think second, third play of the game, whatever it was, we ran the play, about 15-yard gain for TD. And I remember going back to the huddle, looking at Zim going, oh, my God, we're going to kill him. And it turned out exactly the way that he described it. This is what's going to happen. This is what we're going to do. Here's why we're going to do it. We're going to be in this formation, and here's how we're going to gut them, right? But here's the story I want to tell you. So I'm talking to Kyle Shanahan in one of our meetings. We're just, it just kind of came up the topic because Kyle was a kid, right? And he's like, we're up in my dad's room before the Super Bowl, right? This is before kickoff, right? Not kickoff, but before we go, the buses and everything heading over. And so it's me and my buddy. I think Kyle had a buddy with him. And he's like, and we're trying to be, calm because Dad, it's game day and stuff. My dad comes bebopping in the room, whistling. And complete and total calmness. And so it threw Kyle off a little because there was zero concern. Zero, this is 10 hours before kickoff, whatever it is. Zero concern with Mike. And Kyle was he was thrown back a little bit. He's looks at what's going on? He goes, oh, we'll kill him. We got him. Zero concern here. We got, that's the way he approached the game because he knew my preparation, my study, and what they're in, we're going to get them. We'll beat them. And so there is that confidence. You can call it confidence. You can call it arrogance. I always say, arrogance comes from a place of unpreparedness. So you got to puff your chest out a little bit and pound it. But confidence, when you puff out your chest because you're confident, that means you've done the work. I know I'm better than you. I know I've out-prepared you. I know I'm ready to go.
Was Payton like that? Like playing with Payton? Did you have those moments where you were like, okay, there is a maybe quiet level of confidence or outright arrogance? We got them. They can't stop us.
No, I don't think so. I mean, just obviously you put the work in during the week, but there was never any kind of feeling or sense that we're just going to roll this team. No, I never got that feeling from him.
But I think that whether you're looking at the great quarterbacks or the great play callers, there is that belief that I got this, we got this.
Yeah,
I've got to play. I know there's an answer for it. I believe I have it, and so does that translate to making it look like you're trying to prop up your offense or you're trying to prop up your quarterback? I don't think it goes to that length. I think it's just a level of confidence and belief that these offensive geniuses out there, and you look at the Kevin O'Connells and the Sean McVays and the Kyle Shanahans of the world, I think they just feel like, I know I have the answer.
So to Zach's point, and I know we bust Zach's chops a little bit, but to Zach's points, I don't think it was hubris or arrogance or daddy ball, but I do think, and I think this is where Zach has nailed it, I do think there was a level of frustration with Sean and the lack of production of this offense, and he knew, I got to play here, and this is going to help at least, it's the old what was the old movie, a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down? Like, when you've played poorly as an offense, if you make a call and the call works out and you score a touchdown on it, at least you walk out of there going, all right, now at least I can stomach dinner, right? Because I took my spoonful of medicine, right? I took my spoonful of sugar. Now I can eat tonight. Because if I don't make a play, I ain't eating tonight because it's kind of like winners get washed. Mm-hmm. Winners get to eat. If you don't win, you don't get to go to the restaurant. You go straight home.
Well, there's a
leftovers.
lot going
leftovers.
on.
A lot going on there.
Lot. Got sugar.
You got
sugar. Talking about eating.
Spoons, eating, medicine.
Holy cow! I can't.
You gotta get your focus on. That's what was that? Why can't I come up with a movie? That Mary Poppins. Just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. The medicine go down. The medicine go down. Just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down. In the most delightful way.
Stinks. This is what happens when his wife tells him his lawn looks like a carpet.
Oh, dude.
Honey. This is what it leads to.
Hey, get ready. Freight train's rolling in here in about 10 minutes. Woo, woo.
Bow chicka bow wow.
Guy loves his lawn, Stoke. Guy loves his lawn.
Dude,
Woo.
it was Stoke.
By the way,
Stoke, my lawn right now. Glorious.
Speaking of our guy, Fran Brown, the coach at Syracuse, winners don't wash. No, winners wash, only winners wash. Apparently, winners wash and winners also run extra wind sprints. Did you see that? Have you ever seen this?
Huh.
So, my Cuse won a game last week.
Big comeback.
Big comeback against UConn.
But it was a big comeback.
It was a big comeback, but come on. You shouldn't be struggling against a basketball school like that, okay? But anyway, they come back, they win.
Well, what is Syracuse? They're a basketball school, too.
Not anymore. Oh. Not anymore. We may be like Nebraska, volleyball school here pretty soon. But he was so upset with the way they played in a win that immediately after they won in overtime, the crowd is still filing out. He lined his entire team up on the goal line and had them run sprints.
Yeah, I saw that.
In front of everybody.
That's awesome.
You ever seen that?
No.
That's cool. Is it cool or is it kind of like
trying too hard?
Trying too hard. All right, man. That's kind of
Did he get the idea from Mike McDaniels?
I don't even.
It's hokey.
I don't think. I think it is kind of hokey, right?
Hokey.
I think you're trying too hard
Hokey.
at that point.
No playoffs, no gift.
You guys got yourself a hokey.
Yeah, it's kind
of that coolness kind of wears off.
It did kind of.
The winter's wash thing was fun.
Yeah.
Hey, we want guys that want to be here. Not always chasing the money, and
Right.
and you have one good year, but then it kind of gets old quick.
Yeah, it's not going to end well.
Talk about acting like the smartest guy in the room, right? That's the kind of stuff.
Did he and the coaching staff run the wind sprints with him?
He did. He ran with him.
All right, I'll give him a little credit right there.
Okay.
A little bit of credit.
Okay. All right. We now turn our focus to Colts week. We just heard Dan Orlovsky saying that he wasn't quite convinced yet that Daniel Jones is a changed man, a changed quarterback. Where would be your level of concern with Daniel Jones as the Colts quarterback this week, Stoke? Just as we start the week, you can change it by the end of the week. But right now, based on what you saw from Daniel Jones last week against the Colts, your concern meter with Daniel Jones being the quarterback of the Colts is?
Very high.
Ooh, very high.
Yeah. He played really well, and we've seen him lead a team to the playoffs, so he's played good football before. And he's a very athletic quarterback. So he can make plays with his legs on top of everything else. And so, and I'm concerned that all of a sudden he's got a perfect fit there. All right? So I've only gotten one game to evaluate him, but it was pretty darn good. And they put a whipping on Miami. You can tell me Miami's bad. They didn't have a good game plan, et cetera, but he played good. And so, yeah, I'm concerned.
I'm concerned, too, because Shane Steichen is one of those guys as his head coach / play caller that will put him in a position to have success. And you go back to the playoff run he had with the Giants. It was 10, 12 design runs a game, the RPO action off of that stuff. When you talk RPO action, you're talking about a one, like a glance route or whatever. You're talking about a one guy running one route where you are saying, here, you either hand it off or throw it to that guy. Like, it simplifies some of that reading that you have to do as a quarterback. Like, they put him in a system. He is exceptionally athletic, and he can make some plays. Concern? Yeah, I have concern.
All right, we'll hear from Sean. We'll hear from Bo Nix as well today. We'll react to all of it coming up tomorrow. Great job, everybody. Thank you, Ty. Thank you, Johnny Fever. For Stoke, for Stink, we'll see you again tomorrow. We got Dover and Cecil coming your way next.
Does Sean Payton need to make changes to his game plan after week 1?
He put his agenda and his offense and his quarterback, who he proclaimed to be trending towards being a top 4, top 5, and when that man struggles throughout the afternoon, it's almost like daddy ball. And I'm telling you, it's unacceptable and it's inexcusable.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. I was recently talking to my buddy Troy Hansford about the housing market. Told me, hey, over this last year, the market's gone from one of the hottest it's ever been to prices declining, something people haven't seen in a long time here in Denver, Colorado. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my buddy Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline, get this, he's going to scratch you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? The answer is nobody I know makes that offer. Troy can make that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families right now that are approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. Guys, if you've got a house to sell, give him a call. He'll sell it for the most money. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Call Troy. Get your home sold for the most money. Hey, Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy. 720-900-4433.
This is Dr. Joel Cherdak with Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you've struggled with weight loss, it's time for something real. We use GLP-1 medications from licensed U.S. pharmacies at full strength, never from unknown or online sources. Your program is overseen by a real doctor with in-clinic care and telemedicine options. Best of all, we're offering a free consultation so you can get started risk-free. Experience real weight loss results for under $300 a month. Visit denverregen.com to book your free consult. That's denverregen.com.
Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Unhappy with your home or business trash and recycling service? Need a temporary dumpster for a project? Call 5280 Waste Solutions at 303-529-2329. Colorado isn't just where they work, it's home. They guarantee swift, on-time pickup for residential and commercial customers. Make the switch and get reliable local service you can count on. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This sports season, it's game on at Centergenics and Low T Center. Want to get fit like an MVP? Book a free TRT consultation and automatically enter a chance to win autographed sports memorabilia or tickets to major sporting events. Winners selected every week. Female patients also eligible. Book now at trtmvp.com.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Their recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity. Introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can.
Hello!
Can I kick
Beautiful
it?
people.
To all the people who can quest like
Welcome to a Wednesday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil, rocking with you 10 to 2. It's what we do, and we appreciate you guys being a part of the show. The Tribe, we love everybody out there in the Tribe. Welcome everybody to come join the Tribe. That's what we call ourselves if you're new to the program. Cecil over there, Dover right here, Kevin, Drew back there. We still got Johnny and Ty hanging out. We're all here today to turn the page to the Indianapolis Colts, plus a couple of days closer to a little Buffs and Cougars action coming up on Friday night. But let's start the party how we start them all. Tribe roll call, who are you? Where are you? What do you do for a buck out there every single day? We ask you to send that information to 2 places, the ramoslaw.com text line. Number there is, you ready? Grab a pen. 303-713-1043 or over on the YouTube page. That's Denver Sports on YouTube, and you can comment, watch, subscribe, like everything we're doing right there. But Tribe roll call, we try to give you guys a chance to get a shout out here on the show. Cecil, I'm fired up for the Broncos to be back to work today. I'm fired up to continue to talk about the Buffaloes and the Cougars and what they'll do on Friday night.
Right.
And we get 2 very, very important pieces of information this afternoon. What's wrong with Evan Ingram's calf, and will Dre Greenlaw be available to play against the Indianapolis Colts? Because they're going to need a Dre Greenlaw against the Indianapolis Colts.
They're going to need something against the Colts, against Jonathan Taylor. I'm going to need my first Mountain Dew of the day. So there you go. And the thing is,
nice, Kevin.
I don't know if Sean Payton's going to tell us much. He's already been Polly Prissy Pants about Dre Greenlaw. Last week, I'm not talking about injuries. Oh, he's fine. He's progressing, whatever. I imagine that we're going to get the same kind of Sean about Evan Ingram. So we may know and we may not. It just may be we know his practice status.
Well, that's the thing.
So is that out? Is that limited? What is it?
Sean can Sean can be all up in his feelings about
asking me questions,
players, injuries and things like that, but it's literally required. And as I always say, again, we don't get to be down there because we're here, but none of us work for Sean Payton. You don't have to do what he says.
Right. And I'll be there. Full disclosure, I'll be in the locker room today.
All right, nice.
I go locker room On Wednesdays, I go coordinators on Thursdays. So I don't really talk to Sean. Maybe if something comes up, I'll change my mind and go check in with Grumpy.
Yeah.
But he needs to be grumpy after the week 1 performance. It was not great, Bob. Now they win.
He should be
and
grumpy
that's
at his
awesome.
damn self.
Exactly. He should be mad at himself. And again, back to yesterday on YouTube, hi YouTube, where people said, hey, 74% of people blame Sean Payton for their offensive woes.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, it's on you, Sean. It's on Bo to play better. The advanced data is out on Bo, and it's not great, Bob. Mainly it's the non-pressure statistics for Bo Nix that make him look bad. In fact, among the worst of his class, if we compare just week 1 from that class to this year. So he's got to clean that up. And as we've said, and Mace pointed out, over the last 7 games, there's been 3 games where he's had multiple interceptions. That's got to clean up. He's got to be better. And this team against Indy, it's on the road. This Indy team's going to feel themselves. This ain't the Dolphins rolling into town, though. So Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes, get ready for this Broncos defense.
And we're going to go over some numbers a little bit later on, but there's the Dome in Indy has not been friendly to the Denver Broncos in recent history, so we'll share some of that. And I will say this, of course the numbers matter for Bo Nix, but don't let analytics and numbers dictate your whole opinion. Make it a part of your opinion to tell the full story, but Bo was bad in one game. There's no denying that. But I still feel pretty good about I don't even want to call it 19 games or whatever, 18 that they played.
Right.
He was good in 13 of those games.
And that's what was so weird about the game against the Titans. It didn't look like Bo.
It looked like Bo weeks 1 through 4.
Right. It looked like early rookie Bo.
Scared,
and
not know what he's doing, Bo.
Heard Dan Orlovsky on with the morning show. When they weren't making fun of Zach Bye, they were talking to Dan about the Broncos, and he had brought up about how Bo looked like he was like nerved up, right? A little caffeine, a little Mountain Dew, whatever. So the nerves were there. How do you calm him down? Some easy completions. Hell, run the DT play to court, something like that. Settle things down with that young man. Bo Nix is an exceptional quarterback. If he can play calmly, and again, the best quality for an athlete, it's not the strength or the speed. All these things tie in, but the number one asset for all athletes in all sports is playing at a high level with a calm mind. Did Bo Nix look calm against Tennessee?
No, he was in his emotions.
Right.
He was emotional, probably for the first time we've ever seen.
And none of the sacks were given to the offensive line. So all the sacks that Bo Nix took were on himself. So the advanced data needs to back up the film. Proper film study. I understand I get a lot of people saying, hey, watch this. No, I won't. I'll watch myself. And maybe like if JT O'Sullivan does something, he's the best at quarterback analysis on YouTube.
You've turned me on to him. And I've watched some of his
JT's
stuff.
the man. But outside of that, no, if the advanced data backs up what we've seen, and it does, he was bad when there wasn't any pressure, and he felt pressure too often. And that's on him.
Yeah.
Feeling that pressure. So Sean, help him out. But Bo, just play better. Calm down and get this thing going, because this Indy team is going to lay down. Hell, the Titans didn't lay down.
No.
I don't think anybody's going to lay down against you this year based on the fact that you're not sneaking up on a damn team this year.
Well, 1, you're not sneaking up on a team you won 10 games and were in the playoffs a year ago. And 2, your coach is popping off at the mouth to anybody that will listen.
Right.
That's going to get the attention of certainly of a defensive coordinator.
Right.
Oh, Sean thinks that? Let's see if I can shut him up a little bit for my time against Bo Nix and the Broncos.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's something we're going to keep looking forward to. I really want to know about Evan Ingram. I really, really do. And then the Tyler Warren edition that we're going to start to talk about today to the Colts. Dre Greenlaw would be pretty nice to have on the Broncos this weekend. And you know what else I thought was interesting? The Broncos added a player yesterday. Now, it's only to the practice squad, and that doesn't mean much right now, but the position and the player and the size and the height and the ability and the things this guy can do.
Right.
They signed little fella Deuce Vaughn,
the
former Wildcat from Kansas State there, and was on the Cowboys forever. His dad was a part of the staff that drafted him, and then obviously they're moving on from Deuce. But the Broncos added him to their practice squad. Now, Cease, I know he's your guy, but if I were Jaleel McLaughlin, I'd be looking over my shoulder a little bit.
You're telling me Jaleel McLaughlin's my guy. That's cute. Deuce Vaughn is no threat to Jaleel McLaughlin. I heard Zach go on yesterday on the drive, and he's like, this is bad news for Jaleel McLaughlin.
Oh,
this
he said
disaster.
it too?
And
Nice
I'm
spot,
exaggerating a little bit, but still, it's because he's right here over my shoulder.
I'm definitely drawing a big old veiny one on that face before this is over.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you said the face, because you said big old veiny one. I was like, oh, wow, we're doing that, huh? Okay, I hope the camera doesn't pick it up. Anyway, Deuce Vaughn's no threat at all whatsoever to Jaleel.
Why'd they sign him then?
Just take a look. It's the skill set. He's not Darren Sproles. Don't give me the Kansas State thing.
No.
He's not Darren Sproles. He's more Jaquiz Rogers, if people remember the Oregon State back who bounced around the league a little bit. And, like, for example, Khalil Herbert was just let go. This would be similar to like, just take a chance. Herbert's got more of a 3-down skill set. So based on his compactness, he's not a small back. He's a compact back because he's 5'6". Him and Mace are the same size.
No way.
Yeah, Mace is like, I can look eye to eye with him. So you've got a little compact back.
That's not good for Deuce.
It's not great for Deuce, but like it's one of those things like they're just going to take a look.
Yeah.
He's probably off the roster by the end of the month. I don't think this is any sort of threat to Jaleel McLaughlin, and I can make the argument, not because he's my guy. Don't say that. Y'all don't say that. I think he'd do better than those Bidet touches. I was very disappointed in Tyler Bidet.
He didn't do anything for himself either.
Nope.
On Sunday last week. So we'll keep an eye on it. I think, I don't know, man. There's a reason they signed a running back. There's a reason they're looking for a guy that can maybe make a little noise out with speed and space. Again, limited opportunities, if any, for a dude like Deuce Vaughn. And I'm sure they'll continue to give Jaleel a couple of those. All right, couple texts here on the RamosLaw.com text line. Again, same thing over on the YouTube side. If you want to do your tribe check-in there. We got our guy checking in Golden, slinging Blue Bunny ice cream. That's nice. Question, how do you boys do in the pick'em? Oh, I didn't even check last week. I didn't win anything.
I know I didn't win, so yeah,
I didn't win.
Check.
I know that. That's our guy Twisted T Dave right there, which is one of my favorite names of one of our texters. Levi down in Pueblo checking in for Tribe Roll Call. Levi, we appreciate you doing that. How about Curtis in Castle Rock, landscaping contractor? Oh, he's a one-man operation. He's 6 foot, 205 pounds. I like that. Don't we have to give him a ding or something? Isn't that the Dan Patrick?
Right.
And you tell us your stats right there. Greg out in Lincoln, Nebraska. He listens almost every day while I'm delivering the mail. Greg, we appreciate you doing that. Are you a Buffs or a Cornhuskers type of fella? That's a good question, Greg. We got a Castle Rock delivery driver delivering adult beverages on this beautiful day. You guys are great. Make my day more entertaining. Hey, we feel that same way about you, Eddie. Let's go Tribe and go Broncos, he writes. Hell yeah. Eddie up in North Glen checking in right there. All right, one more. Castro. Castro? I know the Castro family. Is that your first name? Here with the Santa Monica Seafood delivering fresh seafood. Oh, to teams early this morning and love listening to you guys while I'm out on the road. If you're out on the road delivering fresh seafood, maybe swing on by.
East Orchard Road.
Keep the text coming in. It is a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. So those are other opportunities for you to join the program. Who's grinding your gears as of late? A Don't Be That Guy or gal. We'll get into that. And we got to go to Boulder. We got to hear from Dion on this quarterback stuff about who's starting. A solidified quarterback. He goes on a really ridiculous rant about that. You'll hear it next.
Do the Broncos need to do a better job of showcasing their skill players?
I want to see Sutton. I want to see Franklin and Pat Bryant. Let's run 3 or 4 plays with the same personnel grouping. We get in a little bit of a rhythm. This isn't equal opportunities for everyone. Stop it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life. and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokley here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekend so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you, and you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, on a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday, we are going to get ready to talk a little Colorado Buffaloes. We ask you to send in your texts, your comments on the show, and, of course, your Don't Be That Guy. Oh, by the way, our dude got back to us. He's a Cornhusker kind of guy, says Nebraska Greg. Please don't disown me from the tribe. No, you're in, Greg. It's all good.
If we're going to let bug eaters in the tribe, everybody's in the tribe. Everybody's welcome in the tribe. Just tell a friend, man. We appreciate all the love and support out there.
Just little tribe rules, right? Like if Nebraska Greg, you got to own it, and you got to understand that there will be trash talked in your general direction.
Yes.
Whenever we all come and meet up and retire to our log cabin together. But it's all good. It's friendly trash talk together.
Yes.
But yeah, you're in, Greg, but you will certainly have to defend your team there. All right, see, so I want to continue to talk about Dion. I want to talk about this Houston and Buffs matchup. Again, it's coming at 5:30 on ESPN on Friday night. It's the Big 12. We got our first injury report in college football yesterday with the Buffaloes and the Cougars, so that's kind of new to what we're doing. But Deion Sanders meeting the media yesterday, and of course, all questions are about quarterbacks and what's going to go on with the quarterbacks. Will he confirm the report that was out there that it is Ryan Staub starting?
I'm not confirming nothing, y'all. Y'all know that. We ain't like that. We good. We have capable guys. Staub has been doing a phenomenal job doing and getting the majority of the reps, but I haven't made that assessment and decision yet.
All right, he hasn't made that assessment and decision yet, and he's lying. because he has made that assessment and decision yet.
Right.
And you know how I know? Because I did the same assessment when they played the Blue Hens last weekend, and my eyeballs and Cecil's eyeballs and Drew's eyeballs and Kevin's eyeballs and everybody's eyeballs out there assessed that Ryan Staub is the best option at quarterback.
Yeah, he's the best option for this team moving forward. And yeah, now it's time to go win a tough game, and a tough game that'll be a test. Another game where Deion Sanders is going to get outcoached. So we'll see how that stacks up. I wish he would have just announced that Staub was the guy, and then we wouldn't have to deal with any of this nonsense, because this whole back and forth about solidified quarterback that he did yesterday, it was nonsensical, and it's plain semantics. It's talking down to the media. It's just ridiculous. We know what a solidified quarterback is, and the Buffaloes don't yet have it, although it could be Staub. It should be Staub going forward, and it'd be nice just to know that and then get to win some football games.
Here is that nonsense you're talking about. Bull junk is what he likes to call it, about a solidified quarterback.
Coach, are you concerned about what not having a solidified quarterback would do to the team?
A solidified quarterback? Who has one of those? I got time today. Who has one of those? What does that look like? What does a solidified quarterback looks like? What does that look like? I want to know. We play quarterbacks every week. What does a solidified quarterback looks like?
All right, again, that's such a dumb response from Deion Sanders, and not him. I'm saying the response is dumb. That's you know how many other programs have solidified quarterbacks, Cecil? About 95% of them. And this is just Deion again trying to play the game, and why the media didn't. Hey, coach, I can bark back a little bit. A solidified quarterback is a guy that knows he's going to start on Monday when you start game preparation for the following weekend. A solidified quarterback is you ask 50 dudes on the team, hey, who's the leader of this offense? And they all point at that dude and say, that's our quarterback. He gets us in and out of huddles. He is the way we win football games. That's a solidified quarterback. This is again, the beef that I have with Deion Sanders is he can never be wrong. He always has to prove a point, and it's about me and my thoughts, and let me tell you how this is going to go. A solidified quarterback is pretty easy to define, Deion. Don't be foolish. Don't be silly with your responses like that. Yeah. You don't have a solidified quarterback. If Staub balls out against the Cougars this weekend, we can have a solidified quarterback conversation. That's so childish.
It's
of Deion
a waste
Sanders.
Of our time, basically. Like, stop wasting our time, Deion. Give us the answers we need, and that's to know if Ryan Staub's the guy. And then I don't think it's just this game. I think Staub would need a couple of games. If it's this game, he balls out, win or lose, and then the Wyoming game, which you imagine they should ball out, right? That's a game where we're expecting Juju to get onto the field for a quarter or something like that against the Cowboys.
Yeah, Staub should have them up by 30 after the third quarter.
Right, exactly. So if you combine those two with also what he did against Delaware, I think if we have that sort of picture, then we can say the Buffs have a solidified quarterback. Because even right now, even just after one game, if he plays well against Houston, I don't think that's yet enough, right? Because there'll still be question marks, and you've got another, sorry, Cowboys fans, cupcake coming up that you should be able to handle easily, and that'll really tell, okay, how much control. We saw him be very comfortable. That was the main thing about Staub. It was the quick decisions, but it was that comfort level. He was just having fun.
Yeah.
Whereas others seem to be stressing, and Payton Salter always seems to be stressed because he's trying to do something that he can't do. He's trying to be a pocket passer, and that's not his game. You saw Staub go out there in control, comfortable, quick decisions, knew where to go with the football before he even got the snap. That sort of thing can lead to success.
No doubt.
But I don't think we can say solidified yet until after the Wyoming game. Granted that Staub starts this one, Staub starts the next one, and plays well in both games.
And see, I will go, I'm ahead of you on that with my timeline, because if he looks good against Houston's a nice test here.
Oh, yeah.
Houston's a solid test here for the Buffaloes and who they are early in this season. So if he goes and balls out against the Cougars, I'm going to be ready to say that coming up on Monday. But he has to go and do that first.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, when we talk about solidified quarterbacks, he wouldn't shut up about his son a year ago. You know what a solidified quarterback is in your eyes, Deion? Your kid last year. QB1 from start to finish. That's what solidified quarterback is. It's just so childish with his answers. Last one from Deion. He says he doesn't want to do something that he's literally done all season long, and that's play musical chairs at that position.
That's the goal. I don't want to play musical chairs to quarterbacks. Why would I want to come to the game and do that? I'm like spinning the darn wheel and it lands on, I mean, I wasn't good at roulette. Although I would put everything on 21 black any day. You better believe that.
All right, that's a pretty good line there. That's a pretty good line there at the end. Put everything on 21
Always
Black.
the black, never the red.
Also, can I nitpick for a second? Is it
Sure.
okay? Is he chewing ice in the microphone?
Yeah, he is.
All right. Now, I don't want to be on the Jay Norvell side of things here, but
Yes.
let me ask you one question. If Deion Sanders, if you're Deion, and
Yes.
I'm just me having a conversation, right? And we're in a room and we're talking, and you're Deion, and I've got my hat on, and I've got my sunglasses on in the building, and I'm sitting there chomping on some ice while we're having a conversation. Would you deem me rude?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I had to say.
That's it. Yeah, could have done without the chomping of the ice.
I mean, like I said, a childish answer before, and then chomping on ice into a microphone.
Well, I'm saying I don't want to play musical chairs.
Dude, that's just, one, it's gross, and two, it's, you do not give a bleep about anybody else in that room except for yourself. He thinks he's so much higher on this pedestal of life, and look, in reality, he is. But to treat people as such, it tells you a lot about a man.
Well, just go win. If you're winning, nobody really cares. Wear the cowboy hat, wear the sunglasses, chomp on the ice. We'll all hand out ice to the media so they can chomp on ice when they're asking you questions. Like, if you're winning, it doesn't matter. This is a big test against Houston. We'll get into it more as the week goes on, but that's a Houston team that has yet to be challenged this year because they played, Stephen F. Austin and Rice. That was their two challenges. So they had a couple of games that they were able to roll on. Is CU going to be the same? That's where I think Livingston and that defense come through. This is a huge test for them. And then how does Ryan Staub respond as the expected starter for this Buffaloes team?
I love the Buffs conversation. Love seeing what I'm seeing on the text line here. And by the way, to the 720 texters, why should a coach tell you morons who's starting? Hey, texter, we're the media through the fans. The reason we ask all these questions and do all this is so that fans can get the information. Also, we get paid for it. That's nice, too. But that's the reason.
Wait, he thinks that he shouldn't say who the starter is?
Yeah.
Caden Salter doesn't scare anybody. This is not gamesmanship. It's not gamesmanship when you haven't figured it out and your backup quarterback is not going to scare anybody. So I understand the gamesmanship thing, like, oh, you don't have to say.
But there's no gamesmanship.
But in this situation, like, Staub's clearly the best quarterback. And if he doesn't start, I'm not saying we riot, but if he doesn't start, there's big, big problems, larger than you think up in Boulder, and they're already kind of seeping through the cracks.
They are.
So you can have black and gold colored glasses. That's fine. Deion will sell them to you. But let's look at the real situation with this team. They got to get the quarterback situation figured out. They got to run the ball, and they got to play better defense. The Delaware game doesn't change my mind about the worries I have about this defense. Houston will test you.
One quick text for Tribe Roll Call. Danny B texted in and says, love your show, my dudes. We appreciate you, Danny B. How about his job? He works for Brothers Redevelopment. It's a nonprofit organization that provides minor home repairs for low-income families and people with disabilities. Danny B., that is outstanding work, dude. Outstanding work by you and Brothers Redevelopment. That's just cool stuff, man. Helping folks when they need help. That's what we should all be doing. We need a lot more of that in this world. So love hearing that. All right, Cease, we'll get back to Buffs coming up in hour number 2. In the meantime, let's turn the page, man. What do we want to see? In fact, what do we need to see from the Broncos on Sunday in Indianapolis? How do they beat the Colts and send your boy, this time for real, Set the Flow, home, crying in his Cheerios? We'll tell you next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
You've launched startups and created jobs right here in Denver. But have you tried getting a mortgage? Big banks all say the same thing. Sorry you don't claim enough income on your tax returns. Have they seen your cash flow? Your employees get mortgages, but you can't? You built the tech stack that runs their bank and they're denying you? That's insane. At cakehome.com, we look at your bank deposits or certified profit and loss statement to get you approved fast. Cake is your self-employed mortgage expert, which means we understand complex income streams. If you're self-employed, a founder, or freelancer, someone who's built something real, you don't need to show a W-2, 1099, or K-1 to get approved. Call 1-888-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-888-EAT-CAKE to learn what makes us different.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel Inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, Cease, I started to look at the Colts this morning. Watched a good chunk of that game on Sunday when they were just boat racing the Dolphins. The Dolphins are embarrassing. Poor Mike McDaniels. Do the Broncos need a ball boy? Because he's going to need a job here in about 6 weeks.
Yeah, I think in about 6 weeks. Before Thanksgiving, Mike McDaniel will get fired. And that's why the Colts, like, you can be all up in your feelings, Indy, and, hey, that's awesome. You got a week 1 win, and Danny Dimes, we got a guy. All right, now you face the Denver Broncos defense. Let's see Daniel Jones go from the carriage to the pumpkin on Sunday.
Yeah, clock strikes midnight when Nick Bonito takes the field, Mr. Jones. Cecil, a couple questions about this game after looking a little bit more closely at the Colts. Now, the Colts scored 33 points. Again, it was against the Dolphins. They did score on every single drive. And, Colts blogs and everybody will tell you, Peyton Manning didn't even do that.
Oh, my God.
That Danny Dimes has done. So I'll ask you this. They beat the Titans 20-12, right? Does 20 points get it done against the Indianapolis Colts? Again, with a better defense and keeping the Colts in check. But do they win a game 20-10, 20-13 against the Colts? Or does the offense have to be better than that?
Yeah, offense must be better than that. I'm looking at 24 points as the bare minimum for this team.
That's my same number.
Okay.
Same exact number.
Yeah,
Nice.
that's a bare minimum. 24, by the way, is like, okay, you win, but it might be like 24-14 and a little uncomfortable. Danny Dimes gets the ball in the fourth quarter, and then Nick Benito stuffs him. Like something like that where they've got a shot at a drive. Maybe you win by 8, something like that. Don't make me do math, but this is a situation where 20 is not good enough. The offense was not good enough. Bo Nix was not good enough. It needs to be better against a better team in Indianapolis and a quarterback with more skins on the wall, obviously, than a rookie quarterback making his very first start. So it is a concern. Tyler Warren is the guy we're going to spend a lot of time with as the player that is of paramount concern for this Broncos defense. And when I talked to Vance Joseph on Thursday, probably going to ask him a question about Warren.
That's a big one. That's a big one. I got some numbers later on in the 11 o'clock hour to share about Tyler Warren. That it's why I started the show with Dre Greenlaw and knowing about what his status is going to be moving forward. But I'm with you. I don't think they can win a game at 20 against these Indianapolis Colts. 24 is kind of where I'm looking at. And I wanted to say 27 as my start. I did not see enough from this Broncos offense for me to go out on a limb and say out on a limb is 27 points.
Right, exactly. We'd love for it to be 28-plus points, but they're not there yet. I imagine towards the end of the season, we're going to see quite a few of those games as this team figures that out offensively, and that's why it just takes time. It's not a complete picture. What you're watching right now with the Denver Broncos is not the finished product for the 2025 version of the Denver Broncos. But do not get it twisted. This team falls short of the playoffs. If this team goes to the playoffs and doesn't win a game again, that is seen as a disappointing season by Greg Penner.
Yes, it is.
So the pressure will be on Sean Payton. The pressure's there, Sean, and he loves the pressure. Again, back to the whole thing from yesterday, I don't mind the pressure. I don't mind guys that apply pressure. I don't mind that there's pressure there because wake up. Pressure's there for all of us. Got to make rent, got to make the mortgage, got to pay for stuff. So give Sean Payton that pressure and put that pressure on him, those expectations. You're saying Super Bowl all the time.
Exactly, man.
Dude, go make that push. You're going to beat a team like Indianapolis if you are truly have the mind of being a Super Bowl contender.
That's exactly right. Another one, and this is a no to everybody in the NFL, but multiple turnovers, overcoming that, I don't know that you can do it against the Colts the way that you did it against the Titans. You turn the ball over multiple times, and they establish some sort of running game. Let's say Danny Dimes is connecting with Tyler Warren more often than not. You give them multiple opportunities, they will punch it in. And it won't look the way that it did with the Tennessee Titans, but you cannot have multiple interceptions from Bo Nix, 3 turnovers from Bo Nix, and then obviously the muff punt there from special teams. But multiple turnovers, I just don't. 2 weeks in a row, defenses don't overcome that. The Broncos had that, 4-week stretch when Russ was terrible and they were forcing turnovers at a 4-rate pace every single week. They cannot overcome that again this week.
Yeah, you've got to clean up on that side of the ball, and that just helps your defense play better. So if you play this team straight up, and remember, Indy is thinking revenge. We are thinking Danny Dimes is a joke. We are thinking that the Colts are a win for the Broncos. We are thinking that you can contain Jonathan Taylor this year. What are they thinking? They're thinking they've found their quarterback. They think that they can run the ball down their throat. They think that had they not dropped that game last year against the Broncos, literally dropped by Jonathan Taylor before he crossed the goal line, imagine how different the season outcome would have been for Indianapolis. Imagine how it would have been for Denver. They would not have been a playoff team. So because of that, Indy's thinking revenge. They're going to have their best shot for you. They've got a quarterback that's feeling himself. Now can you make him turn back into the Daniel Jones that we mostly saw with the Giants? I think the answer is yes. And the answer comes from pressure. Again, if you look at advanced data, don't look at Bo Nix's advanced data as under pressure. Most everyone's bad under pressure. When you're not under pressure, why was Bo Nix bad? Daniel Jones, really good when he wasn't pressured. But like every quarterback, he's mortal. So go out there, rattle his cage, and you can do it with 4, by the way. You don't need to send exotic blitzes, but if you wanted to once in a while just to rattle them up, that'd be fine as well.
By the way, about 3.9 yards per carry for Jonathan Taylor last week at 71 yards. They also have DJ Giddens, who they gave the ball to 12 times.
Right.
You hear that, Sean? 12 times to a
For the rookie.
second running back who's a rookie, and he rushed for 41 yards. So It's not this, dual monster threat that you might think of with, two backs that are serviceable, but they're going to want to use DJ Giddens a little bit more every single week to take some stuff off the plate of Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, and they're going to want to exhaust you. So another reason why you can't have the turnovers is because the defense will get back out there.
Yeah.
Even the Marvin Mims muffed punt, got to really slow down when you say that. The Marvin Mims muffed punt, the defense goes right back out there. Well, then they take him out of field goal range. That's Tennessee with Brian Callahan, okay? This is, again, a more experienced quarterback. You've got a superstar running back in Jonathan Taylor. You've got a young, bright, player in DJ Giddens. That'll be a concern, and the way they want to build it is run the ball, play action. Sounds nice. By the way, Daniel Jones can run as well. So you've got multiple kind of markers to look for with this team. You can't be giving them the ball back on a short field. You can't have your defense out there getting exhausted.
Yep.
Your defense can dominate in this game, but they must be well rested to do so.
And in fact, a good point on the Danny Dimes running. We said Cam can do it. He didn't really do it.
No.
Danny can and will do it. So there's another, again, Greenlaw spy kind of conversation with Tyler Warren. It's going to be a dangerous.
And that's why you have almost 2 game plans. You have a game plan for when Daniel Jones feels like he's good, and then you have a game plan for when he's terrified and he's taken off to run.
Yeah.
Because you don't want one of those broken plays like your clown hammer in the Colts. All of a sudden it's a broken play, and Daniel Jones picks up a 25-yard gain, and now all of a sudden you get some momentum because, he's feeling himself, and he took off to run. No, hammer this guy. He is not a good quarterback. Don't make him look like even a decent quarterback. Don't make him look like an average quarterback. Go after him, get him, pressure him all day, and you'll win.
Our guy Nate Dogg chiming in on the RamosLaw.com text line. He says, can I give a don't be that guy? Heck yeah, you can, Nate. He's out there working lighting world problems while he's sending our text line some messages. Don't be that guy who coaches a professional football team who has all offseason to prepare and then isn't ready for the first game. Don't be that guy who takes too long to get plays in. Don't be that guy who doesn't use a kicker when it's 4th and 8. Don't be that guy who won't run the ball because it's not fun or cool enough. Nate, did we just become best friends? That's a great text right there from Nate
He's
Dogg.
basically saying, don't be that guy. It's Sean Payton.
Sean Payton, don't be that guy. Now, Cease, I didn't know if I was going to do this to you today. I might have to hit you with a don't be that guy.
Uh-oh.
I might have to.
Really?
I might have to.
Oh, God, I know what it is.
I'm dragging a little bit today.
I know what it is.
I couldn't sleep last night. I wake up and I'm like, man, I only got 4 hours of sleep. Got to go to do the show, get fired up to hang with my boy Cease, talk some Buffs and Broncos.
Yep.
I'm like, you know what? He's going to pick me up today because he owes me a coffee.
Oh, God.
And I don't have that
You
coffee.
don't have the coffee. May I offer you a Mountain Dew Zero?
No, I want that to be yours, but I did have to call you out a little bit.
Yeah, but you don't like the clear Monster or whatever.
No, it's just Monster to me. I don't do energy drinks, really.
Oh, well, I'll do that. You can have my Mountain Dew.
No, I want you to have it just tomorrow.
Well, here's the funny thing. I got to work early. You know I usually roll in when the theme music is playing. I got to work early. I was like, wow, what a day. Traffic. And I'm like, oh, my God. I forgot to stop at Starbucks, so
and you know
I apologize.
It's okay because Kevin and I may be cooking something up for Friday's show that I think we'll enjoy a lot. I'm not sure you will so much, so maybe it makes good. Maybe
I don't like the way this is sounding because I have a feeling it's going to include Seth the Flow.
We're cooking, man. We're trying to do something here on a Friday show. So keep your texts coming in. Don't be that guy Wednesday, 303-713-1043, or over on YouTube. I want you guys to start participating in the things we're doing as well. YouTube.com/DenverSports. All right, at 10:40-ish, we go inside the internet. See, the Broncos stadium story broke at this time yesterday, so we dove deep into that conversation. But over the weekend, something went down in the NBA, and our buddy Carmelo Anthony, inducted into the Hall of Fame. Would he or wouldn't he mention the Mile High City? That was a big question. He did. What'd he say about us? Find out next.
Has a new challenger emerged in the Buffs quarterback room?
If Ryan Staub is the starter going forward, I feel much better about my prediction of 8 wins. They don't win 8 games if Payton Salter's their quarterback. Based on what we've seen over the first 2 games, they can win 8 games with Ryan Staub as their quarterback.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of, and he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
Everyone does, but it's only U.S. Mortgages. Lock in a low rate today, and if rates fall in the future, we will redo your loan and lower your rate without any lender fees, including the appraisal. There's no limit to the number of times you can do this. Always have the lowest rate for life. Get our 475 5-year fixed rate, 5.89 APR. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Auto theft in Colorado remains prevalent. Stop auto theft and subsequent crimes by locking your car and taking your keys every time. Learn more at lockdownyourcar.org.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
All right, fun segment we do at 10:45 every day. What's happening inside the internet? We like to start over on DenverSports.com, where we encourage you guys to start your day. Check back in a couple of times. You'll find stories about your favorite local teams. You can rewatch and listen to your favorite shows here on The Fan, and all that good stuff right there. I'm starting with a piece. Now, again, this comes from the weekend, but all that Broncos Stadium news pop for us, and our boy Trent Finnegan, he's going to join us on Thursday this week rather than Friday. But Trent Finnegan's writing about Carmelo's induction into the Basketball Hall of Fame. And the Basketball Hall of Fame, it's the easiest of all Hall of Fames to get into. While the NFL is ridiculously strict, the NBA, they need to be a little bit more strict with the things that they do. Now, I'm not saying I'm making a case for Carmelo to not be in the Hall of Fame. It's the Basketball Hall of Fame. If it were the NBA Hall of Fame, I'd say, no, Carmelo Anthony's not a Hall of Famer. But what he did in the Olympics, it does matter. Where he's at on the all-time scoring list for Team USA, I think that stuff matters. Now, throwing your bronze medal into a river, that's a demerit down, but here we are. So he gets in, and he's up there talking, and it was a cool moment where his son is putting the jacket on and just, you're a father, Cecil. I'm not, but I have a father, and like those father-son moments, that's a cool moment. Even,
special.
No matter what your feelings are towards Carmelo, it is a special moment.
Are people still feeling bad about Carmelo? He let you know before he was traded. Okay, and again, as a Knicks fan, I didn't want Carmelo at all.
You
but
got the
also,
worst end of the deal.
Exactly. But at the same time, I'm like, why is everyone big mad over Carmelo now? You have a 15 that's the greatest player on the planet. Like, what? Why would you be mad at Melo now? I think we should look back on it and be joyous of what the entertainment that we got from that team. Man.
I will say this. I agree with you mostly. At the time, I'm like, hey, it's the American dream. More money, bigger city, where you want to live, make your wife happy. Is that not what we're all trying to do? I'm trying to do that. And his just happened to be in New York City. I will say, I felt that same way. I really don't like some of the stuff he said, and especially recently, was it a year ago, Kevin, 2 years ago, when he was doing they gave Carmelo they gave Joker my number to try to erase my memory. Like, that's not true. They'd actually given 15 to another player before Carmelo. He was just a bum and a bust, and it didn't work. So I don't like that part of it, but it is time to mend the fences, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. Holding on to any sort of bitterness towards Carmelo Anthony doesn't make sense right now.
We won an NBA championship.
You're
guys.
better off without him.
Yeah.
And you can remember back to those days. Those were fun teams, man.
Yes, they were.
Great looking uniforms. And Allen Iverson was here.
Dude,
That's
and
still a pinch
Johnson.
me. Yeah. It's still a pinch me moment.
Carmelo did say at his Hall of Fame speech, quote, "I know everyone is waiting for this one. To the Denver Nuggets and the city of Denver, you believed in me first. You gave me your keys as a 19-year-old kid. You let me grow, fall, fly, and become the man standing here today. Denver was where I learned the weight of the lead, when I learned the value of sacrifice and the beauty of team. To every fan who filled the Pepsi Center, thank you. Thank you to the Mile High City. You'll always be a part of my foundation," end quote. That's a pretty good statement right there.
I like that.
And now look, again, I know Josh Kroenke, but we're not buddies texting each other, right? But if I were Josh Kroenke and I heard that and I saw that, and I know Josh did, he's certainly plugged into the NBA world, isn't that the, I'm not saying it's an open invitation, but isn't that the like, hey, that's very nice that you said that. We actually feel the same way. Can we do something to get this thing over with and bring you back to, now not Pepsi Center, but Ball Arena, and have a Carmelo night? Thank him for the time.
Yeah.
Hey, didn't work out. Hope you got what you were looking for in New York City. But thank you for the time, because you know what the Denver Nuggets were before Carmelo Anthony? They were what the Buffaloes were 3 years ago.
Right.
Irrelevant and didn't matter.
They're what the Rockies are now.
Exactly. And Carmelo changed that narrative.
Yeah.
Carmelo, I heard Zach say it. Carmelo made the Nuggets cool, and he's right. You remember their rookie year. Carmelo and the Nuggets went to the postseason, not LeBron and the Cavs.
Right.
Carmelo and the Nuggets were a bigger story inside the NBA than LeBron and the Cavs. LeBron's a bigger story than Carmelo, but Melo's Nuggets meant more to the league than LeBron's Cavs for a couple of years.
Right, and that was always a fun conversation back then of like young Melo, young LeBron, who's going to be better, who got the better guy, and it was fun, man. It was a good time, and then it became not a good time, but that's in the past. So, yeah, I would applaud if there was a Carmelo Anthony night you and I will be at a lot of Nuggets game again this year doing our tribe meetups. But, like, yeah, I would think that's something they should be planning and should have on the calendar at some point this season.
Yeah, some people still hate Melo. We're getting a bunch of texts.
Really?
Bunch of texts that they still hate Carmelo.
If you got hate in your heart, let it out.
Yeah, I'm not telling you who not to hate. I hate a bunch of people. I wish I could list them every day. But I don't hate Carmelo, and I won't.
Yeah. That team was fun. That team couldn't do an inbounds pass, but that team was fun.
Remember J.R. Dude, how many 360 alley-oop dunks did J.R. Smith catch from Carmelo? Like, that was a very fun, high-paced, fast-flying basketball team that you couldn't miss.
Yep.
It was fun. I miss those days.
The internet is a breeding ground for freaks.
All right, next up here, Cease. We talked about the Philly Karen over the weekend, right?
Yeah.
She steals the ball from
Is
the
there
Phillies
another
field.
one?
Well, no, there's a company out here. I don't think we mentioned this part. There's a company out there. It's called Blowout Cards, a major trading card retailer. I'm not in that world. I don't know too much about Blowout Cards. They're offering Philly Karen $5,000. All she has to do is give the ball back to the boy. It was his birthday. But write, "I'm sorry" on the ball and give it back. And they'll give her $5,000. If she doesn't do this, what's wrong with this Philly Karen? $5,000 to just admit you were wrong? And
right.
You're going to look better while collecting $5,000? It's a no-brainer for Philly Karen.
Is it cash?
Oh. Because it's going to be taxed, right?
Well, she's Karen, right?
Yeah.
So she's going to be complaining about
You're still
everything.
looking at roughly $2,600.
Right. You made me pay taxes on this. I'm not going to write, "I'm sorry, you didn't give me the right Sharpie."
Yeah.
Like, she'll complain about everything. So, yeah, I have questions. But I have questions of why humanity is like that. Why is Philly Karen like that? Why are you so miserable that you will go yell at a father? By the way, I don't think the dad should have given the ball back.
No, not either. And honestly, if I were in that situation and it's like me and Kelsey, I'm like, "Kelsey, take care of this lady."
No, well, they have people at the stadium. You just got to be like Rick James on Charlie Murphy. Security!
No, match that energy.
I'm bleeding through my chest, right? Yeah, just call security over. Have him take care of Karen, and there you go. Like, it was the kid's ball. It was his birthday. Now, the Phillies made it right, which is cool, but...
That was very cool what they did.
Yeah, $5,000
to say I'm sorry?
To her? No. She doesn't deserve the $5,000. Write that you're sorry and give the ball back anyway.
You know what? She writes "I'm sorry." She hands the ball to kid, and then they hand her the $5,000 check, snatch it out of her hand, and rip it up right in front of her.
I like that.
That's what they should
do. Or they could give her counterfeit cash, right?
Yeah,
Something like that, yeah.
That would be the best. And then put that on a card, her face, when they're ripping the check out of her hand, and I'll buy that card.
All I know is this. Karma is a you-know-what.
Mm-hmm.
So Philly Karen, be that way.
Yeah.
You know what? You're a terrible person. And
it'll catch up.
It'll come around. Yeah.
It always catches up. All right, let's go into hour two. Quarter number 2. Back to the Broncos, Cease. We talked about how you slow down the Colts. Obviously, got to start with Jonathan Taylor. But there's another weapon that Vance has to prepare for this week. Who is it, and how do the Broncos eliminate it? We'll tell you next.
It's Sean Payton overcomplicating things on offense.
It's too much. There's too much out there. There's too much in the game plan. There's too much on the play sheet. There's too much on Bo's shoulders. There's too much on everybody's shoulders when it comes to the overall operation of this offense, and it needs to be simplified more.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Don't let the wrong gear ruin your time in the field. Upgrade your arsenal with premium brands at great prices during the Shields Hunting Sale event now through September 14th. Score free tax stamps for suppressor purchases over $5.99 and save big on Sitka, Lucky Duck, Shields Outfitters, and shot shells from the top brands. Join the community of hunters who trust Shields experts to outfit their adventures and get more bang for your buck now through September 14th at Shields.
Attention golf lovers, the city of Aurora has you covered this fall. Home to 5 beautiful courses, there's no better place to play than Aurora. What's up guys, it's Zach here. I enjoy leaf peeping every fall, but instead of heading to the mountains, I'm heading to my local Aurora golf courses. Saddle Rock, Aurora Hills, Spring Hill, Meadow Hills, and Murphy Creek have stunning Rocky Mountain views with the fall colors we adore. For more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram at Golf Aurora CO.
Whether it's kickoff, halftime, or the final drive,
Fuel your football season at Dickey's Barbecue Pits. Order the 2 Can Dine for $29.99 deal. 2 meat plates stacked with pit smoke flavor. Or go for the new Triple Play Combo. A classic sandwich, savory side, and a big yellow cup for just $12.99. No matter who you're rooting for, great barbecue is always a win. Dickey's Barbecue Pit, legit. Texas barbecue.
GNC knows that you're not always feeling it at the gym, but don't get down, get lit, and get more out of every workout. Beyond Raw Lit is a clinically dosed pre-workout that flips the switch and gives you more energy, focus, intensity, and pumps. The perfect combo for a killer workout. Plus, it's got incredible flavors and thousands of 5-star reviews, so you know it's good. Pick it up at GNC stores or go to GNC.com.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
When it comes to the Colts, who are the two main characters that the Broncos have to take care of, eliminate, if you will, in Sunday's matchup to start 2-0? So, Cecil, we know about Jonathan Taylor, and I told you what he did with 18 carries for 71 yards. JT also added 3 catches for 27 yards. That's a total of 98 yards. Pretty solid outing for RB1 there in Indy. So, of course, you got to worry about Jonathan Taylor. I really like what you said yesterday about JT. You don't think he's had this thing circled on his calendar for a while? A little revenge game for probably the most boneheaded mistake he's ever made as a football player, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're going to want to get back at the team that made you look bad because you made yourself look bad.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Taylor's a superstar. He's a bona fide superstar. I have huge questions about Daniel Jones. I don't think he's a good starter at all. I think you can beat up on Miami. That's awesome. Some of their weapons, certainly we're going to talk a lot about Tyler Warren, but it's Jonathan Taylor. They got to worry about him first and foremost, and he's going to be extra motivated to beat up on Denver.
Yes, he is. And then the other one is who you just mentioned, Tyler Warren. And what he did a week ago, 7 catches on 9 targets, 76 total yards. It's about 11 yards per. Added a rush from the fullback spot. Sean Payton's just eating his heart out somewhere. It was only 3 yards, but him moving all around, it tells you a lot about what they're going to do. And check this out. 7 catches, 5 of those 7 move the chains. First down for the Indianapolis Colts. So he's a big target, literally, and a big target for one Daniel Jones. Now we talk about the Dre Greenlaw, the Alex Singleton. Maybe it is a guy like Justin Strenad, who, to your credit, you saw it first. Hey, he's looking a little bit better in coverage when we were out there at camp.
Right.
Tyler Warren's a little bit of a different beast.
Yes, he is.
How do they slow down Tyler Warren?
Well, because you have Pat Surtain, the great benefit that you have is you're going to take Pittman and you're just going to, okay, you got Surtain now.
Yeah.
There you go. You eliminate that.
Surtained.
I'm basically saying, and it's odd that this has to be the case, but I think it has to be the case. You're double teaming Tyler Warren.
You're at least bracketing
You're
him.
bracketing him with the safety over the top. So you've got an inside linebacker on him. Let's just say it's Sternad for right now. You feel okay about that. But make sure that Brandon Jones is somewhere around as well, and to bracket him over the top to make sure that if he does get those 7 catches, that 5 of them don't go for first downs. That's a really good clip for that young man. He's a dangerous player. He's a powerful player. He is tough to bring down when he builds a head of steam. So don't let him. Kind of stay with him at the line of scrimmage, push him around as much as you can, and then make sure someone's over the top just to be sure. And you have the capability of doing that because of Pat Surtain.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to worry about number 1 receivers. And Pittman's, their version of Cortland Sutton. Is he a number 1? Yes, of course. But, he's a big-bodied receiver who maybe not, the Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. There's not many of those guys. We got to stop talking like that. But Pittman with Surtain, done, and then double up Tyler Warren. It's weird, but that's what you have to do.
Well, it's actually not that weird to me because what you're saying and describing is exactly what I thought Evan Ingram would do for the Denver Broncos. And I still think he's going to do that. He just didn't do it a lot in week 1 right there. But what you said about Tyler Warren is what I said about Evan Ingram and one of my keys to the game against the Titans, that safety having to come down. And now I like Broncos deep threats better than Colts deep threats, but they have players that can do the same sort of thing. That safety comes down. It does open up something down the field. Tyler Warren running, outside the hash marks, inside the hash marks, pick your poison for whatever story you want to tell. But a McMillan, a Barron has to chase him inside or outside. What does that leave for a one-on-one matchup? So you're 100% right. It's such a luxury that VJ has PS2. You do that and we'll leave you alone. Just do your job. Now you need Jones, Hufanga, McMillan, Barron, Dre Greenlaw, Strenad, if that's the guy that's on the field, to also be up for this challenge, man, because he's just a rookie, but they're going to use the hell out of him.
Yeah, it's much to like when you face Brock Bowers. He's different than Brock Bowers, but when you face Brock Bowers as a rookie, you want to make sure to contain him. And Miami, they're terrible, right? And you can do whatever you want against Miami. Basically, my fantasy advice is this week, start everyone who plays the Dolphins, okay?
I actually it's waiver wire Wednesday. We're going to get it at 12:45.
Right.
I needed to change my defenses, and I'm like, I literally am like, who are the Dolphins playing? That's where I'm going to go.
That's your defense for the week. But if we look back last week for the Colts, they basically had a 4-man offense. You had 30 carries, combined between Jonathan Taylor and DJ Giddens. You had Tyler Warren doing his thing, and then Michael Pittman. Okay, so PS2 eliminates Pittman. You double up Tyler Warren. You make him go to Alec Pierce or Josh Downs. Fine players in their own right, speedy players, but all right, Riley Moss, you got this. Jaquan McMillan, you got this. Like, the Broncos defense can handle the auxiliary weapons for the Colts. If you take away the whoopee for Daniel Jones, what is he? He's panicked, he's nervous, he's seeing ghosts, and we got a runner. Like, he's a runner. You're going to get 2 versions of Daniel Jones. the one that has a little bit of swag from week 1, then you're going to be like Zach Bond, going to pound his ass. And then you're going to see the Daniel Jones that we know he is. Like, who are you? You're mostly what we are who we thought he was. 1 week against a terrible Miami team doesn't make me change my mind about Daniel Jones.
Me neither.
I did not have a first-round grade on him. I saw him at the Senior Bowl with no, that wasn't Carson Wentz this year, but I remember Daniel Jones, and I'm like, that's the guy that everyone's raving about from Duke? Like, seriously?
Oh, and he's a Duke guy. I double hate him. Kevin, you want to double hate him with me?
We have a football team there?
We? He says we.
I forgot he was a Duke guy.
Yeah. No, it's Daniel Jones is not a good quarterback. I imagine the Broncos will show that once again. So, hey, that's nice. Rack up those wins against Miami, everybody. You're facing a real team this week in Denver.
That's right. All right, it is a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. Can I give one? I got a Don't
That's
Be That Guy.
That's not me again?
No, it won't be you this time. I'm sorry. I'm not actually sorry.
Even the chat room is like, I can't believe you keep forgetting.
My Don't Be That Guy, you probably won't like this because it's specific to golf. Just have some awareness. Look, I'm not golf guy. I'm not Stokley golf guy, right? Like, etiquette, you have to have some of it, but just a couple weeks ago, I played without shoes on. If I could take my shirt off while I was playing, I would do that pretty much every single time. Playing behind these dudes yesterday that are just like so oblivious, playing against the sunlight a little bit, so the clock, shot clock is ticking down, and they get to this tee box and just start chatting, just chatty Cathy's up there. Every single tee box. And early on, I'm like, there's got to be people in front of them, so they're just waiting, and that's the rules, right?
Sure, right.
But then we finally get to a hole where we could see in front of them, and they're just up there shooting the you-know-what. And it's like, all right, do I hit my ball into them? And you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to be that guy either. So I'm not like stick to etiquette golf guy. I think too many golfers have a stick up their butt too often about golf, but just be aware of what's going on. You're not the only people out on the golf course. Hurry the hell up.
Here's the problem. It's the same thing I say at the grocery store. When people stand in front of it, like, I just need the Frosted Flakes, and they're standing right in front of it. It's like, can I just grab that real quick? Nobody cares. Everyone's so in their own head because I'm the most important person ever.
That's a problem.
That's a problem, but it's a societal problem, not just a golf course problem.
You're right.
You're going to see it everywhere because, point blank period, everyone's pretty selfish. And it's sad that we're at that point, but yes, it rears its head, whether it's at the grocery store or the golf course.
And then we went to pass them after hole 9 because they had to go to their car, and the guy they were playing with was like, yeah, they needed to get weed out of their car. I'm like, all right, well, this is making a little bit more sense as to what's going on here.
Yeah.
So, and he was very annoyed. He's like, yeah, they're not very aware of what's going on. That's what I'm like, how come you haven't told them? Like, I get in arguments with Kelsey about this all the time because I'll tell somebody like, hey, you parked wrong. Your parking's bad. Or like, hey, make sure you put your shopping cart back over there. That's where the shopping cart goes.
Right.
And she's like, why do you have to tell them that? I'm like, because clearly no one else has. They don't know they're doing anything wrong unless somebody tells them that. So I guess I'm I almost said it, the bleep hole that will tell them. Yeah, so
are stoners really aware, though?
I mean, you should
How many stoners do you know that are like real sharp and on it if they're
I know at
smoke
least one.
weed every day?
I know at least one.
Okay.
That's on it, I'd like to think they're on it at least. Hopefully.
We hope so.
All right, keep them coming. Don't be that guy. Don't be that gal. You send yours to us on the text line at 303-713-1043, powered by Ramos Law, or over on YouTube as well. All right, the Buffs quarterback room. It's been the story this week in Boulder, Cease, but I've got some numbers to share that suggest this team's going to be just fine moving forward. Do we believe the numbers? Do you believe the numbers? Tell us next.
Does Sean Payton need to make changes to his game plan after week 1?
He put his agenda and his offense and his quarterback, who he proclaimed to be trending towards being a top 4, top 5, and when that man struggles throughout the afternoon, it's almost like daddy ball. And I'm telling you, it's unacceptable and it's inexcusable.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity, and the other day I'm over at a friend's place. He's pumped to watch football, but his setup, total mess.
lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find a game. He claimed to be a big fan, but I feel like I was being fan-fished. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you gotta have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, well, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in my living room, plus Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K, so clear it feels like I'm in the stadium. Sometimes I've got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications, live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every single time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K cable TV box.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
I do. Everyone does. But even the best deal in the market becomes high if rates fall in the future. So now what? Go through all the expense again? No. Just go to U.S. Mortgages and get our trademarked lowest rate for life product. It allows you to get your savings today and lock in at below market rates like our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, 4.75% 5 years fixed?
Yes, and even if the market does improve further, great. We redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee, and there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. So stop waiting for rates to get better and wasting money. Lock in your savings now and know you're 100% protected with lowest rate for life. Call 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com. Rate must be locked by 9/16.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Tune into Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
All right, let's start to look at the Buffs and the Cougars and some numbers that may make Buffs fans feel a little bit better. I will say this, it made me feel a little bit better.
Yeah, what are these numbers, these mysterious numbers you've been promoting out there? Because I don't feel good about this game. It's a little bit nerve-wracking. And with Houston, we got a couple of Connors to deal with. What is it with teams that have a quarterback and running back with the same name?
Oh, it's twice in 3 games.
Yeah,
right?
twice in 3 games. So we have Connor Wegman and then Dean Connors at running back.
I feel like Connor's a very popular name. Like there's millions of 20-somethings that are named Connor just running all over the world right now. Such a popular name 20 years ago. It's like Connor, Aiden, like that, that kind of stuff.
Okay, well, give me these numbers because I got to feel better about this game.
I've got numbers versus last year after 2 games, this year after 2 games. Before we do that, the Robert Livingston side of stuff. Now, Robert Livingston has coached 15 games with the Buffaloes. He has held opponents scoreless in the second half. This is talking about the adjustments that Robert can make 4 different times. They've held teams to 7 or less 4 different times as well. Of course, none of that coming just yet, but in his history, that's 8 of 15 games where opponents have scored 7 or less. Pretty good track record. And that second half stat is the one I like the most because it proves that there can be some adjustments made from the scheme standpoint from the coach and translated well enough that the players actually go out there and execute. So I feel better a little bit there with Robert Livingston. Now, after 2 weeks, the defense last year was giving up 27 points per game. This year, and they've lost 5 of their 7 top tacklers, 3 of their top tackle for loss leaders. Oh, and by the way, you lost Travis Hunter. They're actually giving up 10 less points per game after 2 games at 17. 27 a year ago, 17 now. Last year with 2 weeks with Shedeur, Travis, Jimmy Horn, Wester, all the guys that were there, the Buffaloes were scoring 20.5 points per game. This year, sees 10 new starters on offense. The only returner is Jordan Seaton, the big fella blocking for what's going to be Ryan Staub. And they're actually averaging 5 more points per game. So after 2 games, the Colorado Buffaloes defense is giving up 10 less points while the offense is scoring 5 more points. So as bad as it feels, and you and I feel the same way. Yeah. And then I read these numbers, and I thought to myself, should I actually be feeling that way?
No.
Dude, that's a 15-point swing.
It's a 15-point swing, but it's no. They don't make me feel better.
Feel bad?
They don't make me feel better. Maybe it's the Delaware thing, right? Because how much can you trust when one of those games is Delaware? If it was Georgia Tech and Houston, let's say that was the first 2 weeks, and these were the numbers, you'd be like, oh, okay. And if their record, by the way, was 1-1 after those 2 games, you'd be like, all right, there's something here. It's Delaware. I'm not really going to take much away. Let's get past the Wyoming game and then really start to judge this team. And with Seaton on the offensive line, I get what you're saying, but that line play, other than Seaton, is really poor.
Even he's had some moments.
He's had some moments as well, but we trust that he'll be the best of a group that needs help. They need improvement. And they need Ryan Staub out there throwing the ball quickly, helping them out so they don't have to hold their blocks as long. Maybe that's partly Salter when he was out there and trying to be a pocket passer, which he's not. Maybe that caused the offensive line to look poor in that department. But that's where Staub can come in and really see where's this offensive line at and help things out and get a couple of games under his belt. Again, get me past the Wyoming game, and then I'll feel better about these numbers, feel better about a solidified quarterback situation.
And look, I'm with you. I want to see it in Houston. I think Houston's going to tell us something about this team. But even the 15-point discrepancy that we're talking about, 10 on defense and 5 on offense, you know what I think I like the most out of that? Is actually the proof that Robert Livingston makes adjustments. Because it's something I don't have a lot of faith in Pat Shurmur doing. And in fact, I know he can't. He didn't change anything for Caden Salter. He's running the same plays, the same calls, everything that they were doing a year ago with Shedeur, so there's not a lot of adjustments there.
It's predictable as all day.
Right. I guess you can't teach an old dog new tricks when it comes to Patrick Shurmur. But with Robert Livingston, that's very encouraging to me. Hey, you're making real-time adjustments, and it's not just you yelling at people in the locker room to be better or stay in your position or seal the edge or whatever the case may be. You're making real-time adjustments. They're being translated in a way that the players are understanding and then, like I said, executing them out there. So I love the 15-point gap. It makes me feel a sliver better, but I'm with you. I got to see more. But the fact that Rob Livingston, because I was losing a little confidence there with the dude Rob, makes these adjustments and it translates on the field. I feel pretty good about that.
Well, it definitely was an emphasis against Delaware. Mm-hmm. You could see that, and it's something that the King, Trent Finnegan, talked about in his postgame video as well on Denver Sports of like, hey, they emphasize stopping the ground game. Now, Delaware was able to light up 300 in the air. Okay, well, what happens this week when you go up against Connor Wegman, who is SEC talent that just needs to stay healthy? He's been a little bit snake bit with injuries throughout his career, goes from Texas A&M to Houston, but that's a really good quarterback.
Same exact story with Haynes King, and we saw how that worked
and he
out.
hasn't had to do much because, again, when you're facing Stephen F. Austin, Stephen A. Austin, Stephen A. Everything's Stephen A. Stephen F. Austin, when you're facing Rice, you don't really have to put the foot on the gas. He may have to this week. And again, that's SEC talent at the quarterback position. That, Dion, is a solidified quarterback for Houston who can be a problem. They'll clean up their turnovers. They'll run the ball. But this is almost a carbon copy of what you faced with Georgia Tech. And you failed that test in a big way. So does Livingston side pass that test this week? I sure as hell hope so.
Yeah. I just Googled what the F was for in Stephen F. Austin.
Okay.
Because I was like, is that where Lil Wayne got it? Wheezy F baby, you know? That's how my brain works.
That's how your brain works?
I can't do anything.
You thinking
to
a
change
little
that.
wheezy?
It's for Fuller. Stephen Fuller Austin was a pivotal figure in Texas history. He's known as the father of Texas for his role in colonizing the region by bringing thousands of American settlers to Mexican Texas in the early 1800s.
Okay.
Stephen Fuller Austin. All right, we're learning something
Fuller,
here
man.
on the show here today. One more stat. Will this make you feel any better?
None of this has made me feel better.
Running the football. 65 yards a game on 65 yards a game on the ground.
Yeah.
For the first couple of weeks last year. 138 after the first couple of here. And it doesn't even feel like they emphasize running the ball.
Right.
But some of the numbers are telling us they actually do.
Yes, and that's a trend that needs to continue. And with Ryan Staub at quarterback, as we anticipate, that just makes everything better. It makes your running game more efficient because your passing game is dangerous. Now you're going to play off coverage. You're not going to dare give Staub any sort of space to operate with in terms of a passer. Let him dink and dunk his way down the field. Don't let those deep shots of Sincere Brown happen down the right sideline. So when they back up, that just opens more rushing lanes. So, yes, that's a number that makes me feel better. This other stuff, like, come on. But that right there, running the ball,
feel a little bit better.
Good job, Colorado.
Because despite what Sean Payton lies to us every day about, running the football actually helps your offense and quarterback. That's a real thing.
Yeah, well, think about it. We're talking about the Colts. The Colts had 30 carries between two backs.
Yeah.
Why can't Denver have that?
By the way, we were wondering if there's high-functioning stoners out there. Text line is telling us that there is. And most of it's like, I am. Ogallala Don.
Ogallala?
That's up in Nebraska.
Ogallala.
Ogallala by Lake McConaughey. I can't speak English.
They called it Ogallala?
He's a functioning stoner for 50 years.
50 years.
Bills paid on time, own my own home, vehicle paid for, excellent credit, very successful. He's now retired. So
I remember when dime bags cost a dime.
You know how much condoms cost?
We don't know. We didn't use them back then.
So Don representing for the responsible stoners out there, I guess, that are in the tribe.
Hey,
Shout out to you,
We
Don.
welcome all tribe members.
Heck yeah.
Stoners,
That's right.
sober, doesn't matter.
We live in Colorado. We're not clueless.
You're part of the
as to
tribe,
where
baby.
We are.
Well, we love it all.
That's exactly right. All right, good stuff. Good conversation there. Buffs fans, do the numbers make you feel any better? How to get to the last one before Cecil did it. Biggest one for me, adjustments on the defensive side. They actually happen from Robert Livingston. Back to the Broncos we go. Cecil, answer this question for me. What is the perfect run-pass split for the Broncos? He'll tell you next.
Do the Broncos need to do a better job of showcasing their skill players?
I want to see Sutton. I want to see Franklin and Pat Bryant. Let's run 3 or 4 plays with the same personnel grouping. You know, we get a little bit of a rhythm. This isn't equal opportunities for everyone. Stop it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, guys? Josh Dover here on behalf of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I've reached my 2-year anniversary of working with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they have changed my entire life. A couple years ago, I was on the edge of 40 and started to feel tired all the time, not sleeping through the night, not getting to the gym, not even doing my little home yoga workout that I like to do. And one of the big things was sex drive. Gone. And I can live like that. Who wants to live that way? None of us should. Even as we get into our 40s, we start to lose some of our testosterone production, about 2 to 3% every single year. What you need to do is go to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, set up your first appointment, let them draw your blood, and tell you what your levels are. Then just having an open and honest conversation about what you can do. One thing is sign up for testosterone treatment. I did it. Got my T levels back to where they were, and I'm feeling like a brand new man. First appointment only cost you $99, but if you do what I did, as I just mentioned, signing up for testosterone treatment right there in office day one, they'll waive that fee. You're already off and rolling, and you haven't spent $1 out of your own wallet. So fellas, if you're tired, if the sex drive is gone, and you're just chalking it up to old age, stop that nonsense. It's your T levels, and let Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic get you hooked up.
You work hard all year and you deserve to be rewarded. So this Labor Day, we're rolling out the absolute best prices of the year. I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating you at all Mountain High showrooms with unbelievable savings on today's top brands. Save up to $4,000 on select GE Profile kitchen packages. Plus, our price match guarantee ensures you the best deal every day. We won't be beat. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Haven't filed your taxes in 3 years or more? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free online workshop on Thursday, September 11th at 5:30 p.m. where he will answer the tough questions like, can you still get a refund if you file late? What if the IRS filed returns for you and you didn't even know? How far back do you really need to file? What happens if you've moved and missed critical IRS notices? And what does the IRS do to tax protesters? Even, could I possibly be going to jail? Todd will walk you through how to get back into the system, understand where you stand, and how much trouble, if any, you're actually in. Don't wait for a wage garnishment or bank levy to find out. Reserve your free spot by calling today, 303-753-6040. Once again, 303-753-6040, Advanced Tax Solutions.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Let's be real. Big Mortgage doesn't get you. They want W-2s, a 9-to-5, and a job title to check their outdated boxes. But you're a business owner who knows how the tax code benefits you, even if the big banks don't. At CakeHome.com, we do mortgages differently. Our non-traditional loan experts get that your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. Invoices, bank statements, rental income, we work with that. While traditional lenders are stuck in 1998, we're built for how people earn in 2025. No red tape, no judgment, just smart approvals and sweet mortgage solutions. If you're a business owner or 1099 contractor tired of hearing no, call 888-EAT-CAKE to hear yes. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Visit CakeHome.com to see reviews from business owners just like you.
Denver, that hot summer hit your AC hard. Get your end of summer deep clean for $39. FixMyHome.com, hometown partner of the Denver Broncos.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Reaching out for something you got to feel. While clutching to what you thought was real. Kicking at a dead horse pleases you. No way of showing your gratitude.
This has got to get you going right here.
Oh, yeah. This needs to get you going, man. You're the one without the Mountain Dew and without the Starbucks, thanks to me.
Yeah. I'm drinking some, but it doesn't have sugar in it, so that probably is not going to help me much.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll be all right.
Maybe the sugar content at night needs to be a little more flour, a little less sugar, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did have.
I'm talking about baking. Well,
of course.
yes, I'm literally talking about baking
in more than one way. We're gonna check our X coming up at 11:45. That's one of our favorite segments that we do every single day. I always tell you, if you've got a story on social that you want us to talk about, well, throw it our way at Cecil Lammy, at Joshua Dover on Twitter, and we'll get to those. Maybe give your handle a shout out if your story makes the show. Cease, we've talked about it, man. This run pass split. Let's both come up with a number here. What is the ideal split here? And let's just call it 60 plays. That's roughly what each offense is going to get. And look, perfect world, 30 for 30, right? That would be ideal. I don't think it's actually going to be that. So let's go perfect split, but realistic, knowing that the head coach is Sean Payton. What's your numbers?
Oh, God. 60 plays, it's going to be 35-25.
I wouldn't be too mad about
passing to running, because it's Sean Payton. But it needs to be more than 25.
And again, it was 40-22 a week ago, just running back rushing attempts, taking Bo's stuff out.
Right, taking Bo's stuff out. I don't like that. That's too many passing attempts for Bo, too many rushing attempts for Bo, and not enough of the backfield. Again, the Indianapolis Colts had 30 carries between two backs. One is a rookie that's not as good as R.J. Harvey. DJ Giddens is fine. He's a good back, but not what R.J. Harvey is. Not in this offense. So more Harvey is the key. You want the Broncos to get back on track. You want the Broncos to kick ass double live Gonzo the way that we expected them to coming out of training camp. The answer I give you is R.J. Harvey. More R.J. equals more W's for the Broncos.
I'm with you. 35-25 I'd be okay with that. Because again, we're talking about Sean Payton.
But is it going to be that?
I think 32-28 is
it's going to be 40-20. You know that.
31-27.
You know it's going to be 40-20.
That's what I want. But yeah, I'm fully expecting 38-22, 37-23. That's what I'm fully expecting because Sean just can't help himself. I want to believe, and I can't. I just want to. I want to believe that he'll course correct so much that they'll actually run the hell out of the ball on Sunday. But I'd be a fool to say that, believe it, without seeing anything like it.
Course correcting for him is giving R.J. Harvey 9 carries. Well, see, 6. I told you. I give more R.J. Like, come on, Sean. Come on, you're better than this. Bo Nix, you're better than this. And that's the thing. Like, Zach By, our dear friend, get as offended as you like. He was talking about Daddy Ball. He's the guy that said Daddy Ball, not the morning show. The morning show was making fun of Zach because that's half their show. But like, for me, Daddy Ball is covering up for a player that's not good. You know what I mean? That's why we call it Daddy Ball. Well, you wouldn't play. Your son wouldn't play if your father wasn't the coach. That's Daddy Ball. So we need to define that truly. But I don't think it's Daddy Ball because Bo Nix is good. He just didn't look good with the Sean Payton game plan.
See, I tried to define it as like trying so hard to prove yourself right, you're going out of your way to emphasize a play.
But that's not Daddy Ball. That's just
ego
an
ball?
Arrogant coach. Ego Ball.
That's narcissistic is actually what it is.
Let's just say ego.
Ego Ball.
Ego Ball. Ego Ball. That's not Daddy Ball. That's Ego Ball. And Sean Payton's got to get over his balls and get something where you can put together a good game plan for the entire team. That means more R.J. Harvey. J.K. was fine. I know it was 3.9 a carry. It wasn't 4. Whatever, dude. J.K., I'm very happy with J.K. Dobbins. Incredibly happy, satisfied, ready to go. Let's see more. But R.J. Harvey is the way that you can get more wins. R.J. Harvey is the key to getting this offense on track to be dangerous. He said we're going to be a problem. I wanted him to say they were going to be dangerous because that's what they should be. The Broncos offense can be dangerous if they use the playmakers. Troy Franklin. More Troy.
Yeah.
R.J. Harvey. More R.J. More of the dangerous players that can flip the field. More Marvin. More Marvin. And hook it up, man. Hit Marvin. Notice Cortland Sutton's more wide open on that play, but hit Marvin on that play. Marvin Mims deserves those type of touches just like Troy, just like R.J., with guys like Court and J.K. just being rock solid, doing their thing.
All right, if we want, we're not going to get 30, but if we want 25-plus carries from the running back,
oh, geez.
What's the splits between the two? Was 16-6 last week, right?
16 and 14, 16 and 12, something like that. Whatever the number is.
I would be willing to sacrifice a couple carries from JK to get RJ more involved. If it's 15-12, I'm down for that. If it's 14-13, like a real close split, I'm certainly down for that. JK was great. RJ can really make this thing pop and be a difference maker for this team. Just what you were explaining.
And don't at me, bro. I don't care if RJ, it's like 4 carries for 4 yards in the first half. I don't care.
The first half running stats don't matter.
Yes.
If you come at me with that nonsense, you're kicked out of my corner of Twitter. That's just the way it works. Don't come to me with that.
I like that. I struck a nerve with you there. Yeah, don't give me that because it's the second half. It's the way you finish. It's grinding down a defense so that a big play can happen that R.J. Harvey can bring to the field. So, Sean, you can do this right. Sean, you can do this wrong. How do you want your team to feel, right? How do you want the confidence to be building? The confidence is there. It's not just Sean saying Super Bowl. Sean's the only one saying it publicly, but in that building at Broncos Park powered by Comet Spirit, they all think that they can be a championship level team because you have to.
Yeah. You mentioned Troy Franklin, who was, wide receiver 2 based off numbers a week ago. We said it. We told you throughout camp that's going to change. It's a rotating chair, right? It's that same chair that Deion's quarterbacks are circling. The wide receiver 2s are circling the same thing over at Broncos. The Colts run cover 2 or cover 3 66% of the time.
Okay.
In, again, one game sample size, but it was 66% of the time. Now, we know Lucas Kroll ain't going to stop in the middle of that zone. Is that something that Troy Franklin can do this week? That those sort of drag routes and then just stopping at a spot, catching the ball between 2 defenders and picking which one you want to go at and try to beat with some speed?
And I understand that there's going to be a lot of underneath conversation, right? Because it's a cover 2 beater, it's an umbrella coverage, and you're just going to dump it off, and Bo's going to dink and dunk. The proper cover 2 beater is 4 vert.
Just go after him?
Yeah. Yeah. If they really want to test
They've got the speed to do it.
They've got the speed in Mims, Franklin. Imagine those 2 guys on the same side in a 4 vert situation. If Evan Ingram plays, or let's just say it's Lucas Kroll. So Kroll, Sutton, Franklin, Mims, all go. All go.
I feel so maddening.
But that's your cover 2 beater.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And sail concepts, which is what Sean Payton does somewhat regularly with the New Orleans Saints, not as much regularly with the Broncos. I'd like to see more of that introduced as the season goes on. But your cover 2 beater isn't just the dink and dunk stuff. You can still have a downfield element, protect Bo, make sure that pressure doesn't get to him. And again, he took credit for all of his sacks last week, not the offensive line. Disagree with it, debate it, whatever. But Bo's got to be better, but give him the time and make him comfortable enough. Again, Dan Orlovsky this morning on the morning show had a great point. Bo had happy feet. Bo seemed to be a little bit, some nervous energy. Calm him down. It's week 2. I don't like must win. It's must win. No, but this is an opponent you should win. And you know what teams like Buffalo and Baltimore do regularly? They win the games they should win.
Yep.
You should win this. Don't give me Vegas line. The line's made for suckers. So you want to be a sucker and bet on this? Whatever. My chips are on the Broncos.
I'm in. Oh, I thought you were asking.
My chips are on the Broncos.
And by the way, it's not a must-win. There's no such thing as a must-win unless your season's over. But, however, as Stephen A. would say, you know what happens if the Broncos get to 2-0? They have a 72.6% chance of making the playoffs. Because that's what 2-0 teams have in the NFL. 72.6%.
And I'm pretty sure Sean will float that number around too. Like, hey, let's get this one. We know we're bound for the playoffs. We've got to get this one to really help ourselves.
And not that it's completely over, but you're doing yourself some favors starting 2-0. One quick don't be that guy. This case, a gal, and I love this.
Whoa.
I wish you would have thrown your name on this. A texter from Texas, or at least you kept your Texas number here in the Mile High City. Don't be that gal in the HOA who takes pictures of cars that she thinks is going too fast in the neighborhood and then posts them on the Facebook neighborhood page and tries to start a dog pile. They also end it with, we need a new plague.
Oh my God.
Dark and kind of funny all at the same time. HOAs are the biggest scam in the history of the universe. I hate HOAs. I just had my HOA meeting for our townhome, and it's such a joke. Such a joke. I got to start one so I can steal money. People have been stealing my money in the HOA for the last 6 years. I got to start my own so I can start stealing some people's money.
There you go.
What a scam. You don't have an HOA, do you?
No.
Never buy a home with
But
an
I do
HOA.
have a Facebook group for Roxborough that gets a little too Karen-y for me at times.
They're like in people's business?
Yeah. Well, I was walking home from Safeway and some kids yelled something at me. Like,
They're kids.
They're kids. They're going to do that. And also, like, leave the bears alone. My don't be that guy for Roxborough is like you'll have people that like report the bear. They'll euthanize the bears.
Oh, that's not cool.
Don't put your Kev, I almost had the dump button. Don't put your God blessed trash cans out overnight so the bears don't get in your damn trash.
That to me is common sense. But.
Yeah. Put them out in the morning like everybody else, and leave Brittany alone. Leave the bears alone, man.
I'm with you. Don't be you turn bears because some human's an idiot.
Yeah. Don't take your trash out at night.
Common sense. Unfortunately, it is not common at all these days. All right, let's go inside. Not inside the internet. We already did that bit. Sorry. Let's go check our X. See, so I saw a tweet from PS2 that should make Broncos country fired up. And I know sports betting is a hot topic because players have been in trouble. Well, there's an NBA team that's just begging for it. We'll tell you how next.
Has a new challenger emerged in the Buffs quarterback room?
If Ryan Staub is the starter going forward, I feel much better about my prediction of 8 wins. They don't win 8 games if Caden Salter's their quarterback. Based on what we've seen over the first 2 games, they can win 8 games with Ryan Staub as their quarterback.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
Every great game comes down to one thing, the drive. And right now it's time to make yours count at Groove Toyota. Get into a new Toyota, a certified pre-owned Toyota, or shop our huge selection of used vehicles. All priced right and ready to move with limited time offers in Colorado's best lineup of Tacomas, Tundras, SUVs, and more. Don't wait on the sidelines. These deals won't last. Make your move today at Groove Toyota on South Broadway in Inglewood, or start shopping now at GrooveToyota.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Rich Lawn. Fall is coming soon. That means 2 things, football and keep my lawn healthy and beautiful. How do I do that? An application of Colorado-made Rich Lawn Pro Rich Winterizer in September helps my lawn recover from the heat and stress of summer, keeps it greener longer into the fall, builds a strong root system, and provides green up earlier in the spring. So, be like me and have the best stinking lawn in your neighborhood. Get Pro Rich Winterizer today at your favorite garden center. Tell them Mark sent you. Visit richlawn.com to find a dealer near you.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
I hope you're on Team Gets It as well. One of our fave segs here is check your ex. What's on your timeline that you need to know about? Well, yesterday was a big day for the Mile High City, Broncos Country, and the Walton Penner Group because they all but officially announced their stadium location at the Burnham Yard. They said it's their preferred site, and they want a retractable roof. You missed all the conversation yesterday. Go back and find our podcast. It was a big, big chunk and topic of the show yesterday. And they sent out their official tweet, right, with their official statement on it. Well, one PS2, at Pat Surtain 2, the second there, he quote tweeted the Broncos official statement and says, "I can't wait to see what this brings in the future. Love seeing Greg and Kerry continue to invest in this team and this city." Now, one, good on Pat, right? Being a good teammate and good soldier and all that good stuff. Talking about what his job, his employer is doing. But that also, he's talking about the future. I know he just signed that big deal, but he's already underpaid. I saw this, and maybe I'm crazy, but my first thought was, and not that I had thoughts against this, but it was almost the reassurance of, hey, PS2's a Bronco for life, baby.
Yeah.
And the things that Greg and Kerry are doing, it goes to some of the stuff you've talked about with who the Walton Penner Group is. Players want to come to teams that are going to give them the most money, give them the opportunity to play the most so that they can earn more money betting on themselves. Check, check, check for the Denver Broncos. And then they want to play with talent around them. We feel good about Bo moving forward. Yes, he struggled last week. They want to play with coaches that are going to put him in the best position to succeed. Now, as long as you're not a running back, Sean Payton's going to take care of that for you. Now we're hearing this from PS2. It's just this core that you and I talked about, what was that, 2 weeks ago, of the 7 guys that have been paid over the last 2 summers. Not only are they locked up, you hear stuff like this, and my instinct, my gut tells me they want to sign another contract to rock the orange and blue.
Yeah, what's funny is you saw that from Will Lutz. You saw quite a few players, we could go down the list, that were like, can't wait, the new stadium. And I'm like, how many are going to be here?
Like, you're old, dude.
Well, it's year 11 for Pat Surtain. We imagine by the time they get there,
I was like,
by the
hold
time
on.
they get there, it'll be year 11. We hope that Pat Surtain is still playing at a high level. We know that Champ Bailey, what he played, like 14 years, something like that. So, it'll be towards the more senior portion of his year. Will Lutz is unlikely to be here. And he was tweeting about it. So I saw a bunch of players tweeting it, and that's cool. And people love this ownership group because, of course, you should. It's the Walton Penner Group. They're fantastic. Best ownership in football. They just did that.
Mm-hmm.
They've done that. Now get a championship, you'll really be the best owners in football. Well, guess what? By the time the stadium's ready to open, 90% of this roster is going to be different. We hope that Bo's here and still rocking and rolling and all that. Hope PS2 at the end of his career, and they got some young corner. He's learning from PS2 and, all that kind of stuff. But I saw a bunch of Broncos tweeting about it. I'm like, oh, you're not going to be here. It's
so
nice
just being good employees.
Good employees. I don't think they were told to do that, but it's one of those things where it's like that mass tweet all at the same time, and they kind of say the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, were they told to do that?
I see that a lot with like media folks that work at the same place.
Yeah,
like, subscribe to our this and get this shirt. And it's like, okay, we get it.
Yeah, we got it. We got
T-shirts.
We got it.
Cool. Great. So yeah, I don't know. I interpret it as like, man, these guys really want to ride for the Denver Broncos and be here in the Mile High City. You want to know one of the dumbest things an NBA team can do, Cecil?
What's that?
Host a sports betting night for their fans. That's exactly what the Hornets are going to do. The Charlotte Hornets are going to host sports betting night on March 17th when they play against the Miami Heat. Sports betting night by the Charlotte Hornets in an NBA game where they employ Terry Rozier, who has been under federal investigation before for betting. And they're going to host sports betting night. Now, I would imagine here, Cease, this is on CheckRX on, what are we here, September 10th. I would imagine by about September 11th, Adam Silver's going to say, no, you're not. And tomorrow we'll go, hey, remember what the Charlotte Hornets were trying to do?
Right.
They're not doing that anymore.
Yeah, but it's Adam Silver who does everything wrong. So we're really sure he's going to do that?
How do you give them approval to do this? Knowing what your own player did it. Malik Beasley's name just got cleared 10 days ago.
What does Adam Silver do right, though?
They suspended MPJ's little brother for life because he was betting on his own game.
Yeah.
Perception's awful with this.
Yeah, it's terrible.
And Adam Silver's not great either.
Who had that idea? You know what I mean? Who comes up with this? I know what we need, guys. Sports betting night.
How did it make it to an official on the calendar, this is happening thing?
Right. Yeah.
Because that could be, you're in an office and you're like, I got an idea.
Right.
There's
no such thing as bad ideas. We're just brainstorming.
Yeah. Let's go sports betting night.
No.
And then nobody in the room goes, Terry Rozier's on our team? No one said that?
No one spoke up? Yeah, that is very, very odd.
Strange and a bad idea. Cease, what's happening on your timeline?
Two things. One really quick. Do you remember the old song, like, I'm Just a Bill from, like, the early morning, Saturday morning cartoons?
I don't.
It's like a
I
after-school
remember this
special
guy.
type thing.
Yeah, okay,
I'm just a Bill.
Yeah.
The Commanders tweeted that out about Corey Krosky.
No way. Nice.
I'm just a Bill, so that was cool, and it's fun to see. And, yeah, there's not a lot of help out there on the waiver wire. We're going to get to that in an hour. If, by chance, you were in a league where he was not drafted, he's the number one priority.
You think he's still out there? Like, there's a chance that people didn't know him. I told you, some of my guys were like, who the hell did you draft at running back?
We can look in Yahoo ownership and see what the percentage is. I'll do that before 12:45.
Okay.
So there's a small chance, but I just thought that was funny. So give me that, James.
I love that they're leaning into the Bill thing.
Yeah.
It's such a fun story.
Did you see this? The AP poll. The lady that moved Florida up 2 spots, even though they lost to USF on Saturday. Did you hear her excuse?
No.
Haley M. Sawyer response to college football fans criticizing her AP ballot. Quote, I don't want to go too much into my process or logic. It's really fun, but it probably doesn't matter in the end.
What?
Close quote.
It's actually the only thing that matters.
That's an AP voter that's basically crapping on the AP.
Haley what?
Haley M. Sawyer. And, maybe it's me, don't be that guy, but they interviewed her on something, and like every other word's like, well, like, I was just having fun, and like, I just this, and like, I just that. And it's just, for the love of God, do you know how many AP voters are just super pissed off right now? Do you know how many women reporters I saw come out on Twitter like, this is what gives people any sort of, because of course you see the guy, women in sports or whatever. It doesn't have anything to do with that. It has to do with do your job.
Mm-hmm.
Do what your job is. But she's definitely given the AP a bad name, and I know a lot of women reporters took issue with what she didn't do, which is basically pay attention.
But that's the problem when you have groups that vote like that. You get a bad apple, bad egg, bad seed, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then the rest of us, and I'm guilty of it too, I just lump them all together, and I go, oh, if Haley Sawyer sucks at her job, that means everybody that's voting sucks at their job.
Right.
And they've got this thing wrong time after time, week after week.
Right.
So I'm with you. The rest of the people in that room, they should be having a conversation with Miss Sawyer there.
Yes, and it can be one bad egg, that's for sure. You don't be that guy that's like, this is why. And no, okay, for the love of God. It was a bad look. It's a bad look for her. But it's certainly pissed off a lot of women who work in sports, and it's pissed off a lot of AP voters and college football fans who are like, how can you move up Florida 2 spots after they lost?
I look at this, and you know this, doing what we do at this job. This job's awesome. This job's also very hard. It's also very hard to get this job. There's, 6 of them in the city? And I look at that as like, if I don't do what I'm supposed to do every day, 1, I'm going to get fired. But 2, it's like, I'm almost slapping my peers in the face. You, specifically, of like, I can kind of skate by with this. That's what she's trying to do, is skate by with this. And it's her job.
Yeah. Listen to the answer, and it'll disgust you.
People don't have any pride in what they do anymore.
But guys, I'll give you this. Yes, this is on her, but part of it's also on, she shouldn't actually be expected to vote on all the teams for games she's not watching anyway. She writes for the AP. She covers a specific team. She covers
USC, right?
Right. I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
So how is somebody who's covering USC and you're spending, 8 to 10 hours in a day on a college football Saturday watching USC, How are you going to watch South Florida, Florida? How are you going to watch Colorado, Delaware?
But if it's her job and that's what she's supposed to do.
But that's the thing. It shouldn't. The AP, the poll shouldn't be decided by AP voters who are only generally specifically watching one team. It should be like a committee of people who cover the sport entirely, like Joel Klatt, Josh Pate, Paul Feinbaum, people like that.
Oh, I'm down with that.
They should be the voters, the ones that are covering the entire sport, not just USC or Florida State, whatever the case may be. Now, don't get me wrong. What she did was wrong, but it's not entirely on her.
And her answer is garbage, by the way. You heard her answer.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
I would say this. Drew, you're right about those national people, but how many Buffs games is Paul Feinbaum watching?
I don't know. He talks about Deion a fair amount, but I know
because it's a hot topic and he knows he can get clicks. I don't know if he's watching.
And that's part of the problem is in this day and age, it's honestly it's kind of impossible to watch all these games because there are so many games on. It's almost impossible to do it. That's why I give credit to guys like Joel Klatt who are watching film of so many other teams. They have a better perspective of what's actually going on.
I get what you're saying, and I don't have a ton of pushback, but I would say if you can't handle the responsibility that comes with it, don't do the job.
That's fair.
Target's always
high.
No,
that's fair. That's totally fair.
Go get a gig somewhere else. So I have to watch a lot of games. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot that goes into it. So I get it. There are people that can be better at that. Joel and Paul are great examples, but yeah, you got to be better than what Haley offered up there with her AP talk. All right, let's get into our lunch hour, Cease. Want to get back to a Broncos conversation. Also hear a bit from Prime. But if Evan Ingram and Dre Greenlaw aren't available, what's going to happen with these Broncos? And an interesting name added to the practice squad yesterday. Does it mean anything? We'll tell you next.
It's Sean Payton overcomplicating things on offense.
It's too much. There's too much out there. There's too much in the game plan. There's too much on the play sheet. There's too much on Bo's shoulders. There's too much on everybody's shoulders when it comes to the overall operation of this offense, and it needs to be simplified more.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
At Ameristar, the best memories don't trend. They last. Their stories we're still telling 20 years later. Like winning big at a table with your closest friends. Or going all out on a night you hope lasts forever. Like watching your team clinch the playoffs on a giant screen. Or stepping away for a weekend you'll never forget. Whatever you do it for the memories. And we'll do everything we can to make them last. Ameristar Blackhawk. Come visit or book your next memories at AmeristarBlackhawk.com. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't let the wrong gear ruin your time in the field. Upgrade your arsenal with premium brands at great prices during the Shields Hunting Sale event now through September 14th. Score free tax stamps for suppressor purchases over $5.99 and save big on Sitka, Lucky Duck, Shields Outfitters, and shot shells from the top brands. Join the community of hunters who trust Shields experts to outfit their adventures and get more bang for your buck now through September 14th at Shields.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
I do. Of course you all do. Who wouldn't want this? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Because even with the lowest rate today, it may not be in 6, 12 months or more. And if rates do fall in the future, now what? Go through the expense again? No. Maximize your savings with U.S. Mortgages and our lowest rate for life program. It allows you to lock in today, and if the market does improve, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fee and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Awarded the smartest loan in the country. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokley here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekend so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. It's football season, and did you know that I am the reigning fan staff champion in the King Supers Football Pick'em? Yep, Stokley, Schlereth, Zach By, Cecil Lemmy, none of them can hang with the judge when it comes to football. Just like those made-for-TV lawyers can't hang with me in the courtroom. When you've been hurt in a car accident, you want the real deal, which is what you get when you call 303-LAW-4040. Not some made-for-TV character. When you call 303-LAW-4040, you speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly, not some call center overseas. And you get to meet with us in person for free. We never take a dime unless we win for you. Plus, no ridiculous fees like those TV characters. You were the one that was hurt, so the doctors and the lawyers shouldn't take all the money. So go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303-LAW-4040, 303-LAW-4040.
I'm Dr. Joel Cherdak with Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you're ready to lose weight safely and effectively, we prescribe real GLP-1 medications at standard dosages from licensed U.S. pharmacies, not half-strength drugs from unknown or online sources. Your care is managed by a real medical doctor at a real clinic with telemedicine available. And right now, we're offering a free consultation to help you get started. See real results for under $300 a month. Schedule your free consult today at DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Well, I'm gone.
Lunchtime, we're here. Third quarter.
Can I kick it?
As we're inching closer and closer to the Buffs and the Cougars getting it on Friday night. The Broncos are back to work today. They're starting to put their game plan in. 75 passes against the Colts coming up on Sunday there in Indy. They're at work, and we'll hear from Sean, from Bo, from a couple players a little later on today. We always want to hear from you guys on a Don't Be That Guy. Maybe it's a Don't Be That Gal Wednesday. Who's making you crazy? Who's doing stuff that drives you nuts? Let us know. Two ways you can do it. RamosLaw.com text line is 303-713-1043, or over on the YouTube feed. It's youtube.com/DenverSports. One quick example for Don't Be That Guy. Brian in Erie says, don't be that guy or gal at DIA who spreads out on the moving walkways or escalators to prevent people from passing.
Right.
Some people are in a hurry. Brian and Erie, that's a great one.
That is a great one. Yeah, if you're on that moving walkway, get over to the right.
They got like the two bags on each side. It's like, line those things up and move.
And people do it on purpose, and it's awful. So, yes, perfect. Don't be that guy.
That's a good one. There's like airport and road
etiquette
examples are really, really good.
Yeah, and there's a lot at both.
Yes, there is. Almost every day you run into another Don't Be That Guy. So keep those things coming. We always love those. We'll give some examples a little later on in the show as well. But, Cease, two things that I want to learn today. What's happening with Evan Ingram's calf? I don't know that Sean will tell us anything, but the injury report will. They can also play games with us there. He can be limited, and they don't really have to do anything. Plus, a Wednesday practice report isn't going to tell you a ton. But what's up with Evan Ingram's calf? Because I'd really like to see the Joker show up sooner rather than later. And then Dre Greenlaw. You got a quarterback in Daniel Jones that can be mobile if he has to be, and then you have a tight end, fullback, wide receiver, whatever the hell you want to call Tyler Warren that you're going to have to deal with. I'm not saying Dre Greenlaw's the Tyler Warren shutdown guy, but he'll certainly help you and give you a bigger advantage than even a Justin Strunat, who's gotten better at coverage, or an Alex Singleton who's a little long in the tooth coming off of a major injury. So here in the next couple of hours, I would love to know what the deal with Evan Ingram is, and did Dre Greenlaw do anything at Broncos practice today?
How frustrated will you be tomorrow then when Sean Payton doesn't tell us anything? Because I have a feeling that's what's going to happen.
But the practice report will give us some insight.
It will, yes, yeah. And as much insight as we can take away from that. And if I'm to see the future right now, I would guess that Evan Ingram is DNP, and I would guess that Dre Greenlaw is DNP. And that sucks, because you need both of these guys as healthy as possible, as fast as possible. If we look at the four players that were signed this offseason, J.K. Dobbins and Evan Ingram and Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, of those four guys with varying injury histories, You need him out there as much as possible. It is week 2. I'd rather have him late than, have him early. So I guess it's somewhat of a blessing that it's early season games that they're missing. But I want to have confidence going forward that, Greenlaw is all pro level when he's healthy. I want him healthy. I want him out there. Evan Ingram, we barely got to see Evan Ingram.
Yeah.
If that play in the preseason was from Bo instead of from Jarrett Stidham, I'd feel really good about it. Be like, man, look at what he did with Bo. But that was Jarrett Stidham. And it was one play. I need to feel good about that with Evan Ingram going forward with everything that he does because he can be such a big part of what this offense wants to do. And maybe, just maybe, having Ingram available will help settle Sean Payton down. It'll help settle Bo down. Bo needed to calm down in that game against Tennessee, and instead, he was playing as if he was nervous.
Emotional.
I think Evan Ingram can kind of be that security blanket and like, no, I got you. 3rd and 8, whatever. I got it. Throw it to me. Ingram could be that guy. He's got to be available to do it.
Well, and I also think that I say it with emotion. He's playing with emotion of an Evan Ingram, just simply establishing some of that run game. A guy like Cortland Sutton getting a little bit more involved and earlier than he was a week ago. That'll really bring Bo back down to earth. But with Evan Ingram, I just, that Lucas Kroll play, I can't get over. He's yelling, stop, stop. Like, Evan Ingram makes that play, right? He's enough of a veteran to recognize what that defense is, and then what does that do for that drive? If he can influence what the safeties do in the way we talked about Tyler Warren in our 11 o'clock hour, and we'll revisit later on in the show, if he can really have an influence, just how much more does that open up? And I also think there's the stuff we talked about with Will yesterday, the article of did Sean's words put extra pressure on Bo? I don't know that I can go that far, but I think there is this sense of like, hey, I ride with Sean. I ride for Sean. And I do want to prove him right a little bit. Imagine if things start to click a little bit earlier and Bo's comfortable and you get this moment of, everything's cool.
Right.
We're all good. Did they have that at all in week 1? Because you're fighting through 4 quarters to win the damn football game.
Exactly.
There was never this moment of, I've got this. Everything's under control.
Right. In a game that they probably should have had that much sooner.
By at least the 4th quarter.
They had to fight the entire game against Tennessee with the rookie quarterback. And Brian Callahan, who doesn't know what he's doing. So that's a problem. Indianapolis is going to bring it. It's their house. You'd have tough times in Indianapolis anyway. So this team needs to be much sharper. And in order to do that, you need to have all your weapons available. So I think that Evan Ingram can help out Bo Nix and settle him down and get him on the right track for this season. Because Bo, the pressure, he's fine with that. But go out there and perform in the way that we expect you to perform. It's not that they have film on him. It's that Sean is being too cute in what he does. Get Bo comfortable, run the damn ball, and then attack with play-action passing. Play-action doesn't work when you don't run the ball. Especially early. You have to run the ball early so that you can run the ball late, but you have to run the ball early so that you can play action pass the entire game.
That was like I know you know what I'm thinking in whatever, in not Zoolander, in Dodgeball.
Oh.
What is that line again?
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood?
Oh, and he's like, I know what you're thinking because I know what I'm thinking. Or I don't remember. Text line, help us out. I butchered that, but you just reminded me.
Oh, well, that's the old Eddie Murphy. I know that you know that I know that you know.
There it is.
You looking mighty cute in them jeans.
There it is. There it is.
So get over here. And I can't finish that.
We all know. We all know. Now, in a perfect world, they both come back and play. But it's not a perfect world, right? If it was a perfect world, Amanda would be bringing us in briefcases of money every single day we got here. Evan Ingram or Dre Greenlaw to play on Sunday versus the Colts? Because I want to give my answer first. It's Evan Ingram for me. I've watched the Broncos operate without an inside linebacker for a decade.
Yeah.
And we know how good this defense is. They did it last week without Dre Greenlaw against Cam Ward, the Titans and company there. So I want Dre Greenlaw around. It's a bigger threat because of Tyler Warren this weekend. But I have so much confidence in VJ's defense because of the players on it. Bo needs Evan Ingram. This offense needs tight end production.
How do you know what you need when you haven't seen it? Now, that's a philosophical question. Yeah. But to me, and you surprised me with your answer, brother, because it's Dre Greenlaw all day.
Really?
All day long.
I did see it in training camp, and I'd love to see it in the game.
Yeah, we saw it barely in training camp.
I saw it with Jarrett Stidham once.
Yeah, we saw it barely in training camp, and Dre Greenlaw is so paramount to what this team can. This team can stamp you out, like they could suffocate you. There is no chance that you can move the ball against the Broncos defense if Dre Greenlaw is right and if he's healthy. I can't say the same thing for the offense if Evan Ingram's out there. They're still going to have some stumbles. They're still going to have some struggles, mainly because Sean Payton's getting too cute. But with Vance Joseph, give him that asset of Dre Greenlaw. Yeah, bring on your Tyler Warren. Bring on everybody. Where's Mo Alley Cox, right? Is he still kicking around? Like, we know what Indianapolis wants to do, and yeah, you could do that against a rookie quarterback, make it his very first start with a head coach that doesn't know anything. How about now? How about against Daniel Jones? You don't want that guy to build any momentum against you. If Dre Greenlaw was out there, if I had to pick one, you only get one this week, Ingram or Greenlaw, I'm picking Greenlaw based on the matchup and based how this defense needs to lead the way. I said it earlier, R.J. Harvey is the key to more W's for the Denver Broncos. R.J. Harvey is the key for Sean Payton's offense to really click, to be explosive, to be a problem, but most importantly, to be dangerous. Guess what the defense is already? They're dangerous. Mm-hmm. Now add gasoline on the fire. What's that do?
Yeah.
Roll around, Charlie. Roll around. Get that lighter fluid out of here. Give me that gasoline. That's Dre Greenlaw.
You know what I always tried? I've actually tried this and always wanted to do. I've seen the movies like the line of gasoline. And then I was like, I'm going to blow up a building and I'm ripping a heater. I'm like, keep it, kid. And I flick a cigarette or something. And it just, I've always wanted to do that.
I did the Crow logo with lighter fluid. It didn't look like in the movie when he did it. But yeah, I've done that before.
Did you have the makeup on while you were doing it?
No, I didn't.
Because you dressed up like him.
I should have.
And it was awesome.
Yeah,
it was a great
awesome.
costume.
Wait till this year. You don't even know. I haven't said
really?
what my Halloween costume is this year. It's not John Wick, and it's not the Crow.
Okay. And are you going to go?
And it's not Conan because I'm not ripped yet.
Yeah, not it's next year, right? Start working on that now. Kelsey asked me this morning what we were going to be for Halloween.
Okay.
I'm like, are we doing something for Halloween? I didn't know we had plans.
Wait, because we're a work couple, do we have to do, because like Richie and his lady, they were Mario and Luigi. It was really cool.
Fun. That was cool, yeah.
Do we have to dress up similarly?
I think we probably should. That'd be fun.
I'll tell you what my costume is off air, though. Okay.
And then I got to be like...
You might have to be my lady.
I'll wear a wig or something, dude. It'll be fun.
It's okay.
All right, the other thing I wanted to tell you and talk about with the Broncos before we hear from Prime is that the addition of a running back to the practice squad yesterday. Little old Deuce Vaughn, former K-State Wildcat, comes in at 5'6", 176 pounds. He's got a career 40 rushing attempts at 110 yards. He's yet to score a touchdown as an NFL player. Cecil, he made a little bit of noise there at K-State. Just never really got a chance to pop as an NFL player. The size, I'm sure, has something to do with that. Now, you tell me if I'm wrong here, but my brain goes, Broncos bring in tiny running back. Broncos have tiny running back. Broncos are not happy with current tiny running back and bring in this guy to challenge tiny running back.
Yeah, I think we're going a little bit overboard with saying that Jaleel McLaughlin's in trouble. If that's what you're insinuating, and ZB pretty much said it last night on the drive, of like, this is bad news for Jaleel McLaughlin. I don't really think that. Now, I'm of the mindset, and I'm different, which is fine. He's a scat back. He's not a running back. It's a completely different position. It's a completely different set of responsibilities. And with Jaleel McLaughlin, he would have done better with the touches than Tyler Bidet did. Tyler Bidet's in the doghouse. Now, he's a Sean guy, so are you ever really in the doghouse when you're a Sean guy?
Not really.
You know what you do to get out of the doghouse with Sean? Just tell him how great he is, and they'll be like, I love you. You know, I was mad at you because you weren't good in the game against the Titans, but I love you now because you told me I'm the best.
Is Jaleel a Sean guy?
Yeah.
I think they both are.
He wouldn't be on this team if he wasn't. Because they made a spot for Jaleel McLaughlin. Jaleel McLaughlin is not a running back. He's a scat back. And just like he makes a spot for a fullback because he's got to have a fullback, well, I guess now, because it's Jaleel, you got to have a scat back. Deuce Vaughn is not that. He's not Darren Sproles. Don't at me, bro. It's not the Kansas State thing. He's just like Darren Sproles. He's more like Jaquiz Rogers, if people remember the Oregon State back, which is compact little guy. And I think Quiz was like 5'7", but still little, compact, shifty, all those sorts of things. But if you watch the pro carries, and again, I'm the guy with the preseason tapes that go back 25 years. If you watch the preseason of Deuce Vaughn, you don't see special. You don't see like, hey, there's a little something there. I can't say I'm disappointed in Deuce Vaughn, but it's like he just didn't flash in the way that you needed to. Running back, you got to flash early.
Yeah.
Other than Thomas Jones, a first-rounder out of Virginia years ago that took 4 years to get going, if you're a running back, and I don't care if you're undrafted, did Phil Lindsay take time when he showed up?
No, because he wouldn't have made the team if he did.
Was he immediately the best back the Broncos had? I remember, and this is why C.J. Anderson and I became best friends, it was out at training camp, and I'm on ESPN radio, and I'm like, C.J. Anderson's the best back here. It's the year they drafted Monte Ball. And CJ's mom heard me and then messaged him and said, this dude on ESPN said you're the best back here. And I'm like, yeah, he is, because he showed it early. If Deuce Vaughn hasn't shown anything, and I know you give him a shot, right? You give him a shot. But this isn't any sort of threat to Jaleel. Could be wrong. Don't at me, bro. But I haven't seen anything. I've seen all those touches from Deuce Vaughn that you mentioned. Hardly any of them look like pro level. Like, that's a pro guy. There's something there. And I watch everybody, dude.
Well, let me ask you this then. How many times you felt that way about Jaleel McLaughlin, man? I know he's got a couple moves.
More than Deuce.
It certainly is more than Deuce.
Yeah.
But it's not.
It's not all the time.
This was my whole point about Jaleel. We know how the movie ends. It's a 2-yard gain and a no missed tackles. I'm not saying Deuce comes and fixes that. What I'm saying is there's not even a role for Jaleel on this team. So why is there a need for another tiny back that might be able to do the same things that Jaleel can do?
I'm going to quote, "Don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood," right? Because it's awesome. Well, kids, what do you say when you meet a nice new man? Are you my daddy? Not that one. I'm going to quote message. The message was clearly sent to the running back room.
So this is a warning shot.
I think it's basically to Bidet and slightly to Jaleel, but Jaleel's different. But I think it's a message to Bidet for sure. As a Sean guy, like he might have another guy. He could fall in love, right? He's out there. I won't get too personal here, but he's got option A, option B, option C. Sounds like somebody else we know back there, with plenty of options. Sean Payton's got plenty of options, but is it A? Is it B? Is it C? B's a little much.
Yeah.
So it might be C, but C kind of surprises you. So
B's always in the office like, when do I get to play? When's it my turn?
Hey, Sean, you haven't texted me, Sean. Is everything okay, Sean? But then C's like, I'm here, whatever.
Yeah.
I was in Dallas. You know what I did in Dallas? That's what C's like. So C's Deuce Vaughn. Kev's having fun. That's Deuce Vaughn.
He's having fun or hates us. One of the two.
I think he hates us. But I don't think that Deuce Vaughn is any sort of threat to Jaleel, although it is interesting that it's a running back that's added. So you always put your antenna up when stuff like that happens. I'd be much more interested if this was Khalil Herbert instead, because he's a 3-down player. Vaughn's a third back, third string, whatever.
I think you're onto something there with like the warning shot of like, hey, this isn't. Not everybody gets this long walk out on the plank before we bring you back out here on the ship. Sometimes you're going in the water. And maybe that is a Tyler Bidet, Jaleel McLaughlin.
That's called not for long for a reason.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right. All right, I want to switch gears to the Buffaloes. I also want to tell folks we're giving you guys an opportunity to win a PS5 bundle. And all you got to do to enter is download the Denver Sports app, click on the contest banner on the homepage. It's your chance to win a PS5, Madden 26, and College Football 26. And you need something to play the games on, right? How about a brand new 70-inch TV? That's what's on the line. All you have to do is get our app and click on that banner right there on the homepage. We want someone from the tribe to win this prize. So go now, download it if you haven't. Even if you have, like, take your wife's phone and download it on hers and click the banner right there. It'll give you double the chances. Just a piece of advice from me.
Okay.
All right, Cease. Before we hear
By the way, Broncos Bar in New York City says that they've been playing a drinking game, and I say, don't at me, bro. He says, by the way, we just had 3 customers pass out.
Nice.
It's 12:20.
Falling off there. I mean, it's 2:20 in New York.
Oh, that's right.
So they're pretty good.
That's right. Okay, you're good. You're good.
At least they probably got some work done and then started playing the game.
Maybe.
Send me videos of them, too. Like I said, I want to hear how they speak. Before we hear from Dion, you think it's going to take a couple more weeks. I think there might be something that we can, now, pending how the game goes and what happens with our eyeball test, I think we might be able to know a little bit more about these Buffaloes. Now, not a full-on identity. Like, hey, you know who the Colorado Buffaloes are? Insert your take right here. I'm not sure that I can go there after the Houston game unless Ryan Staub starts. You know, he's throwing for 200, 250 yards. They have a decent run-pass split. Robert Livingston makes some adjustments. It's a good game. I would still want to see it again and against a better opponent than Wyoming, who will be the next one in a couple of weeks. But you don't think we can get anything from this Houston game as far as saying establishing identity is too far, but maybe, peeking around the corner, the identity is on the horizon for the Buffaloes?
I think they're still trying to figure it out. I know that Deion said he doesn't want to play musical chairs at quarterback. Well, that's what you've done unless Staub stops the music, which he should, right? But for me, are you going to run the ball enough? Are you going to distribute it to all of your different wide receivers? It's got to be more than just Sincere on the outside. So can Staub do that? I believe he will. I believe he'll make quick decisions. I believe he'll take off to run if he needs to. And he'll manage this offense while having this kind of let it fly attitude, which I think is great for Staub. In fact, that's probably what made him more comfortable, because Julian felt the pressure of his first game action, and Caden's trying to run an offense that doesn't fit him. So with Staub, I would need to establish an identity. You got to get past the Wyoming game. So get this one in, get the Wyoming game going, and if you beat Wyoming in the way that you should, and if you play well against Houston and perhaps even win, then you could say this is what they're trying to do. Right now, do we have any idea what they're trying to do? They won't even tell us who the quarterback is.
Not really.
Deion would just make fun of the media and what's a solidified quarterback? You know what it is, Deion.
The one thing they're trying to do is make Deion Sanders look smarter than he actually is. That's what they're trying to do.
Well, how's that working out? Go out there, play some good football, have the right quarterback in. And the right quarterback for now, because life's all about timing, Carnell, the quarterback for now is Ryan Staub. So make that decision. Give me 2 games of Staub, and then I'll have, that's what I see what they're trying to do. It's still Pat Shurmur, but right now we don't know, because they don't know. The most, terrifying thing that we discovered about the Buffaloes after 2 games is they have no idea what they're doing.
There's no plan.
There's no plan. Zero plan.
And then the other question, and of course no one's rooting for this, but Deion doesn't want to play musical chairs. I think you and I are probably done talking about 3 quarterbacks. You don't have a quarterback when we have to talk about 3 quarterbacks,
right,
and who will or will not play. But I think Staub's the best option. You think Staub's the best option. What if he doesn't look good? What if there are moments of struggle and them not having a plan? How quickly do they hammer the panic button again? And you see Caden in the game. You see Julian in the game for more than just a couple of packages. Nobody's rooting for that, but it's not out of the realm of possibilities after what we've seen the last couple of weeks. Would they continue to play musical chairs? Give the job back to Caden Salter? Just hand off to Julian and say, we're going to grow together?
I don't think they hand off to Julian. As much as I wouldn't mind that. Let's say Houston clown hammers you, right?
Yeah.
And they figured it out. You can't stop the run. It's almost a repeat of Georgia Tech, although you should have won that game against Georgia Tech. Let's say it's worse than the Georgia Tech game. Then maybe the consideration is okay, just build for the future, whatever, and put Julian in. They won't do that. Deion, for whatever reason, and maybe he knows way more than I do. Yes, of course. And he has a finger on the pulse of his team way more than I do. Of course. Of course. But he's got this protective thing about Juju that's odd. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And again, I'll go back for the millionth time and I'll mention Bryce Underwood with Michigan, who just turned 18. And yeah, against Oklahoma, you know what it was? It wasn't his fault that they lost against Oklahoma last week, but he struggled. Kid was struggling, but he's getting his lumps. Mm-hmm. He's learning. I kind of wish Julian was the same way. But Deion, for whatever reason, is very protective. So either, if you just kind of play that game, why is he so protective of Juju? Oh, he's not that good. Or he's so worried about messing him up that he won't just put him out in the fire. You're not going to learn from holding the clipboard.
Nope.
You're not going to learn from, the black and gold game. You're not going to learn from that. You're going to learn from real game experience. And that's what I hope Julian would get. But it's Staub's time. If you're in this window and you're going to win 8 games, it's Staub's time to do that.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And by the way, it's hurting everybody else on the team too. Not knowing who the quarterback is, not establishing some chemistry, a routine and some rhythm with what that quarterback wants to do. We saw it, a couple of offsides because changing so many, or false starts because changing quarterbacks and cadence and all the stuff that comes with that. So hopefully it is Staub, and they can establish some sort of identity. They play well. Beat Houston, I think we're on the road to that. But if not, it just opens up the door for so many more questions. All right, on Wednesdays, the morning show gets to talk to Dan Orlovsky. Let's listen to a few things that Dan had to say. Reasons Bo looked a little jittery and why Daniel Jones looked so good. That's coming up next.
Does Sean Payton need to make changes to his game plan after week 1?
He put his agenda and his offense and his quarterback, who he proclaimed to be trending towards being a top 4, top 5, and when that man struggles throughout the afternoon, it's almost like daddy ball. And I'm telling you, it's unacceptable and it's inexcusable.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Accidents happen, but don't let them ruin your summer. Postman Law has recovered over $3 billion for clients. Call 844-POSTMAN now for justice and fast compensation.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you, and you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
How is it that I make all this money and still can't buy a home?
That's because you went to an outdated lender. I went to Cake, and now I'm in my dream home.
Wait, how'd they pull that off? We're both self-employed.
They look at real income, like your bank deposits or certified profit and loss, not just your tax returns. Cake has flexible mortgage options made for people like us.
Okay, but what if I want to buy a rental property?
Even better, Cake has a program just for that. And it doesn't matter if your monthly rentals don't cover the mortgage. They can look at the potential of the property, not just the current rental income.
That's it. How do I reach these guys?
Their website is cakehome.com, but I called 888-EAT-CAKE.
Okay, got it. So it's 888-EAT-CAKE, right?
Yeah, call 888-EAT-CAKE for more details and learn why life's better with Cake.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
right, you see him all the time over on ESPN, and you hear him all the time talking about these NFL games, teams, NFL Live, all that stuff on the morning shows, yelling at people. He's actually one of the ones that doesn't yell very often. But
wow.
Dan Orlovsky is a former NFL quarterback and now making his life in the media world, and I think he does a really good job. He's also with the morning show every single Wednesday, talking all things NFL, what the Broncos were, and who their next opponent is. He talked about Daniel Jones and why he looked the way he did in week 1. We'll get into that, but you and I both said it about Bo Nix. A lot of emotions with Bo Nix, something we haven't really seen from him inside the game. Barking at teammates, barking at his coach, getting a little mix-up with Jeffrey Simmons over there on the Tennessee Titans side. We called it emotional, just a little off from Bo Nix, that he kind of reverted back to some of the stuff we saw in his rookie year, weeks 1 through 5. Dan Orlovsky uses another word, jittery, to talk about his play and his feet.
I really thought we're going to see a really high level of quarterback play. Not the case in week 1, not overly concerned, or I'm not going to, panic because of week 1. I think the struggles are very fixable. If you ask me, the biggest issue in relation to Bo that game was just wildly frantic. It felt like he had, was amped up on, drink all game type of thing. Like his feet were all over the place and wildly frantic. And so many clips of just calm down, slow down, calm down. And I think the feet led to some of the decision making. Both of those decisions, interception wise, they're almost carbon copies of each other. They're not seeing a zone corner in the deep third of the field just sitting there. And, if he sees it the right way, which is, I would say, because of the design of the play, should be pretty clear vision. If he sees it the right way, they're actually both potential touchdowns over the top. So uncharacteristic for him to show that, but he was so high-strung. It reminded me a little bit of early Josh Allen in Buffalo, where you start games and be like, hey, we got to calm this guy down.
See, I like that a little bit. In fact, I love that he's echoing some stuff you talked about with his feet and his footwork moving. And it's something you go to OTAs and Lombardi's telling us, he's so much more comfortable in his feet work.
Right.
That's OTAs. Nobody's trying to kill you, to steal Cam Ward's word, right? Now you get to a real game, and Jeffrey Simmons is calling you out before the game and then popping off the mouth a little bit during the game. It's a little bit different. But I like the fact that he's talking about that. How can you calm him down? And you know how you can calm him down? You can make his job easier.
Yeah.
You can stop loading his plate full of nothing but responsibility. Make his life easier by setting up the run, turn around and hand the ball off, create productivity through the run game, so that what you said earlier, when those play action calls start to come in, it's a simple pitch and catch because those linebackers are playing on their toes rather than heels and giving you a window to throw to the second level too. So take responsibility off his play. I love that Dan said it. Love it because it makes us look good, because we've been saying it for the last couple of days. But take responsibility off the plate of Bo Nix, and the jitters go away.
Why hasn't Sean Payton given Bo Nix a best friend? Kevin Kistner can't strap on a helmet and go play because he would be Bo's best friend. But Payton's always said, hey, the best friend of a young quarterback is a ground game, and we're waiting. We're waiting, Sean.
Yeah, dude.
Bo could use that best friend. He could use that to get out there and attack a defense the right way and set up this offense. If you're running wide zone concepts, you must run the ball. It just doesn't work. Similarly to what's odd is Seattle this week with Clint Kubiak running their offense, wide zone, Shanahan offense. Sam Darnold had 2 play-action passes. That was it.
Wow.
And Sam Darnold looked like crap. Okay, maybe that's just Sam Darnold, whatever, but that's a Kubiak Shanahan offense, and they don't run play action?
It's still Kenneth Walker?
Yeah. For now, Zach Charbonnet still in his role. But if you look at what's going on in Denver, you can't implement a Shanahan offense and then not run the ball. That's what it's predicated on. That's the base. That's the foundation of everything that you do. So give Bo a best friend. Give him a best friend. He deserves it, man. That's a ground game. That's a consistent rushing attack come hell or high water. We're running this ball on first. We're running this ball on second, and it's 2nd and 3. You know what you have in your playbook? A lot.
Yeah.
On 2nd and 3.
Pretty much everything.
Exactly. So make the play calls easier so Bo doesn't have to digest all this stuff. So he has to spit it out in the huddle and get to that line of scrimmage so he can start looking at the defense. And if Bo has to kind of take a step back, because he's talked about man, I don't even have to think about my footwork.
I'd like you to do that, please.
I would like you to go back to thinking about your footwork because it was better last year than it is this year. Bo needs to be better, but what needs to help him is that rushing attack. No one's going to be surprised by Bo Nix as a runner. The element of surprise is gone.
Yep.
So how you can surprise him? Do something you haven't done. Run the hell out of the ball.
Just to comment on something you said there, if Kevin Kistner could suit up. Kevin, over under a half of a hit you could take from an NFL player.
Under.
Under.
Because then you're dying, right?
Now, if it's Devon Key, over like 3.5, because the guy can't tackle me. He's not. His footwork is way, way bad.
I like that he has that kind of confidence.
I know. He's so spicy. We talk about Bo, he gets all spicy.
What's your over-under on NFL hits you could take?
0.
Yeah, I'd probably die.
Yeah, 0.
I walked 10 miles yesterday, and I'm having a hard time getting out of this seat.
One of my best plays from high school, I got ran over, but I remember it as I ran over. It was one of the Schumachers, I think, from Prairie. Screw you, Prairie. That's New Raymer for us country folks.
So you changed the roles in your mind?
Yeah. So because I kept looking for that play on film.
Yeah.
And I was like, where's that play? Where's that play? Because play breaks down. I take off to run. And I'm like, there's one guy between me and the end zone. And I thought, like, I could, like, give him a move, like I had any moves, and then score. Or I could just run him over. And I chose to run him over. And then I lost the ball out of bounds, whatever. Coach yelled at me because he always yelled at me. I went to watch and find that play. And I was like, it can't be that play. No, it's got to be. And I watched, and never find it. And then I was like, oh, God, I just got blown up.
It's
I didn't
the
even,
other way.
I gained like a yard. And one of the Schumachers just like exploded me like just terrible.
Really?
Embarrassing. Yeah.
The Schumachers they're doing pretty well for themselves, right?
I believe so, yeah.
I think we might know the same.
Okay.
I have golfing friends that are tight with that family.
Okay. Yeah, it's a big family out there on the East Coast, Colorado.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They play in that golf tournament with Trey and everybody. They're a part of that.
Nice.
Oh, we got our worlds colliding. Right
I know. You
like
probably play golf with a guy that waxed me in a game.
I'd love to talk to him about it. All right, one more from Dan here, talking about why Daniel Jones was actually good.
I would tell you that Indy did what the Giants did 3 years ago with Daniel, which was if you commit to like trying to help in your protection as much as possible, and Indy put 2 tight ends on the field and they were chipping to the tackles, they really protected, and Miami was bad. Daniel's got a chance to be a good player. And so that's going to be a different world against the Broncos defense. Okay. Like Miami was bad. They were miscommunication, blown coverages, all that. You got to stop Warren. Warren is their move around. Where's Waldo's chess piece? And they try to get him the football a ton. Their offensive line played really high. They got a lot of weapons in Indy. They really do. And so it's an offense that's multiple in the way that they could attack you. But if you can't allow Daniel time, or that gives him a chance to be a good player, if you get after Daniel, I think we see Daniel Jones that we've seen for most of his career.
See, and I think all that stuff he said up front it's all a wash because of what he said right there. The Dolphins were putting no pressure on Daniel Jones. They don't have the horses to literally get to the quarterback like the Denver Broncos do. 63 sacks a year ago, 6 of those things in week 1. That's going to be the difference. Daniel Jones isn't going to sit back there untouched, unfazed, with time to diagnose what's happening in the defense. That's not what the Broncos do. He is in for a rude awakening. Daniel Jones will look like Daniel Jones on Sunday.
I hope Daniel Jones is wearing the brown pants because he's going to need to against this defense.
Can't wait for Sunday. Colts and Broncos. Can the Denver Broncos start 2-0 and give themselves a north of 70% chance to make the postseason? All right, it's Waiver Wire Wednesday. We're going to start doing that on Wednesdays at 12:45. Cecil's got a couple of names he's going to throw out there, and if you have any fantasy questions about who you should add, who you should drop, we'll start to send them our way, and we'll answer them next.
Do the Broncos need to do a better job of showcasing their skilled players?
I want to see Sutton. I want to see Franklin and Pat Bryant. Let's run 3 or 4 plays with the same personnel grouping. We get a little bit of a rhythm. This isn't equal opportunities for everyone. Stop it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Do you want the lowest rate for life? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed. APR is 5.89.
Did you say 4.75% fixed for 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, I want that, but what if rates fall?
Our lowest rate for life program takes over. If rates fall even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee and no limits to the number of times used. Only at U.S. Mortgages. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Waking a sweat again. Another day's been laid to waste in my disgrace.
All right, Cease, little waiver wire Wednesday. Actually, I have a don't be that guy that actually fits right into this.
Okay, I like this.
And I think I sort of am calling out myself here. Don't be that guy after 1 week and an 0-1 start to your fantasy season that just freaks out and completely tears down your roster and suggests 9,000 trades right away. I didn't do that part.
Okay.
But as I couldn't sleep last night, I went, well, I am up at 2 a.m. I might as well check out the waiver wire and figure out how I can change everything on my fantasy team because I started 0-1. So this is basically for myself and anybody else that may be feeling the same way I am. It's week 1. It's okay.
Right.
The players that you drafted to perform in the second half of your season will do exactly that. Trust the process. Don't be that guy that freaks out.
The nice thing about the waiver wire early, because you get them for the rest of the season, right? Yeah. This is why I hope you're doing a free agent blind bucks bidding where you can have money to bid on free agents blindly, other than just first come, first serve, because those guys set their alarm and then just go grab all the good players.
Yeah.
But it's almost an extension of your draft. Consider the first 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks of the waiver wire as extensions of your draft. Hey, that guy didn't work out. Boom, I got another guy. I got a guy. You don't have running backs this week. So sorry if you were looking for help at the running back position and went 0 RB because of it.
So there's just not a ton of help right there.
Not a ton of help at that position. Thankfully, there's wide receiver and tight ends to talk about.
All right, tell me a couple about those, and I'll collect some questions folks want to ask you. Tight end, wide receiver group. Start with wide receiver because obviously that's a big hot play with PPR league.
Yeah, hot play out there, and you're watching out for kind of injuries around the league. What's opening up an opportunity for guys out there? I know that Kayshon Boutte was a player that came through and a lot of people talking about. Right now, you see him as a free agent in most Yahoo leagues, so he is available. This is not a nobody saw this coming with Kayshon Boutte with the New England Patriots. All the Patriots beat writers were saying, longtime guys like Mike Reese, Tom Curran, they were saying, wait, this Boutte kid, he's got something here. There's something brewing. And with Drake May playing hero ball, Boutte skyrockets up to the top of your waiver wire claims at the wide receiver position if you need receivers, because I imagine Keenan Allen is taken in many leagues. Yeah. I imagine that Quentin Johnston is taken in many leagues. And we have to look at week 1. What are the aberrations and what's real? Do you believe that Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh will continue being pass happy?
No, I do not.
Then the answer is don't pick up Quentin Johnston or Keenan Allen. The answer is go get a Kayshon Boutte from the New England Patriots because they will be pass happy because it's Drake May playing hero ball.
All right. I love that. Love that. Quick question here. We're going to go to YouTube to start. Okay. Cody Snyder wants to know, Evan Ingram was/is my starting tight end, but if he can't play, should I start Ferguson from Dallas or go pick up Zach Ertz in waiver wires?
Yeah, I would look at Zach Ertz.
Still available?
Yeah, if Zach Ertz is on the waiver wire, then you go get him because it's Jaden Daniels. And remember, you're getting a piece of the quarterback when you get that tight end. So, yeah, I would look there. I would look at Michael Mayer with the Raiders. We know that Brock Bowers being a little bit banged up, and I know he says he's going to be fine, but, let's talk to me on Friday. We'll see there. Yep. And Michael Mayer is a good all-purpose tight end, both as a blocker and as a receiver. Harold Fannin, your guy Harold, that we talked about Senior Bowl time of the Bowling Green kid who had 1,600 yards. Mm-hmm. He's done good things for Cleveland. Sorry, David Njoku. It's going to Harold Fannin. They really like what he does there. And if you're desperate, look at who the leading receiver was for Jacksonville. It wasn't Brian Thomas Jr., who's amazing. It wasn't Travis Hunter. It was Brenton Strange, their tight end. So if you're really desperate at tight end, you can go to the waiver wire, hit guys up like a Harold Fannin, like a Brenton Strange, and help out your fantasy team.
Okay. Let's go to the RamosLaw.com text line. I love this signature here. They write, tribe member B. Torrey. Cecil, I need some help in my fantasy. Not a PPR, but would you drop any of these RBs for Quinshon Judkins? Braylon Allen, Jaden Blue, I know you like him. Jordan Mason, is that Auntie Chill? Stevenson there, or Pookie Williams, or Javonte, our buddy back there. Yeah. Love the show. Appreciate the help. Shout out to you, B. Torrey.
Javonte I'd sell high on this week because the 2 rushing touchdowns and everyone's acting like he's Emmitt Smith. The Broncos gave up on Emmitt Smith. If you look at the advanced data, his yards before contact were amazing. That shows the offensive line was getting him holes. His yards after contact was one of the worst in the league. And he runs over guys. Not really. Even Jaleel McLaughlin thought he could have been a little bit better last week. So off the 2 touchdowns, I would sell high on Javonte. Don't dump him. He's too valuable to dump.
Wow.
Although I think he might have just had his best game in week 1. right? So you got to watch out for that. So try to work a trade for Pookie to get him out of there. Otherwise, I like the backs he's holding on to. Maybe a Jordan Mason you get rid of for Quinshon Judkins. And if you are looking for help at the running back position, Judkins would be about the only one.
Okay.
And then you have to worry about it's Cleveland and how quick he's going to be ready to play, all these type of things.
And was their offense actually going to do anything for the course of the entire season?
Other than throw to Harold Fannin.
Which is that'll be fun to watch. This is I don't know their name here, Kevin, but we do obviously have their phone number because it's on the text line. Oh, actually, I do see the name, Dan and Loveland. You might have to add Dan and Loveland to your list.
Uh-oh.
He asked Cecil, should I drop Bo Nix?
See ya. Off the bandwagon.
Wow. Do you give up on Bo Nix after one bad week?
No, you don't. Now, you know that you, like, for example, in my league where I have Jaden and Bo, and it's a 2-quarterback league, so that's why I have both. But guess what? If I'm choosing starters and I have Jaden and Bo, Bo's on the bench. It's got to play better.
Yeah. Especially if you have Jaden, it's
easy.
Yeah.
Easy call.
That's it right there.
I want that to be a tough call. I want Bo Nix to play that well where you're like, oh, man, I got to start Bo this week because they're going up against Indy or whatever.
All right, we can sneak in a couple more questions, but I did want to get into this story real fast. Do you see Jalen Carter's fine? Now, it's a pretty penny for...
Wait, they didn't fine Dak Prescott, right?
Well, he didn't spit on a guy. That Jalen Carter spit made contact with his skin.
Okay, yeah. Don't spit first, Dak.
I think Dak's spit was more aggressive than Dak's trying to pretend, but it didn't hit a body.
You can't prove intention with Dak, and that's why he's not fined. But, yeah, Dak is, what's the line in Wedding Singer? Like, oh, Linda, you're a...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Dak, you're a that. Oh, okay.
Like spitting in someone's general direction, there's meaning
But he
behind
did it. Yeah. He did it on
I agree
purpose.
with you on that.
He's all acting, I just spit all the time. I don't know.
Well, he said, his quote was like, I had to spit. What am I supposed to spit on my lineman? So I stepped forward. Like, okay.
Yeah, easy there, Pollyanna.
Making eye contact with the other guy.
Right.
So Jalen Carter, he stepped over the line, right? You cannot spit on a dude. Fined $57,000, in fact, $57,222 for the spit, but will not miss a game. The league says, well, he served his suspension. He didn't get to play a single snap in the season opener. Now, let me do it. Let me put on my conspiracy theory hat here.
Ooh, you get the theme music?
Do I get the theme music?
Wow.
Some conspiracy theories? Nice. If this wasn't a Super Bowl rematch against the Kansas City Chiefs, and you got to get the big rating, would Jalen Carter be suspended today?
Yeah.
I think so, too.
Yeah, for
He'd
sure.
get this big-ass fine,
Yep.
and he'd be suspended.
Yep. No, this is the NFL going, oh, wait a second. We got TV ratings to figure out.
Yeah, what game is it this week? Oh, yeah, the one that everybody's going to watch? We need him there.
And we have to watch the Colts. Like, I'm sorry to Pat McAfee because they're playing all this Colts stuff, and I know he's having fun with it, and the Colts and whatever, and we employ Brandon Stokley, and we love Stokley to death, but I could give a damn about Indianapolis or the Colts. That's going to be a great game. Philadelphia and Kansas City, and I hope Philadelphia just beats them down again. And you've got, of course, KC dealing with some injuries, like Jalen Royals isn't going to play.
Travis Kelce finally said it was his fault with the Worthy thing. You wanted him to do it. He finally did it.
Speaking of theories, like, oh, it's because your lady was talking about how much you love Xavier Worthy.
Oh,
really?
damn. And Eagles Chiefs at 225. Broncos at 205.
Yeah, 205. Yeah, thanks, NFL. We got to watch Daniel Jones, and you all get to watch Jalen Hurts and Pat Mahomes.
Yeah. Well, hopefully the Eagles kick the crap out of the Chiefs again in the Super Bowl rematch. That would make us all feel better.
That'll be fine.
And at the same time,
wow, the Chiefs would be 0-2?
Mm-hmm. But Travis Kelce has like 8 catches for 2 touchdowns. Just in case somebody has him on their fantasy team. It's Kevin.
You're always angling for that.
All right. Again, you got more fantasy questions. We're going to spend some time every day at 12:45 doing it, but just really focus on the waiver wire here on Wednesdays. Let's get into hour number 2. We got to talk about 2 names that will make a big difference to whether or not the Broncos win or lose on Sunday in Indianapolis. We'll tell you who they are and how the Broncos slow them down next.
Has a new challenger emerged in the Buffs quarterback room?
If Ryan Staub is the starter going forward, I feel much better about my prediction of 8 wins. They don't win 8 games if Caden Salter is their quarterback. Based on what we've seen over the first 2 games, they can win 8 games with Ryan Staub as their quarterback.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Brandon Stokley here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Huge heat pump rebates have been extended and are still available. My team at ROX are heat pump experts. The energy rebates and tax credits are unreal right now. You can get up to $12,000 off a new heat pump system, the best way to heat and cool your home. Colorado's hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
What's going on, everybody? Phillip, Lindsay here. And last year I went a little rogue and dropped a discount code from our friends at Hermes Worldwide. And you guys used it so much they almost got mad at me. Well, I'm feeling a little spicy again this season, so I'm bringing it back, baby. You can get 30% off your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for your entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, mention PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field. And contact Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Go Broncos!
Summer is here, and so is the seasonal traffic. If you've been injured in an auto accident, call Postman Law at 844-POSTMAN to get the justice and compensation you deserve. With over $3 billion recovered, we fight and win for you. Don't let an accident ruin your summer. If you've been injured, call Postman Law now at 844-POSTMAN to schedule a free consultation.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Being dependable for your family. We get it. At Corwin Toyota, we've been family-driven for over 100 years. So when you need a ride that fits your whole crew, or even your carpool, rain or shine, we hope to show you how our family can take care of yours. Corwin Toyota, family-driven for over 100 years.
The cost of everything is still out of control, and many of us are relying on credit cards to cover essentials. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. Americans collectively owe over $1 trillion in credit card debt. You might have considered reaching out to my friends at American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. Well, there's good news. They've created a smart equity loan, a solution designed to help you take control of your finances without touching your current mortgage. Unlike a HELOC, which can have varied interest rates, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate. That means one predictable monthly payment giving you peace of mind. This loan allows you to leverage the equity in your home to pay off high interest debt, free up your cash flow, and keep your existing low mortgage rate intact. It only takes 10 minutes to get started with no upfront or hidden fees. Call American Financing today and start saving now at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it?
All right, it's hour 4, quarter 4 is what we like to call it. We got to talk about these Colts as we start to turn the page today. On a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday, still plenty of opportunity here in our final hour for you to join the show. Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line. Still seeing a bunch of fantasy questions, comments over there, which is absolutely outstanding. Same thing over on the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/DenverSports. We ask that you put your name on your text over on the text side so that we can give you shout outs here on the show. So keep those coming, and we'll get caught up there in these final 60 minutes.
And what do you want to know from Sean Payton, who's talking later today? And, probably, let me play the hits. I'll talk to Mike McGlinchey, Adam Troutman.
Oh, dude.
And, if he's healthy, I'd talk to Evan Ingram. Ingram's a talker, so that's good for guys like us.
If he's limited, is he available?
They'll probably.
Oh, they'll nip it in the bud.
Yeah, because then it'll be too much like, you okay? You feeling okay? What about that? What about that? And, those questions will be asked.
I honestly wish I could go down there just to annoy Sean. Sean, real quick, Evan Ingram? Oh, you don't want to talk about it. Dre Greenlaw? Oh, you don't want to talk about it? All right, I'll be back tomorrow and ask the same questions. just to kind of drive him nuts a little bit.
Just to get under his skin?
I think it would be fun to see how he would respond to that. But the injury report will tell us something. Now, again, injury report on Wednesday certainly doesn't hold the same significance that an injury report and game status designation on Friday does, but you can get a little insight as to what that's going to be, and we should know that here within a few hours. In fact, the Drive will be able to give you that before they get out today at 6 o'clock, and if they don't, well, Denver Sports Tonight certainly will be able to when they're live right here between 6 and 7. All right, Cecil, is it more important in your mind for the Denver Broncos to shut down Jonathan Taylor, the running back that we know can certainly hurt a team, was on his way to single-handedly beating the Broncos a year ago before he dropped that football, or rookie tight end Tyler Warren that's going to be lined up all over the field? You get to shut down one. Which one and why?
Yeah, which one it is for me, you've got to contain Tyler Warren. That's really Daniel Jones' security blanket. It's something that makes him comfortable as a passer, having that player that he can flip something very simple to. It's simple looks. It's simple reads for Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones isn't out there diagnosing the entire field. He's making one or two reads, and then, to sound like Jeffrey Simmons, he's going to take off the run. So with Daniel Jones, take away his whoopee, take away his security blanket, and take away Tyler Warren. That's the number one thing for the Broncos this week, is to make sure that guy doesn't beat you, because Jonathan Taylor is something, and he's a superstar. But Warren affects Jones. Taylor's kind of his own thing, and yes, he'll affect Jones because he'll make things easier for him. Don't at me, bro. But, I think that taking away Tyler Warren should be key for the Broncos, because I anticipate that Warren would be the biggest problem. I believe with this new Broncos defense, even without Malcolm Roach, I believe that they can stuff the run. I believe that they can slow down running backs this year in a way that they didn't slow down Taylor last year. It was immediate. Taylor was gashing him immediately in that game. I think this year it's different, and I think they'll have that focus, so they're kind of that's old stuff. They'll take care of that. But Warren's the new guy that's tied to the new quarterback. Stop that guy, and your day will get easier.
I like your answer. I think this, again, personal preference. I'm going to go the other side of this, though. I'm actually going to go Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor accumulated 98 total yards, threatened passing game as well, 3 catches, but 27 yards there, 18 touches, and 71 yards rushing. Did not score a rushing touchdown because Daniel Jones had both of those. But here's my reason as to why. You have to shut down Tyler Warren. So the things you're saying are correct. But 40 rushing attempts, now only 18 of them came from Jonathan Taylor, to just 29 passing attempts. They did what we were begging Sean Payton to do. Take that responsibility off the plate of your quarterback, establish a run game so that when you do have that play call to take a shot downfield or just throw the football, it's making the life easier for the quarterback. That's why Daniel Jones had so much success. He only had 7 incompletions. But they ran the ball to a tune of 156 total yards, and he chimed in with 26 of those. So you and I both feel the same way about Daniel Jones. I don't think he's that good, and I don't think he's been fixed magically there because he's now a Colt. Take the running game aspect away, and you go, all right, I know you have Tyler Warren. We're going to shut down Michael Pittman on the outside here with a guy like Patrick Surtain. You hope that the Broncos can win that battle with bracket coverage over Tyler Warren that you and I talked about a little earlier. Take Jonathan Taylor out of the game. They become one-dimensional, and Daniel Jones, his slipper falls off, and he turns back into the Cinderella that he really is.
Yeah, it turns back in, that carriage becomes a pumpkin again. Here's the problem with concentrating on Taylor, though. They'll throw in Giddens.
And he proved he could be a threat.
So you're asking me, which one do you stop? Well, way the Colts have approached it, at least after one game, is there's 2 now you got to worry about.
Giddens had 12 carries.
Yeah, it's craziness.
Yeah.
Sean Payton looks at that. That's nuts.
A rookie running back who's RB2 had 6 less carries than the 2 Broncos running backs in an entire game.
Yeah.
The rookie running back who's RB2 had 6 less carries than the Colts, than the Broncos 2 starters.
And both of the Broncos starters are better than DJ
Yeah.
Giddens. Like, what are we doing here? So for me, because of that duality of the Colts backfield, I'm more concentrate on the one guy. They got one guy that's Tyler Warren. And Jonathan Taylor especially, he's a superstar, and DJ Giddens is not. But they're going to try both. If you stuff Taylor, then they'll bring in the speedier guy. They'll bring in Giddens as a change of pace, a slasher.
Yeah.
So that adds to the problems, and it's a different style of running back that you have to concern yourself with. It's one tight end, and it's 2 defenders covering him. Your backs will be swallowed up. If you play the way this defense can play, these backs will be swallowed up by the Broncos defense.
To help further your point with Tyler Warren, 7 catches, 9 targets, 5 of those 7 catches went for first downs. His average was first downs. His average catch was 10.9 yards. So when Tyler Warren touches the football, the Colts move the chains.
Yeah, and with DJ Giddens, I mean, what is it, 5 yards carry, whatever it was? So, like, okay, you look at it, you go, okay, one's a first down and one's half a first down. I'm going to stop the guy that's getting 10 yards a touch.
They have a lot to prepare for between those 2 players.
Yeah, and more than we think. And the Daniel Jones thing is cute, but you don't want to let the story of week 1 carry over into week 2. That was the Dolphins. The Dolphins are the worst team in the league. So the Broncos defense is going to be a much different battle and a much different fight. But make no mistake about it, they're going to try to build confidence for Daniel Jones through Tyler Warren. And then, of course, lean on the ground game because it's Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones, his flavor of the week is over.
You can end it.
I'm not saying that the Broncos go in and dominate this football game. Obviously, we'll get to that coming up on Friday. I feel good about where the Broncos are. But that Daniel Jones and are the Colts for real, I think all that is dead at 6 p.m. Sunday afternoon.
It reminds me of when the Saints started 2-0 last year.
Yeah.
And Derek Carr and now Clint Kubiak, who's in Seattle, not figuring things out with Sam Darnold. So I think it's a little premature. Vic Fangio would always talk about false positives. I think we've had some false positives in week 1 that we need to go back and look at. Are the Colts really going to be that dominant? My answer is no.
Me too.
Are the Chargers going to be as dominant? My answer might be yes. I still think they change and go back to run heavy, but there's some week 1 games we can look back and say, that was odd. Kansas City was off. Are they going to continue to be off? Well, it's week 2 and they're facing Philadelphia. So guess who's 0-2?
We have
man, that feels so good.
That does feel good.
If the Eagles beat them.
And I told you about getting to 2-0 for the Broncos side of it. It's 72.6% that you go to the playoffs at 2-0.
Yeah.
So go get a dub there in Indianapolis. Creaky wants to know if Giddens is an actual scat back. DJ Giddens.
No, he's more than a scat back, in my opinion. A scat back is going to be a little guy. Giddens isn't
how
little.
old is Jonathan Taylor? Why did they draft DJ Giddens?
A change of pace.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like give Taylor a breather because you're going to run running backs into the ground, but Giddens is a guy that could play all 3 downs, and that's why, in my opinion, he's not a scat back. Because a scat back I don't want out there for 3 downs.
Yeah.
I don't want Jaleel McLaughlin on the field for 3 downs. I want him on 3rd down.
Mm-hmm.
I want him on 3rd and long, but I don't want him on 1st and 10, give him a handoff.
Yeah, I want him on the line as a kick returner, and that's it.
Well, it's funny that Bidet gets the jersey because I asked Darren Rizzi last week, because Jaleel's the number 2 kick returner, Bidet's number 3.
And Jaleel's better at that than Tyler.
And yet Bidet got the jersey and Jaleel did not.
Yeah.
But
Let's see how that changes on Sunday.
Based on the way Bidet played and didn't play well, I think Jaleel might have an opportunity this week.
I got to read you this quick text coming off the RamosLaw.com text line. And he's got pictures to back himself up.
Whoa.
He writes, "Hey guys, tribe member Big Ty, the pickup guy. Hey boys, love listening to you two with chicken fingers." Calling you chicken fingers back there. You guys make a great team, so easy on the ears to listen to. Thank you for saying that. Do you guys do your sets on Thursday? It's my day off. I'm out and about. He wants to come meet us because he wants to take a picture to add us to this wall. He literally apparently picks up radio guys. Look at this. That's him picking up Zach Bye. He just wants to pick us up and add, as he says, to his collection of picking up radio guys.
Okay.
I think we can make that work. Oh, he picked up Derek Wolf one of the days he came to work. It
was a rare day.
Yeah.
It was a rare day. Derek didn't want to be there, and it was only there part of the time.
He just picks everybody up. Are you okay with that? Oh, wow, look at Richie. That's actually a strange way to pick a man up, but...
Why does Richie put his legs around him? Richie, like, full on, like... He like, yeah.
Yeah, that's like, you know, like when you haven't seen your girl for a couple of weeks and she's running into your arms and it's in slow motion. It's like, I love you. And then she, picks you up and wraps her legs around her and you guys lock in a nice long kiss. That's what they're.
That's like the cover of that movie with Ashton Kutcher and Brittany Murphy.
Oh, yeah.
Where she's like the Vegas one. And you can see like a little bit of the top of the,
Yeah, I liked her.
Yes.
Gone Too Soon was Brittany Murphy.
Yes, for sure. But yeah, that's Richie. If a man hugs you and picks you up, don't put your legs around him.
I'm down to take the picture.
Don't be that guy.
With Big Ty, the pickup guy, but I'm not doing it the Richie Connie
I thought
style.
it was pickups. Like, he's going to bring, like a vintage step side 72 Chevy.
Literally wants to pick us up and take a photo.
Oh, okay.
Big Ty, the pickup guy, we're actually talking about the next Tribe meetup and are going to get that settled sooner rather than later. So we'll let you know, and we'd love to make the wall, man. We'll get picked up by Big Ty, the pickup guy. All right, got to talk some football, but want to go to Boulder to change the conversation a little bit. Cease, Jay-Z said it, right? Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. And if that's the case, the buff numbers we have might make you CU fans a little happier than you are after 2 weeks, and we'll share them next.
It's Sean Payton overcomplicating things on offense.
It's too much. There's too much out there. There's too much in the game plan. There's too much on the play sheet. There's too much on Bo's shoulders. There's too much on everybody's shoulders when it comes to the overall operation of this offense, and it needs to be simplified more.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Labor Day is all about honoring hard work, and since 1919, few brands have worked harder than KitchenAid. Now's your chance to score big on all KitchenAid appliances. Plus, we're clearing out KitchenAid floor models to make room for new arrivals, and our prices are crazy. With our guaranteed lowest price and Colorado's most experienced sales staff, why go anywhere else? Stop by Mountain High Appliance today and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Winter and the holidays will be here before you know it. Don't wait to upgrade your home. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the Colorado snow flies. Enjoy low-interest financing for 15 years, often better than your bank, with no prepayment penalty. Stay warm, boost your home's value, and pay less each month. Prices go up every year, so lock in your free quote today. Host the next game day party at your house. Call 5280 Exteriors now and see how low your monthly payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
I do. Everyone does, but it's only U.S. Mortgages. Lock in a low rate today, and if rates fall in the future, we will redo your loan and lower your rate without any lender fees, including the appraisal. There's no limit to the number of times you can do this. Always have the lowest rate for life. Get our 475 5-year fixed rate, 5.89 APR. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
There it is. You guys, everybody is picturing right now as this song is playing, those male models from Zoolander spraying gas all over themselves, right? Isn't that what we're all picturing? Every time I hear this song, that's what I imagine.
I just think of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where Charlie's like, I'll be Holland Oates. And he's like, Holland Oates is 2 different guys. He says, no, he's not. My name is Holland Oates.
Yeah. Honestly, one of the best concerts I've ever gone to, Hall & Oates.
What?
And it's not even like in their heyday. This is like 4 years ago.
Did they fight on stage?
No, I can never remember which one's Hall and
the
which
one with the
one's
mustache like hit the other guy.
So the one with the mustache was hammered. And it was awesome. It was awesome seeing him up on stage.
An old man playing bass while he's hammered is awesome.
But dude, they got the hits, and the hits still slap.
Just play the hits.
Yeah. And I was in a suite with my lady, and no one else was there, so we had the whole suite to ourselves. It was a lot of fun. With old Hall & Oates up there just housing beers, dude. It was awesome, man. It was so cool. All right, yeah, one of my more fun concerts that I was like, this is just a throwaway. We got free tickets. Let's just say we went to Hall & Oates. I'm like, this is actually outstanding. I think we should all go to a concert together. Not at Red Rocks, but a real venue. We'll go to a concert.
Nothing wrong with Red Rocks. you have terrible tickets.
I'm trying to do some mosh pitting with the boys. There's nowhere to do that there.
I saw a mosh pit, did not participate. My lady at the time did, because some.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Well, no. There was another lady that was kind of like rubbing up on me.
Oh, so you wanted some alone time.
My girlfriend at the time, she went and like beat her ass.
Oh, so that's a legal way to beat someone up is getting
exactly
in the mosh pit.
Right. Get him in a mosh pit,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what she did.
Okay, I actually like that. I just thought for a second like she's in there moshing and dudes are throwing elbows and you're like, get him, babe. Watch out for that guy.
Well, then she was mad at me. I'm like, she's just grinding. Like, who am I to get in the way of a good grind?
I mean, look, I have this conversation, not always, but regularly at the house. I tell Kelsey, like, I have a real nice truck. But if we're driving down the highway and another real nice truck drives by, I'm going to take a look. That's it. Just take a look.
Right.
Maybe I have a thought in my mind, but I don't share that, you know?
Maybe you want your Tundra to have that lift?
Right. And maybe it's just for like a drive or two. That's it.
Maybe you just want to drive that truck.
Yeah, once. It's just a test drive.
Go four-wheeling.
That's it. Yeah, it's okay to admire other things from time to time. Cecil, will we be admiring Ryan Staub? I said it. We got some numbers that we need to share for these Colorado Buffaloes. How about this one? First up, 30 points. The number is 30. The number of the day is 30. The Colorado Buffaloes are 9-0 when they score 30 or more under Prime and this current regime.
Right.
I think it's pretty clear there's one quarterback that gives you a chance to score 30, right? And that's Ryan Staub.
That's Ryan Staub. So get to 30, but I'm going to answer your question with a question. Do you get to 30 on offense, or does your defense get more than one turnover? Because last year, Houston was 0-8 when they had more than one turnover.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they're 30 more points undefeated, 0 when you have one or more turnover.
Yeah.
That's a pretty interesting stat.
Yeah,
right
Houston had problems taking care of the ball last year. Now this year it's Stephen F. Austin and it's Rice. So we're kind of waiting to see them play. Colorado's a challenge. Colorado is a big test for them early in the season. A well-coached team, a hard-nosed team, much like Georgia Tech. They're going to run the ball, everybody. So can you get the turnovers or can your offense lead the way? I don't think you want to get in a shootout with Houston. I don't know if you're yet prepared to do that. By the way, Houston's not really that either. They're a run-heavy team, so they should keep it close. So I would say no to the 30 and yes to the turnovers. Defense gets more than one turnover.
And that's what you just said there with they're a running team. If it's close, they get to stick to their game plan for a full 4 quarters.
Right.
If CU can get themselves up. Now, I know they did it last week, and I know it was an inferior opponent against the Delaware Blue Hens, but I'm talking 10 points. You know what I mean? 2 scores. If it's 14, great. If it's 10, I think that's going to do it too, where you make them have to throw the football a little bit more. You let guys get after the quarterback and see if you can force a turnover or two. Keep it a short field for a guy like Ryan Staub, and have longer extended drives by using more DeKalen Taylor and letting Michael Welch start to cook a little bit more early in the game so that it has results later on in the game. I think that the defense can first. I feel better. I'll say this. I feel better about the defense forcing multiple turnovers than I do the offense going out and scoring 30.
Okay. Yeah, and that's where I think the turnover is going to be a thing for this team. Go out and punch a ball out, right? Be ready for that, and then be solid against the run, because that's what they're going to bring to the table. So we'll see. If you can score 30, you're going to set yourself up really nicely based on what Houston likes to do, which is run it down your throat.
Would you say this is, after Friday, are we done with the musical chairs that Deion talked about? Deion said, I don't want to play musical chairs at quarterback. Why would he? No coach wants to do that.
Right.
Now, them doing it tells us they didn't have a real plan in place with the quarterback room. But do you think this Friday, after Friday, we're done talking about quarterback controversy in Boulder?
Did they win or lose? Did they play him close or not?
Let's say they win.
Then, yeah, it's over. Ryan Staub's your guy. If you win. If you play him close, I think it's over. You just should look at the way this offense is going to be designed by Pat Shurmur, the way it's going to be run, the way the plays are going to be called. You're calling an offense for Ryan Staub, even if he's not out there. So why not have him out there? Because that offense fits what he does well as a quarterback.
Yeah, if they win and he doesn't stumble, it's 100% over. If they win close and there is a little bit of stumble,
still over. It's still over.
I think it's over. I think it might be already over for Caden anyway. But I don't know that it's completely over for Julian. I think there's still some moments where Prime's going to want to almost force Julian in the game.
I think Deion is this is a larger conversation, so we'll have to save it, but I think he's babying Julian to a degree that I think is uncalled for.
Well, how much does that, we can revisit this, how much could that bite him in the you-know-what? Does Julian want to be babied? Is that why Julian came all the way out here to Boulder from Georgia and decided to say no to USC, to be babied and handheld by Deion Sanders?
You don't take the keys from Shadur to be put in the child seat.
Yeah. He literally dropped the keys and then Dion buckled them in.
Right. Oh, bro, we got to be careful with you.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting, man. I can't wait to see. And look, best case scenario, stop, ball out. Let's end this. We don't have to have these kind of conversations anymore. All right, we'll be deeper into the Buffaloes tomorrow. I do want to get back to the Broncos. Cecil, what if Evan Ingram does have to miss time, even if it is just this week? Is there a Joker replacement on this team? Can they go back to Marvin Mims? Or will a Jokerless offense have to be what Sean's working with on Sunday? That's coming up next.
Does Sean Payton need to make changes to his game plan after week 1?
He put his agenda and his offense and his quarterback, who he proclaimed to be trending towards being a top 4, top 5, and when that man struggles throughout the afternoon, it's almost like daddy ball. And I'm telling you, it's unacceptable and it's inexcusable.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Haven't filed your taxes in 3 years or more? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free online workshop on Thursday, September 11th at 5:30 p.m. where he will answer the tough questions like, can you still get a refund if you file late? What if the IRS filed returns for you and you didn't even know? How far back do you really need to file? What happens if you've moved and missed critical IRS notices? And what does the IRS do to tax protesters? Even, could I possibly be going to jail? Todd will walk you through how to get back into the system, understand where you stand, and how much trouble, if any, you're actually in. Don't wait for a wage garnishment or bank levy to find out. Reserve your free spot by calling today, 303-753-6040. Once again, 303-753-6040, Advanced Tax Solutions.
Whether it's kickoff, halftime, or the final drive, fuel your football season at Dickey's Barbecue Pits. Order the 2 Can Dine for $29.99 deal. 2 meat plates stacked with pit smoke flavor. Or go for the new Triple Play Combo. A classic sandwich, savory side, and a big yellow cup for just $12.99. No matter who you're rooting for, great barbecue is always a win. Dickey's Barbecue Pit, legit. Texas barbecue.
This is Dr. Joel Cherdak with Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you've struggled with weight loss, it's time for something real. We use GLP-1 medications from licensed U.S. pharmacies at full strength, never from unknown or online sources. Your program is overseen by a real doctor with in-clinic care and telemedicine options. Best of all, we're offering a free consultation so you can get started risk-free. Experience real weight loss results for under $300 a month. Visit denverregen.com to book your free consult. That's denverregen.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
It's back. Football is back, Broncos country, which means summer is almost over. And that means it's time for game days. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you got to get there in style and on time. So let my friends at Hermes Worldwide handle the traffic and parking, and you handle the rest, which means have as much fun as possible and make as many memories as you can. So let Hermes Worldwide get you to and from the game safe. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. It's football season, and did you know that I am the reigning fan staff champion in the King Supers Football Pick'em? Yep, Stokley, Schlereth, Zachby, Cecil Lemmy, none of them can hang with the judge when it comes to football. Just like those made-for-TV lawyers can't hang with me in the courtroom. When you've been hurt in a car accident, you want the real deal, which is what you get when you call 303 Law 4040. Not some made-for-TV character. When you call 303 Law 4040, you speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly, not some call center overseas. And you get to meet with us in person for free. We never take a dime unless we win for you. Plus, no ridiculous fees like those TV characters. You were the one that was hurt, so the doctors and the lawyers shouldn't take all the money. So go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Back to school today, college before you know it. College Invest 529 savings accounts make saving easy and qualify for a Colorado tax deduction. Open yours before another year passes. CollegeInvest.org.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, what do we do if the Denver Broncos are jokerless on Sunday when they go to Indianapolis to take on the 1-0 Colts? Because right now we're unsure what's happening with Evan Ingram and his calf injury suffered in week 1 in the win against the Tennessee Titans. Kevin gave us a report yesterday. He was sitting in the stands and said, yeah, he was in some pain trying to figure out what was going on, going into that medical tent on the sideline, and then never returned to the football game. So, Cease, we talked about this last year. What was your word for Marvin Mims, the Riddler?
Yeah, he's the Riddler.
So everybody wanted the Joker, right? That's why the addition of Evan Ingram was so exciting. Hey, you got the Joker. He leaned into it, gave us the GIF and all that stuff on Twitter. If he can't go, does Sean force more for Marvin Mims to kind of fall back into that role? Or do they just try to perform without a Joker?
Yeah, and they'll try to perform without the Joker, and Marvin Mims will be asked to be a Riddler.
See, and I actually don't mind more like
Mims.
Again, this comes back on to Sean. You got to get to the line of scrimmage a little bit, Sean.
Right.
Marvin in motion is such a beautiful thing for these Denver Broncos, and a huge advantage for Bo Nix as to what the defense is looking for. But if you don't get to the line of scrimmage in time, you can't do it. But you can have Marvin in motion to see who's, if it's a man or whatever, what you normally get to see, who's covering Marvin. And then if you start to use him a little bit more, those little, hey, I'm coming in motion, it's just I'm your check down or a quick little wide receiver dump off. Second half or something, that turns into a handoff. The receivers or the DBs are playing back a little bit to counter some of that speed, and then he's at the second level before those DBs even realize what's going on.
Yeah, and if you look at what this could be, you saw Marvin Mims in the backfield already against the Titans. So there's still dabblings of that Riddler for this Broncos offense, and that's what you're going to need to do if, in fact, Evan Ingram doesn't need to play. Now, I did a poll on YouTube. Hi, YouTube.
What up, YouTube?
And all of our viewers were like, the most important piece to get back this week is Evan Ingram. Now, it was close. It was a closer vote than I thought it would be. It's like 55-45 because the choices were Dre Greenlaw or Evan Ingram.
Mm-hmm.
But majority of our viewers said Evan Ingram is the most important to get back on the field for this Broncos team. So hopefully Sean gives us an update. By the way, he's late, Spivak, so we won't hear from Sean until maybe like 3. It's supposed to be 2:15. Supposed to be 2:15. But I got word from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, like, yeah, Sean's going to be, 10 minutes late today. 10 minutes turns into 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Sean.
Yeah.
Come on.
See, and I leaned towards Evan, and I voted on the YouTube poll as well. I voted for Evan because I watched the Broncos be absolutely dominant, not just last week, last year, without an emphasis on inside linebacker. And Cody Barton and Justin Chouinard were serviceable at times. In fact, Cody Barton had a couple of good games at that role. But I know how good the defense is, even without inside linebacker help. So that's why I lean on Evan Ingram and Bo Nix. Just give Bo Nix another piece to use, another reason to kind of calm and be steady out there in the storm throughout the NFL game. So I voted for Evan Ingram too. Not saying that Dre Greenlaw is not important, but we had to pick one. I picked Evan.
Yeah, you picked Evan. I picked Dre Greenlaw. I think Greenlaw this week against the Tyler Warren, like that's something to be concerned with for this Broncos defense. I know we've seen the Broncos defense operate without Dre Greenlaw, and we saw it last year when it was Justin Sternod, who's playing better this year. Everyone's got to stay healthy, and I think that's a real key for Justin Sternod. But for me with Greenlaw, it comes down to I know what the Colts want to do. You want to do more with the Joker, obviously. You didn't have anything like that last year. And Lucas Kroll is the replacement, but it's not a upgrade. It's not a decent replacement. It's like what you've got left over. It's better than like an Adam Troutman, for example. But for me, it's defensively. You got to make sure that they don't build any momentum against you. You've got to make sure to take away Daniel Jones' favorite guy, and that's Tyler Warren. And you best do that if Dre Greenlaw's out there. Oh, no, yeah. He could really stuff Jonathan Taylor as well. And if you give me Taylor and Warren, that's a two-headed monster that you've got to deal with.
Oh, you know what else I just thought about? We get to see another game with a real commitment to running the football. And Tennessee had that, but seriously, not with the players that is Jonathan Taylor and even a DJ Giddens. I'm very curious to see how they approach Nick Bonito, right? If we're the Colts and we're game planning for this week, I'm like, hey, we're running the hell out of the football. We're going right at number 15, and let's see if he has actually improved. Because last week he showed signs of improvement.
Yes.
But again, that's against Tennessee and Tony Pollard. A little different with Indianapolis and Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, you're not bringing out Jonathan Taylor with like a glancing tackle, shoestring type thing. You've got to boss up against this guy, and that's what he's going to do against you. Probably had this game circled in red, probably waiting to take advantage of the Broncos defense again, but they're different now, and they're better now if Dre Greenlaw's out there.
And then when it comes to balance this weekend for the Broncos.
Oh, no.
We want it.
I haven't even paid off my coffee bet from last time.
Oh, I'm going to try to get you every single Friday. But
I'm not going to. No. No. Until Sean actually shows something, no. I'm not going to do it until he shows that he wants to run the ball and wants to actually be balanced.
I have zero faith that happens this week.
You seem down on Sean Payton.
This season.
Are you down on Sean Payton?
I'm down on what he decided to do Sunday, yeah. I'm not down overall. I still think he's a great offensive coach. I still think that fit that you talked about a lot last year is perfect between him and Bo Nix. But I'm going to stay on this until proven otherwise. If he doesn't get over himself and trying to show the world what Bo can be, he's going to hurt more than he helps. And the ironic part about that is if he were to just be more balanced, that's actually what would show the world what Bo can be. And I don't understand how he doesn't understand that in Sean Payton. You don't have to win every rep. You don't have to win every down, right? I was going to try to make the golf analogy yesterday of like, I do it all the time because I'm bad at golf and stupid. Like, hey, I hit a bad shot off the tee box. You know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to reach the green. That's not how it works. Take the next smart shot to set yourself up for the next shot, and then you reach the green. That's what Sean does. Oh, damn. We're incomplete on first and second down. I got a great one for third down. Bomb to Marvin Mims. Like, dude, take the smart play so that the next time you want to hit onto the green or show off Bo Nix, it's there for you. He doesn't take the smart stuff to set up the easy stuff, and that's a big problem.
Well, if I had a private audience with Sean, I would go Dr. Phil on him, sitting there in those high stools and just be like, how's that working out? Because he tried to showcase Bo, and Bo looked bad. Bo Nix looked bad. Period.
Yeah, he hurt more than he helped.
Exactly. Sean, stop hurting Bo Nix. Start setting him up. Start giving him his best friend in a ground game that has legs. Literally. Like this ground game has the legs that you need that you didn't have last year. Last year's in the past. We can't, then last year. Yeah, last year you couldn't run the ball. This year you can. JK looked good, man. JK looked good and RJ looked explosive and dangerous. So more JK, yeah, I'd like his workload. 15, 16 carries. I like that. Sean's not going to get to 20. I'm not going to ask for 20. But if it's 15, 16 carries for JK, it needs to be 10, 12, 15 for RJ as well. Mm-hmm. If DJ Giddens can do it, RJ Harvey can do it, and he can do it better.
If the Broncos running backs do not have a minimum of 25 rushing attempts, then Sean learned nothing from week one.
And you can't have Bo running 8 times.
I mean, Bo's got to do something productive. If he's not going to contribute with his arm, contribute with his legs.
Well, Orlovsky did say this morning on the morning show about like, hey, maybe one way is like get him hit.
You know what? I want to talk a little bit more about that. I can tell you're frustrated, and I want to hear more of that. Why does Dan Orlovsky want Bo to get hit more? Find out next.
Do the Broncos need to do a better job of showcasing their skill players?
I want to see Sutton. I want to see Franklin and Pat Bryant. Let's run 3 or 4 plays with the same personnel grouping. We get a little bit of a rhythm. This isn't equal opportunities for everyone. Stop it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
Everyone does. But even the best deal in the market becomes high if rates fall in the future. So now what? Go through all the expense again? No. Just go to U.S. Mortgages and get our trademarked lowest rate for life product. It allows you to get your savings today and lock in at below market rates like our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, 4.75% 5 years fixed?
Yes, and even if the market does improve further, great. We redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee, and there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. So stop waiting for rates to get better and wasting money. Lock in your savings now and know you're 100% protected with lowest rate for life. Call 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com. Rate must be locked by 9/16.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond, but there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers, 2 stores totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds at our diamond bar.
And Denver's true diamond experts who will share their knowledge and passion on how to get the most diamond for your money guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
And that's why every day more couples say will you with Williams.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Don't let an accident ruin your summer. If you've been injured, Postman Law is here to help with clarity and compassion. Call 844-POSTMAN to get started fighting your case. That's 844-POSTMAN. With over $3 billion recovered for their clients, the Postman Law team fights relentlessly to make your legal journey as stress-free as possible. You deserve to enjoy your summer. If you've been injured, call Postman Law at 844-POSTMAN today.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, Cece, you set it up perfectly. We were talking about the Broncos and what the threats are with the Colts coming in, or they're going on Sunday. And then we brought up the fact that Dan Orlovsky was on the morning show, talked about Bo, talked about Daniel Jones actually looking good in week number 1. But something else he was asked about is how they get Bo going. How do you start faster and find some sort of rhythm with Bo? And he has a really interesting idea.
I think a couple things is the pass plays, and I'm assuming they're doing that, but the pass plays that you're starting games with, that he's got a really clear understanding of what you want to do depending on the defense that you get, and that, maybe there are progressions that are a little bit full field. There are progressions that are maybe a little bit more quicker in your decision making or developing, so he's not getting to the top of the drop, number one, not there, and then all of a sudden, taking off as a runner or, getting to that second or third progression so quickly. I think the second thing is, and this is the case for a lot of specifically highly athletic and younger quarterbacks, is ironically, you want to get him hit. You want to get him into the game, so a designed quarterback run of some sort, an RPO that allows him to be maybe a ball carrier that gets him hit. Just sometimes that initial hit can get those, because these are like highly twitched athletes. They get them into the game a little bit more. Obviously, the more you can get some easier completions, the more they settle down. So, but I think it's how quickly they can get him into the game of feeling like he's in the game rather than forcing how he wants to play in the game is a big deal. So, Mark, I'd say probably try to get him a little bit of contact early on so that can settle him down.
All right, you have the floor because you wanted to get into this. Go ahead.
I would go to Peyton Manning and ask him, did he want to get hit early on in a game? You know what I mean? I appreciate the sentiment from Dan Orlovsky, who I thought did a fantastic job this morning on the morning show.
He's a great addition to that.
Yeah, it's a great lineup ad in terms of getting him on every single week and talking to Dan Orlovsky. I've had issues with other things he said in the past, and I take issue with this as well because you're great quarterbacks, you don't need that. I understand getting the blood flowing, all that kind of stuff, and reminds me of that old Jaguars defensive tackle used to get slapped in the face. He had the equipment guy slap me in the face, and so I get
what
that.
What a great job. If anybody wants me to show up at their work before you start and slap you in the face,
right,
I'm available.
Yes. Could be like old pick up Troy or whatever.
Yeah, like pick me up Troy or whatever.
You need me to pick you up? I'm there for you. But okay, so I understand what he's trying to say, but I think it's wrong-headed in terms of I don't want to risk Bo Nix to injury just to get him going.
Exactly.
To jumpstart him. You know what I'd rather have? Couple easy dump-offs, easy screen, easy quick slant, him and Court, run a DT play to Cortland Sutton. Sutton couldn't do it as well as DT. He's not the same, but just that sort of easy wide receiver screen. Run it to Marvin. Run it to Troy, right? They tried one with Troy last week. Try more like that. Get things set up where Bo Nix is in the flow of the game. I don't think exposing him to a hit, risking injury, is something that the Broncos need to consider. So again, I like the sentiment from Dan Orlovsky. I just don't like that answer because with Bo Nix, it's a precious asset. We got to make sure this guy is hit free.
Yeah.
Let's say that.
Well, and I agree with everything you said. Getting a guy hit, I do understand why he's coming that. It's that, okay, we're playing, here we go, like that moment, right? I think even at the lowest levels of football that a lot of us have played, you can understand where he's coming from. But my counterpoint and argument back towards Dan would be, there's about 19 other ways I think we can get Bo Nix going besides a 300-pound man tackling him with everything that he's got.
Right.
How about, for instance, a big play, a big connection with a Cortland Sutton or a Troy Franklin or a Pat Bryant or whoever, a Marvin Mims deep ball. And then you're on the sideline and go, woo, woo, here we go, baby. You know what I mean? That's going to get some guys going. An RJ Harvey run where he puts a little move on a dude or just runs over a dude. How about one of those big Derrick Henry stiff arms, get out of my face, little boy moment for RJ Harvey? I think that would probably get Bo Nix going a little bit more than a giant man trying to kill him.
Right, because there's all sorts of different contact. Is it someone swiping at his feet and tripping him up, or is it a 300-pound lineman landing on him?
Yeah.
Get him hit, set it up to get him hit. No. Protect Bo Nix, get him involved in the game, get him going early, set things up nicely for him. And if you run the ball, everything's going to be easier. Sean is his own best friend and his own worst enemy at the same time because it's right there. It's right there. Everything that Sean Payton wants to do, including winning the Super Bowl, is right there. You've got the team to do it. He even believes it. He's had 7 teams. This is the 7th team that he's coached that he feels can win a championship. It's all there on paper. You've got to execute it, and you've got to make sure that you are running the plays as designed. The players are executing the plays as designed, and Sean Payton's calling a good game. I do not believe Sean Payton called a good game against Tennessee. No, this offense should have looked much better, and Bo Nix should have looked much better. Bo Nix isn't as bad as he showed in week 1.
No. Last thing here from Joel Klatt now, who was also with the morning show. Is he today? He's on with them on today?
Yeah, they get all the guests.
Yeah, that's nice. Nice setup up there. Hope to achieve that someday. Joel Klatt talking about, now I haven't heard this. I'm reading how it's described.
Okay.
And in my mind, I go, oh, is Joel Klatt telling us Sean's like the old school coach that won't change his ways?
Wait a second. Are you going R. Kelly on me today?
What do you mean?
And my mind telling me no, but my body.
No.
No? Okay.
It's, again, Klatt saying Sean making his game plan on a whiteboard versus what he's seen on tape.
What I think Sean will do that I would say is a fault is that as a play caller, I don't think you can call the game based on Tuesday night. You have to call the game based on the 60 in front of you. And too many times, I think play callers will say, no, I saw this on film, and it was so clean on the board and the film that I have to call it. Meanwhile, your offense just stunk it up in front of you for the 60 minutes in front of you. So it's like, what do I think is good versus what do I think we can execute? And that is the tension that great play callers and decision makers have to wrestle with.
I think that is so well
That's
said.
spot on.
That is so well said by Joe Klatt. What is the best play? What can we execute right here? That's a simple breakdown of what Sean did do wrong on Sunday and how he can simply fix it by execution rather than what you believe can happen.
Yeah, and Joel knows, again, a lot about football, and he played for Sean. Now, when he was there in New Orleans, he talked to Drew Brees like, hey, I'm thinking about getting this apartment, and Drew's like, don't.
You're not making it here, buddy.
Yeah. Hey, what about this house? I think this area, this neighborhood, don't. You know that hotel down there? Yeah. You know where Matt Prater's hanging out by Shotgun Willie's?
Right.
Yeah, just stay at that hotel.
And you're going to want to go day to day, if not week to week. Here,
Right. Exactly. Bugs Bunny Motel. Something like that. So Klatt speaks from experience. But doesn't that sound exactly like Sean?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this was great on Tuesday, and I drew it up, and I knew we'd get this look, and I had a play, and blah, blah, blah. Dude, what's happening in the game?
But that goes back to, like, I give Sean a lot of credit because it doesn't feel like he's this dictator of this is what we do,
Right,
you better go out there and do it or you're not going to be out on the field. It felt like he was more open. And even was it Wickersham who had the article where he was in the Buffalo Bills locker room saying, hey, I'm watching him go over the plays that Bo picked versus the plays that he picked and trying to make a healthy play sheet that both of them like. So I never really felt like that. And then hearing Joel Klatt say that and agreeing with him in 100% capacity, it's maybe he is too stubborn for his own good. And like we've been talking about throughout this entire week, who checks him on that? Who says, hey, Sean, maybe we watch the film from the Colts defense and pick what works versus just your brain saying this works because you thought it would on the whiteboard.
Yeah, and you thought on Tuesday this was great for Sunday. What's the game flow like? It's almost as if I'd like to ask Dan Orlovsky, how do you get Sean in the game flow?
That's a great question.
Now, the answer is right in front of us. It's Shanahan first 15. Why in the hell isn't that? We're running these 15. I don't care what the down and distance are. I don't care what. We're running these first 15. Does Sean Payton do that? Would he take a question about that? Would he get mad if you asked that? Or would he say, good question, but I believe in this and this? I would like to know. You know what I mean? I would like to know. And if he's going to have a 45-minute press conference, then someone could at least ask him about that. Like, hey, do you script? We're used to Mike Shanahan around here, Coach, and I know it's been a while, but we always hear about the first 15, and you script the first 15, and you just run those 15 plays regardless of what your defense is doing. You set that up for the rest of the game. Do you do something similar, or what are your thoughts on that kind of coaching style, if you will? Say it respectfully. I would love to know that answer. I would love to know Sean Payton's process of this is how I start a game. Because he needs to get in the flow. It's Bo executing. Bo needs to be better, okay? Bo was not good in week 1. Bo needs to be better. But it's Sean calling a better game for Bo. It's Sean making sure that they run the ball enough for Bo so that when he does an RPO or a play action fake, that blitzing corner who just went straight to Bo on the RPO, that's because they weren't running. And if you're blitzing, one, you're going to be careful hitting the quarterback. You don't want to get fined. But you're going to know, oh, well, they're not running. I'm just going to go hit Bo. And that's exactly what happened in week 1. It's not like we need a bunch of film. What's left? What's next? Like, no, we saw it in week 1. We've seen enough. Enough, buddy, enough. Like, we've seen enough from Sean Payton to go, oh, that's not great, Bob. Like, you need to be better. And it's him getting into the flow. And I believe that if he did script the first 15 like a Mike Shanahan, it would help out tremendously. I don't know if he does that, though.
No, and I agree with everything you said. Script out the first 15.
Run him.
I have zero confidence that he gets to play 10 before he changes his course. So if he's got 15 plays, and it's Sean Payton, so 10 of them are passes and 5 of them are runs.
12 of them are passes.
Probably more accurate. And he gets to run number 3. And he looks down and goes, I've run the ball 3 times and we've got 5 yards rushing. I'm done with the rest of those running plays. That's what would happen.
Yeah.
And so I love that idea. But again, no one to hold him accountable to sticking to plan means that plan, it's written in pencil on a napkin that I'm about to throw away.
Then why did you go to wide zone?
That's a great question. I'd love for somebody to ask him that.
We'll see.
It is KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. The drive's going to come in here. I want to ask those boys who they would prefer. They only got to pick one to come back. If it was Evan Ingram or Dre Greenlaw, again, you can continue to answer that question 2 different ways. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 or over on YouTube. YouTube.com/DenverSports. I will be doing the Dover on Denver podcast over there on YouTube. It's going to go live at 3 o'clock. I'm going to talk about how these Broncos go win against the Indianapolis Colts and start 2-0. I said that earlier. 2-0 gets you to a 72.6% chance of going to the postseason. Early in the season, but you got to help yourself in any way that you can. Phillip Lindsay,
what's going
coming
on?
in here. How you doing, man?
I'm great, man.
How's that hand of yours?
Oh, you know what? It's feeling a lot better.
Is it?
A lot better. Yeah, man. Now I can't grip anything. I'm doing a bunch of exercises.
Yeah.
Honestly, Josh, like it was Monday we did therapy. It was my first day of therapy, and I'm like, okay, just got out of surgery 4 days ago, and I was like, they're gonna change the bandages up, look at it, put the bandages back on, and I'm going to go on my way, and then I'll start therapy in 2 days from now. No. Right when I got there, they checked the stitches, and one of the stitches popped. So there was blood gushing out. I'm like, okay, look, am I dying now? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, it's just fine. You know, like it will clot up and stuff, and you'll be just fine. But go to our physical therapy woman and start your work. So I'm like, okay, like, what are you going to have me doing? So I get there. She starts to, like, make my cast, and everything was good. You know, I'm like, okay, this is smooth. When she said, all right, now it's time to start doing the real work. So I'm like, okay, it's like the real work now?
Yeah.
Like I just got out of surgery. Josh, she started cranking on my pinky, like bending it forward. And I'm trying to act tough, and she's like, does it hurt? I'm like, no, not really. I feel it a little bit, but nothing too crazy. I mean, it gets to the point where I start to turn pale. I start sweating. And she said, hey, look, like, this happens to everybody. You don't have to be tough. Like, are you about to faint? And I'm like, I was like, no. And I was like, you know what? Yes, I'm about to faint.
Uh-huh.
You know, I wasn't expecting us to hit the ground running on this therapy. She said, here's an ice pack. Here's an apple juice. Lay down. I was like, man, don't tell my wife this.
Yeah.
Don't tell my wife this.
Too.
Yeah.
You know what else? I think I told this to Zach, but when you were out, like, it's your pinky, right?
It's my pinky.
And you don't even know. You're like, my pinky, who cares? And then you can't use it.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, it's the most important piece of my entire body.
Well, it helps you grip. It helps you hold on to things. And when you don't have that pinky, it's just harder to do what you want to do. That's just like with these players when they get turf toe. And someone's like, well, it's just a toe. Bull crap.
They got to come up with a better name.
They do. I know.
Turf toe, it's like, come on, man.
But what people don't know is a turf toe is a break. Like you have turf toe, you broke a sesamoid. The sesamoid in the bottom of your foot. And so it's hard to walk. It's hard to push off. And if you don't have a toe, you can't walk.
All right, boys. I'm glad you're doing all right. Glad that you're back. I want to ask you something Cecil and I were kicking around. Up in the air for Greenlaw and Evan Ingram, right? With their injuries, will they come back? Will they be available for the Colts game? Sean said sooner rather than later with Greenlaw. Hadn't given us an update on Ingram yet. If you could pick one to come back, and only one, Ingram or Greenlaw.
Man, this harkens back to a segment that we did with the wand. You remember?
Oh, I remember.
We were talking about the newcomers, and if they're all here because of discount injury rate.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could wave a wand over any of them before the season started and it ensured that they would stay healthy for all 17 games, who would you wave it over? So it's almost like a retroactive version of that, because we got the two guys that we wanted to wave the wand over are already hurt.
Yeah, so maybe we're bad luck. Maybe we should have done that segment.
No, I mean, it's literally the reason why we did it is for situations like this, because this is the only reason that they're here is because they were at a discounted rate because of injury. I'm going to say the tight end position, and it comes down to me, Dover, for like positional importance and positional hierarchy. And I think that I've been saying this for a few years, that the inside linebacker is to the defense as the running back is to the offense. They don't matter much, Phil.
No.
And
I like you just stared at him as he said it, too.
I know. No, don't worry. I have something for his ass.
Of course, I'm kidding. Every position, whether it's elite or it's at a detriment, can either help or hurt you on a game day. So we know this is true. But when you think about the value of the tight end position and the vacancy that's there, I would say Evan Ingram. Bring Evan Ingram back. I don't know what it even feels like to have Dre Greenlaw out on the field in a Denver Bronco uniform.
I know.
So I don't even know what I'm missing. So maybe that plays into it a little bit as well.
I hate when Zach is right. He's right on this one.
Yeah.
He's hardly right, but he's right on this one. You have to bring the tight end back. I mean, if you don't have Evan Ingram, who supposedly is the Joker who is not out there right now, you have to rely on Lucas Kroll and Adam Trotman. Well, we have already had to do that 2 years in a row, especially with Adam Trotman. We know what that looks like. It's hard to move the ball in the pass game, in the run game, if you don't have a tight end you can rely on that can stretch the field. Now, with the inside linebacker position, the reason why I can confidently say the tight end position over inside linebacker is because you have Alex Singleton back. And I don't think people understand how important Alex Singleton is to this defense. He is the leader because he's the one with the green dot. And if you guys don't know what the green dot is, it's the guy who has the speakerphone and the microphone in his ear so Vance Joseph can call the plays. And so Alex Singleton is relaying the plays to all the offensive players. That means the safeties, cornerbacks, the trenches. But one thing about Alex Singleton that I think people tend to forget is 2023, before Alex Singleton got paid, he was the leading tackler on this team. He had 177 tackles.
Yeah, it's up there with for a franchise record.
It was the franchise. He broke the franchise
record. Came from Philly, by the way, where he did the exact same thing.
Exactly.
Correct.
So now having him back and having people like Hufanga and Brandon Jones that can come up in the box and tackle, I feel more confident in the defense has more depth than the offense in the tight end room.
And that's I agree with you guys that it is Evan Ingram, and it was almost exactly what you said. I've actually watched the Denver Broncos play without an inside linebacker for 10 straight years. And the defense has been the best part of the Denver Broncos the last 10 straight years. I watched them dominate a Tennessee team from the defensive side without Dre Greenlaw. Alex Singleton was out there, and Justin Sternad's actually gotten better, in my opinion, than what he was even last year with a full-time role. So
yeah, agreed.
It's Evan Ingram, man. They've done it without an inside linebacker. They've done it last year without a real presence at the tight end, but that was the whole reason you go get Evan Ingram and the Joker, and the reason we're all so excited about it.
Now, is it a calf? Is it a calf?
Yeah, calf.
And you said you've had so I've never had to deal with a calf.
Sucks, lingers.
So another soft
Isn't that
tissue
true? That's
injury.
like, you keep messing with it, it's a real injury then after that.
Totally. And it can lead to, look, and knock on wood, but Kevin Durant had a sore calf that he played on and ended up popping his Achilles.
We watched that thing.
Yeah. So it's you just
Aaron Gordon calf.
It lingered for months, months, and then it leads to a hammy, right? The human body is so wildly connected, it's insane. So yeah, man, just have to kind of keep your fingers crossed. And Broncos going through it in this department pretty early in the season, comparatively to the last 2 years. All right, we have a really fun show planned today. We have so much to get to, but I find it hard to ignore something sometimes that's just like right in my face, and so. If a family member of mine passed, or I got really good or really bad news right before the show, chances are I'm gonna want to just address it because that's just how
react to it,
and that's just how I am. And man, I gotta say I'm a little bit shaken up by watching that Charlie Kirk video.
Yeah.
I'm at a loss, and
sick, man.
It's sick, and I don't care what side of the political aisle you are on. The fact that someone could get shot, and I believe killed. I mean, I'd be shocked if he lives.
It's very graphic. They had a video out there, very graphic.
Yes, and if you're busy and you hadn't heard yet, it's just about, I don't know, an hour ago, something like that. Charlie Kirk, a conservative, right-wing political commentator, Trump supporter. He's in front of thousands in Utah, thousands of people.
He was at a school, right? University.
Yes, and I believe he's been doing this. He's been going to these universities and having dialogue, with even people he disagrees with or whatever. And of course, I don't believe, I don't agree with every single thing every politician says, but he's a human, and he got shot, and it's
two kids, a wife. Like it's sickening. It's sad. Zach, and it can go even deeper than that. Well, how long ago was it with the Minnesota thing with those little babies in there, and somebody shot them up? Like, when is this gonna stop?
It's insane. It's obviously the gun violence in our country is completely out of control. That's not new. If you disagree with that, you don't have an actively working brain, and that's for both. That's not a political statement. People getting shot and killed all over. You say 200 people in Chicago were shot last weekend. 200 on the weekend. So it's just it's nuts. But when you're killing someone that you don't know personally, because what they believe politically, I don't care if it's left to right or right to left. It's over the top, disgusting base levels of humanity. And you if you see the video, don't go searching it out. And I'm and sometimes I do watch these videos on Instagram, USA Crime, and
pops up.
And sometimes I will watch them. Man, I would stay away from this one. It's jarring.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. And again, it's not a political take. It's a human being take. And I just, I've said this, I think, one other time, and I forget why, but oftentimes I think of, when I see stuff like this, I think of the Marshall fires, when entire communities were burning.
Yeah.
And when people were running out of their house, it didn't matter if you were left or right. Everyone's on the same page. You're trying to escape death and keep you and your family safe.
And whoever else you can help.
Yes. And at the core of who we are, I think there's more good than bad. But we get to a point when we're allowing politics to get to a point where you're bringing a gun to an event and shooting a commentator, and I think killing him. I think he's going to die.
Yeah.
And it's just awful. It's base humanity. It's disgusting. It's uncalled for. There's no place for it in this world.
It's just scary, man.
It's very scary.
Literally, like, it's scary. Like, every day you have to wonder, like, what's going to happen? We have kids. It's like you're always worried about them. We're always out and about.
Yeah.
You always have to worry about yourself, worry about your family. Like, it shouldn't be that way.
No, it shouldn't.
Why? Why are we going through this as a society all the time? Why? Why is the answer going and shooting somebody or killing somebody? Whether they're old, in the middle, or young, like, why are we doing this to each other?
It's disgusting. It's you lose your humanity, the essence of your humanity. So it's disturbing. It's going to be the biggest story, coast to coast here, if it's not already. And folks come here to get away from that stuff. And so this is the last that we're going to mention it, but it just happened, and I just saw the video in the last handful of minutes, and it's gruesome and it's disturbing and it's disgusting, and I just felt uncomfortable without proceeding saying something. Okay, we may have miscalculated, Mr. Phillip Lindsay, the Week 2 challenge for the Denver Broncos. That's next.
Has a new challenger emerged in the Buffs quarterback room?
If Ryan Staub is the starter going forward, I feel much better about my prediction of 8 wins. They don't win 8 games if Caden Salter's their quarterback. Based on what we've seen over the first 2 games, they can win 8 games with Ryan Staub as their quarterback.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here to tell you that you need to prioritize playing golf in Aurora this fall. They have you covered, all right? My friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. Look, I enjoy leaf peeping every fall, no doubt, but instead of heading to the mountains, I'm heading to my local Aurora golf courses. Saddle Rock, my personal favorite, real close to my house. It's a true gem. It's like a mountain course in the city, incredible views of the mountains. Aurora Hills, the original OG Aurora course. Meadow Hills, former country club, tree-lined favorite. Love Meadow Hills. And I told you about Saddle Rock. And then Murphy Creek, a Prairie Links layout that I know you're going to love. Guys, for more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com. And go ahead and give them a follow on Facebook, X, and Instagram at golfaurora.co.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's your last chance to take advantage of EV federal tax credits at Siltar Motors. This month, get the all-electric F-150 Lightning or the head-turning Mustang Mach-E with 0% interest for 72 months or lease credits up to $11,000 off. Check out their current selection of EVs at sthmotors.com to get the EV you want before they are gone. Siltar Motors has got the best location, the biggest EV selection in Denver, and the most competitive pricing in Colorado. Siltar Motors will deliver everything you want out of a dealership.
Ace Hardware at Mississippi and Havana in Aurora. Store closure sale. All inventory 30 to 40% off, including a full line of Steel, Milwaukee, DeWalt Power Tools, Big Green Egg, Traeger and Weber grills. Great selection of Ego, Toro, Ariens and Craftsman lawnmowers, snowplows, and so much more. Open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go. Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Holy smokes. Got a lot to get to. Got a lot to get to here on a Wednesday. Certainly did not envision us taking 4 minutes there at the top of the show to address what we said. And then now it's, we just had a producer come in here and say, hey, if, since you just touched on this coast-to-coast story that's exploding, we have to mention that I can't believe this is true. That just about an hour ago, 3 students were shot at Evergreen High School.
Yeah.
I don't...
We don't know too much more after that. But
no.
It's like, what's going on, y'all? Truly.
I'm just at a loss. Again, this is not why people come here, but it's such a... The Charlie Kirk thing is such a big story, and it just happened right before we got on the air, and it's just disgusting. And I said, hey, the gun violence in this country is out of control. And then during the commercial break, literally during the break, say, hey, if you're going to mention that, you should probably mention that 3 students were just shot at Evergreen High School. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. You feel helpless,
angry,
for sure. And it's just awful. It's just awful. Okay. We're going to have to sequence into why people come here.
Yeah.
All right. And we are going to find a way to have fun today and talk sports. All right. But it is definitely a reminder that we are in the toy aisle of life. Right? You think about all the stuff that life has to offer. Sports. This is also why it is so foolish to, healthy discourse in sports is good. That's fun. That's what makes sports fun. But when you start to, get angry at other people, I got a DM on social media that is, a guy just ranting. You mother effer, you effing suck, you da-da-da-da, over an opinion about football.
Yeah, why?
A football opinion.
Everybody has an opinion. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. And you go on. You're supposed to have discussion. You're supposed to have debates. You're not always supposed to agree with each other.
No.
That's not how it goes.
No. So especially in this bubble, this world that we live in of sport, we have to remind ourselves, and I'm talking to myself, I'm talking about anyone listening, that this is the toy aisle. So when these players, they come and they go. Most of them aren't from Denver. They didn't grow up Denver Bronco fans. They'll leave. They'll go play for another team.
It's a job. It's a business.
Yes. And so we have to remind ourselves of that. But we are lucky enough to be in this space and get to play and talk about
toys effectively in terms of the big picture things in life. And so that's what we're going to do today. It's good to see you. You doing okay? Obviously,
yeah.
Rough start here, but you doing okay?
For sure. You know, it's always great to be able to wake up, kiss your kids, kiss your wife, get ready for the show, do what you want to do. I have a little bit more free time because Phil goes to school, and so I get a little bit more time with Sophia. So I get to have that moment, that time with her, and so building that chemistry, building that relationship with her has been great. Man.
Heck yeah!
How you doing?
I'm doing good. All things considered, I'm doing good. It's been the last handful of months coming in here and doing the show. It feels like we are kind of hitting our stride and we're having fun, and the Broncos are going to be better than they have been in years, and the Nuggets and Avs are both going to have fantastic seasons, and we've been talking about all this stuff, and it's football season's finally here. So let's just continue to ride this vibe that we've been sort of riding here for months. And I will tell you, and I'm speaking for myself. I'm raising my hand, and I have been saying the same phrase for many years. Okay, a lot of the same phrases for many years, but one of them has been, once you think you have the NFL figured out, it will humble you. And I fell into the trap that I warned others of. When in this summer, when I start talking about that week 2 game against the Colts, most winnable road game on the schedule, and then you actually see the Colts play football in the 2025 version of themselves, and I'm going, ooh, this is not going to be easy.
Now, do you feel like you fell into a trap, or are you just kind of stating the facts, stating the obvious at that time, at that moment?
No, you're right. At that moment.
Like at that moment, like football was not being played. You know, we come in here, we're giving our opinions. Like the rosters are not all the way solidified and on paper. That's why we said a lot of times, even with the Denver Broncos, on paper, the Denver Broncos look really, really good. Well, on paper, before the season started, the Indianapolis Colts did not look that good.
That's right.
But then you got to go out there and you play.
Yep.
And we're all human beings. So, you know, things happen. You get the right quarterback, the right situation, the right game plan, the right defense, the right type of players around each other. All of a sudden you look up and you're like the Denver Broncos last year where you win 10 games.
Right.
So, yeah, I didn't think Indianapolis was going to be as good as they looked against the Miami Dolphins, Zach.
I mean, they beat the brakes off them.
They did.
They beat the brakes off the Dolphins the way that a lot of Broncos country thought Denver could beat the brakes off Tennessee.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that Denver should not win this game.
Totally. Absolutely.
But what we're trying to tell everybody now is we have to caution ourselves that, hey, this is another NFL team, and those men are getting paid. And those guys, those Colts players, and I know a lot of them still. I know Jonathan Taylor, DeForest Buckner. You know, I know a lot of them that are still on that team, and I know that they're very talented players that want to win, players that work their butts off. So going into this game Sunday, Denver is going to have a different mentality because you're not at home. You don't have home field advantage. You're going up against a Colts team that does have the confidence, that has a quarterback that's starting to build confidence in himself, a head coach that got to the playoffs 2 years ago.
Right.
And he's trying to get back, a head coach that helped the Philadelphia Eagles get to the Super Bowl. So we're not going against a bad football team. We're going against a football team that wants to win. Now, for Denver, what do you do about it?
Right. You want to know what was stunning for me? Well, a couple things here. I did not realize until starting to do a dive into the Colts, they had not won their first game in a decade.
Insane.
They are 1-0 for the first time in 10 years.
Insane.
That is crazy. And what else was interesting for me is to watch someone like Kurt Warner, Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner, go on Rich Eisen's show. And I really like Rich Eisen. And he says, who had the most impressive quarterback performance in week 1? And Kurt Warner said, Daniel Jones. This is not going to be easy. This is going on the road in front of a invigorated home environment that is 1-0 for the first time in a decade. There's no layups here.
Well, it's funny, too, Zach, is I did some digging, too, and they were talking about Jonathan Taylor was talking to the press, and they asked JT, they said, hey, like, what surprised you about Daniel Jones? And he said his athletic ability.
Yeah.
The way he can move outside the pocket.
Yep.
The way he can pass on the run.
Yep.
And then sure enough, in the Miami Dolphin game, Daniel Jones rushes for 2 touchdowns. So for the Broncos defense, that's something that you're going to have to take in consideration is you're going to have to bottle Daniel Jones up because Daniel Jones is going to want to use his legs to continue to keep drives rolling, to try to get that first down, to try to get the 2 first downs of the game if they get the ball first in the game so that they can get some rhythm going.
Yep. For as much as we think of Bo, the athlete and the dual threat, that's who Daniel Jones is also. I watched Daniel Jones one season rush for over 700 yards as a quarterback. They, last week, scored points on every single possession. The punter did not get a rep.
You got to love it if you're a punter.
Of course.
Free money.
It's just a free day. Just a free day. So yeah, we'll get into the Colts a little bit more throughout the afternoon, but it is not the cupcake that you may have thought even as recent as a month ago. Okay, the Broncos defense did something last weekend that hadn't been done since Super Bowl 50. Details next.
It's Sean Payton overcomplicating things on offense.
It's too much. There's too much out there. There's too much in the game plan. There's too much on the play sheet. There's too much on Bo's shoulders. There's too much on everybody's shoulders when it comes to the overall operation of this offense, and it needs to be simplified more.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? Phillip Lindsay here with the one and only Williams Jewelers. And guys, if you're looking for a new timepiece or just want to upgrade to something nicer, Williams Jewelers is here to help you out. I went to Williams Jewelers to find a new watch, and thanks to them, I now have a beautiful, beautiful Tudor watch on my wrist. And they treated me just like family from the minute I stepped through those doors. I was able to ask questions without feeling dumb. They truly made me feel comfortable and didn't pressure me at all. And that's why I can say I feel really good about the decision I made when I chose my Tudor watch. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So why wouldn't you want to shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? When you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share the secret to the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why wouldn't you want to create memories for yourself or the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers? My hometown jeweler, also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and on Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
Injured this summer? The fight starts now with Postman Law. No fees unless we win. Free consults available. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. These deals end soon.
Hey, it's Zach. Winter's coming. Don't wait. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the snow flies. 15-year low-interest financing with no prepayment penalty. Call now for your free quote and see how low your payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Haven't filed your taxes in 3 years or more? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free online workshop on Thursday, September 11th at 5:30 p.m. where he will answer the tough questions like, can you still get a refund if you file late? What if the IRS filed returns for you and you didn't even know? How far back do you really need to file? What happens if you've moved and missed critical IRS notices? And what does the IRS do to tax protesters? Even, could I possibly be going to jail? Todd will walk you through how to get back into the system, understand where you stand, and how much trouble, if any, you're actually in. Don't wait for a wage garnishment or bank levy to find out. Reserve your free spot by calling today, 303-753-6040. Once again, 303-753-6040, Advanced Tax Solutions.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. Woo! The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
The Broncos defense did something last weekend that hadn't been done in nearly a decade. How crazy is that the Super Bowl 50 10 years ago this year?
It's insane. Truly, I remember sitting there watching this team and admiring the Chris Harris Jr.'s and the Leaves and the TJ Wards, and then really and truly getting to meet them, hang out with them, get to see them in person, and they're really good people.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's just dang, man, Von Miller being his teammate, but watching them, it was just I was a huge fan. Of course, Broncos country. Let's go. Let's
You
bow.
almost said let's ride. I literally saw it.
Let's bow.
So the Broncos defense did something last weekend that hadn't been done since Super Bowl 50, and a hat tip to our own Andrew Mason. He wrote about this at DenverSports.com. There have been 22 games in Broncos history in which a team posted at least 6 sacks while holding an opponent to a completion percentage of below 50%. 22 times ever. All right, you've been think about this. They've been playing Bronco football since 1960.
Yeah.
Right? So, long time. 22 times ever. But the last time that a Bronco team had 6 sacks while holding an opponent to a completion percentage below 50%, which is what they did a week ago to the Titans and Cam Ward, was Super Bowl 50, when Cam Newton completed 44% of his passes while absorbing 7 sacks.
So it took the whole entire year in some for the Super Bowl 50 team to get the sacks. You're talking about how this defense was able to do it in week 1.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they did it previous to that. I would guess not, but I'm saying the last time was Super Bowl 50.
Oh, yeah. That's insane. But what that's telling you is this defense is loaded. It's stacked in that when you secure the trenches, when you secure the back end, and now you're able to just play freely with the creativity of the scheme within the scheme, that's when you come up with the big plays, with the sacks, with the turnovers. And that's something that the Denver Broncos are able to do because they have all that. And it starts with making sure everybody is playing team football. The reason why this team can play so much team football is because everybody is taken care of, Zach. Think about it. Everybody from the safeties, Hufanga, Brandon Jones, they've been paid, to the inside linebackers. Alex Singleton was paid, Dre Greenlaw, to the trenches. So when everybody is paid, everybody is fed and full, they do their jobs. And not everybody is not trying to just make the play. Now everybody's like, hey, everybody gets a chance. And when you're able to star in your role and everybody does their part, that's when good things happen, and that's when you have 6 different players have sacks.
I don't want to continue to dwell on it, but I have to say this because it's organically right here in front of me. When you talk about doing what the Broncos did a week ago, 6 sacks, completion percentage for the opposing quarterback less than 50%, it was for the first time in 10 years, you have a great defense who had a historically good day, and Sean Payton with a minute left said, you know what? Let's trust the offense. Let's throw it on 4th and long. I mean, how silly is that when you add even the context of it was a historically good day? You can kick it, make it a 2-possession game. You can punt it and have your defense come out there and continue to have a stranglehold. It's just insane decision making. Insane.
He's not going to say it, but he messed up. And I don't believe that this is going to happen again because Sean knows he cannot put himself and his vision in front of this football team, in front of this fan base.
I hope we never see it again.
All we care about is winning.
Correct.
That is it.
Correct. Not style points, not stats, not shot calling in the preseason. Just go freaking execute when it makes, like, the most sense, and the other thing doesn't make any sense. Anyway, here's another stat here I wanted to bring up pertaining to the defense. Nick Benito won 44% of his pass rush snaps, according to ESPN's analytics. That was the single highest percentage among NFL edge rushers in week 1. He won 8 out of his 18 pass rush opportunities. And then Jonathan Cooper on the other side won 3 of his 13 pass rush opportunities. His percentage of 23% ranked 10th among edge rushers in week 1. The Broncos were the only team to have 2 edge defenders in the NFL's top 10 of pass rush win rate. Pretty cool.
And that's why Nick Benito is getting paid the big bucks. Because he's able to make these plays. The get off is insane. But Jonathan Cooper, he's the same way. The high motors. Like I went back and watched film and just like dissected it. Just really I felt like I was back in the film room. Like I was back in the building and just watching and observing this defense, specifically Jonathan Cooper and Nick Benito. I mean, dude, they get to the quarterback so fast, and it's not even about their moves. It's their get-off.
Sure.
The relentlessness of like, hey, I'm getting to this quarterback, and then it does help when you have Zach Allen pushing the center in front of the quarterback. It does help when you have PS2 and Riley Moss locking them down, Jahdae Barron and Jaquan McMillan doing their part. Like, this defense is stacked. But it starts with those edge rushers attacking the quarterback and trying to force the quarterback to make bad decisions.
Another stat for you. All right. 120 games had passed since the Broncos gave up as few passing yards as they did on Sunday. Thanks to 50 yards in losses on sacks. Think about that. 50 yards in losses on sacks. Tennessee mustered just 62 passing yards, the fewest allowed by a Denver defense since December of 2017. And I happen to remember this game. It was Josh McCown and Bryce Petty from the New York Jets. You guys remember that name, Bryce Petty? I think he was Baylor, I want to say, Bryce Petty. And I think one time it was his rookie season. They said, what are you doing to get better at studying defenses? He said, play Madden. I'm studying the coverages.
No.
I was like, ouch.
Don't do it.
Think it. Don't say it. Think it. Don't say it. But it was Josh McCown and Bryce Petty and the Jets who in 2017 lumbered to just 41 passing yards. That's, how far you have to go back to the last time that a defense was as smothering as they were last Sunday.
Hey, defense wins championships. I'm going to get you to say it one day.
Defense can win you a championship. I just have yet to see a defense win championships.
Well, hopefully the Denver Broncos defense can be the first ones to do it.
Maybe so. Let's start with a playoff win. Let's start with a playoff win.
Let's do that.
Is that cool? Okay. All right. So pretty cool stats there from Mace, DenverSports.com. 22 times ever in Broncos history that a defense held a opposing quarterback to less than 50% completion with 6 sacks. You got to go back to Super Bowl 50 since the last time that happened. Nick Benito winning 44% of his pass rush snaps, number 1 in the NFL, and then 120 games. You got to go back since the last time that the Broncos have gave up as few passing yards as they did on Sunday. That's elite. Elite in a vacuum. Elite week one performance. See if they can sustain it. Yeah, great start. Great start. All right. What if we are seeing the unfolding of an organic underdog story that no one could have seen coming? That's next.
Does Sean Payton need to make changes to his game plan after week one?
He put his agenda and his offense and his quarterback, who he proclaimed to be trending towards being a top 4, top 5, and when that man struggles throughout the afternoon, it's almost like daddy ball. And I'm telling you, it's unacceptable and it's inexcusable.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? Phillip, Lindsay here. And last year, I went a little rogue and dropped a discount code for my friends at Hermes Worldwide. And you guys used it so much, they almost got mad at me. Well, I'm feeling a little spicy again this season. So I'm bringing it back, baby. You can get 30% off your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for your entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, mention PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field. And contact Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Go Broncos!
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
Advent Health is Littleton's home for highly specialized, life-changing heart care. From preventive screenings to personalized treatment options, it's heartfelt care from expert hands. The Advent Health Heart and Vascular Institute is now open, ready to provide wholehearted care for your whole health.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Labor Day is all about celebrating hard work. At our Denver Clearance Center, the savings are working overtime. Save up to 70% on floor models, closeouts, and one-of-a-kinds from brands like Whirlpool, Bosch, GE, and more. High-performing, dependable appliances at unbeatable prices. The best selection, the best prices, and the best service. That's Mountain High Appliance. Stop in and experience the difference.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Summer's here. If you're in an accident, call Postman Law. Over $3 billion recovered. We fight for what you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Do you want the lowest rate for life? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed. APR is 5.89.
Did you say 4.75% fixed for 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, I want that, but what if rates fall?
Our lowest rate for life program takes over. If rates fall even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee and no limits to the number of times used. Only at U.S. Mortgages. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, hanging out with you on a hump day. Appreciate you guys being here with us. What if we are, in fact, seeing the unfolding of an organic underdog story that no one could have seen coming?
You must have been dreaming about this one, Zach. You're like, I love this segment.
Dreaming like Ryan Staub said he was dreaming? Did you see that?
I did.
He literally started and answers, I have a dream. We're like, dude, that's taken.
Yeah, like, please don't ever do that again.
That one's taken.
Like, did you really? You waited 3 seasons to finally have this dream, huh?
I think Prime yesterday called him, he's like,
was it like,
he's like
Martin Luther Staub?
Yes,
Yes.
It was something like that. It was something like that. You know, I'm asking the question because the emergence of Ryan Staub is so improbable. It's so improbable. Okay, and just all the credit in the world for him to sticking it out, and you know, you just take your hat off for the perseverance. There's no plan for you to play at all. And there you were, and you got an opportunity. And you know, because you're Ryan Staub, you're going to get one opportunity.
That is it.
That's it.
Well, what's crazy about Ryan Staub is he stuck through some of the tough times with himself. Because I talked about it yesterday, 2023 against the Utah Utes. Utah's a tough team. Shedeur Sanders goes down. Ryan Staub steps into the game. He has a really, really good game and honestly could have beat the Utah Utes.
Could have.
But after that, he went back into the box, and you never heard about him again. And he still stuck around. A lot of these kids, they'll transfer out. If I was Ryan Staub, I might have transferred out after that saying, hey, look, I can compete. But here I may not get that opportunity, so let me go somewhere else because at least I had some film of me out there playing against a tough team in the Pac-12 at the time.
Yeah.
And he didn't. He stuck through the hard times. He was the backup for Shedeur Sanders, and then he was pushed down with Caden Salter coming in the mix, and then Juju committing here. Ryan Staub still stayed through all that. Pretty impressive.
It is impressive, especially considering today's landscape. So all the credit, flowers, roses, get thrown at Ryan Staub. But I'm like, hey, what if Staub goes out there and plays well on Friday night? He's been given 2 opportunities to play. One time a couple years against Utah, you mentioned that, and he did really well. And then last week, he got an opportunity and knocked it out of the park in a way that no one saw coming. What if he just continues to play well? What if he plays well, the Buffs win, and this story only grows? This could be, I heard Joel Klatt bring it up in his, he does a college football podcast, and he wanted to make sure, like, hey, there's a story. Obviously, he's a CU guy, but he shoehorned it at the end. He's like, there's this story going up in Boulder. Like, let's keep our eye on this Ryan Staub story. It's got potential to have some legs here.
If Ryan Staub goes out there and beats Houston, one, he is the quarterback for the rest of the year. Don't start playing musical chairs yet again. Stay with a quarterback, be consistent so your team can build around him. And from what I've heard in the building, a lot of these players like Ryan Staub. A lot of these players have been in positions to play with him in practice and say, hey, he's better than what people are giving him credit for. And so players are excited to see what Ryan Staub can do with another 3 or 4 days of practice before the Friday night game. For Ryan Staub, it's like, hey, go out there, make the right decisions. Don't be Superman. I feel like we're talking about Bo right now. Don't be Superman. But when there's something there, take advantage of it. Take a couple long shots. Lean on the run game. For Pat Sherman, like, put this quarterback in the right situation. You know he can pass the ball. He's not Caden Salter where you have to kind of tailor things to do a lot more RPO with him. But also you have to lean on the run a little bit more to open up the pass so Ryan Staub can open up with his arm. But if he can go out there and beat Houston, which is going to be a tall task, he's going to be the starting quarterback, and he'll start to be more believable. The first conference game and CU was able to get it done.
Yeah.
That's huge. That's big time.
Well, couple things there. One, you said beating Houston's going to be a tall task. It's going to have its challenges, but there's a lot bigger challenges waiting for you later in the schedule.
You can't look at the later one.
I understand. But this is one like if you want to get to, what was your prediction before the season started?
So prediction was 8-4.
8-4.
Yeah,
I'm 6-6. If you want to get to 8 wins, they have to win on Friday night. They have to. You got to beat Houston.
You have to, but it's so hard to just kind of say, okay, confidently we can go out there and definitely just beat up on Houston because we don't know about Ryan Staub. We don't know about this three-way competition. We don't know if we're going to see Juju or Payton Salter along with Ryan Staub. We don't know if this team and Pat Shurmur could stick with the run. So, although I want to say, hey, we should be able to beat Houston, it's hard for me to envision that right now because you don't know what you have at quarterback.
Yeah, well, you don't know what you have in the other two guys enough to the point that you're starting Ryan Staub.
The third-string quarterback.
It's crazy. I mean, the story is crazy. And by the way, I think we have a quarterback competition at CSU. I am not kidding. We'll circle back to that. So let's stay on topic here. Here is Dion talking about Ryan Staub.
He's talked to him as well. He's called him. He's
talking about Shador calling Staub.
And they conversated as well. First of all, you got to understand, Staub is a lovable dude, man. Like everybody who's played here previously have reached out to him and congratulated him or some way or another tweeted him or done something to let them know how proud they are because he's always been the stand-up guy. No matter who's starting, he's always been there in support. He's not going to be one of those guys who, somebody else is starting, he's sitting on the bench mad, sulking. He's not built like that. He's going to be there in support and make sure you're prepared, make sure the scout team is prepared. He's going to give you everything he has whenever he gets the opportunity to practice or even if I think he was giving signals last week. Going from giving signals then getting in the game, come on, man, that don't happen. That don't happen. This is a real-life story that's happening right before your eyes. So hats off to him because he's the ultimate teammate. He's the ultimate teammate. He's the ultimate character guy, and those are the type of guys that we're looking for. But oftentimes those guys don't come with the 3 and 4 and 5 stars that you guys get excited about. I'm looking more at can they play here? Do they fit who we are? Not do they come with a 4 and 5 and a star or whatever have it. And Staub is one of those guys, man, and I'm proud of him.
Wow. There's a lot there. Anything stick out to you?
I love that Coach Prime is giving everybody an opportunity, that he's not looking at the stars now. It could easily be like Coach Prime saying, hey, I'm going to stick with Juju because he's a 5-star and I want to make sure I stroke his ego.
Right.
But he's also pretty much admitting, like, hey, Juju is not ready. I'm going to protect him.
Yep.
And I'm going to play the best quarterback that's going to help us win games. Like, that's something that you can take your hat off to and say, thanks for giving these kids an opportunity because a lot of coaches won't do that.
Yep.
And so
I really like that about Dion.
Definitely. And now for Ryan Staub, it's like, what do you do with this opportunity? Prime is praising you. They're going to give you the whole game. That's what I'm hearing. They're going to give you the whole game. So you got to go out there and execute. And it doesn't always have to look pretty. It doesn't have to be the big-time balls like it was to Sincere Brown for a couple big-time touchdowns, but be smart with it and show the world and show Coach Prime that you deserve to continue to be the quarterback moving forward.
Well, I really like that about Coach Prime. For the things that have popped up in the past where I say, man, I don't like that. I just did it as recently as yesterday with Dion in the way that when he was asked about a solidified quarterback. It's like, what is that? Who has that?
Yeah.
I got time today. I'm like, what are you talking about? I give you 10 different quarterbacks. Give you three right in the Big 12 right at the top of my head. But for every moment like that, there's like a moment like this where it's like, dude, I respect Dion because we've seen this multiple different ways now. We've seen him look at a 5-star corner in Cormani McLean and say, sorry, bud, you're not getting on the field just because you're stars. We've seen him, who was the center last year? I'm trying to remember. Remember they the starting center
with the
walk-on?
Yep, replaced him on a walk-on. That walk-on actually ended up doing really, really good. And
wasn't Charlie Offerdahl a walk-on as well?
Charlie Offerdahl was a walk-on that ended up earning his rights and his stripes to actually play and start in the game last year. The first game of the year, he started.
Right.
So Coach Prime has given a lot of players the opportunity to go out there and take it. Ryan Staub is the next one up. Go out there, command the huddle, and show the world that you belong here at Colorado, that you belong as a starting quarterback in the Big 12.
All right, we asked the same question repeatedly throughout the summer, and what did we make of the Broncos' answer to that question in game number 1? We'll talk about it next.
Do the Broncos need to do a better job of showcasing their skill players?
I want to see Sutton. I want to see Franklin and Pat Bryant. Let's run 3 or 4 plays with the same personnel grouping. We get a little bit of a rhythm. This isn't equal opportunities for everyone. Stop it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. It's football season, and did you know that I am the reigning fan staff champion in the King Supers Football Pick'em? Yep, Stokley, Schlereth, Zachby, Cecil Lemmy, none of them can hang with the judge when it comes to football. Just like those made-for-TV lawyers can't hang with me in the courtroom. When you've been hurt in a car accident, you want the real deal, which is what you get when you call 303 Law 4040. Not some made-for-TV character. When you call 303 Law 4040, you speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly, not some call center overseas. And you get to meet with us in person for free. We never take a dime unless we win for you. Plus, no ridiculous fees like those TV characters. You were the one that was hurt, so the doctors and the lawyers shouldn't take all the money. So go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Thinking about buying a home in Colorado? You're not the only one, and now might be your best shot. We're officially in a buyer's market, which means you've got the upper hand. More homes are on the market, competition is down, and serious deals are out there just waiting to be found. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking to upgrade or downsize, now's the time to get pre-approved. And American Financing can make that happen in 24 hours or less. And here's the kicker. When you work with both American Financing and their partner American Home Agents, you can receive a credit on closing costs of up to 1% or a max of $10,000 on your home loan. If you've been sitting on the sidelines, it's time to step in, and American Financing is the place to start. Don't let the 20% down myth stop you. You could buy a home with as little as 3% down, and with down payment assistance programs available, getting into a home might be easier than you think. Pick up the phone, call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 1823334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books. Quicker than a New York minute. Hanging out with you on a Wednesday. Trying to stay sane in a crazy, crazy world.
Crazy world, man.
Yep.
We live in.
Yep. We asked the same question repeatedly throughout the summer. What did we make of the Broncos' answer to that question in week number 1? We'll have that conversation here in just a second. I want to update you on details from practice, okay, that just wrapped up. We're going to hear from Sean Payton shortly, but Dre Greenlaw went inside the training facility. This is according to Chris Thomason of the Gazette. Dre Greenlaw, dealing with that quad, went inside the training facility immediately after viewing period for media began at practice. Also, Thomason says he did not see John Franklin Myers at practice. Tight end Evan Ingram, dealing with that calf, was working on the side field with fellow tight end Nate Atkins, who is still dealing with that ankle. And so based on this, it's sort of kind of what I expected. It's not sort of breaking news. Dre Greenlaw didn't return to practice. If he wasn't practicing on a Friday before game number 1, what would make me believe that he was going to be playing in game number 2 9 days later? I know we talked a lot about that Thursday and Friday of last week. Unfortunately, that forecast has come true.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Dre Greenlaw is going to play again. Now, I will say, but it is early for vets. Sometimes they don't practice on Wednesdays, and I don't know what's going on in the building or how Sean thinks of that, but I do know there's a couple players that used to play for Sean, and Sean loves to take care of his vets. But we know when it comes to Dre Greenlaw, he's dealing with something that they say is minor. The Broncos are saying is minor. Well, if you're missing practices and you're missing games, it's a little bit more severe than you think. With Evan Ingram, he's another one where although he's out at practice, warming up, once you go to that side field, because I was in the same predicament a couple times with my toe where it's like, hey, guys, like we want you who are injured, we want you to warm up with the team, let the media see you, and then we're going to go off to the side field. And so that's something to watch with Evan Ingram. If his calf doesn't get better or he doesn't feel it, he may not end up playing this week. Now, I'm speculating here. I don't know how severe that is. The one interesting one that you brought up was John Franklin Myers.
Yeah.
And he was one that when we talked about reacting to the game on Monday, Zach, John Franklin Myers was a guy that was really quiet throughout that game. I wonder if something, came up, whether
it's a good question,
hitting the ribs or something, because he was a lot more quieter than I was expecting. I thought for John Franklin Myers, like, hey, I'm going out there and I'm going to act a fool in a good way, or I'm going to go out there and try to get a couple sacks because I'm the only one on this unit right now that's not paid. But that wasn't the case. He had a quiet game.
I don't think I heard his name on the broadcast once.
No. If it was like it wasn't a solo tackle.
Just in passing.
Assist tackle.
Yeah. Okay. that's the news from practice. We'll hear from Sean Payton here very shortly. We asked the same question. We asked a couple questions over and over this past offseason. One pertained to the run game and how much differently would the run game look in 2025. All right, but we talked about that earlier in the week. Really on Monday, we spent some dedicated time. The other question that we asked throughout the summer was about wide receiver number 2. I mean, we spent a lot of time on that, and it was a total mystery box.
Where you at?
And wide receiver 2 a year ago for big chunks of the season, they traded. They traded Vele.
Uh-oh.
And so
Here we go. You good? Are you good?
I'm okay.
Right.
I'm okay. It was an interesting strategy after you had your best offense in a decade here in Denver and traded away the guy who was second on your team in targets and explosive plays and catches. Interesting. I didn't like it. All good. The Broncos move forward. What did you make of the answer to the question about who would be stepping up for wide receiver number 2 based on the first game of the year?
Zach, I'm still trying to figure out who receiver number 2 is now. After the first game, I thought I was like, okay, it's going to be Marvin Mims. They're going to get him more involved, stretching the football field. But not just stretching the football field, but getting him in the backfield and not just as a decoy, but giving him the ball, doing more screens with him. That wasn't the case. Now, I do understand that, like, you still got 16 more games. And Marvin Mims got going week 10 last year. So we know he's going to get more involved. But then you turn to Troy Franklin, which, by the way, but going back and watching film on Troy Franklin, he did a better job than I thought with the opportunities given to him. For Troy, he didn't get a lot of opportunities to stretch the football field as well.
No.
Everything was across the field.
Correct.
Right? You wanted to try to get the play action going. And in Troy's case, he had 2 key first downs.
He did.
He had one on 3rd and 3, and he was able to get it. And then it was at the beginning of the game, it was a play action, and Troy Franklin was able to get 14 yards, move the chains. I want to see more of that, but also I want to see Troy Franklin going vertical, utilizing his God-given gift, which is his speed. That's something that if the Denver Broncos want to have success this year throwing, they're going to have to stretch these defenses out so that the middle of the field can become open. So for Troy Franklin, he just needs to continue to build off of what he did week 1. And then for Pat Bryant, Zach, I mean, I understand maybe they're easing him into it, but he was just non-existent.
Well, non-existent. Yeah, I was going to say, he non-existent. He didn't have an opportunity to be existent.
Wait, in those 4 plays, he wasn't targeted.
Yeah, no.
You know, and that's what I mean by non-existent. Like when he was in there, it was to block.
Yeah, yep. It was a total anonymous debut, and I think that it's going to be interesting how quickly they integrate him. And I wonder if it starts to become a question with Bryant if this continues. And again, 1 game sample, but that's all we have to react to. The way that Mims was a little bit earlier in his career, when it was like, hey, when are you going to get Mims involved?
Well, you can't do that, though. You had Jerry Jeudy when you were getting Mims involved or slowly bringing him along. Who's out there? Who's receiver 2? Like, you don't, like, Marvin Mims is not consistent enough to say, hey, Pat Bryant, like, we're going to ease you into it. Troy Franklin, he's not consistent enough right now for you to say, Pat Bryant, we need to ease you into it. Like, the only guy we can rely on because Evan Ingram's already hurt is
crazy.
Sutton.
I know.
He had 6 receptions for 61 yards and a touchdown. So, but if you're going to rely on him all the time, it's going to look like the Saints preseason game. And teams are going to start to double court because there's not another player out there that's stressing the defense out, that's putting pressure on them. So I'm a little disappointed that we didn't get to kind of see the true receiver 2 yet. I don't know who it's going to be.
Me either.
But it needs to be somebody that can be consistent enough. If it's going to be Marvin Mims, then get him more involved in the route tree. If it's Troy Franklin, then let him stretch the football field. Too many times that we see the receivers do 5 to 10 yard routes and they're trying to do this play action. Well, play action is not going to work if you're not going to run the ball first off. But also you have to get more people involved so that defenses can start spreading out.
Yeah. Well, Mims, I mean, if I told you before the game, hey, Mims is going to have 3 catches today, try to guess for how many yards. I would have probably said maybe 36. You know, try to be like reasonable.
Yeah.
You know.
Mims did have 2 catches one time for 113 yards.
Right.
So maybe you had something like that.
It was 3 receptions for 12 yards. It's just no impact.
Yeah, in a muff punt.
And a muff punt.
Special team game when he's an all-pro punt returner.
Great point. So, yeah, it was so underwhelming. And I will say this about Franklin, and you gave a nice little breakdown of what you saw from Franklin. There was one time where Bo, and because Bo just had a bad day, and he threw it way behind Franklin, in the second half, and he didn't have any opportunity to do anything with it. It looked like he could have potentially made a play, dragging from left to right across the field, if memory serves. So, yeah, it's still the conversation that persisted throughout the summer. It's still relevant.
Who do you believe is going to end up being receiver 2 this year? Like, I'm so tired. Like, it's going to be Mims one game and Troy Franklin the next. Like, that can't be. Guys, there has to be some kind of consistency. Everybody can make plays. But, like, when you look at Cortland, you see him and say, that's a receiver 1.
Yep.
That every single game, you're going to get a consistent receiver that's reliable, that has strong hands, that's going to be right where you want him to be, that's going to block for you. But you need somebody else to lean on, especially if Evan Ingram has to miss some games, because we have to keep this ball moving. It can't just be on the defense all the time, because they're going to start getting wore out because of that. We have to stay on the field as an offense.
Totally. It is, again, one game, but the offense struggled mightily. There was not a real emergence of a wide receiver, too. Bo was inaccurate. And you know what the other thing about Bo is? The other thing about Bo is they did not try to stretch the field. They did not try to stretch the field. Now, in my hand, and maybe I'll tweet this, although someone will take it as hate.
They always do.
The Broncos attempted only a handful of passes beyond 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. There just wasn't really. I think it's 5 total passes that were definitively tried.
Yeah.
But
do you think that was because of the turnovers? You had 3 turnovers.
It's a big part of it, Phil. It's a big part of it.
A forced fumble. You're not getting the rhythm going in the offense. You're not moving the chains so that you can kind of get deep into your play calling sheet. Like, do you think that's what it became? Was like, hey, it's been stagnant. We weren't able to get going.
Yeah, that's a huge part of it. It's like the number of plays that you run. But that being said, they and I'll get the official play count here for the offense in just a second. But I know they ran a heck of a lot more plays than Tennessee. The Broncos ran 71 offensive plays. Titans ran 55. So yeah, you lost out on opportunities because of the turnovers, because of the muff punt, et cetera. But over 70 plays is over 70 plays.
I mean, I'll tell you this. The Colts had 70 plays ran, and they scored 33 points.
There you go.
So there's no excuse. You're right. You have to go out there, you have to execute. But stretch the damn football field. Make it easier on the quarterback. There's something that when I went back and watched film yesterday on Bo Nix, Zach, something that he struggled with last year as well, and I'm just putting it out there. Man-to-man, he does a really good job. And usually, man-to-man, he finds Cortland Sutton, and like for Marvin Mims or Troy Franklin, they have the speed. But zone, for some odd reason, right now in zone, that hunts Bo Nix. And I believe it's because Bo Nix, in his head, you go through practice, and the coaches tell you, this is what's going to be open. This is what's going to be open. And you practice that play maybe 3 or 4 times. You get into the game, and it's not open. And then it's like, what do you do next? In zone, it's all about the feel of things. For the receivers, filling it out. Like, yes, I may have to run a 7-yard route, but I may have to sit down at 6 instead of 7 because it's all about filling that hole in the zone.
Yeah, well, you thought the Lucas Kroll instance.
Lucas Kroll, yeah. And that's what Bo was saying. Bo was frustrated because Lucas Kroll continued to widen out instead of just sitting there in the hole.
That's right.
And that's about getting on the same page with each other. But for some odd reason right now, Bo Nix struggles in zone because he's trying to force plays to Cortland Sutton. Well, defenses know that. And now that you have these safeties rolling over the top, Bo's not being good with his eyes and looking other ways, knowing that he wants to throw to Court or throw to Troy Franklin. And now defensive players, cornerbacks, they're jumping routes.
Well, let's hear from a quarterback perspective. Dan Orlovsky. Great to have Dan in the fold here at the Fan for the 2025 season. That's awesome. I have a lot of respect for Dan Orlovsky because you know that he puts in the work. And he got on the map by just, you want to know what's so interesting? I'll go speak to the kids at Colorado Media School, speak to young broadcasters or aspiring broadcasters, and they'll ask me for advice, and I'll say more often than not, just start doing it.
Yeah.
Just start doing it. You don't have to wait for the old school opportunity the way that I did. Well, like when it's 2010, I'm graduating college. Like I didn't have. I
heard you say this a couple times.
Yeah, it's like I had to go the traditional route to try to earn the right to be behind a microphone. But in today's age, and we've been having fun with it the last 2 days, I started a YouTube channel. Anyone can do that. You can just buy the equipment, save up, buy the equipment, make your own stuff, and if you're good enough and consistent, eventually you'll start to get noticed.
Subscribe, guys. That's what Zach's saying right now. Subscribe. Where'd you get to right now? Like, how many people have subscribed?
I'm over 500 subscribers.
There you go.
So shout out anyone who's jumping on board with that. I'm having a lot of fun making the videos. You can hit me up at Denver Day Today, or just type in Zach by.
I thought you were gonna say Denver Daddy. I said, hey, that's my name.
No.
All right, now. Calm down.
But Orlovsky, that's how he got picked up. He started aiming his cell phone at a computer screen and just hitting stop and start and breaking down plays and then hitting tweet. That's all. And then he just kept on doing it. People were like, man, I know he was like a lifetime third string, let's try to stay on the roster, but man, he kind of knows what he's talking about.
Very smart.
He is. And oftentimes the best athletes can't articulate or communicate how they were able to be successful. But someone like Orlovsky, who doesn't have the career that some of these other guys have, gets to thrive in the space of communication because it just clicked with him. But like Wayne Gretzky couldn't coach hockey, Michael Jordan couldn't run a basketball team. It's just one of these things. So good for Orlovsky having blown up the way that he has over the last 7-8 years. But he took a dive into Bo Nix's interceptions, and this is what he said he saw.
I think the feet led to some of the decision making. Both of those decisions, they're almost carbon copies of each other. They're not seeing a zone corner in the deep third of the field just sitting there. And, if he sees it the right way, which I would say because of the design of the play, should be pretty clear vision. If he sees it the right way, they're actually both potential touchdowns over the top. So uncharacteristic for him to show that, but he was so high-strung. It reminded me a little bit of early Josh Allen in Buffalo, where you start games and be like, hey, we got to calm this guy down. So I think that's going to be the challenge and the focus point week 1 to week 2 for Bo.
So a couple things there earlier in the response. He's talking about the mistakes.
Yeah.
And Dan's surprised that he's making mistakes like that. And that's why I said, on Monday, it's like you watch the game and it looked a lot like Bo Nix's first game in the NFL.
So high-strung, so uptight and angry and mad. And it's like, just relax, play, have fun. Do the little things right. Get the ball out of your hands. Let everybody start making plays for you. Set your feet. But that's something also we've talked about in the preseason with Bo.
It's true.
Against the San Francisco 49ers, that first preseason game, Bo Nix was not setting his feet. Therefore, he wasn't able to do what he needed to do. There was a couple open receivers. He was not able to get the ball to them because he's not sitting in the pocket, setting his feet. And even when he is setting the pocket, there was a play with Jeffrey Simmons. He got through, and then they were playing zone. And instead of Bo just kind of throwing it out of bounds, which is okay, he forced it to Cortland, which then got picked. That's because there was pressure put on him, and now you're making a bad decision.
And you could see to the second half, and I know you mentioned it there in passing, but the second half of Orlovsky's response, the tight nature. He was so tightly wound on Sunday. He was so tightly wound. And I think it just simply comes from a place of you've worked so hard, and you want it so bad.
Yeah.
And you're going up against a Titans team at home that you should have success against. And sometimes it just goes like that.
So what does Bo Nix need to do to get out of this little funk week 1? I'm not expecting him to look like he did last Sunday. What does Bo Nix need to do in your eyes?
Honestly, not grip the wheel so tight. That's where I would just start. There's a song from the 80s, I'm pretty sure it's the 80s, from 38 Special, and it says, hold on loosely. Hold on loosely.
Sing us a song.
I forget the.
I want to hear that voice.
My voice is so bad. You actually have a pretty good voice, but it's one of these things where the song went. I'll say the lyrics instead of instead of sing it. Just hold on loosely, but don't let go. If you cling too tightly, you're going to lose control. And I think that Bo was just gripping. In hockey, they call it, gripping the stick. You just want it so bad, it's right there, and you're just trying to force stuff, and you're trying to shine and succeed, and you've worked so hard, and here's your moment, and I've waited 6 months to get back out here, and it's just, take a breath.
Relax.
Go back to what Urban Meyer would tell his young quarterback. You have a great team around you. Focus on getting 2 first downs. That's all. Just 2 first downs. Don't worry about scoring a touchdown, throwing a touchdown. We're trying to get 2 first downs on this first series. That is your focus. And I think Bo can benefit from some advice like that.
Definitely benefit from it. And for Bo, it's like relax, control what you can control. Don't try to be Superman like we talked about yesterday. But also, for Sean, put him in better situations. Sometimes it's okay for Bo Nix not to have the ball in his hands. Lean on the run game. Give R.J. Harvey more than 6 carries. Give J.K. Dobbin more than 16 carries because a lot of those carries came at the end of the game. Let your offensive line guide your young quarterback. Then you go from there. And I think that for Bo is going to be just fine once he relaxes and he understands that, hey, it's not just me out there. But for Sean, stop putting so much pressure on that young man. Stop going out there thinking he needs to throw 40 times in the damn game.
I don't know who wanted it more on Sunday, Bo for himself or Sean to have Bo have success for Bo and also for himself.
Easy. Sean, when he went on the 4th and 8, that told you everything you needed to know. That this is what Sean wanted. Sean said he had a play and he wanted to get it off instead of saying what was best for this team at that particular moment. And Sean can't do that anymore.
Right.
Don't put pressure on your quarterback. Don't put pressure on your team. It's already a long, hard season. Lean on your players. Lean on that run game and that offensive line that you're paying a lot of money for. And then you go from there. Zach, I was doing the breakdown yesterday. I was watching film. And it's like, why are we not getting R.J. Harvey more involved? Why did R.J. Harvey only get 22 snaps offensively? Why did J.K. Dobbins get only 16 carries?
I'll maybe give you a little pushback on that one.
No, but look, as a running back and how J.K. is, and please give me some pushback.
Well, just say with his history, I don't know if game number 1, get him up in the 20s. Like I thought 16 was okay, and I think you can balance it out with more Harvey. 6 carries for Harvey? How's he going to get to 700 touches? Like John Gruden said, if you're only getting 6.
Hey, well, he's going to have to bust off 70-yard runs.
Yeah.
For RJ. Okay, so you can have a little pushback on me. Okay, don't give 16. All right. But
keep it there. Keep it there at 16.
So Jonathan Taylor, the Indianapolis Colts, they ran JT 18 times. JT had 71 yards. The next running back was DJ Gittens. That's what DJ
from
Gittens.
K-State.
Yes, DJ Gittens, K-State. He had 12 carries.
I saw that.
Rookie.
I saw that.
No,
that's twice as many as RJ.
Twice as many. Now, why is our second-round draft pick only getting 6 carries? Why is Tyler Bidet playing as much as R.J. Harvey when Tyler Bidet is a third-string running back? Why is Tyler Bidet getting in more of a groove than J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey? That can't be anymore. Lean on your run game. Lean on these players that you acquired in the draft, that you acquired free agency-wise, and you go from there. That's what's going to help Bo Nix out this next game.
Well, there's a lot of work to be done. Luckily, the Broncos were able to win the football game, and I know some of the tenor of these conversations. If someone woke up from the Austin Powers coma, I'd be like, man, they must have lost. They won, but if you watch the game, it was so frustrating offensively, and so they have a long way to go. But it is always, always, always easier and more digestible to clean up these mistakes when you're doing it through the lens of a win.
Yeah, win's a win.
And luckily, they have Vance Joseph in that defense.
Oh, I love that you say it like that now.
It's the truth.
As of right now, yes.
It's just the truth. There was one strength of their side of the ball, and there was one incredible weakness. But you had weakness combined with avoidable mistakes.
Yeah.
Avoidable mistakes. So when you come out and you run or pass the ball on 8 of your first 9 attempts and 14 of your first 17 attempts are passes, you immediately become disjointed and out of whack. Speaking of disjointed, holy smokes, do we have multiple quarterback controversies going on at the same time in the state of Colorado? The answer to that question is yes, and we'll fill you in on the details next.
Has a new challenger emerged in the Buffs quarterback room?
If Ryan Staub is the starter going forward, I feel much better about my prediction of 8 wins. They don't win 8 games if Caden Salter is their quarterback, based on what we've seen over the first 2 games. They can win 8 games with Ryan Staub as their quarterback.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
So, how'd you manage to buy that investment property? If you're anything like me, your CPA made most of your taxable income magically disappear.
Yeah, legally, of course. But yeah, like you, I run everything through my business.
Right? I know you have the cash for the down payment, and your credit's solid, but no W-2?
Look, I went with CakeHome.com's Business Purpose DSCR loan. DSCR stands for Debt Service Coverage Ratio, which means they got me approved based on the property's cash flow, not my tax return.
CakeHome.com, and they didn't need income docs?
Nope, not a single one. They just looked at the rental income. And get this, in my case, it didn't even need to cover the whole mortgage.
Okay, Cake was definitely built for investors like us. I need that number.
Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. 1-800-EAT-CAKE. Or visit CakeHome.com for details and 5-star reviews.
You work hard all year and you deserve to be rewarded. So this Labor Day, we're rolling out the absolute best prices of the year. I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. We're celebrating you at all Mountain High showrooms with unbelievable savings on today's top brands. Save up to $4,000 on select GE Profile kitchen packages. Plus, our price match guarantee ensures you the best deal every day. We won't be beat. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you. Winter and the holidays will be here before you know it. Don't wait to upgrade your home. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the Colorado snow flies. Enjoy low-interest financing for 15 years, often better than your bank, with no prepayment penalty. Stay warm, boost your home's value, and pay less each month. Prices go up every year, so lock in your free quote today. Host the next game day party at your house. Call 5280 Exteriors now and see how low your monthly payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
There's a photo my wife took of me, sitting crisscross on the floor playing Legos with my boys. Might not sound like much, but back in 2020, I couldn't get down there without pain, let alone enjoy it. After 16 weeks on soda and 82 pounds gone, that picture means everything. It's proof that I'm not just present in my kid's life, but I'm active, engaged, and I'm healthy. Soda didn't just give me a plan. It gave me a partner, a personal nutritionist who helped me every step. Through grocery store trips, family vacations, late night cravings, you name it. If you're a parent who wants to be there, not just someday, but right now, go to sodaweightloss.com. Click the Request a Nutritionist callback. That's sodaweightloss.com. SOTA stands for state of the art. sodaweightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Don't let the wrong gear ruin your time in the field. Upgrade your arsenal with premium brands at great prices during the Shields Hunting Sale event now through September 14th. Score free tax stamps for suppressor purchases over $5.99 and save big on Sitka, Lucky Duck, Shields Outfitters, and shot shells from the top brands. Join the community of hunters who trust Shields experts to outfit their adventures and get more bang for your buck now through September 14th at Shields.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Whether it's kickoff, halftime, or the final drive, fuel your football season at Dickey's Barbecue Pits. Order the two can dine for $29.99 deal. Two meat plates stacked with pit smoke flavor. Or go for the new triple play combo. A classic sandwich, savory side, and a big yellow cup for just $12.99. No matter who you're rooting for, great barbecue is always a win. Dickey's Barbecue Pit, legit. Texas barbecue.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, the Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it. 1. All righty. So do we, in fact, have not one, but 2 different quarterback controversies happening at the same time? So we know that up in Boulder, Ryan Staub is going to get the start on Friday night at Houston. All right? And this is 3 weeks in. We've seen 3 quarterbacks play. Woo-wee. If there's one place that you would think, at least on the surface, there wouldn't be a quarterback controversy, it's up in Fort Collins with Jay Norvell's UNC Rams. But Norvell comes out today and says there is a competition at quarterback this week. Jackson Brousseau has been getting quarterback 1 reps along with Braden Fowler-Nicolosi. Now, call him BFN.
Yeah.
BFN has been up there for years. I think this is the 3rd year of him starting.
He's the one that said the Colorado got humbled.
Yes.
Got humbled.
And so, but he is like, and I'm double checking now, I believe last week he went into top 5 all-time passing yards at CSU. This is a guy that once upon a time allegedly was offered $400,000 to make a jump into I forget who it was, Kansas State or something, I think.
Yeah, but come on, $400,000, you don't jump for that as a young man? That's a lie. The lie detector determined that was a lie.
That was just what was reported. You might be right, but maybe it was $200,000.
Yeah. I'm
not sure. But, he did this past week just jump into, I want to say, the top 5 all-time. I think he's 5th all-time. He's competing for his job now.
Well, when you're playing against Northern Colorado Greeley up there, and you throw for 132 yards on that team and you almost lose.
Holy smokes.
It's going to put a lot of negative thoughts in people's heads. And when you have someone like Jay Norvell, who... although I believe that he is a team builder and he has done a great job, he has brought this program from 3 wins to 5 wins to 8 wins last year. If Jay Norvell does not have a good year this year, he may be out of a job. So now he's taking matters into his own hands, saying, hey, look, I need to put some pressure on BFN, because if not, somebody else is going to have to do the job so I can keep my job.
Man, I mean, Braden Fowler-Nicolosi completing just 52% of his passes after 2 games. All right, this is a guy that was above 62% as recent as 2023. So, and I said third year. He's been at CSU for 4 years. 2022 was his first season. Wasn't a full-time starter, but man, oh man, wow. Wow.
Come on, Braden.
Now, they have a bye week, and I hate the bye weeks this early. You play 2 games and have a bye week.
Yeah, they shouldn't have that for these young men.
Can't stand that. But that's part of the reason why they're doing this right now, I would imagine, is because they have a second here to do a internal evaluation, a self-scout, if you will. And, wow, Braden Fowler-Nicolosi competing for his job with a young man named Jackson Brousseau. We'll see how that plays out the rest of the next week and a half.
1, 2.
All right, R.J. Harvey is up for the NFL's Rookie of the Week. All right, he joins Ja'Cory Crowley-Merritt, Emeka Egbuka. Holy smokes, you see the start to his career?
Oh, yeah.
Wide receiver out of Ohio State.
Yep.
Holy smokes, that young man has juice. Dylan Sampson, Tyler Warren, who we'll see this weekend against Indianapolis, and Demetrius Knight Jr. So really good start for someone like R.J. Harvey to be even associated with this field after 1 week of football.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good for him. It feels good for Broncos country to finally have a running back that can break and be explosive for a 50-yard run. And this is just the beginning for R.J. Harvey. You can't go another game and give R.J. Harvey only 6 carries. That has to change. And for R.J. Harvey, this is like, build on this, man. Be explosive, find the right holes, and go from there.
So that should be the least amount of carries we see in any game this year for R.J. Harvey.
Yes.
I agree. And I mispronounced the young man's name in Washington. It's Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt. He looks like a really good player, too. He looks like a really good player. He got 10 carries last week. Crosky-Merritt did. 10 carries, went for over 80 yards. Averaging over 8 yards a carry after one game.
He's not our running back. RJ had 6 carries for 70.
Yeah,
give my man 10 carries, he might go for 100.
It's true. Emeka Egbuka is going to win this, right? The NFL's Rookie of the Week. He's going to win that.
You got to score, too. You got to score. You got to be explosive. You got to be consistent. And, yeah, I believe that receiver is going to win that award for this week.
All right. Finally in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
All right. Jags coach Liam Cohen says to expect an uptick in defensive snaps for Travis Hunter. The matchup is between the Jags and the Bengals this weekend. How many snaps for Hunter do you think on defense? I think it was 5 defensive snaps week number 1, I want to say.
Let's go. He's going to be in packages. So let's go 12. 12 snaps on defense. Maybe it's more, but 12 snaps. He makes a couple big-time plays offensively. He gets more involved. But, man, if you're going to play both ways in this league, they're going to have a pitch count for you.
Well, the Jags look good, man. The Jags look good, and I know it's the Panthers, but they really manhandled the Panthers. Dealt with a actual lightning delay, legitimate lightning delay. They called a lightning delay here in Denver, then called it back.
Why are you taking those shots fired on Denver and their lightning delay?
Well, first of all, they shouldn't have had a lightning delay. I'm not even going to wade into those waters.
It's just crazy. All these lightning delays all of a sudden. You had it with the Cowboys-Eagles game to start the year off, and then you had it with the Broncos, and now you have Jacksonville Panthers. Like, a lot of lightning delays.
A lot of lightning delays. But the Jags look good, and Hunter looked pretty good. So I made a bet in the preseason for the Houston Texans to win the AFC South. I'm not so sure. I could be losing that money because Jacksonville. I like what I saw from a whole roster standpoint. Up and down, they look like a functional
Jags
operation.
Jags.
You think so?
Oh yeah, it's gonna. To me, Trevor Lawrence, prove me wrong.
Oh yeah, no, I'm still waiting too. Yeah,
prove me wrong. Until then, the Jags are gonna jag.
Yeah, I like Liam Cohen though, so we'll see. We'll see how it all ages there throughout the season. But more Travis Hunter this coming weekend on defense. All right, Shifting gears here a little bit. The Broncos have temporarily lost a promising member of the offense. How big of a deal is it? We'll talk about it coming up next.
It's Sean Payton overcomplicating things on offense.
It's too much. There's too much out there. There's too much in the game plan. There's too much on the play sheet. There's too much on Bo's shoulders. There's too much on everybody's shoulders when it comes to the overall operation of this offense, and it needs to be simplified more.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you've been living on credit cards just to cover groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest rates are brutal. Why keep paying 20% or more to the banks when you could call my friends at American Financing? They have mortgage rates in the 5s, and they are showing people every day how to keep more of your hard-earned money in your pocket. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of $800 a month by using their equity to wipe out high-interest debt with no upfront fees, no obligation, and just a 10-minute call to a salary-based mortgage consultant. And here's the kicker. If you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, putting even more cash in your hands right away. Don't wait. Call American Financing now at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.327% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ace Hardware at Mississippi and Havana in Aurora. Store closure sale. All inventory 30 to 40% off, including a full line of Steel, Milwaukee, DeWalt Power Tools, Big Green Egg, Traeger and Weber grills. Great selection of Ego, Toro, Ariens and Craftsman lawnmowers, snowplows, and so much more. Open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Rich Lawn. Fall is coming soon. That means 2 things: football and keep my lawn healthy and beautiful. How do I do that? An application of Colorado-made Rich Lawn Pro Rich Winterizer in September helps my lawn recover from the heat and stress of summer, keeps it greener longer into the fall, builds a strong root system, and provides green up earlier in the spring. So be like me and have the best stinking lawn in your neighborhood. Get Pro Rich Winterizer today at your favorite garden center. Tell them Mark sent you. Visit richlawn.com to find a dealer near you.
Dental phobia? Consider sedation dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience, from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, coloradosedation.com.
Brandon Stokley here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Huge heat pump rebates have been extended and are still available. My team at ROX are heat pump experts. The energy rebates and tax credits are unreal right now. You can get up to $12,000 off a new heat pump system, the best way to heat and cool your home. Colorado's hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Why wait for the weekend? Twin Peaks is serving up scratch-made food and pouring cold drinks every night after dark. Come experience the best late night in the league any day of the week. Only at Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
The Broncos have temporarily lost a promising member of the offense. How big of a deal is it? Talk about it here in about 10 seconds. Football season is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. All right, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to hook you up. We are giving away a PS5 bundle. All you have to do to enter is download the Denver Sports app and click on the contest banner on the homepage. That's it. You do that, you have a chance to win a PS5, Madden 26, College Football 26, as well as a 70-inch TV. Doesn't cost anything. There is zero downside getting involved with that. So, okay, Phil, the Broncos have temporarily lost a promising member of the offense. I have to say promising instead of legitimately productive because we still don't know how much Evan Ingram is going to provide this offense. First game, 3 receptions for 21 yards, longest being a 10-yard catch. You don't want to dismiss it as nothing because it's, still 3 catches, 21 yards, but we're hoping for a lot more than what we saw on Sunday.
Yeah, we wanted to see a lot more of Evan Ingram opening up, stretching the football field, maybe breaking a tackle, having a chunk play, but even for Sean to get him more involved early in the game plan. I mean, Sean went out there, and his game plan was to throw. But yet Evan Ingram wasn't as involved as much as he needed to be to kind of get going. And I understood they try to get him going with the screenplay, and then Evan Ingram hurt himself.
Yep.
So,
which we saw a lot of success in that play in the Cardinals preseason game.
Oh yeah, a lot of success. You know what this is reminding me of?
What's that?
Greg Dulcich. When you guys were hyping up Greg Dulcich, right? And I want to say C said, hey, look, Sean has a lot of plans for Greg Dulcich this year as that joker. Well, that was going to be, and it still is going to be, the same thing that Sean was going to do with Evan Ingram. But now that Evan Ingram's already dealing with an injury, what does Sean do now? Because once we lost Greg Dulcich, the offense started to sputter out. That can't be the case this year because we don't know what's truly going on with Evan Ingram. Now, he was at practice, but then he went to the other side of the field, so we don't know if he's playing this week. But I know Sean wants him to be that joker. He wants to move him all around the field, and yet he's already hurt. So I don't know. To me, I'm a little concerned.
Me too.
Because we don't have a receiver 2 yet.
Right.
Courtland Sutton can't be our only it factor when it comes to a receiver. Evan Ingram, even when he was out there, he wasn't able to open up and get involved because Sean didn't utilize him in some of the situations I thought he was going to. And now he may not be out there. What do you do? What like for me, it's like, what are we doing now?
God, it is frustrating. And I'm gonna
say, Joker.
Right. He's the Joker. And we talked about it all offseason. And, you know, I often say this I said it with someone like Dre Greenlaw. It's like, if you are super excited about someone's arrival, then you would have to have equal measure if they get knocked out of the lineup, which would be super disappointing or frustrating or what have you. I don't need to say this, but I often do anyway. Obviously, Evan Ingram wants to be out there. Yeah. Evan Ingram doesn't want to be hurt. Evan Ingram, didn't plan on being hurt, but it's football. But it is frustrating when the reason that you are here is because you're on an injury discount, and that's for both Dre Greenlaw and Evan Ingram, and right out of the gate, you don't get to see Greenlaw at all in the offseason, and it didn't even take the end of 3 quarters for Ingram to be banged up. And I'll tell you, I typed in Evan Ingram's name to Google and see these articles, he's hurt. But there's an article out of Jacksonville, and the headline says, took Broncos 1 week to figure out what Jacksonville already knows.
Oh, shots fired.
And I'm like, wow.
But didn't Evan Ingram take a shot at Jacksonville on the podium that one time? You
know what? You're right. He did.
And have a source that actually talked to Jacksonville to see, hey, like, how did they take that? And Jacksonville, they weren't too happy in the building with that shot being taken.
Of course.
I'm going to leave it at that. But,
sure.
So they couldn't wait for something like that to happen.
Sure. Yeah, man. I mean, it's one of these things where when we were talking about the wide receiver too, we would say, well, you really have to parse it out and separate it as wide receivers because Evan Ingram will probably be the second pass catcher without having a WR next to his name on the roster. And it's frustrating because no one's emerging in the number 2. Well, I got to choose my words carefully here, but through the first game, because that's all we have to react to yet.
Through camp in the first game.
Yeah, no one really has emerged as wide receiver number 2 in camp, preseason games, and week 1. The guy we thought that was going to be pass catcher number 2 after Sutton is already banged up, and he's not going to play this weekend.
We did that segment that one time months ago about, hey, Dre Greenlaw and Evan Ingram, and who would you rather keep healthy?
Yes, if you could wave the wand over one of the guys that are here because of discount, J.K. Dobbins, Talanoa Hufanga, Evan Ingram, and Greenlaw, who would you protect? We did that segment at the start of the summer, and here we are 1 week into the season, and, half of the guys we were talking about, they didn't get the wand. Let's just say that. They didn't get the actual wand. So it stinks. And then, I'm just going to say it because I didn't like it at the time, and everyone told me I was an idiot, and everyone loved it. But when you have your most successful offense in a literal decade.
Oh, here we go.
And the guy who was the second wide receiver in terms of catches and targets and explosive plays, you decide to trade him because everyone wants a 4th-round draft pick for the future. It's like, well, what about the now? You said you're in a Super Bowl window now. Yeah. That guy's a pretty good football player.
And you want depth, right? Like all the good teams have depth. Why not have depth at that position? Because now you're wishing that you have someone like Bailey that can get you that first and that you can rely on. Because now that Evan Ingram may not play in week 2, who are you relying on? It can't be a Cortland Sutton, Bo Nix show.
No,
I'm telling you, like, these are the starters. This is not preseason. They were going to game plan to stop Cortland Sutton. And if Evan Ingram is not a part of this plan because he's hurt, you have to rely on Adam Trotman and Lucas Kroll. 2 guys that you relied on last year, and things weren't good because of that. This is where, like people are going to be tired of me saying this, but this is where you have to establish some kind of identity. If we can get the run game going, it's going to help out until Evan Ingram can get back and being healthy. Evan Ingram wasn't able to really and truly get going because the play action was not working after the first drive because we didn't have balance. And so when we finally got Evan Ingram going, and he had that screenplay for how many yards was it? 8 or 9 yards?
A 10, I think it was.
10 yards. He was hurt. He wasn't available. And he's a big part of this game plan. He's a big part when defenses have to go in their game plan towards this offense. You have to look for Evan Ingram. Well, he may not be out there. which now the game plan's a little bit easier. Stop Cortland Sutton and force Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin to beat you.
Yeah, on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, someone said, and throw your name on it, love to give you a shout out. Well, you got these guys on the cheap for a reason, but cheap is expensive if these guys don't play much. And I think that's well said, particularly for someone like Greenlaw, who's on a $31 million contract. So Sean said sooner than later. Sooner week 3, sooner week 5. You know,
it has to be week 3, because if that's the case, you could have put him on IR, let him sit there, opened up a roster spot, brought somebody else in.
That's true. That's true.
Let's go week 3.
All right, that's a good target, a realistic target. We hope, but we just don't know enough. And until he starts practicing, which once again did not happen today, until he starts practicing, I'll just temper my expectations. So
there you go.
Okay, the Broncos may have a pair of playmakers at a position for the first time in a while. Was it just overachieving in game 1, or do we have a dynamic duo in the making? That's next.
Does Sean Payton need to make changes to his game plan after week 1?
He put his agenda and his offense and his quarterback, who he proclaimed to be trending towards being a top 4, top 5, and when that man struggles throughout the afternoon, it's almost like daddy ball. And I'm telling you, it's unacceptable and it's inexcusable.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity, and the other day I'm over at a friend's place. He's pumped to watch football, but his setup, total mess. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find a game. He claimed to be a big fan, but I feel like I was being fan-fished. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you gotta have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, well, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in my living room, plus Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K, so clear it feels like I'm in the stadium. Sometimes I've got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications, live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every single time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K cable TV box.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch, but not true, I say. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk. They put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303 Law 4040.
Hey, Stokley here, and let me tell you, fall golf is the best golf Colorado has to offer, and it's not too late to get fully dialed in for the last few months of the season. At Embers Golf in Westminster, they're not just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf lovers like you. It's a boutique-style shop, family-owned, with 2 hitting bays, all the major brands, and fully upgraded custom shafts. Come in for a full bag fitting. Trust me, there's nothing else like it around. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I do.
Of course you all do. Who wouldn't want this? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. Because even with the lowest rate today, it may not be in 6, 12 months or more. And if rates do fall in the future, now what? Go through the expense again? No. Maximize your savings with U.S. Mortgages and our lowest rate for life program. It allows you to lock in today, and if the market does improve, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fee and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Awarded the smartest loan in the country. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, officially rolling downhill here on a Wednesday. Second half of the show. And once we get into the first minute of the 4 o'clock hour on a Wednesday, we are officially closer to Friday than Monday.
Woo!
That feels good.
I didn't get to do that earlier.
Yes,
I didn't
right.
get to do it earlier.
Yep.
I had to do it. I'm going to do it again. Woo!
I love it.
Proceed, Zach.
I love the energy, Mr. Phillip Lindsay. Thank you guys for rocking with us here on The Drive. We keep on getting these results for our show, and our show is just growing and growing and growing. And just want to thank you guys because we've been just getting great news, and I'm sure we'll pass along some stuff here in the coming weeks. But you guys are the backbone of what's going on here. We knew that it was going to take time to get the show where we wanted it to be. We're still not there, but we've also came a really, really long way from where we started about 2 years ago this month. So, we're finally getting to a point where it's like, man, these results are just incredible, and the results don't come without the listeners.
You had that post, year 9.
This is my 9th Broncos season, yeah.
You know, man. Little gray hairs right there. I love it.
Yeah, man. My 30th birthday party was a going away party in upstate New York, and I'm now 38 and be 40 before you know it, and it's been
So 30 is when you started.
My first shift was in April of 2017.
So and I was 30. I was 30 when I started.
Right.
So okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. So
yeah.
You know, I can look up to you. Be like, okay, in 8 years, I could be where Zach By is.
Well,
I'm not driving, but I'm going to be right there.
But no, it's really it's been and outside of, and this is a literal statement, take my family out of it. Getting this job and being able to do this job in Denver has been the biggest blessing of my life. Truly.
Yeah.
And I say it once in a while. This is my NBA. This is my NFL. This was my dream, since I was 15 calling into sports talk radio shows, literally.
Crazy.
And so thank you guys for having me. Okay, so the Broncos may have a pair of playmakers at a position for the first time in a while, a pair of them. Was it just overachieving in game 1, or do we have a dynamic duo in the making? And I am talking about Talanoa Hufanga and your former teammate Brandon Jones just flying around as a safety duo. There's been some good safeties through the years. I'm thinking of Justin Simmons first and foremost. Great player. Not a good player, great player. But to have a pair fly around the way that we saw last week, was it just overachieving in game 1, or is there a dynamic here where we have a tag team on the back end?
The tag team light-skinned brothers. That's what I call them. That's what I call them. I mean, they're a spitting image of each other. Both Hufanga and Brandon Jones will come up and hit you in the mouth. They're not afraid to tackle the running back. They're not afraid to get down and dirty in the trenches. But they're also very smart, and they're able to cover, and they're able to do some athletic things that a lot of safeties are not able to do. Now, this is not a shot at Justin Simmons. He was a great, great football player. But there's a reason why we brought in Kareem Jackson, to balance out Justin. Jay wasn't going to get down and dirty, and that's fine. He was very smart,
He's a ball hawk.
and a ball hawk. But then you had Kareem Jackson that you put in the box.
Thumper.
But this is the beautiful thing about Hufanga and Jones. Brandon Jones, that is. Both of them can play in the box, and both of them can play on that deep back in covering a slot, a receiver. It doesn't matter. So now it makes it even easier for a defense to scheme up different things that they want to do. Now an offense can't scheme and say, hey, we know that Brandon Jones is the guy that they're going to want to blitz with, because that's not the case. Brandon Jones can come off a blitz, but also Hufanga can as well. I was watching some of the film, and now that you have Hufanga and Brandon Jones paired together, if a guy motions over, usually the safety that is a better cover safety, he's going to go with the slot receiver if it's man. In this case, they don't have to do that anymore because both of them can cover the slot. So instead of instead of one safety moving over, Hufanga's just going to say, hey, I'm going to take your guy, and now you move back and you do my job. That's when you start to have a really good defense, when you start to have balance. You have a dynamic duo in Jonathan Cooper and Nick Benito in the trenches, and now you have a dynamic duo in Hufanga and Brandon Jones. Like, now you can shore up that middle with the inside linebacker, and Alex Singleton's doing a great job of that, and this is why this Denver defense is so dominant.
Man, it's exciting. It really is exciting. Now, I'm not quite where you are with inside linebacker, and I want to see more. I want to see more.
From who, though?
Which is just more from Singleton coming off the injury, just more of sample size,
I
you know.
Mean, but I mean, for Alex, I'm going to give you a little pushback. Because for Alex Singleton, he's coming off that injury. But before that injury, my man was a tackling machine. 177 tackles, broke the franchise record.
Yep.
Now, then he had the setback because he blew his knee out. But before that knee injury, he was still getting a bunch of tackles. One thing about Alex Singleton I think we tend to forget is it's about his presence. It's about that he's taking command of that defense and putting everybody in the right situations. If you watch these games, guys, watch Alex Singleton communicate to the safeties. Watch Alex Singleton move Zach Allen or John Franklin Myers into a gap. He's really the quarterback of the defense, and then everybody else can play fast. That's why, for me, it's like you have Alex Singleton out there, and that's why it's okay that Dre Greenlaw is not there. But also, because you do have Hufanga and Brandon Jones that can play in the box, Dre Greenlaw is not missed yet. So that's why it's really good to have Brandon Jones and Hufanga that can come up and play in the box and be a tackling machine. Brandon Jones was the leading tackler last year after Alex Singleton got hurt. Mic drop on that.
I like that. I'm a big fan of Brandon Jones, and it's hard not to be. What a maturity he's got to him, by the way. Very serious. And that's like so many guys on this football team. The serious nature that has permeated through that building. But Brandon Jones is part of that. Hufanga, we know he forced the fumble, all right, and he led the team in tackles. And Brandon Jones was third in tackles. He had 3 solo tackles, recovered a fumble, and it was pretty cool to hear Hufanga actually. So Hufanga and Brandon Jones, from what I understand, didn't know each other until this year. So they're just getting to know each other. But apparently these two are fast friends, and it was cool to hear Hufanga after the game talk about his teammate and fellow safety, Brandon Jones.
The cool thing is about us is that, we talk every day. I've been part of teams that some safeties you don't get to interact. You don't act like you're, not in a bad way, but for me, it just seems like he's been a brother and I've just got here. It's like we play that way. We're out there and we're trying to just play together, play fast, and anything I would love to say this. A lot of people don't get to, so I'm going to give him his flowers. Nobody knows he's the first person in every single day. And a lot of people are the first people, but when I tell you he's 4 a.m. first person, he's swimming before he gets to the facility. This is during training camp, like a guy that goes above and beyond. I would love to give him his flowers because I don't think a lot of people, nobody sees that kind of stuff, right? And so he's teaching me what work ethic really looks like. And a guy that just runs around, he can run a marathon. I think anybody on the team knows he just runs for fun. And you're just like, dude, just relax and chill. But that's a testament to the character that he has and a guy that I got to trust when I'm out there, and he trusts me too.
Did you see some of the stuff that he was just talking about when you were his teammate in Miami?
So when I was in Miami, Brandon Jones was a little younger. He was a little younger, and he got hurt late. He got hurt so early, blew his knee out.
Gotcha.
So a lot of times when I got to talk to him and interact, it was in the training room.
Right.
But before he got hurt, he was flying around. But he was younger, so he was learning about the game. But he'd been around a bunch of vets that have helped him out. And also, as a player, you have to take it on yourself to say, hey, look, I want to stay as healthy as possible. I need to do the right things. I need to be in the facility as much as possible. And that's what Brandon Jones is doing, obviously. And it's great that Hufanga is able to give Brandon Jones his flowers and prop him up. That's being a great teammate, and that just shows you the culture in that locker room.
Absolutely love it. I love to see it, love to hear it. Okay, we may have miscalculated the Week 2 challenge for the Denver Broncos, and we'll talk about why coming up next.
Do the Broncos need to do a better job of showcasing their skill players?
I want to see Sutton. I want to see Franklin and Pat Bryant. Let's run 3 or 4 plays with the same personnel grouping. We get a little bit of a rhythm. This isn't equal opportunities for everyone. Stop it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? As you know, summer is over. But you know what that means? Woo-wee! Game days. Football is back, baby. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you know you need to get there on time and in style. So let Hermes Worldwide handle all the traffic and parking so you can focus on what really matters the most and making as many memories as possible. And I'm here to sweeten up the deal for you guys. You can get 30% off of your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for the entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, mention the code PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field. So give Hermes Worldwide a call today at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 or visit them at ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Unhappy with your home or business trash and recycling service? Need a temporary dumpster for a project? Call 5280 Waste Solutions at 303-529-2329. Colorado isn't just where they work, it's home. They guarantee swift, on-time pickup for residential and commercial customers. Make the switch and get reliable local service you can count on. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. I'm thrilled to invite you to our biggest event of the season, the summer clearance sale happening right now at all 7 of our Colorado locations. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer.
Our summer clearance sale won't last long. These deals end soon.
The cost of everything is still out of control, and many of us are relying on credit cards to cover essentials. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. Americans collectively owe over $1 trillion in credit card debt. You might have considered reaching out to my friends at American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. Well, there's good news. They've created a smart equity loan, a solution designed to help you take control of your finances without touching your current mortgage. Unlike a HELOC, which can have varied interest rates, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate. That means one predictable monthly payment, giving you peace of mind. This loan allows you to leverage the equity in your home to pay off high interest debt free up your cash flow, and keep your existing low mortgage rate intact. It only takes 10 minutes to get started with no upfront or hidden fees. Call American Financing today and start saving now at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
I'm Dr. Joel Cherdak with Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you're ready to lose weight safely and effectively, we prescribe real GLP-1 medications at standard dosages from licensed U.S. pharmacies, not half-strength drugs from unknown or online sources. Your care is managed by a real medical doctor at a real clinic with telemedicine available. And right now, we're offering a free consultation to help you get started. See real results for under $300 a month. Schedule your free consult today at denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Tune in to Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We may have, and I'm including myself in this first and foremost.
Oh, thank you. Finally, you do that.
I think I take accountability decent.
You do, actually. I'm proud of you. Some people out there that don't like to take accountability on of their actions, of what they're doing. There are two coaches that don't want to do that.
That's true. That's true. That's true. And when you share opinions into a microphone for 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, you're bound to get stuff wrong. And I think that not that I was wrong, but I think that I fell into my own trap. And not my own trap, but the trap that I warn others about. And when I say, once you think you have the NFL figured out, it'll humble you. And I'm in the preseason with you saying, dude, you have the most winnable game of the entire year on your schedule week 1 and the most winnable road game of the entire year on your schedule week 2.
Well, how do you fall into that trap? Like, why do you think that's a trap? Like, we're reacting off the offseason. We're reacting off of on paper.
Sure. No, that's true.
And that's something that we talked about all the time, even for the Denver Broncos, especially the defense. On paper. But now that we're watching real-life football and these guys are going to work and they're making magic for themselves, we're talking about the Colts, that is, now you start to kind of like, okay, like this isn't going to be tough. And we talked about the Tennessee Titans last week, like, hey, this is not going to be no pushover. It's an NFL team.
Yep.
So I don't think you fell into a trap. Now, yes, you were wrong about one thing. Jaquan McMillan and Jahdae Barron.
Yes, I was.
You were wrong about that. But
yes, I was.
But this one right here, you were not wrong about. You didn't fall into a trap. You're obeying your eyes, and the Colts look better than what they were supposed to be on paper.
Right. And then you look at the 2025 Colts, and it's like, ooh, hold on a second. This is a football team that
dominated their opponent in week 1, unlike any other matchup around the league. Okay. They won their, how about this for a stat? They won their week 1 game for the first time in a decade.
That's insane.
Colts had lost their opener home or away for a decade straight until this past week. And so they're 1-0. They scored on every single possession. They hung points. The punter did not attempt a single punt.
He had the day off. The punter got the day off.
Pretty much.
Doesn't even, how many times does the punter go out there anyway? Maybe 3-4 times?
It just depends on the day, but something like that.
And in this case, he doesn't go out there at all? Oh, you have to love it.
Not a single rep. Don't need to wash the uniform. Daniel Jones went 22 of 27. That is a completion percentage of 81. Threw for 272 yards, a touchdown, 0 interceptions, and ran in 2 more tutties. Kurt Warner was on the Rich Eisen show. Rich Eisen asked him with a blank slate, who impressed you most at the quarterback position in week 1? He said Daniel Jones. So, they have a new DC, Lou Anarumo, who was the DC for the Bengals for the previous 5 seasons. They allowed 43 total yards of offense in the entire first half. 43 total yards. And the rookie tight end out of Penn State, Tyler Warren, he looked like a vet in his first ever game.
He looks like the Joker, right?
He looks like the Joker. I mean, he's so massive, he's so skilled, but that's a historically starting position. He, in his first game, 7 receptions for 76 yards. He's up for Rookie of the Week in the NFL.
But see, this is what happens when a team finally gets a quarterback that they trust. When a team finally gets a quarterback that can go out there and make a couple plays, even if it's not throwing the ball, it could be running. And I remember Jonathan Taylor, and there was a guy asking him about, once the quarterback battle was over between Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor said, "What surprised you about Daniel Jones?" And Jonathan Taylor said, his athletic ability, the way he can move outside of the pocket, the speed that he has. It's one of these things where it's sneaky, but it's going to help us win football games. And sure enough, first game of the year against Miami, you have Daniel Jones rushing for 2 touchdowns, 7 attempts, 26 yards. As a stat, that's not a sexy stat, but it gets the job done. The Colts are going to be a new and improved team. The defense, and I played with a lot of these guys. I played with a lot of guys on defense and on the offense, and they really do want to win. And now that a lot of these players are older, when I was there, they were rookies, like Alex Pierce. And so DeForest Buckner has been there forever, the defensive tackle, but there's a couple other young ones that are now older, the 3 and 4 years in the league. They're just a different team, different mindset. And so for the Denver Broncos, you're going to have to contain and bottle up Daniel Jones, and you're going to have to stop the run. Because Jonathan Taylor did have a solid game. He had 71 yards on 18 carries, and they also let DJ Giddens, who was my pick. I wanted him to be here in Denver, but DJ Giddens from Kansas State, he also got 12 carries as well. So that this team wants to establish the run. Their identity wants to be running the ball. So for the Denver Broncos, they're going to have to stop the run and bottle up Daniel Jones.
Well, he's certainly a great athlete, Jones is. Once upon a time, it was back in 2020. Maybe you guys remember this. You remember in 2020, the Giants were playing the Eagles, and he had the play where he is sprinting down the field and got hit by the turf monster. Yeah. He had nothing but green grass in front of him.
Easy touchdown.
But on that play, he reached over 21 miles per hour. An 80-yard run over 21
fast.
miles per hour.
That's fast.
That's insane.
RJ Harvey got up to a little over 20 miles an hour on his 50-yard run. Daniel Jones was able to get to 21.
I mean, that's really impressive. If this was just like an athletic combine for quarterbacks, Daniel Jones would be one of the 10 best athletes at his position in the league. Like, don't worry about completion percent, just like a raw athletic score. Daniel Jones is a really good athlete. Really good athlete. Can he play quarterback at a high level and sustain it throughout the course of a season? We have yet to really see that. But the assumption that I had in my own mind that like Broncos were going to go into Indy and it's like an absolute, it's a must win because the level of the opponent. I just,
take a step back. But I will say this: the Denver Broncos should win this game.
They should still win. They're still the favorite. I think. What are they? Dante, do we know the spread? Is it 2.5? I think.
As they should. They have a top 5 defense. All right, they have a really good head coach. You have a quarterback that when he is playing well and he's playing at the highest level for himself with the confidence, he's hard to beat. You have 2 running backs that you need to get more involved, the offensive line that you paid a lot of money for, a special teams that can be really, really good. We should be able to go in there. It's going to be a dogfight because it's an NFL game, but we should come out with the victory. That's it. The Denver Broncos, if you want to get to the playoffs again and win a playoff game and your aspirations is to get to a Super Bowl, you got to beat the Colts.
All right, we'll see if they can do it. The Broncos are a 2.5-point favorite, so under a field goal on Sunday afternoon in Indianapolis. Okay, what if we are seeing the unfolding of an organic underdog story that no one could have seen coming? That's next.
Has a new challenger emerged in the Buffs quarterback room?
If Ryan Staub is the starter going forward, I feel much better about my prediction of 8 wins. They don't win 8 games if Caden Salter is their quarterback. Based on what we've seen over the first 2 games, they can win 8 games with Ryan Staub as their quarterback.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you. Which means you'll save hundreds for your business. And get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots. On us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
At Berg Simpson, we are passionate about what we do. We bring that passion and our expertise to the office and courtroom every single day. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
At Common Spirit Health, we don't just see a cancer diagnosis. We see you, and you don't have to do this alone. We believe you should be surrounded by your people, so you can keep them close while you get care close to home. Supported by our care team from diagnosis to treatment and beyond, and strengthened by treatment tailored to you. Because there's no one-size-fits-all approach to cancer care. Find cancer care with human kindness close to you at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Who wants the lowest rate for life?
I
do.
I do.
Everyone does. But even the best deal in the market becomes high if rates fall in the future. So now what? Go through all the expense again? No. Just go to U.S. Mortgages and get our trademarked lowest rate for life product. It allows you to get your savings today and lock in at below market rates like our 4.75 5-year fixed that has a 5.89 APR.
Wait, 4.75% 5 years fixed?
Yes, and even if the market does improve further, great. We redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee, and there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. So stop waiting for rates to get better and wasting money. Lock in your savings now and know you're 100% protected with lowest rate for life. Call 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com. Rate must be locked by 9/16.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
I guess that's where I got my need for speed. I sell it illegal to people numbing their pain. I'm a little crazy, but the world's insane.
Isn't that true?
I keep a loaded
man, oh man, oh man.
By the bed for the jeepers and the creepers who ain't riding ahead.
Crazy day. Hopefully we,
never have to use it, but you never know.
Provide a little bit of
I'm a little crazy, but the world's insane.
levity, I guess, an escape around the country and even in this state. It's crazy. So we are gonna we said some stuff at the top of the show. You guys come here for an escape, and that's what we're gonna continue to be.
That's our job.
That's it. But we did address some stuff at the top of the show. Didn't spend a whole lot of time on it because that's not the space that we're in. But also wanted to acknowledge just the craziness of this world and our country right now. So, okay. Shifting gears away from the Broncos for just a second. All right, we just talked about maybe the miscalculation of the Colts or maybe the assumption of the win in Indianapolis this coming weekend. It's going to be tough, all right? But so is the Buffs on Friday night going to Houston. And the potential of a story that could be an organic underdog story that no one could have seen coming and has potential to have legs here if Ryan Staub can knock his latest opportunity out of the park the same way that he did last Saturday.
Ryan who? Ryan Staub. third-string quarterback, a quarterback that has played in 8 games. Now, just because he played in 8 games doesn't mean that he played a lot of minutes. Could have been like a one or two snaps maybe at the end of a game. We do know that Ryan Staub played in 2 games, and he played significant minutes. 2023 against Utah, Ryan Staub had to step in for Shedeur Sanders and actually did a really, really good job. Scored a touchdown, had some yards, could have beat the Utah Utes. Last Saturday against Delaware, got his number called. He started by being a signal caller during that game to warming up his hand or his arm to getting in the game and scoring 2 touchdowns and looking really, really good.
Crazy.
That's college football for you, baby. It's college football. It's insane. But now Ryan Staub has an opportunity in front of him against Houston to solidify himself as the starting quarterback for the Colorado Buffaloes, which is like, what are we doing here? I thought it was Caden Salter, and if not Caden Salter, the 5-star Juju Lewis.
And here we go.
Here we go.
This is going to be, in just over 48 hours, Ryan Staub is going to get a really unique opportunity. And when you are Ryan Staub and you're the 3rd string, you have got to, it can't be a single. You got to knock it out of the park because your opportunities are going to be so finite.
But what does that look like?
Saturday.
But knocking it out of the park, like, does he need to have insane stats?
No,
or does
no.
does he need to win the game?
He needs to be competent as a baseline and then effective, and it's got to be in a win. Because if he leaves the door, like, it almost feels like with Staub, because he was not in the vision. So, like,
definitely wasn't.
He's
been there for 3 seasons,
right? And I'm telling you, if this kid goes out and balls out, I'm going to be asking the question, like, you guys looked at this kid for years, and he was never part of your plans. And so, anyway, but I'm rooting for the kid because this has a chance to be a fun national story, honestly. If CU plays well and goes on the road and wins, because it's a standalone game, you're not in the mix with 38 other games on a Saturday. You're going to have your moment on national TV on Friday night. So,
I mean, it seems like all the players are excited for him.
Yeah.
Ryan, like I said before, Ryan Staub, he's been there for 3 seasons. And from what I've heard in the building, he has made plays, not just this year, but last year as well. So a lot of the players are confident with Ryan Staub being the starting quarterback. Now, we know he's going to get the nod. Hopefully, Coach Prime lets him play the whole game, lets him get in a rhythm. He is going to make mistakes. He hasn't played a lot of football. But also for Ryan Staub, don't be Superman. Don't feel like you have to throw a big-time pass every time you have to step back and throw. Like, be smart with the football. Take off, utilize your legs. You have a little bit of athletic ability. And Pat Shurmur, run the damn ball. Try to take as much clock down as you can until Ryan Staub can get confident and comfortable being the starting quarterback.
Here is Deion Sanders at the podium yesterday. He was asked about really, Shedeur Sanders reaching out to Ryan Staub.
He's talked to him as well. He's called him. He's called him, and they conversated as well. First of all, you got to understand, Staub is a lovable dude, man. Like everybody who's played here previously have reached out to him and congratulated him, or some way or another tweeted at him or done something to let them know how proud they are, because he's always been the stand-up guy. No matter who's starting, he's always been there in support. He's not going to be one of those guys who, somebody else is starting, he's sitting on the bench mad, sulking. He's not built like that. He's going to be there in support and make sure you're prepared, make sure the scout team is prepared. He's going to give you everything he has whenever he gets the opportunity to practice, or even if I think he was giving signals last week. Going from giving signals then getting in the game, come on, man, that don't happen. That don't happen. This is a real-life story that's happening right before your eyes. So hats off to him, because he's the ultimate teammate. He's the ultimate teammate. He's the ultimate character guy, and those are the type of guys that we're looking for. But oftentimes those guys don't come with the 3 and 4 and 5 stars that you guys get excited about. I'm looking more at, can they play here? Do they fit who we are? Not do they come with a 4 and 5 and a star or whatever have it. And Staub is one of those guys, man, and I'm proud of him.
I got to give Deion credit, because he actually, with his actions, backs up the words that he just put into a microphone. And when you steal Cormani McClain a 5-star corner from Miami, and he gets on campus, and you're like, you're not ready to play.
Yeah.
You're not mature. You're not put on the field. And then the opposite, the inverse of it is, and I forget the young man's name, the starting center was a walk-on.
Yeah.
And he earned a starting role, and I think he ended up leaving and taking a scholarship somewhere else.
You could say Charlie Arfidal.
There's another one.
Another man, a young man that was able, he wasn't on scholarship, found a way to get a scholarship, and start in a football game at the beginning of the year last year. So for Coach Prime, you're right. Like, it's hats off, and you have to admire that Coach Prime is going to play the players that can win, the players that deserve to be on the football field, and that's all you ask for. I mean, heck, even think about this. Coach Prime could force Juju to go out there even if he's not ready, but he's not doing that. He's putting somebody over Juju who is behind Juju, saying, hey, look, Juju, you will have your time. You're not ready. We need a win right now, and Ryan Staub gives us the best opportunity to win against Houston. So hats off to Coach Prime for just playing the best players and playing the players that are ready to play right now.
That's right. And he deserves credit for that, because I know a lot of other coaches would play the kid with the most stars next to their name.
It's their vision.
Right. That's right.
I'm going to force this vision to come true. Come on now, Sean. Don't do that. Just let it organically happen.
All right. We'll see how it ages on Friday night. I am so curious on how this is going to play out. And then you just drive a little bit further up north to Fort Collins, and we get the news today that Jay Norvell says there is an in-season open competition at quarterback for the Rams. Jackson Brousseau has been getting QB1 reps and splitting them with incumbent starter and long-standing starter Braden Fowler-Nicolosi, who last week went to 5th all-time passing yards in the history of CU, but he has not been sharp. He has not been sharp at all, and he's not been accurate with the football. Two seasons ago in 2023, he was over 62% completion. He's completing in the low 50s now.
I think it's 52%. Jay Norvell does not have time for the quarterback to be messing around. And so for Jay Norvell, it's like, hey, I have to get the best out of this team, because if we don't do well this year, I may be out of a job. And he's feeling that heat. He felt the heat last year, and Jay Norvell was able to have this team win 8 games. But when you go in and at home and you almost get beat by Greeley, Northern Colorado, and there's no disrespect, shout out to them, they were robbed. But when you barely get out of that game with a win, that's embarrassing. And you have to make some type of change so that the team understands that how important it is to win these games for Coach Norvell to keep his job.
Man, oh man, oh man. Do you think that's a real conversation that Jay Norvell could be on the...
It was last year
on the
for a little while.
Yeah, but they won 6 of their last 7, and they were 1 game away from the Mountain West Championship game. I think they lost to Fresno.
So Mike McIntyre had 1 good season in 2016. That next year, we only won 5 games. After that, he couldn't get the job done, and he got fired. Like, there's only so much people are going to take before it's like, hey, we want to see this more consistently. So for Jay Norvell, if he can have 7 or 8 wins this year, it's consistent. But it's hard when you have so much turnaround on the defensive side of the ball. You have 1 starter coming back. That's hard to get this continuity with the team, with the defense, so that they can help you win. And then when you have BFN, the quarterback, not doing his part, and he's old, he's a junior,
right?
It's insane.
Well, here's just what I'll say. When they hired Norvell after the clown show, that was the Steve Adazio 2-year era, all right, that embarrassed the university, and Norvell inherited a 3-9 team. He comes over from, it was Nevada. He wins 3 games in his first year with a ton of turnover. He wins 5 games in his second year, and he wins 8 games in his second year. I think that's the arc.
Third year.
Third year, thank you. That is the arc that you're hoping for when you introduce them to your fan base. From 3 wins to 5 wins to 8 wins. I would just, and I know you're not saying, saying, because
this is what we're hearing. Like, this is the buzz. Like, but people want to see wins. That's all they care about. And when you're not able to win, they want to get rid of you, no matter who you are.
Well, and I'll just share this in conclusion. One of the most important dynamics at play here for this conversation with Jay Norvell up there in Fort Collins is that the athletic director that hired him is not the athletic director now. And we know the history of college sports says that matters a lot. So what is their working relationship? I don't know. but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. They're 2 games into the year. Probably should be 0-2. Probably.
What are you talking about? They earned that win.
Oh my gosh! Holy smokes! I never saw anything like that. I'm like, this is gonna be one of the greatest upsets of all time in the history of Colorado sports. 35-point favorite.
This is why we watch college football, and that was stripped away and taken from them young men in Greeley.
All right, we're gonna hear from Sean Payton from practice. You'll hear everything you need to know from Sean. Also, the Broncos defense did something last weekend that hadn't been done since Super Bowl 50. Hang tight. We are on the doorstep of 35 consecutive minutes of commercial-free sports talk coming up next.
It's Sean Payton overcomplicating things on offense.
It's too much. There's too much out there. There's too much in the game plan. There's too much on the play sheet. There's too much on Bo's shoulders. There's too much on everybody's shoulders when it comes to the overall operation of this offense, and it needs to be simplified more.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Advent Health is Littleton's home for highly specialized, life-changing heart care. From preventive screenings to personalized treatment options, it's heartfelt care from expert hands. The Advent Health Heart and Vascular Institute is now open, ready to provide wholehearted care for your whole health.
Haven't filed taxes in 3 or more years? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free workshop on Thursday, September 11th, and get answers to the big questions. Can you still get a refund? What if the IRS filed for you? How far back do you need to file? What happens if you've moved and don't even know the IRS is coming after you? Don't wait for a wage garnishment to find out where you stand. Call 303-753-6040 to sign up for this free workshop.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. This guy sitting next to me says, "You're our good luck charm." Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. Now his entire family wants to buy me Bud Lights. I think I'm some kind of a football prophet. Talk soon. The team needs me.
Anything for Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Buying an investment property should be simple, right? Find a place that cash flows, make your down payment. But then comes the part every investor dreads, getting a loan. You know what happens next. You hand over your tax returns loaded with write-offs and smart CPA magic, but the bank looks at you like, oh, you're one of those people. Traditional lenders don't get you, but we do. At Cake, we specialize in DSCR loans. DSCR means debt service coverage ratio. Simply said, if rent covers or almost covers the mortgage, we can probably get you funded and you won't need to explain yourself to a loan officer who's never filed a Schedule C. Start building your real estate legacy today. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE right now. Or visit cakehome.com to learn why life's better with Cake.
No parades, just quiet wins that changed everything.
Real people, real results. Soda weight loss works.
Tying my shoes without grunting. That's what Soda gave me. In 16 weeks, I dropped 82 pounds. Think about all that weight lifted off your bones. I owe my life to Soda.
Get started now for the best season of your life with our partner program. Because when you join now, your partner joins for free.
Go to SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA, SodaWeightLoss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
It's back. Football is back, Broncos country, which means summer is almost over. And that means it's time for game days. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you got to get there in style and on time. So let my friends at Hermes Worldwide handle the traffic and parking, and you handle the rest, which means have as much fun as possible and make as many memories as you can. So let Hermes Worldwide get you to and from the game safe. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, hanging out with you here on a hump day, September 10th. Appreciate you guys being here with us.
Little Biggie Smalls action, huh?
A little bit.
When you call me Big Papa.
That's not the song, but
nope,
right artist.
I just had to put it in there. Dang, man.
Just got to hold you accountable.
You do.
The Broncos defense did something last weekend. We're going to hear from Sean Payton here shortly, fresh off practice. All right, but the Broncos defense did something last weekend that hadn't been done since Super Bowl 50. All right, can you believe Super Bowl 50 was 10 years ago this year?
It's crazy. I remember sitting there with my family watching that Super Bowl and, you know, of course, being a lifetime Bronco fan and literally getting to be in the locker room with some of them that were on the Super Bowl 50 team. It's like a surreal moment and really good. There's a lot of really good players out there, but good people as well.
Were you starstruck?
When I got there? When I first got? Oh, yeah, definitely. I told you the story about Chris Harris that pissed me off, that kind of got me going. When I first stepped foot in that locker room, I saw Chris Harris. And I went up to him and said, hey, Chris, like, you know, I'm undrafted. You know, I'm new here. I'm hoping I can stick around with you and, like, you can teach me some of the things so I can stick around in this league. Like, how can I make this football team? And Chris, with that high-pitched voice, he's like, I'm going to tell you this, Fam Bam. He used to, let's say, Fam Bam all the time. I'm going to tell you this, Fam Bam. You're probably not going to make this team. I'm like, what? Like, so I'm just shaking my head. Like, you know, but in the back of my head, I'm going to show you. The moment I get a chance to go out there and play against you, I'm running you over. You know, and I didn't think I was going to get an opportunity until I did.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's
but
gruff.
Me and Chris are really, really cool.
Yeah.
And he came back and he told me, hey, look, like, you're a really good player, man, and I love you as a dude, and hopefully what I said earlier, you know, helped you out and pushed you, like, to want to prove everybody wrong.
I mean, like,
he's taking a victory lap on what he said.
He's right. But I'm sure he's just passing along the numbers game of like, dude, you're probably not going to make this team.
Yeah.
But of all guys to say it, another former undrafted guy.
That's why I went to him.
Right.
You know, I'm hoping that he'll be like, man, just like, you're going to be just fine. No. He said, hey, man, you better pray.
That is hilarious. And it all worked out.
Shout out Chris.
And we talked with him a lot last year. So good stuff there. So the Broncos defense last Sunday against Tennessee did something that hadn't been done since the literal game of Super Bowl 50. All right. And a hat tip to our own Andrew Mason for compiling some of the stuff we're going to share here in this segment. So there have been 22 total games in Broncos history, which goes back a long, long way, back to the 60s, all right, in which a team posted at least 6 sacks while holding an opponent to a completion percentage below 50%. So both of those two things happening at once, at least 6 sacks and holding an opposing quarterback to a completion percentage below 50%. They did that on Sunday. They did that against Tennessee. And the last time that took place in a Denver Broncos game, it was Super Bowl 50 when Cam Newton completed 44% of his passes while absorbing 7 sacks.
You know what's so scary about that is? That's week 1. The Broncos defense was able to do that and be dominant in week 1. Now, I understand it was against Tennessee, but they're another NFL team. What it's telling me is this defense is ready to go. That the additions of Hufanga, the additions when Drake Greenlaw gets back, that's another really good piece. But the additions from last year and everybody coming back, everybody being paid now, so they're full, and now they can just do their job. There's not a player out there that's like, hey, I need to be a me player so I can get paid. No, everybody's like, hey, look, let's all do our job, star in your role, and everybody will have success. And that's how you have a team that goes out there and has 6 sacks with 6 different people, 6 different players creating a sack. Like, that's insane.
That is insane. That is insane.
Hats off to VJ too. I mean, for Sean believing in VJ enough to hire him, and for VJ to really ask for certain guys. Sean saying, okay, I'm going to get you those guys, and then putting them in right places to be successful.
Well, it was quite literally. Now, I'm going to say something right now, and I don't want to live in the past, but it's like organically, like low-hanging fruit right in front of me. So not only do you have a dominant defense, the dominant defense had a historically great day, all right, holding an opposing quarterback to less than 50% and achieving 6 sacks. And in the moment with a minute left, instead of having your defense finish the game, you threw the ball on 4th and long. It just
he can't help himself, Sean. Payton can't help himself.
He can't. It makes no sense at all. It continues to make no sense.
Do you think, although he doubled down and he thinks that he was right, or at least he's telling the media that he's right, do you believe that he'll ever do something like this again?
No, because he knows in his heart of hearts it didn't make sense what you did, and you compromised your football team in a way that against another opponent. But see, the thing is, he wouldn't do it against another opponent. He did that on Sunday because he felt like he had the license to. Like, you had an 8-point lead, so they have to go score a touchdown and get the 2-point conversion. But that's not the point. Like, the result turned out fine, but the process was very, very poor and short-sighted and compromising.
Yeah, it's just like, it's in the past, and it's a head scratcher. But like, we would come here during camp and say how much Sean is a teacher, and that he pretty much breaks everything down, and he'll stop practice and he'll explain why he's doing certain things. I know he didn't stop practice and say, hey, this is why I'm going to throw this bomb when we have an 8-point lead, when we could kick a field goal or a punt and let our defense go back to work.
Yep.
That was just a selfish act in Sean saying, hey, look, we're not having a good game, and I want to be right on something.
Yep. It was the agenda over the process of finishing the game. Look, they won. And
that's all that matters. They won.
It's right there to re-mention because, again, your really dominant defense had a historically great day. Okay, so, but within that defense, Nick Bonitto won 44% of his pass rush snaps, according to ESPN's analytics. That was the single highest percentage among NFL edge rushers in week 1. He won 8 out of his 18 pass rush opportunities. And then on the other side of Bonitto, it was Jonathan Cooper who won 3 of his 13 pass rush opportunities, according to ESPN analytics. And his percentage of 23% win rate ranked 10th among edge rushers. The Broncos were the only team in the NFL this past week to have 2 edge rushers grayed out in the NFL's top 10. Pretty cool.
At some point, we got to get the dynamic duo name. We talked about it before the season started.
That's right.
Like, we have to come up with one because, like, Jonathan Cooper and Nick Bonito and what they're doing in week one, they're not going to stop. Jonathan Cooper wants to have another year where he has double-digit sacks. He left a couple out there last year. Nick Bonito, he now that he's paid, he wants to show the world in Broncos country why he deserved to be paid and that he can lead the league in sacks. That was my biggest take. And even you could call it a hot take. It's not Tuesday, but if it was a Tuesday,
yeah,
I believe that Nick Bonito can be the sack leader this year in the NFL.
Oh yeah,
you know, it's right there. He's
Yes.
gonna have every opportunity, but it's a strong start, and it helps when you do have another guy on the other side that's doing his part and pushing and pressuring a quarterback to leak to your side.
Yeah. I actually, and I had not told you this, or maybe I did. I bet Nick Bonito to win Defensive Player of the Year.
You didn't tell me this.
I bet $25 on Nick Bonito to win Defensive Player of the Year. And I got the number at 60-1. Okay, so I'm hoping that what you just said comes true. He could lead the league in sacks. The year of awareness is already out of the way in a year ago where he was featured on Scott Van Pelt and Pat McAfee and all that stuff. So definitely rooting for that to happen. And then final stat here before we move on from the defense. 120 games had passed since the Broncos gave up as few passing yards as they did on Sunday. Think about that. 120 games since the last time we saw a total like we saw from Cam Ward on Sunday. And thanks to 50 yards in losses on sacks, which is psychotic, Tennessee mustered 62 passing yards. That was the fewest in a game since December of 2017 when Josh McCown and Bryce Petty and the Jets lumbered their way to just 41 passing yards.
Dominant defense.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Dominant for sure. Okay, this is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming forward. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are The Drive. Hanging out with you here on Hump Day. And the nicknames are starting to pour back into the RamosLaw.com text line.
Good. We need to find one.
And that thing moves so quick, though. The text line moves so quick that may need to like put something out there social media so it's still there, like because this thing is a like living document. It's always flowing with new text messages coming in. And the number to the RamosLaw.com text line is 303-713-1043 if you're feeling frisky. Okay, so handful of things here. From practice, Evan Ingram did not practice. Dre Greenlaw, once again, did not practice.
Well, Evan Ingram
did warm-ups.
He did. Like, it's considered practicing. When you go out there, you do warm-ups. You run around for a second. But he was on the other side of the field after warm-ups, which usually they'll do that. When I was dealing with a toe injury, they said, hey, Phil, we need you to go out there. The media is going to be out there. We want you to do warm-ups. And then once the media leaves, we're going to put you on the other side of the field to do your work. And I knew in my head, now I don't know about Evan Ingram, but I knew in my head I was not ready to play, and I was probably not going to play that week. But they don't want to tip their hand that I wasn't going to be out there, especially if the coach doesn't announce that I'm out for the game.
No, that's an important note there because technically on paper, to your point here, Phil, Evan Ingram was listed as limited in practice.
Yeah.
Greenlaw did not practice at all. After warm-ups, he went into the facility. So we continue to be on, Dre Greenlaw watch. John Franklin Myers did not practice at all with a knee injury. Let's keep our eye on that one as well because this is a very productive player. And we came in here like, man, JFM really quiet in game number one. We didn't hear his name on the broadcast a single time. This could be an explanation as to why.
Especially, too, for a player that is very vocal, one, on social media, but also he's the only one that hasn't been paid by the Denver Broncos. And we thought, like, hey, he would be the one that wants to go out there and show Broncos country, show George and Sean that he deserves to be paid. And his name wasn't called. If it was for assist tackle. So some obviously is wrong, and then you end up on the injury report with your knee. So we have to pay close attention to that because, man, we cannot have these injuries start stacking up, Zach. Evan Ingram, Dre Greenlaw, who hasn't been out there yet. Now John Franklin Myers, it can't happen if we want to win a lot of games and make some noise in the playoffs.
Well, if they want to win a lot of games and make some noise in the playoffs, they're going to need more production from a pass catcher not named Courtland Sutton. And we asked the question throughout the summer, just like we asked the question about the rushing attack. We asked the same question repeatedly throughout the summer, and it was about wide receiver number 2. And we got through the summer, we got through preseason games, and now we're into the season. We have one game to react to, one official game to react to, and it doesn't seem like anyone really stepped up and took that title in a wholesale fashion, even for the game itself, not just for the season.
Not even, and I know Evan Ingram went out with the injury, but not even Evan Ingram. I think that we all said, hey, look, if they can't get a receiver too early, it's going to be Evan Ingram getting the second most catches after Courtland Sutton. But once Evan Ingram went out of the game, it was a Courtland Sutton show again. And that can't be the case. We cannot be sitting here like the preseason game, the last preseason game against the Saints where Courtland Sutton catches the ball 6 or 7 times in a row. Like, that's not good football, and that's not sustainable because now you have defenses that are playing their number ones that are going to key on court, take him away. And now Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant are going to have to start making something shake. Now, for Troy, Zach, I like that he went out there. He had 44 yards. He got involved a little bit more. Now, I would have loved to see him open up, but Sean has to let Troy Franklin stretch the football field. A lot of it was across the field, play action.
Yep.
And Troy had a couple key first downs. The beginning of the game, and I want to say in the second quarter, it was like 3rd and 3, and Troy Franklin was able to haul in a catch to move the chains. Now, for Sean, it's like, put more on this man's plate. Let him stretch the football field, couple deep shots. Pat Bryant had 4 opportunities, four plays.
Yeah, 4 literal snaps.
Yeah, 4 plays out there on the football field, and a lot of them was in the red zone where he was blocking. So that shows you that Sean's not ready to trust Pat Bryant with more routes, more of the system. So somebody is going to have to step up, whether it's Marvin Mims, who he was non-existent as well as a receiver, and he muffed a punt.
Yeah.
Or if it's Troy Franklin, but somebody is going to have to help Courtland Sutton out, or this offense is going to become one-dimensional where you're running the ball and you're throwing it to Courtland, and that's not a recipe for success.
No, it's not. It's not. And especially now with Ingram being hurt, because you and I, when we had these conversations, we had to differentiate wide receiver number 2 from pass catcher number 2, because you and I both thought that after Sutton, Ingram is probably the next best candidate to be pass catcher number 2. But now that he's out of the fold, how long, we don't know, but I'm assuming we're not going to see him this weekend. Like, now it becomes more of a pressing issue about wide receiver 2 stepping up and turning into pass catcher number 2. And it was good to see, signs of life from Troy Franklin. I thought he played pretty well. He could have probably accumulated more yards. Bo missed him on one route where he was just behind him. But we'll see. But if you would have told me before the game that Marvin Mims would have 3 catches, and you said, how many yards do you think? And I mean, Mims is capable. He had the one game where it was 3 catches for two catches for
113 yards.
113 yards. So Mims can bust it open. So, but I would have tried to been reasonable and said, okay, 3 catches maybe for 46 yards, something like that.
But do you think it's Mims' fault, or is that Sean kind of saying, hey, like, we're kind of keeping the playbook closed? Because that's what it seemed like. There wasn't a lot of shots taken.
There wasn't. And let me just tell you what he did do. It wouldn't have been my prediction. It was 3 catches for 12 total yards for Mims. It could be. I guess it could be. They did not stretch the field. They didn't try to. No. They didn't try to take shots. I think it was, by the way, 5 definitive completions that were more than 5 yards past the line of scrimmage. It was a pretty conservative game plan in that regard, and they still found a way to turn it over repeatedly. So
for Mims needs opportunities to touch the football, not just as a receiver, but even as a running back. And don't put him back there, because they had him back there at one time just to be a decoy. Hand the ball off to him if you're going to do that. Do more screen games with Marvin Mims. Just get him more involved. That's something that you did week 10, and it worked. And I thought that Sean and the offense was going to do that week 1 against Tennessee, and that wasn't the case. But when you don't have a receiver 2, you need someone like Marvin Mims to come alive, but you have to give him more of the opportunities. And for Troy, keep building off of what you did against Tennessee. 44 yards, and it could have been more. I think they're going to stretch the football field against the Colts, at least take a couple shots to loosen up the defense so that the run game can get going.
Well, man, we are still in the exploratory stage of the season and studying these clues, and we only have one game to react to, so it's not ideal, but you have to react to it. Bo, specifically, he's got to relax a little bit. I love Dan Orlovsky from ESPN. I think he does a great job. I think that he walks a fine line between being passionate and not getting caught up in the hot take industry, where I have to filter everything you say through a hot take filter. I think he does a good job. And now he's joining our morning show during the season. And it's a great addition for the football season. And he was asked about Bo Nix's interceptions. This is what he said.
I think the feet led to some of the decision-making. Both of those decisions, they're almost carbon copies of each other. They're not seeing a zone corner in the deep third of the field just sitting there. And, if he sees it the right way, which I would say because of the design of the play, should be pretty clear vision. If he sees it the right way, they're actually both potential touchdowns over the top. So uncharacteristic for him to show that, but he was so high-strung. It reminded me a little bit of early Josh Allen in Buffalo, where you start games and be like, hey, we got to calm this guy down. So I think that's going to be the challenge and the focus point week 1 to week 2 for Bo.
And you're hearing from a legitimate quarterback perspective saying, the picks, they shouldn't have happened. He's got clear vision of what's going on. It's not, muddied or gray. He's got a clear picture of it, and he's just not seeing the a corner in zone and just sitting on the pass and just jumping it.
Orlowski's right. I mean, I went back and watched film yesterday, and there's a clear picture. It's zone. It's zone coverage, which for some odd reason right now, even for last year, Bo struggles with zone. Now, you go man on Bo, he's going to eat you alive because Cortland, it's hard to stop Cortland one-on-one. Troy Franklin has enough speed where it's like, hey, give him an opportunity. But then when you go zone on Bo, it's hard for Bo to kind of sit back there, relax, and hit the right targets, or he forces something there and trusts his arm so much. And you can't do that when people are dropping back and watching you. If you're going to do that, if you're Bo, you have to stop looking straight at your target. You have to be smarter than the defensive player that wants to jump you, that's reading your eyes. And that's over time. So for me, it's like, Bo, settle down. Set your feet. If it's not there, utilize those legs or throw it out of bounds, live for another day. I went through all the bad and good, and Bo had some good things. One thing I love about Bo, Zach, is his eyes are always staying downfield. Even when he's getting outside the pocket, he's always looking for a pass, which is a great thing. But also for Bo, it's like utilizing the tempo on certain throws. Why are you lobbing a ball in zone where it gets picked off? If you're going to be between two defenders, you got to get it in between the two defenders, so you have to zip it in there. So it's understanding the leverage, understanding what defensive scheme is being thrown at you. And that, for Bo, he's young, it's going to take time.
And the opposite of what you just said, of putting more pace on the ball, there's a play to, and I hope I got this right because it's off the top of my head, it's Bidet in the end zone.
Yeah.
And Bo could have layered that throw and dropped that in there more, you putting more arc on the ball, and it was too much pace and too much of a straight line and never gave Bidet a chance. So,
and with that play, because I know exactly what you're talking about, to Bidet, he should have never thrown it to Bidet. It should have went to Cortland Sutton, who was sitting there, if you watch film, sitting there in the middle of the field. But that's what happens when you have this play in practice and you go do it over and over, and they're telling you this is where it's going to be and this is what a defense is going to do. And for a quarterback, sometimes you're relying on what Sean and the quarterback coach is saying, and you're just going to trust it no matter what. So that's just growing pains, though, Zach.
Sure. Well, we have to remember with, I want to say young Bo. He's not so young, but he's NFL young.
Yeah.
He's NFL young. He was playing in his 19th game ever in the NFL. And so you go back to your 19th show doing this job, and then fast forward to where you're at 2 years in, literally two different human beings. And so Bo is going to continue to stack these NFL moments into his library, and and Payton was talking about this last year when we were saying, should Bo start the season in the game or should Stidham start? And experience is going to be the best teacher. You can sit there and watch as much football as you want, but or listen to as much sports talk radio as you want, but until you actually have to go do it and learn hard lessons, and then
it's the reps.
Exactly.
It's the reps. But also, for Sean has to stop opening his mouth and putting more pressure on that man's plate.
Well, that's true too, Phil.
Like when you go out there and you say certain things about your quarterback and you brag about him and he's still young and we know he's going to go through growing pains, people are going to look at you like, hey, I don't care what you're saying or what he has to go through because you're saying something different and we want to see it. In the NFL, it's all about producing. And what you see out there is what people are going to react to. For Bo, we know he's going to be just fine and we're all Bo leaving. But for Sean, he needs to back off of Bo and let Bo continue to learn. And the players have to continue to trust Bo. And I know that that's what's happening in that locker room. Lean on your run game. Trust the players around you. Make smart decisions. Either throw the ball out of bounds, use your legs, or dump it down to a running back and let them do the rest.
Yeah, and I've referenced it before. I think this will be a third time total that I'm referencing this conversation. But Urban Meyer sitting down with Joel Klatt, reflecting on his days at Ohio State, and he's saying when you have a good team, the way that the Broncos do, he's like, the way that we used to have our team set up and we had a young quarterback, I would tell that quarterback, don't worry about anything else but going out and getting 2 first downs on the opening drive. Everything else is going to take care of itself. 2 first downs, that's all we need from you. And it felt like on Sunday, week 1 against Tennessee, that would have been good advice for Bo because, and Orlovsky talked about it in the second half of that 36-second clip that we played 5 minutes ago. He was so tight. He was so tightly wound. And I'm getting reminded of the 38 Special song, hold on loosely, but don't let go. If you grip too tightly, you're going to lose control. And we say this in hockey. They're gripping the stick. It's just too tight. And Bo looked like he wanted to accomplish everything that Sean was talking about this summer in one day.
Well, how do you help Bo then for this next game? What would you do going into week 2?
Simplify. So
when you say simplify, is it the personnel grouping?
I mean, that's
it the plays.
That's part of it. We have the promo running from Stokley. It drives him crazy because he's thinking of himself as, and I want to ask you about that too. He's thinking of himself as a wide receiver, like you're going in and out, in and out, in and out.
Like
there's
no rhythm.
It's like, what are we doing here?
Anything.
It's week 1. Like, why are we doing the whole encyclopedia here in week 1 against Tennessee? Simplify.
It's simplify. Like I agree with you on that, but also just run the ball. Just run the ball. Sometimes it's better to take the ball out of Bo Nix or a quarterback's hand and then set them up for success later. Why is it so hard to run the ball 2 or 3 times in a row if it's working? Now, of course, there's going to be times where it's not working, but just make it easy on the quarterback by getting everybody else involved. You drafted R.J. Harvey in the 2nd round for a reason. You picked up J.K. Dobbins off the quote-unquote street for a reason. You paid this offensive line that wants to go downhill for a reason. Lean on them and then start to look to open up the pass, open up Bo Nix's game. But take some pressure off by handing the ball to some of these other playmakers, and you go from there.
Yeah, it's got to improve. It will improve. And the next chapter is on Sunday against a Colts team that I think we can all agree is a lot better than what we thought. And the most dominant win of the NFL's Week 1 was Indianapolis. And they're now, by the way, 1-0 for the first time in a decade. I didn't realize the Colts lost their Week 1 game for a decade straight.
I didn't. I was a part of that organization. They never brought that up.
That's funny.
They kept that a secret.
That is funny. Here is Sean Payton earlier this afternoon when asked about maybe pointing the finger in the mirror instead of blaming Bo for some of the plays early on in the football game.
But if you looked at the down and distance, the hash marks, some of the calls, it would be too hard to explain it all. From a timing standpoint, there's that relationship where when I give a certain play, it can, at the end of the game, we were all on the same. That was going to be an aggressive play, and we're all comfortable with it. So, but it's more some of the early plays in the first half, and then it's also cleaning up the details within the framework of whether it's run or pass.
Do you see how he steered it to the end of the game on his own? I'm just hearing that for the first time. He wanted to address it, clearly.
Here it comes.
The conversation wasn't about that.
No.
But he wants to go back to it.
Well, he's listening.
That's how I know. That is how I know that Sean Payton won't do that again. He knows in his heart of hearts that made no football sense, Phil. None.
Well, he just said that everybody agreed on it.
Everyone agrees on it because Sean agrees on it. Because here's the thing. I'll say it like this. And I mean this. So please, if you're going to hear anything with this conversation, let it be this. If Sean Payton was the head coach and not the play caller, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he was just managing the game
Strictly
and not calling the plays, there is no way a head non-play calling coach would green light passing it on 4th and long with 1 minute left in the fourth quarter. You did that because you're the play caller, and you are too much in your play caller shoes and not enough in your head coaching shoes. That's what I would say. There's no way he would green light someone else's play call on 4th and long.
But somebody else has to hold him accountable.
I know. I agree.
Davis Webb.
Phil, I agree.
And we got to see Davis Webb kind of bark at Sean when Bo barked at Sean that one time.
Correct.
So it's like, Davis Webb, you want to be this next offensive coordinator. Like, how about getting in his ear and say, hey, coach, you're going to do what you want to do. But, I don't know if this is a good idea. I know that you want to keep your job if you're Davis Webb, but, man, step up. If you don't feel like it's going to work, step up. And I know it's easier said than done. I've been in the building. It's hard to sit there and tell a coach that he's wrong.
Yep.
Especially when you know that he can go upstairs and fire your ass.
But I think with someone like Sean, his respect level for you might grow by you keeping it real with him. There's a pretty good chance, I don't know this for sure, but there's a pretty good chance you have a lot of respect for your wife as a woman because she keeps it real with you in a way that maybe others may not.
Yeah, I don't like her sometimes for it.
And right back, same goes for me, right? But that's ultimately part of the reason why you chose that partner, because they're authentic with you. Same thing with Dion up in Boulder. Don't tell me that not calling a timeout 2 weeks ago was
the right
thing. But if you're not surrounded by anyone who keeps it $150 with you and just 100% real, then you're able to continue to either trick yourself or try to convince other people it was the wrong decision. That's all. There's no that was as close to an incompetent football decision that you could make. And Sean Payton is not an incompetent coach. He's very, very, very smart. He was just agenda-driven in that moment and not priority Broncos win in that moment. So,
and one thing I will have to say, too, when Sean was talking about with Bo Nix, is what I'm noticing out there now with Bo, when you go back and you watch film, is Bo's being a lot more he has the green light to check certain plays.
Sure.
And he was doing that a lot during practice, and we talked about it. And maybe there were certain plays that Bo checked to or didn't check to that he should have, and that's what Sean's kind of saying, hey, you have the green light to override me in certain situations where it's like, if you don't feel comfortable with this play, check it to a run, check it to a safer play, and then we'll talk about it in the meeting room. But if you go out there and you don't feel comfortable or confident about a play, but you still run that play and you throw it just to throw it, that's when you start to lose games, and that's when you as a quarterback, you start to lose confidence in yourself. So if you have an opportunity to check a play, check that play.
Here is a little bit more from Sean Payton this afternoon, talking about the search for that perfection and a precision from his quarterback.
The perfection comes from the precision, and so when a game ends and you evaluate it, and then you say, all right, how are we with the details? We're fairly young, and so if we feel like the answer isn't maybe up to what we want, then we've got to look at how much, not just cut back, but evaluate. And we're always trying to evaluate what do they do best. But I don't know how many games I've called, but that's one of those where, it came away from it like, man, I've got to be a lot better. And, it was one of those games, especially early. And so in that self-check, in that process, the day after, if you will, if you're not careful, sometimes the game can be over and you're on to the next opponent. and you've heard me use that term, debrief properly. And we're really trying to pay attention to that so that regardless of the outcome, this accelerated curve that everyone's on, where everyone's in a race here these first 4 weeks, and we've got to be leading the way. And so in all areas.
I'll give Sean some credit, Kirk, because in the middle of that answer, he is in the most you're going to hear him do.
I'll take it.
Without being told he has to apologize, which we've heard. But the most he's going to voluntarily do is what you just heard right there of look, I have to be better, especially early in the game. I would say late too, but I would say early, and I think he's thinking about how out of whack that he got with the run-pass ratio. When you start a game and it's pass, run, pass.
Yeah, you can't do that and think you're gonna have success. You're not balanced enough.
Phil, he went in the second series, did the same thing. 14 of the first 17 plays of the game were passes. 14 passes, 3 runs. And I think that he has reflected on it and done some self-scout, and it's like, dude, what are you doing? Like what was I doing there?
But you know what? He at least admitted it.
Yeah.
That's something that we've been waiting for. You should be happy now.
I started by giving him credit.
I'll give him credit because I think what he's trying to do is slip in, not just for the beginning of the game, but maybe the end of the game.
Because he purposely said especially early. He wants to get away from that end. He'll never admit that. So, all right. Maybe an update on Dre Greenlaw from Sean?
So, nothing to update you on. Progress is going well.
Okay.
Well, not well enough. I'm ready to see Dre Greenlaw out there, at least practicing. He's not practicing. He's on Dulcich Memorial Field.
He is, yeah.
I'm doing whatever. I don't even think he was on the field today. I think he went to the weight room.
Yeah, he went in the facility to lift weights.
Get rocked up.
Yeah. All right. Well, we had a big announcement yesterday about the new stadium. Sean was asked about it, and you'll hear his comments about also playing in the elements. They'll have the option with the roof, right? Just like that convertible. Option is the roof. Well, Sean will be part of the decision-making when that roof is open or not, and you'll hear him talk about it coming up next.
Does Sean Payton need to make changes to his game plan after week 1?
He put his agenda and his offense and his quarterback, who he proclaimed to be trending towards being a top 4, top 5, and when that man struggles throughout the afternoon, it's almost like daddy ball. And I'm telling you, it's unacceptable and it's inexcusable.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Phillip, Lindsay here. Fellas, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men that are dealing with low T. And a lot of those men have seen amazing differences that those treatments can make in their life. And if you're just like these guys, within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, the brain fog will go away, your sleep will improve, as will the workouts. And fellas, I'm here to tell you that the sex drive will be significantly enhanced as well. All you need to do is take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz full of yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes to do, so it's fast. Then, you'll schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They will draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. And I'm here to tell you guys that there are 5 locations out there that can serve you. All right, so there are no excuses about it's too far or I don't know where to go, because you can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So go and get your low T treated. Call them today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Brandon Stokley from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
As a business owner with good credit and plenty of cash on hand, it should be easy to get a loan for an investment property. And with CakeHome.com, it finally is. Our business purpose DSCR loan programs use the property's rental income to get you approved and collecting those rent checks fast. DSCR stands for Debt Service Coverage Ratio, which basically means if the rent covers or almost covers the mortgage, chances are we can get you funded without all the typical frustration and red tape. CakeHome.com was built by investors for investors just like you, so if you're a savvy, growth-minded entrepreneur who wants to use other people's rent money to grow your real estate legacy, head to CakeHome.com today for some of the sweetest deals available anywhere with a process that's, well, a piece of cake. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. Again, 1-800-EAT-CAKE now.
Right now, your customers are making buying decisions. The question is, will they choose you or your competitor? If you're not advertising, you're invisible. Or even worse, you're advertising but not getting results. You're wasting money. If your marketing efforts, or lack thereof, aren't delivering the results you need, go to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button. Through audio, video, or online marketing, the team at The Fan connects customers with businesses every day. Head to DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise With Us button to start growing today.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, huge news yesterday with the Broncos announcing a preferred stadium site. It's basically all but concluded that they're going to stay in Denver and build at Burnham Yard.
You said they're at the 1 yard line.
At the 1 yard line.
At the 1 yard line. Now you ain't reporting. You're speculating.
Yeah, but fairly. I
Fairly,
mean,
yeah.
when you have the organization release a statement, the governor talk about it on the record, the mayor talk about it on the record, they're all on the same page. It's just red tape that you can't say that this is going to be official, but it's the closest thing to it. Yeah. So Sean Payton, right, was going to be asked about this. All right, the day after the announcement was made, and they were off yesterday. And this is Sean Payton.
Listen, Patrick keeps me informed, and certainly Greg and Kerry, and from afar, and being in this as long as I have been, I don't have the history here in Denver, and yet in the day and age where new stadiums are being built, rarely are they, staying in the city, privately funded, and with the flexibility. I know the one thing I kept reading was, man, we're used to the snow and the elements, and I'm not gonna speak for Greg and Kerry, but those will all exist, and yet Super Bowls, Final Fours, just on and on and on. I called him this morning. I was a little late with it, but just to congratulate him, in such an early time frame of getting something like that in place at a location where in a vision, and he's super. The two of them are extremely good with a vision. I mean, we're watching one right now, and so this is another one. And collectively, you guys, myself, Patrick, our goal is to be here to participate in that new vision.
All right, there's a handful of things there, but he sort of hints at the idea, hey, if you guys think that the elements aren't going to be involved in Denver anymore, they will be. They will be. Now, maybe extreme conditions. Like I'm thinking of the double overtime. Was it double overtime? I know it's definitely overtime.
Which game?
The 2012 loss to the Baltimore Ravens.
Mm.
The Raheem Moore play, and you hear from people who were at that game. I mean, it was one of the coldest games that you'll ever be at. I mean, it was significantly below freezing.
Oh, it was cold. I remember the night because I was up in Boulder. That was my visit, my official visit. And I remember watching the game with Mike McIntyre at the St. Julian Hotel. By the way, we tried to get in there. It's a fancy hotel for a game against BYU. It's like they were going to charge me $1,000 a night.
Yeah.
to sit there at St. Julian.
Yep.
Other than that, watching that game, and it was cold that night. I remember that.
Well, and it was a double overtime loss, 38-35. Like on a day like that, where like Peyton Manning is freezing, like it's like just if you have the better team, play them straight up, close it, and you'll have that option now. Here's my question. You hear what Sean said at the end there, and he goes, "Our goal is to be a part of the new vision."
Yeah.
Okay. Does Sean Payton coach a game in the new stadium with the understanding that the stadium will not be built until I think the target date is 2031?
You don't give up a first-round draft pick and pay Sean what we think is around, 90? Is it 90 mil for Sean? I don't know if that's right or not, but pay Sean a lot of money if we don't think that Sean is going to be here for a long time. Sean has his quarterback in Bo Nix. Once Bo Nix starts to relax, Sean needs to get back to the basics with his offense. Defense is doing well. Yeah, he's gonna be able to be in that stadium. Zach, he's gonna be here for a very long time because he will continue to win. Super Bowl is hard to get to. He's been there before. But we know that he is a really good coach, and he'll find a way to win and get back to the playoffs year after year after year. So, yeah, he'll be there.
Well, he's 61 now.
How many years is it going to be when it opens up?
We're
because it's
from right now. So we'll go from right now to this time next year. 2026 is 1 year. 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. So he would be 67 years old.
He loves football.
For sure.
Sean's not going anywhere. Like, why would he? This is something like it's not. This is all he knows now.
Yep.
When you've been doing it for so long, like he's not giving this up.
Over under 2.5 players on the current team play in the new stadium.
Under. A lot of these players are already older. Think about Cortland Sutton.
Oh no. Yeah, no chance.
Zach Allen.
No.
Let's say maybe Nick Benito.
Maybe.
Who else would you think? Bo. So Bo being number one.
That's
what I'm saying. Under. Who else?
PS2 has a chance, but even by that time, he'd be around a 31-year-old corner.
And that's still considered under, right? If you just get to 2.
Yeah, it's just 2.
Yeah,
you would need 3 to go over.
So put
Yeah, so
put PS2. Okay, so you got 2. Who else? The kicker? They usually stay for a long time.
No.
What?
No. Nope. Nope.
Who?
I have 2 names.
Uh-oh.
Jade Barron and Pat Bryant. Jade Barron and Pat Bryant.
Jade Barron, okay. Pat Bryant.
What are you about to fix your lips and say?
Let's go with somebody different. Not Pat Bryant.
Why?
Because you just don't know. I mean, my man had 4 plays.
So you are letting his first game ever define who he's going to be?
I'm just saying.
Holy smokes.
There's a guy
Give me your
out there.
Pat Bryant stock. Give me your Pat Bryant stock. I'll take it from you.
There's a guy out there that you just raved about on Monday. That's a depth player right now, but anywhere else around the league, he probably is a starter. He's on defense. Who do you think that is?
He's a depth player
right now.
On defense now.
Still making plays.
Help me out. Who?
Jonah Ellis.
Oh, okay.
He could be.
He'd be a good candidate.
He will be a really good candidate.
Yeah, I'm very bullish on Jonah Ellis.
Obviously not enough. You didn't know who I was talking about.
Well, it was in my blind spot for a second.
You raved about it for about 30 minutes.
I did. I love it. It's just in my blind spot. That was on accident. You took Pat Bryant and put him forcibly in your blind spot.
I'm ready to see some results, not just in preseason. 4 plays is not enough.
Here's a little bit more from Sean Payton on the importance of the Broncos being able to play in the elements.
I think, listen, there's a sterileness sometimes if you choose to go with, the roof. And I think that there's an advantage for the home team. Natural grass, it's healthier for the players. We wouldn't want to confuse a closed roof with changing how the altitude affects you, obviously. But I just think the elements are important. I think, and I think certainly, I know from speaking with Greg and Carrie and their vision and plan, just having that flexibility to control it to some degree. New York snuck, like literally in the middle of the night, snuck a Super Bowl in. They were 2 days away from that being a catastrophe. But I think, look, it's forward thinking.
I think it is forward thinking, and he's talking about MetLife getting the Super Bowl. And that was Bronco. That was Super Bowl 48. I think that was Broncos Seahawks. I do have that right? Hey, Super Bowl 48 was MetLife. Yeah. Okay.
I think the scrappy one was there, honestly.
And I saw him back there, so that's why I wanted to double check that because I know he was there. And I felt okay about it, but I wanted to just make sure. So, all right. You're going to come around on Pat Bryant real quick.
Here we go.
And you'll remember this day.
I'm ready. He needs to. We need a receiver, too. I'm waiting.
It'll take some time. Young player. I said, let it bake. Let it bake. Let it bake. He'll be there. All right. The Broncos have a pair of playmakers at a position for the first time in a while. Was it just overachieving in game 1, or is it a dynamic duo in the making? That's next.
Do the Broncos need to do a better job of showcasing their skill players?
I want to see Sutton. I want to see Franklin and Pat Bryant. Let's run 3 or 4 plays with the same personnel grouping. We get a little bit of a rhythm. This isn't equal opportunities for everyone. Stop it.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about how you're feeling. Seriously, how you feeling today? Where's your energy level at? Where's your spirit at? Maybe you have low energy. You're not sleeping great. You're feeling sluggish because those sleep patterns are off. Maybe you're working out and you're not seeing the same production or gains that you used to see. All right? And maybe because of that dynamic, you're putting on weight. And hopefully you're not feeling sad or depressed. Guys, believe it or not, these could all be tied back to symptoms of low testosterone, which just does happen to us men as we age. You didn't do anything wrong. But I encourage you, go take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's a simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers. Will take you 2 minutes or less. But from there, you can schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood. They'll have the results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results with you, discuss your options, and you'll make a decision together with their medical team. There's no pressure. Cost of the appointment is only $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is completely free. Fellas, you have one life to live. Don't spend it wondering if you're suffering from low testosterone. Go take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Don't let the wrong gear ruin your time in the field. Upgrade your arsenal with premium brands at great prices during the Shields Hunting Sale event now through September 14th. Score free tax stamps for suppressor purchases over $5.99 and save big on Sitka, Lucky Duck, Shields Outfitters, and shot shells from the top brands. Join the community of hunters who trust Shields experts to outfit their adventures and get more bang for your buck now through September 14th at Shields.
Thinking about buying a home in Colorado? You're not the only one, and now might be your best shot. We're officially in a buyer's market, which means you've got the upper hand. More homes are on the market, competition is down, and serious deals are out there just waiting to be found. Whether you're a first-time buyer or looking to upgrade or downsize, now's the time to get pre-approved. And American Financing can make that happen in 24 hours or less. And here's the kicker. When you work with both American Financing and their partner American Home Agents, you can receive a credit on closing costs of up to 1% or a max of $10,000 on your home loan. If you've been sitting on the sidelines, it's time to step in, and American Financing is the place to start. Don't let the 20% down myth stop you. You could buy a home with as little as 3% down, and with down payment assistance programs available, getting into a home might be easier than you think. Pick up the phone, call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This is Dr. Joel Chernak with Denver Regenerative Medicine. If you've struggled with weight loss, it's time for something real. We use GLP-1 medications from licensed U.S. pharmacies at full strength, never from unknown or online sources. Your program is overseen by a real doctor with in-clinic care and telemedicine options. Best of all, we're offering a free consultation so you can get started risk-free. Experience real weight loss results for under $300 a month. Visit DenverRegen.com to book your free consult. That's DenverRegen.com.
No parades, no confetti, just quiet wins that changed everything.
Real people, real results. Soda weight loss works. Just ask Ramon.
Tying my shoes without grunting, taking stairs without gasping, running around with my kids without needing a break. That's what soda gave me. In 16 weeks, I dropped 82 pounds.
Let that sink in. He lost 82 pounds. That's amazing.
Think about all that weight lifted off your bones. I owe my life to soda. That's not hyperbole. With soda, you don't feel alone. You get your own nutritionist guiding you every step along the way.
What are you waiting for? Just imagine your friends and family's reactions when you show up at holiday parties 30, 40, 50 pounds lighter. Get started now for the best season of your life with our partner program. Because when you join now, your partner joins for free.
Go to SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA stands for state of the art. SodaWeightLoss.com. SodaWeightLoss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Football is back, and it's time for you to get in the game. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help, and we're giving away a PlayStation 5 bundle. Download the Denver Sports app and tap the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5 console, a 70-inch flat-screen TV, plus copies of Madden 26 and College Football 26. Don't wait. Download the Denver Sports app now. 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, final segment here on a Wednesday. And we'll wrap it up here. But before we do, football season is here, and it's time for you to get in the game. Lucky for you, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is here to help by giving away a PS5 bundle. All you have to do to enter is download the Denver Sports app, all right, which you should have anyway. I use it every day. Click on the contest banner on the homepage for your chance to win a PS5, Madden 26, College Football 26, as well as a 70-inch TV. Friend of the show in studio with us, the scrappy one, the scrapster, Scrap Peterson. What up, Will?
What up, boys?
Scrappy.
How we doing?
Doing all right. How are you guys?
Doing all right. Doing all right.
Good as we can.
Yeah, as good as we can. Different day to be doing this job and compartmentalizing the way that we have. But we know, people come here for a break from the world, and so we tried to. We had some moments at the top of the show. Because it was like literally happening right as we were coming on the air, and so we spoke on it early, but we've tried our best to just be here for a bit of a reprieve, from the seriousness that is our world and the tragic nature and the disgusting nature of our world today. The Broncos may have a pair of playmakers at a position for the first time in a while. Was it just overachieving in game one or a dynamic duo in the making? I'm talking about the two safeties. Talanoa Hufanga, who forced a fumble, all right, led the team in tackles, and his running mate, Brandon Jones, was third on the team in tackles, 3 solo tackles, also recovered a fumble. Thought these guys were just flying around. They were everywhere. And, Broncos have had some really good safety play over the years, but it feels like the duo between the two of them has a real shot to...
It's a perfect fit for both of them.
It feels like. Is that the way you see it, Will?
Yeah, it could be their best safety duo since TJ Ward and Darian Stewart, part of the no-fly zone, Super Bowl 50. There's no doubt about it. And you look at those stats you just provided, and part of me goes, great, Hufanga and Jones tackling machines, and part of me goes, get well soon, Dre Greenlaw. I don't know if I want my safeties making that many tackles, right? In a perfect world, my linebackers are making those tackles. So it's very nice to have that back end. But guys, if Hufanga doesn't force that fumble against Pollard, Titans are getting points on that drive. And there was another one where it looked like Pollard may score, and Hufanga got him as well. So a nice safety layer there at the end. And I like Justin Strnad, but let's be honest, Justin Strnad's a special teams player for the most part.
He played well.
He played well, but they didn't sign him up to be an every down linebacker. That's not their vision if everything's going perfectly right.
Sure.
I'd be curious your thoughts if you like your safeties making this many tackles.
Oh, you don't want your safety making all the tackles. Last year, Brandon Jones led the team in tackles. But also you have to understand, too, Alex Singleton is back in the mix. And in 2023, Alex Singleton had 177 tackles and led the team. So at least having him on the field helps out. But definitely, you don't want to have your safeties in the box all the time making tackles. But this is what I will say about having a safety in the box. That gives you the luxury to put Jahdae Barron and Jaquan McMillan on the field at the same time, because now you go a lot more dime, which is something that the Denver Broncos may do a lot more of if Dre Greenlaw is not healthy here in the next 2 weeks.
Well, they were in dime for 21% of the game. It was one of the most in the entire NFL. Yeah. So that is definitely